Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 2072 to Chapter 2156. The Peacock Tribe and the Rock Tribe had been worried at first, worried that Ling Xiao would suppress them and treat them like slaves. But now, they completely supported and trusted Ling Xiao. It was very simple. Ling Xiao had given them enough benefits, and didn't treat them like slaves. Although they really were Ling Xiao's slaves. Today, most of the Divine Phoenix domain was celebrating. But these two tribes were praying that Ling Xiao was safe and sound. They knew that if something happened to Ling Xiao, no one would know how to deal with them. The White Tiger domain was temporarily under the command of Emperor Wu Xiang. In the imperial palace of Xianxia City, Wu Xiang looked worried as he read through memorials. Feng Mingxiao and Feng Minglian were by his side. The family of three was happy and harmonious. But there was no smile on their faces. I wonder how junior brother is doing. Wu Xiang put down his brush and sighed helplessly. Father, don't worry. I believe that brother Ling will be able to turn misfortune into blessing. Feng Minglian comforted him. She was also saved by Ling Xiao, and had some ambiguous feelings for Ling Xiao. She also believed in Ling Xiao. Feng Mingxiao said, that child can even resist the heavenly mandate holy light. What does a trifling devil will to him? That's right. Then let's build up the White Tiger domain and welcome his return. Wu Xiang's eyes shone with determination. Meanwhile, in the desolate land of 10,000 lightnings, the battle was still going on. Leng Mei's entire body was bathed in blood, and there were wounds all over her body. Although she was very strong now, there were too many opponents, all of whom were life-seizers. She fought with all her might, but the number of enemies seemed to never decrease. Fortunately, she had the healing pills and internal energy recovery pills that Ling Xiao had given her. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to hold on. Bitch, do you really want to die? Who is that Ling Xiao to you? He's already possessed, yet you're still so protective of him. How could he know? The Black Tortoise Temple's cultivators were also stunned by Cold Plum's bloody appearance. Even though he was covered in blood, he was still extremely ferocious. By now, more than 100 life-seizers from the Black Turtle Cathedral had died at the hands of Cold Plum. No one was willing to let this continue. Thus, someone suggested a war of attrition. In any case, Leng Mei was already injured. Even if they didn't attack and only harassed her from the side, Leng Mei wouldn't be able to heal herself. In that case, Leng Mei would die from her injuries sooner or later. Cold Plum's lips curled into a sneer. Even if the Black Tortoise Temple's people didn't make a move, did it mean that she wouldn't? Plum blossoms condensed from fresh blood danced in the air, landing in the middle of the crowd, and began to attack wildly. If you want to deal with my lord, you'll have to do it over my dead body, Cold Plum. Cold Plum didn't have many goals in life. She just wanted to stay by Ling Xiao's side and protect Ling Xiao. For that, she was willing to do anything. If she had to pay the price of her life to keep Ling Xiao alive, then she would do it. This is bad. This girl is too vicious. Let's work together to destroy her. Realizing that delaying tactics weren't working, the Black Tortoise Temple cultivators were furious. There were hundreds of people present, including more than 100 life-seizers and a few hundred Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Although these people would not be able to cause any harm to Leng Mei if they fought alone, once they joined forces, they would be very powerful. Kill. A group of people charged forward like madmen. The Yin-Yang realm cultivators were used as cannon fodder, while the life-seizers prepared to launch sneak attacks. Although Cold Plum kept unleashing killing moves, she was too tired, and her injuries were too severe. She killed countless people, but still couldn't stop the enemy's attacks. Soon, the encirclement was only 2 or 3 meters wide. My lord, I'm sorry. Cold Plum can't stay with you forever. A pair of black feathers appeared behind Cold Plum's back. The power of the black feather folk was fully unleashed. She was going to go all out and take these people down with her. She had no other choice. If she could hold out a little longer, perhaps Ling Xiao would be able to suppress the will of the Night Devil King. Screw off. An angry roar suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. He had been completely unaware of what was happening outside, and had been focused on fighting the Night Devil King's will. But now that Cold Plum was in danger, he had taken full control of his body. The Night Devil King had already lost half of his soul realm to the divine lightning. Now, coupled with the strong feelings Ling Xiao had for Cold Plum, Ling Xiao's consciousness was as hot as the sun. A thunderous roar resounded as divine lightning struck down. The Black Tortoise Temple's cultivators that surrounded Ling Mei were reduced to dust, drifting away with the wind. Cold Plum, you're so stupid. Looking at the unconscious Cold Plum, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Right now, he had temporarily suppressed the terrifying devil will, but it was only temporary. He had to find a way to deal with it once and for all. Not only would he be able to use this terrifying power, but he would also be able to avoid becoming a devil. Otherwise, if this happened every time, he wouldn't be able to handle it. And if he could fool the Night Devil King once, then the Night Devil King probably wouldn't listen to him a second time. So this time, he had to solve the problem completely. He looked in the direction of Nine Heaven Palace. Although Nine Heaven Palace had declined, it still had ancient books that had been passed down from 100,000 years ago. Perhaps he could find some information from them. Moreover, Cold Plum also needed to rest. Thinking of this, he left the place where the lightning gathered and stepped into Nine Heaven Palace. There was already no one in Nine Heaven Palace. In order to help Ling Xiao take down the White Tiger continent, Nine Heaven Dream had transferred all the people there. If there was anyone, it would probably be the woman who was waiting in the huge hall of ancient books. Ling Xiao gave Cold Plum a healing pill, but he didn't dare to heal her. Because the demonic energy in his body was still causing trouble, if he wasn't careful, there would be more trouble. It wasn't easy to use the divine lightning to suppress the Night Devil King. He didn't want to go crazy again. Otherwise, he might even kill his own people. In the ancient book hall, there was indeed only that woman. Seeing Ling Xiao, that woman first frowned, then said, "Leave her to me, you go to the 3rd floor, there should be something you want there." "Thank you, Senior." Ling Xiao had no reason to doubt this woman. Because this woman felt even more terrifying than Nine Heaven Dream. If she really wanted to make things difficult for him, she didn't have to go through so much trouble. After handing Cold Plum to the woman, Ling Xiao stepped into the 3rd floor. In the vast ancient book hall, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and released his soul power, beginning to search for books that could help him. Nine Heaven Devil Sealing Seal. Soon, Ling Xiao found an ancient book. This was a seal created by the mysterious queen of the Nine Heavens 100,000 years ago to seal demons. Although he didn't know if it was useful, he still had to try. It wouldn't be easy to seal the Night Demon King with his own strength. However, as long as he succeeded, the Night Demon King would no longer be a burden to Ling Xiao in the future. Instead, it would become an extremely terrifying trump card. Therefore, the success of the Nine Heavens Demon Sealing Mark was really important to him. According to the book, some preparatory work was required. For example, he had to refine a demon sealing pill first. The demon sealing pill wasn't easy to refine, but it was an essential item to seal the Night Demon King. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had killed many powerhouses during this period of time and obtained a lot of benefits at the White Tiger Storm meet. Therefore, he had all the ingredients for the pill. He spent 20 minutes to refine a demon sealing pill as a backup. One shouldn't think that the demon sealing pill wasn't much just because it was easy to refine. In fact, the demon sealing pill was a top-notch dark-grade elixir. It was the best elixir Ling Xiao could refine at the moment. Generally speaking, top-notch dark-grade elixirs could only be refined by alchemists who were at least at the 3rd level rebirth grade. However, Ling Xiao had the Taiji Eye, the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, and the guidance of a Yuan Venerate. Therefore, he was much stronger than the average alchemist. He was able to refine an elixir that simply couldn't appear in the White Tiger continent. After refining the elixir successfully, Ling Xiao placed the demon sealing pill in a jade bottle and prepared to use it later. Besides the demon sealing pill, the Nine Heavens demon sealing mark also required an essential item, the true Samadhi fire. This was something that Ling Xiao had as well. The true Samadhi fire was a sacred fire that was very difficult to find in the world. However, Ling Xiao had managed to obtain it. If these two most difficult conditions were met, the success rate of the Nine Heavens demon sealing mark would be extremely high. But I'm still missing one thing. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. According to the book, one more thing was needed besides the demon sealing pill and the true Samadhi fire. That was the Azura demon core. Rumor had it that the demon realm had the Azura race that was the best at fighting. The Nine Heavens demon sealing mark that the Nine Heavens mysterious queen had created had used the Azura demon core as the core material. The stronger the Azura, the better the effect of the demon core. However, this Azura devil core made things difficult for Ling Xiao. The value of this item was much higher than the demon sealing pill and the true Samadhi fire. The key point was that this was the mystic world, and Azuras were rare to begin with. They had only appeared 100,000 years ago, and if he wanted to find them again, all he could find were their corpses. But where was he going to find Azura's corpse now? Don't you have it? Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. Previously, because Ling Xiao's consciousness had been suppressed by the Night Devil King's demonic intent, his Yuan Venerate had also been imprisoned and unable to make a sound. Now that Ling Xiao's consciousness had regained control, the Yuan Venerate could speak again. I do? Ling Xiao was stunned. Of course you do. The demon sealed in the skyscraper furnace is an Azura warrior. His strength is probably even more terrifying than the Night Devil King's. If young Master Shenluo hadn't used the Shenluo Great Array and the Human Ruler Cauldron to destroy that fellow, you would probably have died there as well. The Yuan Venerate sighed. The Azura Devil Core is definitely enough to seal a mere Night Devil King. Is this it? Ling Xiao thought, and a black gem-like object appeared in his hand. This was what he had obtained from the Azura's body. Ling Xiao hadn't known that this was the Azura Devil Core, but he hadn't thrown it away. It would be a pity to throw away something obtained from the body of such a powerful demon. That's right, this is it. The Yuan Venerate said with a smile. Alright, now that the three materials have been gathered, I can release the Night Devil King. Ling Xiao followed the steps described in the book. If he succeeded, he would naturally be able to seal the Night Devil King and make his demonic intent completely disappear from this world. Only his power would be available for him to use. However, if he failed, he wouldn't be as lucky as he had been before. He might really become a demon that didn't care about his own family. You have to think this through. Not only will this process be extremely painful, but the consequences will be unimaginable if you fail. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. Master, don't worry. I will succeed. The Nine Heavens Demon Sealing Seal can seal even more powerful demons. This Night Devil King is probably a mid-level or high-level rebirth grade being. If I still can't seal him, I will really have to accept my fate. Ling Xiao had no other choice. Actually, this was a path he had to choose. After all, if he didn't seal the Night Devil King now, the Night Devil King would recover very quickly and completely take over his body. Boom, the moment the Night Devil King's demonic intent was released, the entire hall began to shake violently. A terrifying black chi pervaded the air as if it was going to destroy the entire place. However, there was a great array set up by the mysterious Queen of the Nine Heavens here. No matter how strong the Night Devil King was, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had chosen to seal the Night Devil King here. Kid, you went back on your word. You said that you would offer up your body. The moment the Night Devil King was released, he was furious to the extreme. Nonsense, you were the one who went back on your word first. If you hadn't delayed me along the way, I would have definitely killed all my enemies. You even tried to make me kill my own friends and soldiers. How can I tolerate your evil intentions? Ling Xiao said coldly. Kid, although I don't know where you got the courage to release me, you are dead meat now. The Night Devil King pounced on Ling Xiao, wanting to swallow Ling Xiao whole. I don't think so. Ling Xiao sneered and swallowed the demon sealing pill. The demon sealing pill could form a demon sealing inscription around the consumer. These inscriptions could protect Ling Xiao and prevent Ling Xiao from being killed by the Night Devil King. This was the effect of the demon sealing pill. You think this demon sealing inscription can stop me? It can protect you for a while, but it can't protect you forever. The Night Devil King roared crazily. The demonic chi became even more ferocious as it rampaged through the entire hall. Even the experts of the Nine Heavens Palace on the first floor sensed it. This kid is really crazy. He actually wants to use the Nine Heavens Demon Sealing Seal to seal such a powerful demonic being. No, I have to go take a look. The experts of the Nine Heavens Palace looked at the sleeping Cold Plum and used a secret technique to protect Cold Plum before leaping up. Just as she reached the entrance of the third floor, a towering demonic chi rushed out and sent her flying. So terrifying. The experts of the Nine Heavens Palace were shocked. One had to know that although she hadn't made a move, her cultivation was the strongest in the Nine Heavens Palace. She had already reached the third level of the rebirth realm. She couldn't even resist the demonic chi. If it wasn't for the mysterious Queen of the Nine Heavens array protecting the hall, all the books here would have been destroyed. Crazy, really crazy. Is this child courting death? To be honest, Ling Xiao was also a little shocked. When this Night Devil King was underground in the past, he was directly suppressed by the Tyrant Heaven Martial Spirit before he felt strong. Today, without the help of the Tyrant Heaven Martial Spirit black figure, it was not easy to rely on himself. Samadhi True Fire. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The Samadhi True Fire was released from his body, instantly filling the entire Great Hall. The Samadhi True Fire and fiendish chi clashed in this Great Hall. That Night Devil King cried out in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao was protected by the Devil Sealing inscription. He could not get close at all for a while. Now, he was going to be burned by this Samadhi True Fire. Although he was not afraid, after a long time, it would be very troublesome. He wanted to escape for the time being. There was also a terrifying grand array here. He could not get out either. This was simply catching a turtle in a jar, trapped. For a while, he might not be afraid of the Samadhi True Fire. But this Samadhi True Fire's characteristic was that the longer it was, the higher the temperature. Hence, it was often used to refine pills. If this went on for a long time, even he would not be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao looked at the Night Devil King with cold eyes. Actually, he was not relaxed in his heart either. On one hand, he had to control the Devil Sealing inscription. On the other hand, he had to control the Samadhi True Fire to fight with the Night Devil King. This was really a very difficult thing. But in order to be able to seal the Night Devil King, he did not care anymore. The Night Devil King was not willing to wait for death like this either. He attacked Ling Xiao even more frenziedly. The entire Great Hall kept shaking as if it could collapse at any time. On Ling Xiao's side, although he had the dual protection of the Samadhi True Fire and the Devil Sealing inscription, the Night Devil King was seriously too strong. His body suffered heavy blows continuously. Fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. At this time, the terror of the mystic world body was manifested. Especially now that the Heavenly Empire had already unified the White Tiger continent and renamed it the White Tiger region. This piece of land that Ling Xiao was in had already become his territory. This mystic world body could continuously absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy and strengthen continuously. Although fresh blood kept flowing out of his mouth, Ling Xiao was able to hold on. Not only were his internal organs not damaged, they were still strengthening. It could be said that the tens of thousands of celestial soldiers had done him a great favor. As long as Ling Xiao wasn't killed in one blow, he would be invincible. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, in the constant stalemate, Ling Xiao gradually gained the upper hand. Night Devil King's body was constantly being burned by the Samadhi True Fire. Much of the Devil Chi had already been burned red. This was equivalent to being assimilated by the Samadhi True Fire. The Night Devil King's body turned transparent. At this moment, the other 6 Heaven Devil Kings attempted to split open again to protect themselves. However, the will of the Demon King of the First Heaven belonged to Ling Xiao. If he was determined not to split, then the Night Devil King would not split. Master, is that the Night Devil King's magic core? Ling Xiao could not help but ask when he saw a similar black crystal in the Night Devil King's transparent body. That's not a demon core, because the Night Devil King is formed by the 7 great Skyfiend Kings. That thing should be a demon fiend seed. Take it out, quick. Yuan Venerate shouted. Understood, Master. Ling Xiao knew that his master would not harm him. Since his master had asked him to take out the demon fiend seed, it would definitely be beneficial to him. He stood up, used the demon sealing inscription to protect himself, and walked over to the Night Devil King. Although his right hand was also protected by the demon sealing inscription, He felt as if his entire arm was about to be crippled when it pierced the Night Devil King's body. Only the bones were left, and the flesh had completely rotted. That kind of intense pain almost made Ling Xiao give up directly. Fortunately, he did not give up. His hand finally grabbed the demon fiend seed and pulled it out. Is this the demon fiend seed? The energy inside feels so terrifying. What can this thing do? Ling Xiao had a feeling that all the power of the 7 great sky fiend kings was condensed in this small seed. Furthermore, it was extremely unstable and could erupt at any time. That's right. This is the demon fiend seed of the 7 great sky fiend kings. It was condensed from their origin source energy. Don't be fooled by its small size. You have to know that it was condensed from the power of 7 high-level rebirth realm powerhouses over tens of thousands of years. With this demon fiend seed, the 7 great sky fiend kings could transform into the Night Devil King. Can you imagine? How terrifying would the power of such a terrifying thing be if it were to erupt completely? Even human immortals might perish, let alone rebirth realm martialists. The Yuan Venerate looked at the black seed-like thing in Ling Xiao's hand with some apprehension. Given your current physical condition, you are still unable to convert it into your own power. However, you can turn it into your ultimate move. SSS, Ling Xiao couldn't help but gasp. He now had a clearer understanding of the terrifying demon fiend seed in his hand. At the moment, the demon fiend seed was constantly releasing terrifying corrosive energy that corroded Ling Xiao's demon sealing inscription. If this continued, Ling Xiao's hand would be crippled. Even the recovery speed of his mystic world body couldn't compare to the speed of this thing's destruction. He had to think of a way to deal with it immediately. Master, how should I deal with this demon fiend seed? I can't hold on much longer. Ling Xiao asked. It's very simple. Don't you have the Azure Demon Core? Put this demon fiend seed in it and swallow it. The Yuan Venerate's voice was very clear. However, Ling Xiao froze for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Master, are you sure you want me to swallow this thing? His worries weren't unfounded. Swallowing the demon fiend seed wasn't even recorded in the 9-heaven demon sealing seal. Ling Xiao could even imagine how dangerous and frightening this step would be. It should be known that martialists usually cultivated their bodies from the outside to the inside. Therefore, the inside of the body was definitely the weakest. Even though Ling Xiao's internal organs were extremely tough because of his mystic world body, they still couldn't compare to the surface of his body. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little hesitant and conflicted. Swallowing it would certainly allow him to obtain a great deal of power, but the outcome would also likely be death and complete destruction. All the hard work he had put in before could be completely destroyed in this attempt. Even he himself would be reduced to a pile of rotten bones. Did he really have to do that? He had been fighting with the Night Devil King for so long and had finally gotten a chance to take the initiative. If he gave up, wouldn't that mean that he had failed? No, how could he give up? Since he didn't want to give up, he might as well go crazy again, life or death, he might as well take a gamble. If he survived, his strength would definitely soar. If he died, he would vanish into thin air and perish together with the Night Devil King. In any case, he couldn't let the Night Devil King truly occupy his body. The step of putting the demonic fiend seed into the Azure Demon Core was to minimize the damage the demonic fiend seed would cause to the body. After all, the Azure Demon Core was also the energy core of the demon race and was rather compatible with the demonic fiend seed. Of course, this was relatively simple. The difficult part was swallowing it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and stuffed the Azure Demon Core with the demonic fiend seed into his mouth before swallowing it. Ah! The moment the Azure Demon Core was swallowed, Ling Xiao felt as if his body was being corroded by terrifying venom. He was in so much pain that his forehead was drenched in sweat and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. His face, in that instant, was deathly pale to the extreme. Bear with it. Ling Xiao encouraged himself in his heart. He used his soul spirit to look inside and discovered that the Azure Demon Core had started to mess around after entering his body. It was as if a terrifying wild beast was colliding with his meridians and internal organs. Every collision caused him to be in great pain. Although his body was also protected by the demon sealing inscription, he still felt excruciating pain. Under the torture of the Azura demon core, Ling Xiao's internal organs and meridians were completely dislocated and squeezed into a ball. Even a large number of his cells were being corroded and shattered. An ordinary person would have died by now. However, Ling Xiao had a mystic world body after all. While it was being damaged, it was also being repaired constantly. Therefore, he wasn't dead yet. However, the terrifying torture he was experiencing was really worse than death. He couldn't sit still anymore. His body kept rolling and bumping on the ground. He was trying to alleviate the intense pain in his body. Don't be afraid of the pain. This is already the best outcome. With the Azura demon core, it shouldn't be able to kill you. Now, try to control it. The Yuan Venerate encouraged Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao crawled off the ground. Although his face was pale and he was drenched in sweat, he still endured the intense pain and sat there. The power of the Heavenly Earth Queen gushed out of his cells and completely enveloped the Azura demon core. Stop right there, you runaway horse. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be taming an outstanding but bad-tempered wild horse. He kept trying. Then he broke free. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. Since it could even suppress devilish will, he would absolutely not let go of this devil fiend seed. Once, twice, 3 times, after experiencing countless failures, Ling Xiao felt that his control over the power of the Royal Heaven Queen of Earth had become much more adept. Due to the continuous absorption of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, this Royal Heaven-Earth power had also become even stronger. Finally, a barrier formed by the power of the Heavenly Queen of Earth formed around the Azura Devil core. Then, using the power of the Royal Heaven-Earth Queen, Ling Xiao slowly extracted the power of the demonic fiend seed and let it slowly circulate in his meridians according to his own arrangements. Wild Horse finally became obedient. Success? The Yuan Venerate also gradually calmed down. The current Ling Xiao could really be described as covered in cuts and bruises. His entire body had been corroded beyond recognition by the terrifying devil fiend seed. It was really fortunate that he hadn't died and was able to maintain his human form. What a terrifying little fellow. I was prepared to use my soul as the price to save you once. I never imagined that you would really succeed and endure the terrible torture of the devil fiend seed. If you can endure such pain, your future prospects will really be limitless. The Yuan Venerate was really glad that he had accepted such a disciple back then. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to witness such a miraculous scene. He originally didn't have much hope for revenge. After all, his enemy was that terrifying king of sovereigns. However, after seeing Ling Xiao actually endure such cruel conditions today, the flames of hope in his heart seemed to be ignited. The originally noisy main hall became silent. The powerhouses of Nine Sky Palace brought Cold Plum, who had already woken up, to the 3rd level. They didn't see Ling Xiao. Instead, they saw something that looked like an egg floating in midair. However, the egg was completely black and constantly emitted a terrifying demonic aura that made people feel apprehensive. Senior, is that my master? Cold Plum asked in confusion. Even if you ask me, I don't know. This kid tried to use the Nine Sky Demon sealing mark to seal the Night Demon King like a madman. However, I also read that book and there was no such situation. It seems like your little master has failed and has been completely enveloped by the demonic intent. He can no longer return to his original appearance. The powerhouse of Nine Sky Palace sighed. Forget it, I'll send him on his way. Since he can't defeat the demonic intent, I'll kill him before he completely turns into a demon. As she said that, she walked over to the huge black egg-shaped object. He wanted to destroy the egg-shaped object directly. She believed that Ling Xiao would agree with her. That young man didn't want to turn into a demon. There was no way around it. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't be willing to be completely manipulated by the demonic intent and become a puppet. However, just as the powerhouse of Nine Sky Palace was about to make a move, cracks suddenly appeared on the originally quiet eggshell. Devil energy flowed out from the cracks, but most of it was the spirit energy of heaven and earth. As the aura spread out, the cracks grew larger and larger. The powerhouse of Nine Sky Palace stared in shock, then stopped in place. Inwardly, she was completely shaken. When Ling Xiao had first arrived, his cultivation base had been in the 16th stage of life seizing. But now, he was in the 18th stage, only a step away from the reincarnation level. Although it was strange, that aura was definitely Ling Zhao's, and not the Night Demon King's. Don't tell me that the kid really did seal the Night Demon King? Not only that, but his cultivation base also increased? The powerhouse of Nine Sky Palace couldn't help but shake her head and smile wryly. Although the madman's actions were crazy, he had made the right bet. After all, the last 3 levels of the life-seizing level were very slow to progress, and required massive amounts of power. That was why Ling Zhao's cultivation base had been stuck in the 16th stage of life-seizing for so long. But now, he had broken through to the 18th stage of life-seizing. That was one of the most difficult levels. "Senior, is Master all right?" Cold Plum asked cautiously. "Don't worry, he should be fine." The powerhouse of Nine Sky Palace nodded. "It seems I misjudged you. Your master really is incredible. Not only did he not get devoured by the demonic intent, he actually used it to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation base." What she didn't know was that Ling Zhao's greatest benefit wasn't his cultivation base increase, but rather, his enlightenment of the 13th stage of the profound truths of shadows. By fusing the power of the Night Demon King into the profound truths of shadows, he had gained enlightenment of the Night Devil Flower. The Black Night Devil Flower was beautiful, and the terrifying power it unleashed was something that not even reincarnation realm experts would dare to face. One flower, one world, that was to say, one flower could destroy an entire world. The Night Demon Flower could destroy the mystic world, but the key was to see how high Ling Zhao's cultivation could reach. Crack! The crisp sound of an eggshell cracking echoed throughout the entire hall. Cold Plum and the experts from Nine Heavens Palace looked at the eggshell nervously. The eggshell cracked and fell to the ground. In that instant, the entire hall shook as if there was an earthquake. What a terrifying thing. Such a small piece can cause the earth to shake. Amazing. The experts from Nine Heavens Palace were also frightened. Cold Plum, eat these cracked eggshells. Remember, just a small piece is enough. Leave the rest for others. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's voice came from the eggshell. Cold Plum nodded and picked up all the cracked eggshells. The fingernail-sized eggshell actually contained a terrifying amount of energy. Cold Plum didn't dare to eat it immediately. Instead, she put it in her storage ring. She planned to eat it when she broke through to the rebirth realm. Perhaps it could help her break through. Crack, crack. As the eggshell cracked faster and faster, Ling Zhao's body was also revealed. A ball of green and gold light completely enveloped him. Although his clothes were already torn apart, they still covered him completely. Ling Zhao's severely injured body was now completely intact. Not only was it as if he was never injured, but it was also obvious that his body was stronger than before. He took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on. However, his brows were furrowed. There was no other reason. The energy in his body was too abundant, as if he was about to break through to the rebirth realm. However, he couldn't break through yet. According to the theory of reincarnation, wherever one broke through to the rebirth realm, they would be reincarnated to that place. For example, if he was standing on the White Tiger continent now, he would be born on the White Tiger continent after reincarnating. Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied with this. The White Tiger continent's cultivation conditions had already severely restricted his development. If he wanted to truly make greater progress, the best way was to head to the Black Tortoise continent. Even if they were to start over, the starting point of the Black Tortoise continent would definitely be higher. Therefore, his body was actually suppressing this energy. Master. Seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, Cold Plum ran over excitedly. Although she was almost beaten to death by the people of the Black Tortoise Temple, in the end, she was able to help her master completely abandon his demonic intent and regain his sanity. This was the best outcome for her. She was very pleased. Cold Plum, thank you. Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum. This girl had stayed by his side and had never asked for anything. She had only been protecting him. To be honest, he was a little moved. Looking at Cold Plum's pale face, Ling Xiao really wanted to hug her and comfort her. However, he didn't do so in the end. He only had the Moon Maiden in his heart, and he was more grateful to Cold Plum than he liked her. Master, what do we do next? Cold Plum seemed to have noticed the awkwardness of the atmosphere and couldn't help but change the topic. Next, we naturally have to go to the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao replied, I don't plan to spread the news that I'm still alive. Of course, I also hope that you won't leak it. His thoughts were actually very simple. He was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. If others knew that he didn't die or didn't turn into a demon, then there would definitely be endless trouble. One had to know that for a long time after entering the cycle of reincarnation, his combat strength wouldn't be as good as it was now. That was the most dangerous time. He had to be careful. If he died or turned into a demon, no one would pay attention to him anymore. He would be treated as a legend who had passed away. Another point was that he wanted to see if those people in the Heavenly Empire would try to betray him if something really happened to him or if he died. It was best to solve the internal problems as soon as possible. This way, even if he left the mystic world and stepped out of the Heaven's chosen gate, he wouldn't have to worry about anything happening in the Heavenly Empire. As for the lives of Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and His Highness, he would definitely take them. However, he was more concerned about how to restore the Moon Maiden to her human form. If he could reincarnate a step earlier, he definitely wouldn't want to delay it. Right now, the Heavenly Empire had the Wine Demon Sword, 9 Heavens Dream, and 9 Heavens Dew. Even if Heavenly Ocean Tyranny wanted to take revenge and His Highness wanted to take back his White Tiger Monarch throne, he would have to defeat them first. These two would probably choose to train hard. Who knows, they might meet again in the Black Tortoise continent soon. Ling Xiao didn't say these words out loud, but the experts of 9 Heavens Palace and Cold Plum weren't idiots. They could also guess. Master, I'll go with you to the Black Tortoise continent. Cold Plum said. No, your target is too obvious. Once you're discovered, this brat will suffer, unless the two of you enter the cycle of reincarnation together. The expert of 9 Heavens Palace said. Senior is right. I'm a dead man now. As a dead man, I should keep a low profile. It's best if I act alone. Cold Plum, go back. However, don't tell anyone that I'm still alive. The more people know about this, the easier it is to be exposed. After you go back, take Long Chen with you to the Black Tortoise continent. If the two of you choose to reincarnate, it's best to go there. Take your reincarnation seats with you. This way, you can retain your current memories. Ling Xiao also said. Cold Plum pondered for a long time before nodding, all right, master. I'll listen to you. She wasn't an unreasonable woman. As long as it was beneficial to Ling Xiao, she would definitely listen. Next, I still have one more thing to do. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Black Tortoise Temple, it's time to bid farewell to the White Tiger domain. This extreme lightning place will belong to 9 Heavens Palace in the future. At this moment, Black Tortoise Temple was in chaos. Without a Rebirth Realm martial artist presiding over the situation, everyone wanted to be the new leader. Stop arguing. Let's think about how to kill Ling Xiao. That guy is cultivating in the extreme lightning place. It seems like he wants to fight against the demon will. It's best if we take this opportunity to eliminate him. Finally, someone spoke up. Everyone turned their heads to look and found that it was none other than Xianfeng who was held hostage by Ling Xiao. After Xianfeng was rescued, he had an unbearable memory. During those few days, he had nightmares every day. Every time, he would wake up in a nightmare. There was only one content in the dream, and that was being tortured by Ling Xiao. Originally, Xian Ming led the Black Tortoise Temple's experts to kill Ling Xiao. He thought that he had gotten his revenge. However, the news that came was that Ling Xiao had turned into a demon and killed Xian Ming and the others. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was now engulfed by the demon will and was very weak. As long as he took this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, he could still get his revenge. Xianfeng fantasized about becoming the new leader of the Black Tortoise Temple. However, just as everyone was discussing, the entire Black Tortoise Temple suddenly shook. Terrifying divine lightning struck down one after another. Without the support of the Rebirth Realm cultivators, the Black Tortoise Temple's array was gradually shattered by the divine lightning. In the end, the temple began to crumble and collapse. A large number of Black Tortoise Temple cultivators were killed. Just as a large number of cultivators were being killed, the Black Tortoise Temple cultivators saw a 10-meter-tall demonic creature appear outside the Black Tortoise Temple. Huge demonic claws waved about, easily destroying the temple. Ling Xiao. It's Ling Xiao, he's here for revenge. Xianfeng shouted in horror. Countless cultivators screamed in horror. Unfortunately, there was no way to escape, and begging for mercy was useless. That demon clearly intended to destroy the entire Black Tortoise Temple, leaving no trace behind. At this time, the patriarchs of the 4 major families appeared. Although they did not belong to the Black Tortoise Temple, they were subordinates of the Black Tortoise Temple. How could they tolerate Ling Xiao's atrocious behavior? However, the moment they appeared, they were easily dealt with by a middle-aged woman in white. Although these 4 people were also Rebirth Realm cultivators, their strength was weaker than any of the venerables of the Black Tortoise Temple's 13 temples. Facing a Rebirth Realm 9th Heaven Palace cultivator, they stood no chance. This day was destined to be a tragedy for the Black Tortoise Temple, destined to be a day of bloodshed. The Black Tortoise Temple and the 4 major families, other than the old and weak, women and children who did not come out to fight, the rest of the cultivators who could fight were all slaughtered. This day was also designated by the Ling Long Palace as the temple's day of calamity. The Ling Long Palace swore in front of all the forces in the western region that they would capture the demon Ling Xiao and dismember him. However, according to the rumors, after Ling Xiao completely turned into a demon, the Night Devil King had already taken control of his body. Ling Xiao was no more than a walking corpse, it did not matter whether he was killed or not. The Night Devil King was too powerful, there might not be anyone in the Black Tortoise mainland who could restrain him, not to mention the White Tiger mainland. This matter was left unsettled. Of course, this was something that happened later. Right now, Ling Xiao was standing alone on the land of the Black Tortoise continent. This was a remote area of the Black Tortoise continent that was adjacent to the Storm Ocean. Ling Xiao found a very secluded place and set up a formation. He stored all the valuable items on his body and began to break through. Once he broke through, he would enter the cycle of reincarnation. Although the original martial techniques and memories would be brought along, the items couldn't be taken away. He could only hide everything for now. Given his array formation skills and the skills of a Yuan Venerate, no one in this remote place would be able to break the array formation he had set up. Sister Moon Maiden, let's reincarnate together. Although I don't know what you will become and who you will become, I will find you as soon as possible after reincarnating. Ling Xiao grabbed the pendant in his hand and said, I believe you. The Moon Lady trusted Ling Xiao as much as she trusted herself. The reason why she was willing to abandon her human form for Ling Xiao and return to her original form was because of this trust. Let's begin. Ling Xiao clutched the pendant tightly. He hoped that he and the Moon Maiden could be reincarnated to the same place. This way, it would be easier to find her. However, whether or not it was possible to do so was unknown. At the very least, he had to try. In a small town in the Black Tortoise continent, a young man was munching on melon seeds while watching the street performers amusing themselves with great interest. This Black Tortoise continent was indeed extraordinary. The people who performed tricks and sold their skills were actually all in the celestial realm. They were much more powerful than the martialists of the Sky Dragon continent of the past. The young man looked to be about 12 years old. He had delicate features and a cold expression. As he munched on melon seeds, he stared at the little girl performing. It's not her. After staring for a long time, he actually shook his head like an adult and sighed. He seemed very disappointed. This young man was none other than Ling Xiao, who had entered the cycle of reincarnation. His current appearance had been adjusted by him with the Yin-Yang Demon King's ability. No one could recognize him. He had just entered the cycle of reincarnation for 12 months, but he had already grown into a 12-year-old young man. This was the benefit of entering the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, the family that he entered the cycle of reincarnation also had the surname Ling. Moreover, his name was Ling Xiao. This was not a coincidence. It was destined. As long as one entered the cycle of reincarnation, they would usually be reborn into a family with the same surname. Moreover, the parents would naturally give the child the same name as before. All of this was the effect of the laws. Even if this child could grow to be a year old in a month, no one would find it strange. This was because in the Black Tortoise continent, such a situation was very common. It was even considered normal. The reason why he stared at the girl just now was that he thought she was the reincarnation of the Moon Maiden. Unfortunately, she wasn't. He had been looking for the Moon Maiden since he was 6 months old. Now that he was 12 months old, he still couldn't find her. To be honest, this made him very anxious. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a manservant rushed over recklessly and bumped into him. "Little Fifth, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Ling Xiao got up from the ground and frowned as he looked at the servant and asked. In the past 12 months, in order to not let others think that he was special, he had been cultivating in secret. He did not display his strength and pretended to be an ordinary person. Once he had enough time, he could leave this place and look for the Moon Maiden. "Not good, young master. Something happened. Something big happened. Old master, he was beaten to death." Little Fifth was the servant of Ling Xiao's new family. In the past 12 months, Little Fifth had been serving Ling Xiao. Especially when Ling Xiao was unable to walk on his own, Little Fifth was the one who carried him. Therefore, the two of them had a very good relationship. Hearing that his father was dead, Ling Xiao suddenly dropped all the melon seeds in his hand onto the ground. To be honest, he had never treated his father who had reincarnated as his father. It was only because he had retained his past memories that he felt a little awkward acknowledging someone else as his father. However, the moment he heard that his father had been beaten to death, he was stunned. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by something. His father was an alcoholic who was not very capable. However, he had become like this after his mother's death, so he could understand. Most people would be like this after being emotionally stimulated. However, some people would be able to stand up again, while others would be dispirited for the rest of their lives. It was true that his father was an alcoholic, but he had never beaten him when he was drunk. In fact, he treated him very well. "Let's go. Let's go back." Ling Xiao felt that the family matters after reincarnating had nothing to do with him. The town where Ling Xiao was reincarnated was called Yuhua Town. It was rumored that an immortal had ascended here. There were 2 big families in Yuhua Town. One was the Chen family, and the other was the Ling family. To put it bluntly, the Ling family was the local tyrant of Yuhua Town. They were even more powerful than the Ling family of Tianfeng City. Even the Chen family was inferior to them. Reincarnated into such a family, if it were an ordinary person, they would be glad. It was better than being born in an ordinary family. But Ling Xiao didn't think so. Because his father was just an adopted son of the Ling family. To put it nicely, he was an adopted son. To put it bluntly, he was just a little higher than a servant. In addition, his father's martial arts aptitude was quite low. He was only at the peak of the martial vein realm. This was simply unimaginable in the Black Tortoise continent. Although the martial artists of the Black Tortoise continent also had to start cultivating from the martial vein realm, whether it was the resources or the density of the world's spirit energy, the martial artists here could cultivate to the transcendent realm and celestial realm in a very short time. Even the Grotto Heaven realm and the Yin-Yang realm were easy to advance. But there were some people with low aptitude who had cultivated for decades and were still in the martial vein realm. In the eyes of most people, they were simply trash. Ling Xiao was once treated as trash, so he understood that trash generally didn't have a high status. But even so, he didn't expect that his father would be directly sent to a mine more than 10 miles away from the Ling family's ancestral home to work as a coolie. During that time, his mother was pregnant with him, a reincarnated person, but there was no one around to take care of her. His father was really worried, so he came back to take a look. As a result, he was discovered by the big shots in the family. They actually beat their mother to death right in front of their father. He was extremely lucky to be born as a posthumous child. It was also because of this that his father was muddle-headed from then on, pretending to be crazy and drinking all day long. Finally, no one sent such a lunatic to the mine, and Ling Xiao was taken good care of because of this. Outsiders thought that his father was a lunatic, but only he knew that his father wasn't stupid. He pretended to be crazy and even drunk in order to take care of his son. That's why he didn't blame this drunkard. He also thought of bringing this drunkard to the heavenly empire in the future and let him enjoy life. But how did that drunkard die today? And he was beaten to death by someone. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the angrier he got. Originally, he had only planned to peacefully get through this transition period and then leave with his father. But unexpectedly, the peaceful days were still broken. First, his mother had died, and now his father had died. Although they were only his parents who had reincarnated, they were still related by blood. If he didn't take revenge for this, wouldn't he, Ling Xiao, be a man in vain? The guards outside the gates of the Ling family coldly looked at Ling Xiao. He stopped him and little Fifth outside the door. Have you forgotten the rules so quickly? Give me the money. The reason the guard stopped Ling Xiao was because every time Ling Xiao entered the Ling residence, he had to give them a tip before they would open the door or let him in. Otherwise, they wouldn't even put this young master in their eyes. Scram. I'm in a bad mood today. Ling Xiao was indeed in a bad mood, very bad. He couldn't find the Moon Lady, and his parents were dead. How could he be in a good mood? Oh my, you've grown a temper. Little brat, do you really think you're a young master? One of the guards directly grabbed Ling Xiao's collar and pulled him up. He shouted, when your father was still alive, we didn't treat you as a young master. Now that your father is dead, you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you want to die? I'm courting death. Do you dare to do anything to me? Ling Xiao's cold eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. This killing intent was very similar to Ling Xiao's before he reincarnated. It was just that it wasn't as strong. Even if we don't dare to kill you, no one will stop us from beating you up. In the end, the guards didn't dare to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was still the young master of the Ling family in name, and they were just servants. As he spoke, one of the guards directly raised his leg and kicked Ling Xiao. Gotcha. Ouch. But this time, Ling Xiao didn't plan to hide his strength anymore. It was too painful to hide his strength. It had been 12 months, and he had been looked down upon everywhere. Today, he couldn't even go to see his father die. How could he endure it? His body was the body of the mystic world. Although he was in the Black Tortoise mainland and wasn't as strong as in the Heavenly Empire, he was only at the first level of the mystic world. However, the guard in front of him was only a first-order transcendent realm cultivator, while he had already restored his cultivation to the heaven realm in just 12 months. For a first transition cultivator, the heaven realm was divided into 4 stages: low, middle, high, and peak. There was no need to go through the complicated cultivation stages. The low stage was equivalent to an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the 3rd layer, the middle stage was the peak of the 6th layer, the high stage was the peak of the 9th layer, and the peak stage was the half-step paradise realm. The same was true for the martial vein realm and transcendent realm. There was a huge difference between a first transition cultivator and an ordinary cultivator. Every time he broke through, he would be much faster than ordinary warriors. He was a dignified heaven realm cultivator. Although he was only at the low stage, it would be strange if a trivial transcendent realm cultivator didn't break his bones. Little brat, what are you doing? The other guard became anxious and directly pulled out the long sword at his waist to stab at him. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he dodged the opponent's sword and stabbed it into the guard's throat. The guard died on the spot. Coldly looking at the other guard who was almost scared silly, Ling Xiao said, normally, I don't want to bother with you, but do you really think I, Ling Xiao, am easy to bully? He was killed because he used a sword. You were lucky, you only used your foot to kick me, so you broke a leg. Little Fifth, let's go. After saying this, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to the guard and called out to the stunned little Fifth before stepping into the Ling family's courtyard. The Ling family's courtyard was bigger than the Ling family's in Tianfeng City, and the decorations inside were more exquisite. After all, this was the Black Tortoise continent. It seemed that in terms of quality, everything was higher than the Sky Dragon continent. Just as he stepped through the door, a dozen people suddenly chased after him. One of them was dressed gorgeously. He was the son of the Ling family's eldest son, his cousin. This person was called Ling Bei, 18 years old. The person standing next to Ling Bei had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. He had a cunning face and was a relative of Ling Bei's mother. His name was Huang Wu, 17 years old. 1 year younger than Ling Bei, but the gap in strength was huge. The others were all Ling Bei's lackeys. This Ling Bei relied on his identity as the eldest grandson to put on airs in the family. Towards people like Ling Xiao, he naturally bullied him a few times to show off his nobility. In the past, Ling Xiao was not interested in fighting with him because he felt it was too boring. Ling Xiao had originally planned to quietly pass this period of reincarnation. After his cultivation recovered, he would leave this place. He would not offend anyone and would not be in the limelight. However, when news of his father's death came, he did not want to endure anymore. He, Ling Xiao, had never endured before. He had fought and killed his way here. He had had enough of such a tortoise-like life. He was the celestial emperor of the celestial empire. Now, he was being bullied by trash from this small Yuhua town. How could he endure this? It was not wrong to say that Ling Bei was trash. This guy was already 18 years old. Most of the young warriors in the big cities of the Black Tortoise continent had already entered the Yin-Yang realm at this age. However, the warriors in this small town were too weak. They were only in the heaven realm. They had cultivated for 18 years, which was not even comparable to him cultivating for 12 months. As for Huang Wu, there was no need to mention him. He was a big piece of trash. Perhaps his standards were too high. After all, Ling Xiao had participated in the White Tiger meet. He had met many people there. Even if they were his enemies, which one of them was not more talented than these two pieces of trash? However, even so, these two pieces of trash, especially Ling Bei, were praised as the geniuses of Yuhua town. Ling Xiao wanted to laugh. It turned out that in this small town, geniuses were actually so worthless. Ling Bei's men blocked Ling Xiao. Then, he walked out of the crowd and looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. "Kid, your drunkard father is dead. Have you also gone crazy? You even dare to kill our Ling family's guards?" In Ling Xiao's eyes, Ling Bei was trash. However, in Yuhua town, Ling Bei was considered a genius in the eyes of others. Thus, it was normal for this person to be arrogant. However, he should not have been so sarcastic after Ling Xiao's father had died. A watchdog wants to kill its master. Can't I kill this dog? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Bei coldly. Killing intent had already risen in his heart. Although his cultivation had yet to recover, a first revolution Heaven Realm martial artist was much stronger than an ordinary Heaven Realm martial artist. In his eyes, Ling Bei was nothing more than a bug that could be easily squashed to death. He didn't make a move immediately because the other party didn't make a move either. Even if he is a dog, he belongs to the Ling family. You are just the son of an adopted son. What right do you have to kill him? Ling Bei looked down at Ling Xiao condescendingly, as if he had already become the patriarch of the Ling family. Even if I did, what are you going to do about it? Don't tell me you want to take revenge for killing your son? If it were any other time, Ling Xiao really couldn't be bothered to argue with this trash. But today, he was in a bad mood. Not good at all. How dare you? Beat him up. Ling Bei was probably used to being arrogant. When he heard that Ling Xiao's attitude was not good, he immediately waved his hand. His lackeys immediately surrounded Ling Xiao and attacked him. They wanted to beat him up. Beat him as hard as you can. It doesn't matter even if he dies. Just like his alcoholic father, no one will care even if he dies. Ling Bei shouted loudly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He lightly stepped on the ground and a vigorous force was injected into the ground. Then, it rushed out and sent the lackeys flying. At the same time, he rushed forward and grabbed Ling Bei's collar. Although he was only 12 months old, he was as tall as a 12-year-old. Moreover, he was taller than the average child. It wasn't impossible for him to grab Ling Bei's collar. It just wasn't as smooth as before. Did you kill my father? A cold killing intent appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. Although he tried his best not to use his previous martial techniques in order to hide his identity, the power of the Heaven-Earth Queen was not a problem at all. This was a part of his body's strength. Others wouldn't be able to tell. You. What do you want? Ling Bei was shocked. He never thought that this unknown kid would be so strong. Answer my question, or I will kill you too. Ling Xiao said coldly. When Huangwu saw this scene, he was also shocked. He stared blankly at this kid who didn't even talk much. He couldn't understand how this guy could be so strong. Even if he was a cultivator who had entered the reincarnation realm, he shouldn't have improved so quickly. It had only been 12 months. It wasn't me. I really didn't kill him. Ling Bei was so scared that he shook his head hurriedly. You know my character. I can teach people a lesson or bully them, but I really don't dare to kill. Humph, you better not let me find out that my father's death is related to you. Otherwise, your whole family will die. Ling Xiao wasn't exaggerating. He could even destroy the Black Tortoise Temple. He really didn't care about destroying the Ling family. Although he wasn't consumed by the demonic will, his way of thinking was still affected by it. He wouldn't hesitate at all when it came to killing. After leaving Ling Bei behind, Ling Xiao walked forward with little Wu, who was shocked again. The surrounding maids and servants all looked at him blankly. Young Master Ling Xiao, who was weak and easy to bully and didn't even talk much, became so powerful today. However, he offended young Master Bei and would probably attract trouble. Young Master Bei's elder brother, Ling Wansui, was a disciple of the Black Snake Demon sect. Although he was only an outer disciple, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Bei's. Ling Xiao was still so young. He might not be a match for him. The maids and servants weren't all bullies. Some of them actually sympathized with Ling Xiao's experience. However, they didn't dare to speak carelessly as they were servants. They could only criticize in their hearts. Ling Xiao's father had a very ordinary name, Ling Tai. This name was given by the Ling family's old master. Being bestowed with the surname Ling was originally a glorious thing, but because of his poor aptitude, he was reduced to being beaten to death in his own home. How sad. Ling Xiao was walking forward when he suddenly saw a few people carrying a mat. The person inside the mat was his father, Ling Tai. There was a strong smell of alcohol on Ling Tai's body. However, Ling Xiao could still smell a hint of a woman's fragrance amidst the smell. His father, Ling Tai, had never touched a woman since he was born. Where did this fragrance come from? Ling Xiao frowned and stopped the few people. Put him down. Young Master Ling Xiao, old master has instructed us to quickly dispose of this corpse. The weather is hot now and we are afraid of a plague. The leader of the servants looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said. Although he still called him young master, there was no respect on his face. Perhaps in their eyes, Ling Xiao didn't need to be respected. I told you to put him down. Did you not hear me or do you refuse to listen? The anger in Ling Xiao's heart could no longer be contained. What did they mean by they were afraid of a plague, so they just used the mat to dispose of the corpse? From Ling Xiao's point of view, no matter how bad his father was, he was still grandfather Ling's adopted son. He rolled up the mat and threw it away. Not only was this too much, but it was also a slap to grandfather Ling's face. What was the eldest son of the Ling family trying to do? Let's go. That group of people didn't take Ling Xiao's warning to heart. Seeing that they couldn't persuade him, they simply wanted to leave. Ling Xiao didn't plan to waste any more words and directly attacked. The 4 servants who were carrying the mat were knocked down by him with a single punch. Then, he carried the mat and walked to the only coffin shop in Yuhua town and bought a good coffin. Since he couldn't protect his father, then he would bury him with dignity. Fortunately, he had refined some simple elixirs and sold them for money in the past few months. A coffin wasn't a problem. After buying the coffin, Ling Xiao got a carriage and drove to the Ling family's graveyard. The Ling family's graveyard was a place where only members of the Ling family had the right to be buried. His father had said that his greatest wish was to be recognized by the Ling family and be buried in the Ling family's ancestral hall after he died. Although such a dream was a little laughable and silly, the dead couldn't be revived. However, the dead could not be brought back to life, so Ling Xiao still intended to fulfill his wish. The Ling family's graveyard was guarded all year round. The scenery here was beautiful and the feng shui was excellent. Also, it was cleaned frequently, so not only was it clean, but the person buried there would also be comfortable. Ling Xiao didn't care about the guards and directly drove the carriage inside. The guards wanted to stop him, but he was sent flying with his horsewhip. His father couldn't enjoy the Ling family's wealth when he was alive, but couldn't he be buried in the Ling family's graveyard after he died? He definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Glancing coldly at the guards, he went into the graveyard, found a secluded corner, and started digging the grave. As for the tombstone, he planned to carve it himself. Anyway, there were huge rocks everywhere on this mountain. With his strength, carving a tombstone was a piece of cake. When the grave was dug, Ling Xiao put the coffin down. Suddenly, he felt his eyes moisten. He originally thought that he wouldn't be too sad. After all, a rebirth realm warrior had to reincarnate 10 times. It could be said that he would meet 10 parents at this stage. Therefore, most of their feelings weren't deep. Ling Xiao thought that he was the same and only treated this man as his benefactor. But he was wrong. Even if he had reincarnated into the mortal world, his father was still his father. His body still had this man's blood. He lay on the coffin and cried quietly for a while. He felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something very important. He felt as if a piece of flesh had been directly gouged out of his heart. That kind of pain was unbearable. I'm such a bastard. As Ling Xiao spoke, he slapped himself. Thinking back to what had happened in the past 12 months, he realized that he had never called this man father or father. How sorrowful this man must be in his heart. It was fine if others looked down on him, but even his own son looked down on him. How could he be happy? Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. The only thing Ling Xiao could do now was to bury his father properly and send his memorial tablet to the Ling family's ancestral hall. Bang bang, bang bang bang, suddenly, a strange sound rang out. It was as if something was knocking on the coffin. Ling Xiao stopped crying in confusion and looked at the coffin. Tai Chi. After activating the Tai Chi, Ling Xiao saw that Ling Tai had opened his eyes. He was still alive. Ling Xiao hurriedly slapped open the lid of the coffin and saw Ling Tai suddenly sit up from the coffin. Oh my god, I'm suffocating. Son, your father is only at the martial vein realm. If I don't breathe for a long time, I'll really suffocate to death. Ling Tai said while panting. Ling Zhao's expression suddenly became extremely surprised. Father, you're not dead? What did you just call me? Ling Tai was stunned for a moment. His precious son had never called him that before. Father, I was wrong in the past. It's good that you're alive. I'm a martial artist who's reincarnated. In the future, no matter who dares to bully you, I'll kill him. Ling Xiao said very seriously. However, the excited expression on his face didn't disappear. The fact that his father had come back to life was a huge surprise to him. Sigh, since you can call me father, I can die without regrets. Ling Tai sighed helplessly. Although a martial artist who's reincarnated is strong, don't forget that this is the Black Tortoise continent. In the Black Tortoise continent, there are many rebirth realm martial artists. Many young geniuses are actually rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 martial artists. No matter what you were like in the past, I hope you can continue to keep a low profile. Ling Xiao nodded noncommittally. Although he admitted that Ling Tai's words were right, he, Ling Xiao, was not a coward. In these 12 months, he was about to suffocate to death. If he were to endure it any longer, he might as well kill himself. Forget it. You have your own path to walk. I was just saying that for fun. This is just the final radiance of the setting sun. I'm holding my breath and waiting to say a few words to you. Ling Tai sighed. He seemed a little sad. His son was just willing to call him father and he was about to leave. He was really helpless. Father, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao asked. I used to be a pharmacist. Maybe I can help you. Sigh, when your father was at the peak of the martial vein realm, I was poisoned. That's why my cultivation stagnated at that time. Otherwise, your father would be a rebirth realm martial artist now. Why do you think your grandfather took me in as his adopted son? It's because my aptitude was really good at that time. Ling Tai sighed. Hearing this, Ling Xiao grabbed Ling Tai's hand and felt his pulse. After a moment, he couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. Father, this is the poison of the cultivation dissipation powder. Although it can't kill people, it can make their cultivation stagnate forever. It's just that this cultivation dissipation powder is a top black-grade elixir. It's extremely difficult to refine. You were only a martial vein realm martial artist back then. Why would someone do this to you? Which is the biggest force in the Black Tortoise continent? Ling Tai didn't answer Ling Zhao's question. Instead, he asked. Of course it's the Eternal Life Palace in the central region. Ling Xiao replied. The Eternal Life Palace was located in the central region of the Black Tortoise continent. It was definitely the largest and most tyrannical force in the Black Tortoise continent. Yes, I'm afraid you don't know. Your father is the young Palace Lord of the Eternal Palace. Because I have no intention of becoming the Palace Lord, I withdrew from the competition. However, there were still people who refused to let me go. They used the cultivation dissipation powder on me and wanted to kill me. I was saved by your mother. Later on, I was fancied by the Ling clan's old master and became his adopted son. Unfortunately, he didn't know my identity at that time. He didn't even know that I was poisoned by the cultivation dissipation powder. Ling Tai smiled bitterly and said, I'm telling you this not because I want you to take revenge, but to let you know the origin of the cultivation dissipation powder. Also, be careful of the people from the Eternal Palace. Ling Xiao listened to these words and was a little dumbfounded. He had always thought that this guy was a drunkard, but he was actually the young Palace Lord of the Black Tortoise continent. Father also had a glorious moment in the past. I was also domineering and frivolous, but I was still plotted against in the end. I hope you don't follow in my footsteps. Ling Tai said helplessly, I'm dying. Finally, I'll tell you the most important thing. I left an item in the Ling clan's martial arts hall. You have to find a way to get it back. It is a set of the Eternal Palace's secret technique, Eternal Seal. It doesn't matter even if you cultivated other martial arts in the past. I reckon that you want to hide your identity. That Eternal Seal can completely hide your previous identity. Until you recover your cultivation, you can still use it. Father. Ling Xiao lamented in his heart. Compared to the Eternal Seal, he cared more about his father's life. It was a pity that he had already checked his father's internal organs just now. His father's cultivation was so low that it was impossible for him to survive. Once again, he felt his own powerlessness. Child, don't be sad. Cultivate well after you find the Eternal Seal. No matter who you were in the past or what you did in the past, I still want to tell you a truth before I die. The weak are prey to the strong, there is no fairness in this world. If you don't have the strength, even dogs will look down on you. Ling Tai was relieved. To be able to give birth to such a son after suffering so much torture, his life was worth it. Father. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say to comfort Ling Tai, because at this moment, any words would seem so empty and weak. Good child, don't be sad. I almost forgot to tell you. In the Ling clan, in order to enter the martial arts hall, one's cultivation must reach a certain level. However, that takes too long. There's an opportunity right now. You must seize it. Just like many other great clans, the Ling clan's annual meeting would also have a martial arts competition. The final winner would be able to choose any martial arts from the martial arts hall. At that time, they would be able to obtain the Seal of Eternity. My blood flows in your body, so the Seal of Immortality will take the initiative to find you, so you don't have to worry about not being able to find it. Ling Tai gently patted Ling Zhao's shoulder as a happy smile appeared on his face. Father, who hurt you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Child, don't ask any more. My enemy is more powerful than you think. Ling Tai shook his head and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He bitterly smiled and said, The King of Hell has come to haunt me. I have to go. Don't think about revenge. As he spoke, Ling Tai's eyes gradually closed. Finally, he stopped breathing. Ling Xiao quietly hugged his father's corpse, his body slightly trembling. He knew why his father didn't tell him about the enemy. It was because he was afraid that something would happen to him when he went to seek revenge. The cheapskate father in his heart actually had such deep feelings for him. This enmity, he had to take revenge. It didn't matter if his father didn't tell him. He would find out. No matter who it was, he would kill them, and the Palace Lord of the Eternal Palace, The culprit who used the cultivation dissipation powder to cripple his father's cultivation and caused his father to suffer a lifetime of tragedy must also die. With such a goal, Ling Zhao's motivation to cultivate was even greater. Father, rest in peace. If you can't finish it, I will help you finish it. Ling Xiao placed Ling Tai back into the coffin. After thinking for a while, he put an ice spirit jade in Ling Tai's mouth. He had obtained this ice spirit jade from that idiot Ling Bei. When he was teaching that idiot a lesson, he discovered that he had a rare ice spirit jade on him. If the ice spirit jade was placed on a martial artist, it would have a calming effect. During cultivation, it would ensure that the martial artist wouldn't go berserk. If it was placed in the mouth of a dead person, it would ensure that the corpse wouldn't rot. Moreover, it could even lock the soul inside. He didn't want Ling Tai to die like this. There would be a day when he would come back and save Ling Tai. But now, he didn't have that ability. After covering the coffin again, Ling Xiao set up a formation on the coffin to prevent others from damaging it. After that, he set up another formation to cover the soil. Then, he placed the tombstone on top of the coffin and used the same formation to protect it. No one would have thought that a mere Ling Tai's coffin would be protected by dozens of formations and formations. One had to know that even the Ling family's patriarch in the cemetery only had 2 layers of protection. Father, have a safe journey. Ling Xiao stood up. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a group of people rushing over. At the head of the group was the eldest son of the Ling family, Ling Tianxiong. Ling Bei was also by his side, along with many fierce-looking servants. Take him down and destroy that piece of trash's coffin. He doesn't deserve to be buried here. Ling Tianxiong glared at Ling Xiao and gave the order. I'll kill anyone who dares to touch my father's coffin. Ling Xiao stared coldly at Ling Tianxiong, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ling Tianxiong wasn't weak, but he was only in the Grotto Heaven realm. Truth be told, martial artists of this level weren't a threat to him in the past. Even now, if he used the Night Devil Flower, he could definitely kill Ling Tianxiong, not a single person would be left alive. Of course, he would also be severely injured. After all, the Night Devil Flower was a consummate skill of the profound meaning of shadows that he had learned when he was in the 18th level of life seizing. But as long as he didn't die, he didn't care. Don't worry about him. Go. How could Ling Tianxiong care about Ling Zhao's threat? He waved his hand and ordered his servants to destroy the coffin. Ling Xiao looked at them coldly and didn't make a move immediately. He had set up formations on his father's coffin, and one of them was the Lesser Thousand Lightnings formation. There was also the Pestilence Bone formation and the Thousand Beasts Blood refining formation. The deaths of these people would only make these formations stronger. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck one of the servants. The servant slammed into the tombstone, and blood oozed out. Then, he was sucked into the Thousand Beasts Blood refining formation. Crack, boom. The Lesser Thousand Lightnings formation continued to release lightning bolts, each more terrifying than the last. As more and more servants died, the power of the lightning became more and more terrifying. Furthermore, every dead servant would discover that their internal energy seemed to have been sucked away by something. Stop! Ling Tianxiong shouted. In this short period of time, 7 or 8 of the servants he had brought with him had already died. These were all his most trusted henchmen. Brat, what did you do? Ling Tianxiong roared. It's unfortunate, Ling Tianxiong. Before I reincarnated, I was an expert in arrays. I just set up a few arrays. Ling Xiao said calmly. Arrays? Ling Tianxiong frowned. What kind of powerful arrays can you set up? He didn't seem to believe in heresy. He jumped off his horse and walked towards Ling Tai's tomb. However, when he was 4 or 5 steps away from the tomb, his expression changed. Perhaps it was because his cultivation was higher than the servants, he could feel that his inner strength was being sucked away by something. It was very uncomfortable. Poison. Ling Tianxiong quickly retreated and tried to expel the poison. That's not a simple poison. It's a plague. Ling Tianxiong, take your time. I'll go back first. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. These people had no ability to break the array anyway. It didn't matter if he was there or not. Using his light body technique, he scuttled into the dense forest and disappeared in an instant. He could use the light flash godly technique in a place with no one around. It was much faster than a carriage. It was still early when he returned to his residence. He didn't stay in the Ling residence. Firstly, he didn't have the right. After all, Ling Tai was just a useless foster son. The old man of the Ling family had left him to fend for himself. Secondly, they didn't want to trouble him. Anyway, Ling Xiao could make money from alchemy. He didn't have to worry about not being able to buy a house. Back in the house, Ling Xiao laid on his bed and looked at the ceiling. He was thinking about his future plans. If he wanted to recover his cultivation to the rebirth realm, he needed more resources. Although he looked down on the Ling family now, the Ling family's resources were really strong in Yuhua town. The Ling clan had to be under his control. Only then would he be able to cultivate faster and avenge his father better. Who's there? As he was thinking about these things, light footsteps came from outside the door. Ling Xiao looked at the window immediately. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of cold light shot in from the window. Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and easily knocked away the 2 cold lights. At the same time, he pounced forward. Outside the door, 2 black shadows pounced at him, holding sharp blades in their hands. Your cultivation is not bad, but it's a pity that you're still too inexperienced to kill me. These 2 assassins were both Celestial Realm martial artists who had reached around the 6th level of the Celestial Realm. But so what? Ling Xiao was a First Revolution Heaven-tier martial artist. He was much stronger than them. Without using any weapons, Ling Xiao threw out a punch. The power of the Royal Heaven Queen of Earth burst forth from his fist and collided with one of the sharp blades, deflecting the blade back. Poochie! One of the men in black was stabbed to death on the spot. When the other person saw that the situation was not good, he turned around and ran. But how could Ling Xiao give him the chance to escape? The darkness of the night was most suitable for shadow children to move about. Since it was night time, it wouldn't hurt to reveal a little bit of shadow profound meaning. The cold shadow children stretched out their claws from the darkness and imprisoned the man on the ground. Speak. Who sent you here? Ling Xiao stepped on the man's body and asked coldly. Ha ha ha, I won't tell you. If you kill us today, there will be stronger people coming to deal with you tomorrow. You're dead meat. The assassin's character was tough enough. After saying this, he crushed the poison sac in his teeth and died instantly. I wonder if these people killed my father, Ling Tai. Why are they looking for me? Ling Xiao let go of his foot and waved his hand. The pitch-black flames burned the 2 corpses clean. Looks like I can't continue to stay here. This assassin is right. Maybe I can deal with Celestial Realm martial artists, but once I encounter Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, it'll be troublesome. Ling Xiao returned to his room and immediately packed his things, preparing to return to the Ling family. Although his father was dead, he was still a member of the Ling family. As long as he showed a certain level of talent, he believed that the upper echelons of the Ling family would give him a chance to live there. Speaking of which, wasn't the reason why grandfather Ling took in his father, Ling Tai, back then because of Ling Tai's talent? In Ling Zhao's opinion, the assassins today couldn't have been done by the Ling family. If the Ling family wanted to kill him, they didn't have to be so sneaky. Their shamelessness was above board. If Ling Tianxiong or Ling Bei wanted to kill him, they would have done so directly in the Ling family. Spending so much effort to hire assassins was a complete waste of money. Moreover, he had seen the 2 assassins. They were unfamiliar faces. At least, he had never seen them in the Ling family. Although this was just a guess, Ling Xiao believed that the 2 assassins came from outside. His father's death was probably closely related to these people. Just you wait. I'll find you sooner or later. Looking at the house that he had lived in for a few months, Ling Xiao was a little reluctant to leave. Although he lived outside with his father and didn't have anyone to take care of him, it was still good that he didn't have to suffer. After returning to the Ling family, there would probably be a lot of trouble. However, Ling Xiao had nothing to fear. He had even conquered the Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the White Tiger continent. How could he shrink back from a mere Yuhua town's Ling family? Turning around, Ling Xiao hurriedly left and arrived at the Ling family. The guards had been changed, and their attitude towards him was obviously not as arrogant as before. A person's status and face were fought for with strength. Even the servants thought so in their hearts. He directly entered the Ling family's courtyard and walked towards grandfather Ling's central courtyard. The Ling family's courtyard was divided into 5 courtyards: east, west, north, south, and central. It was similar to the Black Tortoise continent. The central courtyard was where the Ling family's patriarch, grandfather Ling, lived. Ling Xiao had been here before, so he was familiar with the place. Just as he was about to step into grandfather Ling's residence, he was stopped once again. However, this time an old voice came from inside the house. "Let him in." That voice belonged to Ling family's patriarch, Ling Yuhua. Ling Xiao stepped into the house and realized that not only was Ling Yuhua there, but also Ling Tianxiong, who was poisoned by the plague. He sneered, looked at Ling Yuhua and said, "Grandfather, give me a house." "A house?" "That's right. I want to live in a place similar to Ling Bei's so that I can focus on my cultivation." Ling Xiao went straight to the point. "You think you can compare to Bei?" Ling Tianxiong mocked. "You should worry about your plague poison. It's not easy to cure." Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Tianxiong, then looked at Ling Yuhua and said, "Even that trash Ling Bei can have his own courtyard. I'm 10 times stronger than him. Why can't I have mine?" Ling Yuhua agreed to prepare a small courtyard for Ling Xiao, but he wanted Ling Xiao to agree to 2 conditions. "Say it." Ling Xiao said. "First, detoxify your uncle." "No problem." Anyway, Ling Xiao did not intend to poison Ling Tianxiong to death with the plague. Although the plague was powerful, Ling Tianxiong would be able to detoxify it sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Second, you have to defeat Huang Wu, and you cannot use more than 3 moves. Ling Yuhua said again. Sure. Huang Wu was even more useless than Ling Bei. Let alone 3 moves, Ling Xiao could finish him off in 1 move. He believed that Ling Yuhua was only doing this to test his aptitude. If his aptitude was good, Ling Yuhua would nurture him with all his might. If not, Ling Yuhua would abandon him. This old man was still so cold and heartless. After agreeing to Ling Yuhua's 2 conditions, Ling Xiao immediately detoxified Ling Tianxiong. To detoxify the plague in Ling Tianxiong's body, he only needed a special elixir pill. When the detoxification was completed, Huang Wu arrived. Let's begin. Huang Wu, use all your strength. It doesn't matter even if you kill him. Ling Yuhua said plainly. Yes, clan leader. Hearing Ling Yuhua's words, Huang Wu's eyes lit up, revealing a strong murderous intent. Huang Wu was taught a lesson by Ling Xiao earlier today. Later on, he received a treasure from Ling Tianxiong. It was specially made to deal with Ling Xiao. Therefore, he was confident that he could kill Ling Xiao here. Admittedly, the 2 of them didn't have any deep hatred, but he just couldn't bear to see this previously unknown kid suddenly become so arrogant and high-profile. He wanted to nip this bud in the bud. Vajra shield. Huang Wu immediately used the treasure that Ling Tianxiong gave him. It was a treasure shield made of Vajra. After it was used, martial artists below the Grotto Heaven realm would not be able to destroy it. Moreover, the Vajra shield had barbs. The fiercer the enemy's attack, the more damage he would suffer. Therefore, he believed that he was in an invincible position. When Ling Xiao was tired and covered in wounds, he would suddenly launch a counterattack. He would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. With a perfect plan in mind, Huang Wu hooked his finger at Ling Xiao and said, "Come on, you drunkard son. Let's see if you can break through my defense first before bragging about your strength." The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a disapproving smile. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Then, he lightly stepped on the ground, and the ground actually cracked open. His body shot out explosively. "Idiot, how dare you be so careless in front of the Vajra shield? You're really courting death." Ling Tianxiong looked at Ling Xiao and sneered disdainfully. He was worried that Ling Xiao would not dare to make a move after seeing the Vajra shield, but now it seemed that Ling Xiao was just an idiot. His worry was unnecessary. The fiercer your attack, the faster you'll die. Hurry up and die. How dare you compare yourself to our Bei? You don't know your place. Boom! In the next moment, Ling Tianxiong suddenly stood up. Because he saw an unbelievable scene. One punch, just one punch, not only did Ling Xiao completely destroy the Vajra shield, but he also knocked Huang Wu unconscious. Ling Yuhua, who was sitting there, was also surprised. In fact, in the Black Tortoise mainland, every family could have a martial artist who had entered the samsara. For example, the Ling family had 3 martial artists who had entered the samsara. The Chen family, which was as famous as them, also had 3. However, many of the martial artists who had entered the samsara did not have a solid foundation or did not have the seed of samsara. This caused their cultivation to not improve quickly after entering the samsara. This was also the meaning of the risk of entering the samsara. Previously, Ling Xiao had not shown his strength. He thought that Ling Xiao was just a good-for-nothing. Therefore, he did not care or love Ling Xiao at all. However, today, he suddenly realized that he might have been wrong. This kid was too strong. In 12 months, he could easily defeat a celestial realm martial artist. With such strength, if he continued to develop, he would definitely become the pillar of the Ling family. He was not afraid that Ling Xiao would hate him. As long as the Ling family could continue to develop, even if Ling Xiao killed him and replaced him, he would not care. Because he, Ling Yuhua, was such a person. Clansmen without talent and strength, their existence was a crime. This was his philosophy. Very good. Ling Yuhua clapped his hands and said, "Old He, take Ling Xiao down and arrange a small courtyard for him that is of the same grade as Bei's. Also, provide him with maids and servants. In the future, his cultivation resources will be on par with Bei's." "Father, you can't do this. Bei is your grandson. This kid is Ling Tai's son. Ling Tai is only your adopted son. Moreover, you did not treat Ling Tai well in the past. He will definitely hold a grudge." When Ling Tianxiong heard this, he naturally felt uncomfortable and hurriedly shouted at Ling Yuhua. "It is normal for him to hate me. If he has the ability to kill me, then let him. The Ling family patriarch has always been the strongest in the family." Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Tianxiong and said. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You really want to know who killed your father, right? As long as you can get first place in this year's annual assembly, I will tell you. I will investigate my father's murderer myself. However, I have another request." Ling Xiao said. "Speak." "I hope that if I get first place in the annual assembly, my father Ling Tai and my mother's memorial tablets can be placed in the Ling family ancestral hall." Ling Xiao said calmly. "Presumptuous. Are they worthy?" Ling Tianxiong scolded. "I am asking the patriarch. Do you want to replace the patriarch?" Ling Xiao looked at Ling Tianxiong coldly. His words shocked Ling Tianxiong. He quickly explained to Ling Yuhua. Ling Yuhua interrupted him and said to Ling Xiao, "As long as you can get first place in the annual assembly, not only will your parents enter the ancestral hall, but you will also be one of the heirs of the Ling family. Your status will be equivalent to my son's." "You are very realistic." "Alright, it's a deal." Ling Xiao felt that Ling Yuhua was extreme. However, he had to admit that such a person was easy to get along with. At least he did not have to worry about being schemed against. He turned and left with Old He. They moved into a small courtyard that had been renovated. There were flowers and plants, as well as a rockery and a pond. It was much better than the house he used to live in. Most importantly, the maids, servants, and guards were all arranged by the patriarch himself. As long as he did not leave this place, his safety would not be a problem. "Little Fifth, you will be the housekeeper of this courtyard from now on. If anyone dares to disobey you, tell me." Ling Xiao trusted Little Fifth very much. Although this person was a little honest, but in the most difficult time of their family, he still didn't abandon them. Where else could they find such a servant? Thus, he gave Little Fifth the greatest authority and helped Little Fifth cleanse his marrow and bones, allowing Little Fifth's cultivation to improve greatly. After moving into the new courtyard, Ling Xiao did not stay idle. Instead, he went to the Ling family's martial arts hall. His purpose was obviously to find a martial technique that he could use temporarily. Since he wanted to hide his identity now, he could not use his previous martial techniques casually. He was a member of the Ling family in Yuhua town. Naturally, he had to learn some martial techniques from the Ling family. According to the Ling family's rules, if one wanted to enter the martial arts hall, one had to be at least at the transcendent realm. Martial Vein realm martial artists were no different from ordinary people in the Black Tortoise continent. The martial techniques they used could be bought on the streets. Ling Xiao was already a First Revolution Heaven realm martial artist. Entering the martial arts hall was not a problem at all. However, he only wanted to recover his strength before leaving. He did not have the thought of staying to avenge his father. Therefore, he did not step into the martial arts hall. Along the way, the servants of the Ling family naturally talked about him. He had caused quite a ruckus today. He killed the guards, beat up Ling Bei, and hid his father in the Ling family's cemetery. This series of events was really surprising. After all, in the past 12 months, although he was a reincarnation realm martial artist, he had never shown his strength. Ling Xiao, stop right there. Therefore, living in the Ling family was troublesome. There were always flies pestering him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the martial arts hall, he was stopped by Ling Bei. This guy felt that he had not suffered enough from the last time. He actually came to find trouble with him again. However, he had his own things to do now. He could not be bothered with this guy. Directly bypassing Ling Bei, he walked straight into the martial arts hall. However, Ling Bei recklessly mocked behind his back, "Ling Xiao, I heard that you buried your drunkard father in the Ling family cemetery today. My father is magnanimous and did not argue with you. He said that burying a dog in the ancestral cemetery can be considered as a guard." Haha, Ling Xiao, don't you think so? You are really courting death. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked coldly at Ling Bei. If it was in the past, if someone called Ling Tai a drunkard or even a dog, he wouldn't do anything even though he would be angry. Because at that time, he just wanted to endure through this period of time. But today, since he had decided to sincerely acknowledge Ling Tai as his father, he would absolutely not allow anyone to insult his father. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and a slap flew out. However, his slap did not hit Ling Bei. A huge shadow suddenly appeared behind Ling Bei's back. This figure was like a valiant general from ancient times. He held a huge axe in his hand and easily blocked Ling Xiao's palm, saving Ling Bei's life. Martial spirit? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Only then did he recall that when he was dealing with Ling Bei had panicked and didn't even have time to use his martial soul. At this moment, he used it. Boom! After the fierce general martial soul blocked Ling Xiao's attack, it smashed its hammer again, causing Ling Xiao to retreat a few steps. Seeing this scene, Ling Bei was ecstatic. His fierce general martial soul was originally very strong. It was formed after the death of a fierce general from the sacred dynasty. After being beaten up by Ling Xiao today, he went to find grandfather Ling to help him strengthen this martial soul. This made the martial soul even stronger. With the same cultivation level and such a strong martial soul, he didn't believe that he couldn't take down Ling Xiao. Kid, if you want to step into the martial arts hall, you have to fight with me. Otherwise, there is no way. I am not afraid to tell you that the elder on duty in the martial arts hall is my father's master. If I don't let you in, then don't even think about going in unless you fight with me. Ling Bei clamored. Alright, if you want to be beaten up, then try. I will not go easy on you. Ling Xiao said indifferently and hooked his finger at Ling Bei. Don't think that you are stronger than me just because you won against me earlier. That was only because I was sneak attacked by you. Ling Bei roared and threw a punch at Su Chen. The martial spirit behind him had actually fused with his body. This ferocious punch was extremely overbearing and ferocious. Ling Xiao stared at Ling Bei's punch. In the past, he didn't even need to make a move. A look from him would be enough to make the other party commit suicide. However, it was different now. He had entered the cycle of reincarnation. In order to become stronger, he had to go through a period of weakness. When facing Ling Bei, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he would really fail miserably. He took a step back. The force behind his body penetrated his arms. The royal heaven power merged into his arms and blasted out. Bang, their fists collided in the air, producing a deafening explosion. It was as if two fireballs had exploded, and the force was sent flying in all directions. Ling Xiao took 3 steps back. However, Ling Bei also took 2 steps back. Without using his martial soul, Ling Xiao would have a hard time suppressing Ling Bei with his current strength. Furthermore, Ling Bei had obviously consumed a martial soul pill. The martial soul pill was a treasure. It could greatly increase the combat power of a martial soul for a period of time. After the pill's effect was over, it could still increase the combat power of a martial soul to a certain extent. This was a high-grade black rank pill. It couldn't be found in the White Tiger continent. It could only be found in the Black Tortoise continent. That Ling Yuhua was really biased towards this brat, to even let this brat consume such a thing. Drunkard son, you are quite strong. I used my martial soul to fight you, but you only took 3 steps back. If you used your martial soul, I'm afraid even I would lose. It's a pity that you are a piece of trash. I'm afraid you don't have a martial soul. Ling Bei sneered. Your strength is probably only at this level. Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. After speaking, he roared. The fierce general martial soul behind him flickered with a faint golden light. Ling Xiao frowned. This was the strengthening of the martial soul by the power of the bloodline. He didn't expect this small Yuhua town to have the power of the bloodline. However, so what if you have the power of the bloodline, so what if you have the fierce general martial soul? If I, Ling Xiao, can lose to a piece of trash like you, then how can I progress on the path of martial arts in the future? Ling Xiao believed that his opponent's combat experience was 1,000 miles away from his. Although his strength was still slightly weaker, in terms of experience, he could crush his opponent. Kill. After brewing for a while, Ling Bei summoned an axe from his storage ring. Holding it with both hands, he chopped down at Ling Xiao. This wasn't a spar. This was simply asking for Ling Xiao's life. On the axe, there was a strange golden light, which was exactly the same as the martial soul. When the two merged, there was an explosion of terrifying power. Ling Xiao stood there and didn't move. He only watched coldly as the axe chopped down at him. After Ling Bei poured his heart and soul into the axe, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Ling Xiao. He lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot. Ling Xiao used the power of earth to tilt the ground. Ling Bei didn't notice that he had tripped and dropped the axe in his hand. He fell to the ground. Bang! At this time, Ling Xiao finally moved. He stepped on Ling Bei's body and sneered mockingly, even if you're stronger than me, I'm afraid you won't be able to win against me. I won't kill you today for your father's sake, but one of your arms must be crippled. As he spoke, Ling Xiao deliberately glanced behind a wall not far away. He had already noticed that Ling Bei's father, Ling Tianxiong, and his son, Ling Wansui, were there. Ling Wansui was also an adopted son, so in the Ling family, although he was older than Ling Bei was still the eldest grandson. After all, adopted sons didn't have the right to inherit. However, Ling Wansui didn't have any sympathy for Ling Tai or Ling Xiao. Instead, he was extremely loyal to Ling Tianxiong. When they saw that Ling Bei had the upper hand, they didn't have any intention of stopping him. They clearly wanted to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. However, when they saw Ling Xiao stepping on Ling Bei and restraining him, the two of them released murderous intent at the same time. Unfortunately, in a situation where there was no way to defeat Ling Tianxiong and Ling Wansui, Ling Bei's life would have to be kept for the time being. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He didn't expect Ling Wansui to jump out from the corner and kick him. Drunkard son, you dare to hurt my brother? You're courting death. Ling Wansui didn't intend to reason with Ling Xiao. His kick was aimed at Ling Xiao's heart. Ling Xiao was already prepared for this, but he could only wave his arms to block it. Although he avoided the vital parts, he was still sent flying by the kick. Ling Wansui was older than Ling Bei, and his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Bei's. First Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, this cultivation was definitely not something that Ling Xiao, who was in the lower levels of the Sky Realm, could contend with. Therefore, it was normal for him to be sent flying. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't injured. His profound world body was too strong. Although his cultivation wasn't high enough, with this body, it wouldn't be easy for Ling Wansui, who was at the first grotto heaven realm, to injure him. However, as soon as he got up from the ground, Ling Wansui attacked again. This guy clearly wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao and avenge his brother Ling Bei. Ling Tianxiong stood aside and did not care. He allowed Ling Wansui to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. A pitch-black flower gradually appeared in his palm. He didn't want to hold back anymore. He wanted to use the night demon flower to kill Ling Wansui. Enough! A vigorous voice suddenly echoed from the martial arts hall, dissolving Ling Wansui's attack. At the same time, Ling Xiao gave up on the idea of using the night demon flower. There was no need to expose his identity just for Ling Wansui. If he wanted revenge, he would soon have the chance. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to reach the grotto heaven realm from the lower levels of the heaven realm. This is the martial arts hall, not a place for you to mess around. If you want to fight, get lost. The voice was still roaring. If he guessed correctly, it should be the martial arts hall's elder on duty. Boy, consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, I would have crippled you today. Ling Wansui stared coldly at Ling Xiao and turned to Ling Tianxiong. Father, brother, let's go. It's boring to fight with this kind of trash. The annual meeting is about to start. They should be back soon, right? Haha, that's right. There are a total of 4 disciples from the Ling family in Yuhua town. Besides you, who joined the Mystic Snake Demon sect, the other 3 have joined the Ling Long Palace, 7-Star Sword Palace, and Sky King sect. I'm afraid that these 3 will be your potential opponents in this year's annual meeting. Dealing with them is indeed more interesting than dealing with a piece of trash, not to mention a drunkard. Ling Tianxiong laughed proudly. This adopted son of his was really outstanding. Although he was not a martial artist who had reincarnated, he seemed to be more talented than Ling Xiao. Looking at the backs of Ling Tianxiong and the others, Ling Xiao sneered. Just you wait. I'll give all of you a surprise at the annual meeting. A martial artist who had reincarnated is not someone you ordinary martial artists can belittle. As for now, he planned to enter the martial arts hall to take a look. If there was a suitable martial technique, he would use it to practice and learn from others. After all, it was never a burden to have more skills. Even if he did not need this martial technique in the future, he could use it as a reference to comprehend other stronger moves. He, Ling Xiao, had always been like this. The moment he stepped into the martial arts hall, he felt a strong aura staring at him. It should be the elder on duty. However, he did not care. He was here to choose a martial technique, not to cause trouble. Even the clan head, Ling Yuhua, had agreed. The elder on duty would not dare to mess around. The classification of martial techniques in the Black Tortoise continent was naturally similar to the other continents. Ling Xiao was only a heaven realm martial artist. Therefore, the martial techniques he could choose could not exceed the low-tier jade grade. However, martial artists who had been through the reincarnation realm had a great understanding of martial techniques and the ability to innovate. This was especially true for Ling Xiao. He checked the gold grade and low-tier jade grade martial arts on the first and second floor of the martial arts hall. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally chose a gold grade low-tier sword art, falling star sword art. For Ling Xiao, there was no difference between top-tier jade grade martial arts and low-tier martial arts. This was because he could use his own ability to make the gold grade low-tier martial arts perfectly exert the power of top-tier jade grade martial arts. Other than the effect of the Tai Chi Eye, it was also because he had reincarnated and retained all his previous memories. A large number of martial arts intertwined and merged in his spirit ocean, complementing and perfecting each other. The reason why he chose the falling star sword art was mainly because Ling Xiao liked to use swords. Moreover, the falling star sword art not only contained sword moves, but also movement skills. The book said, body like a shooting star, sword like a star, lightning flashes, starlight arrives, heads fall. This book was really suitable for him. While holding the book, Ling Xiao had already begun to use the Tai Chi Eye to analyze and modify the falling star sword art. After an hour, the originally gold grade low-tier falling star sword art had been upgraded to the mid-tier jade grade. It was not that Ling Xiao could not continue to upgrade it, but that the mid-tier jade grade martial arts were more suitable for him as a first revolution heaven realm martial artist. Moreover, this level was not low. One must know that the strongest martial art in the Ling clan was only the high-tier Jade grade. Only the clan head was qualified to cultivate it. Putting down the book, Ling Xiao turned and left. An old man's gaze was still fixed on him. He seemed to be disappointed and confused. Under normal circumstances, the Ling clan's disciples could make a copy of the book and cultivate it at home. It was fine as long as it was not leaked. However, it seemed that Ling Xiao did not intend to do so. The elder on duty checked the falling star sword technique and found nothing special about it. He shook his head and said, "What a useless piece of trash." He actually chose the worst low-tier gold-grade martial art. I thought he could inherit his father's cultivation aptitude. One had to know that before Ling Tai's cultivation base was destroyed, his cultivation aptitude was much better than any of the Ling clan's geniuses. Let's not talk about the elder's disappointment in Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao learned the falling star sword technique, he returned to the small courtyard and began to cultivate. What surprised him was that cultivating a new martial art could actually improve his cultivation. After an hour of cultivation, his falling star sword technique had already reached the level of great accomplishment. After all, he was the one who improved the low-tier gold-grade martial art into a mid-tier jade-grade martial art. Therefore, he was very familiar with it. To cultivate it to the phenomenal level in one go, there was probably no one else in the Ling clan of Yuhua town other than him. Moreover, after the falling star sword technique was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, his cultivation had obviously improved by a large margin. From the low rank of the first revolution celestial realm, he had directly advanced to the middle rank of the first revolution celestial realm. Ling Xiao was as excited as if he had discovered a new continent. After all, this was the first time he had reincarnated, so he was not very clear on how to speed up his cultivation. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Who knew, if he had a new martial art in the future, he could also cultivate it. Since it could help improve his cultivation, why not? In the small courtyard, there was a medium-sized martial arts field, big enough for 4 or 5 people to practice martial arts together. On the martial arts field, there were wooden dummies placed there. These wooden dummies were not to be underestimated. They were all strengthened by arrays. Generally speaking, it was really difficult for a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist to break them. When Ling Xiao first moved here, he also tried to break them. It was indeed difficult to break them with ordinary fists. Now that he had cultivated the falling star sword technique, he wanted to give it a try. Therefore, he circulated his internal force and raised his hand. The ordinary iron sword in his hand released a dazzling sword aura like a falling star. Boom! In a moment, the wooden dummy was pierced into pieces. Moreover, each fragment had a clear and neat cut. It was obvious at a glance that it was made by a sharp blade. Interesting. This falling star sword technique actually contains 2 levels of sword intent, the fast sword intent and the sharp sword intent. Speed could catch the enemy off guard. Wasn't there a saying, in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible? Sharpness, on the other hand, meant that it was incomparably sharp, causing the destructive power of the sword chi to become even greater. If it's only fast or sharp, I'm afraid it won't work. Ling Xiao felt that he might have underestimated this ordinary sword technique in the past. After comprehending the concept, this ordinary martial technique was still very powerful after being modified. If the falling star sword art was upgraded to the peak of the jade grade, it would be even more powerful. Who? Ling Xiao lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, he thrust his sword at the top of the wall. A sharp sword chi pierced through the air. A scream came from the top of the wall. Ling Xiao quickly rushed out and found that a girl had fallen to the ground. Her hand was still bleeding from being stabbed by the sword chi. Ling Xiao had been merciful just now. Otherwise, this girl would have been beheaded. Of course, another reason was that this girl's cultivation was not weak. She was even stronger than Ling Wansui. She had actually reached the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. You're crazy. Do you want to kill me? The girl shouted loudly. Ling Xiao felt that this girl was a bit familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before. But he really couldn't remember. Because he was not familiar with the people of the Ling family, he didn't want to remember them. But speaking of which, this girl could be considered as a beauty. Although she couldn't be compared with Moon Maiden and Xianxia, she was still as beautiful as Cold Plum. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was used to seeing beauties. He didn't have much feelings for this girl. Climbing on other people's wall and peeping on them practicing martial arts. If I really kill you, I'm afraid no one will say anything wrong. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the girl in front of him. His attitude was very cold. What's so good about peeping on your broken falling star sword art? I know it too, and I'm better at it than you. The girl flew into a rage. The reason why I climbed the wall was because I wanted to see what my brother looked like. Your brother? Ling Xiao didn't know when he had such a sister. Yes, I'm the daughter of that bastard Ling Tianxiong. I'm also Ling Bei's sister. My name is Ling Jiaojiao. The girl shook the blood off her hand and said. For a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, a little flesh wound was really nothing. It could be healed very quickly. You actually called your father a bastard? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Why can't I? He's a bastard. My mother was angered to death by him. Ling Jiaojiao seemed to be very dissatisfied with Ling Tianxiong. But Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with other people's family matters. He casually said, Miss, I can pretend that today's matter didn't happen. You can go back. Indeed, there was nothing to peep on low-level gold martial skills. Hey, I just heard that you were beaten up by Brother Wan Sui, so I came to visit you. Why don't you appreciate it? Ling Jiaojiao was dissatisfied. I'm fine. Thank you for your kindness. Ling Xiao didn't want to get close to the Ling family. Other than his father being killed, it was also because he had to leave this place sooner or later. If he was too close to the people here, it would be easy to get in his way. To put it bluntly, most of the martial artists in the Black Tortoise Continent's Ling family were too weak. If they were too close to him, it would be dangerous. Humph, as if I care about you. Ling Jiaojiao snorted and turned to leave. Ling Xiao sighed. He wasn't an unreasonable person. He was happy that Ling Jiaojiao cared about him. But the problem was that his relationship with Ling Tianxiong was too bad. Once there was a dispute, he might really kill Ling Tianxiong. Although Ling Jiaojiao scolded her father as a bastard, when it came to life and death, her father was still her father. After Ling Jiaojiao left, Ling Xiao continued to practice the falling star sword art. He wasn't satisfied with the phenomenal success stage. If he wanted to practice, he had to reach the transcendent state. He was just like that. If he didn't do something, he wouldn't say anything. But if he really did do it, he would insist on it to perfection. When the sky was getting dark, Ling Zhao's falling star sword art had reached the perfect stage. But it wasn't that difficult to reach the transcendent state. He looked at the sky and decided to take a rest. Although he was eager to improve his cultivation and combat strength, there were still some things he needed to do. One was to find the real murderer of his father. The other was to find the reincarnation of the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady's situation was different from his. She entered the reincarnation stage voluntarily and could retain her memory. But the Moon Lady would temporarily lose her original memory in the 10 reincarnations. It was the real reincarnation. Because the Moon Lady's memories were temporarily sealed, she couldn't possibly find Ling Xiao of her own accord. Only Ling Xiao could find the Moon Lady. It was naturally more troublesome to find the Moon Lady alone, so Ling Xiao hid a strand of his divine sense in Little Fifth's soul realm. He asked Little Fifth to help find the Moon Lady. As long as Little Fifth met the Moon Lady, his divine sense would detect it. This was much more convenient. Little Fifth only needed to wander around Yuhua town. You guys look after the house. I'll go out for a while. After instructing a few servants, Ling Xiao left the small courtyard alone. However, just as he stepped out of the Ling family courtyard, a strong gust of wind suddenly attacked him. He dodged it, and when he wanted to look for the person who had attacked him, there was no trace of him. He turned around and saw a flying dagger stuck on the door. There was also a note on it. He pulled out the flying dagger and took down the note. There was a line of words written in blood, "Young master, save me." It was signed by Little Fifth, and there was an address. Who was it? They didn't even let Little Fifth go. Ling Xiao knew very well that this was a trap. The other party kidnapped Little Fifth and forced her to write a letter in blood to lure him out. However, he had no choice but to go. Little Fifth was able to stay by his side when his family was at its lowest. If he didn't dare to go because he was afraid of a trap, then he would be too cowardly. This was definitely not Ling Zhao's character. Very good. How dare you kidnap my people? I will let you know what fear is. Ling Xiao ignited a ball of flame in his hand and burned the note to ashes. Then, he ran out according to the address on the note. He used the meteor steps that he learned from the falling star sword art. Although this escape technique couldn't compare to his light flash godly steps and shadow steps, he wasn't afraid of being suspected if he used it in front of others. Moreover, his speed was relatively fast. The address on the note was in a rundown temple outside Yuhua town. The rundown temple was very far from the town and was very remote. It was definitely a good place to kill someone. It was such an obvious trap that even an idiot could see it. Those people who kidnapped Little Fifth probably knew it too. As long as they kidnapped Little Fifth, even if Ling Xiao knew it was a trap, he would definitely come back. The dilapidated temple soon appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Through the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao could clearly see the structure of the dilapidated temple and the people inside. Little Fifth was not dead yet. He was tied up and shivering in the corner. There were more than a dozen people in the dilapidated temple. All of them were martial artists, and each of their cultivation was no less than the celestial realm. These people were not masked, but they were all unfamiliar faces. In any case, Ling Xiao had never seen them before. Save Little Fifth first, then kill these bastards. Ling Xiao decided on a plan and finally disappeared into the darkness. He used the shadow steps to approach the ruined temple and at the same time released his Gemini martial spirits. This was the wilderness, which was suitable for the other party to kill him. Of course, it was also suitable for him to destroy the other party. The kidnappers sat in the ruined temple, chatting idly and eating meat. They seemed to be a little impatient from waiting. Motherf **Ker, making me wait in the wilderness for almost an hour. Is that Ling Xiao really willing to jump into our trap for such a servant? The leader, a bald man, cursed. He will definitely come. Because when he was in dire straits, only this servant was willing to follow him. That kid is a sentimental person, he will definitely come. Another person dressed like a scholar said with a smile. Humph, that kid dared to make me wait for so long. When he comes, I will kill him. The bald man snorted coldly and stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. However, at that moment, he saw blood flowing out from his throat. A sharp iron sword pierced into his throat, and even that piece of meat was dyed red. I'm here. Unfortunately, the one who will die will be you. Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded from behind the bald man. At this moment, Little Fifth had already been rescued by the Gemini martial spirits. Ling Xiao could deal with these people freely. His sword pointed at the scholar and said, "Tell me, who ordered you to kidnap Little Fifth? Tell me the answer and I will let you live." Although he was not tall enough, the blood dripping from the iron sword made people forget that he was only the size of a 12-year-old child. Kill him! The scholar suddenly shouted. At the same time, a strange page appeared behind him and actually swallowed his body. After that, he disappeared. Ling Xiao wanted to chase after him. However, more than 10 people rushed in from outside and he had already lost the best opportunity. What a strange martial spirit. Next time, I will not let you escape. The Black Tortoise continent was indeed more mysterious. He had never seen such a strange martial spirit before. He did not expect that there would be a Heaven Realm warrior here. However, it was really a waste. He was just about to deal with these warriors and leave when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. In this room, there seemed to be something else. He turned his head and found that in the corner of the room, there was a sack. Through the Tai Chi eye, he saw a girl who was tied up. This girl was none other than Ling Jiaojiao. He hurriedly untied the sack and released Ling Jiaojiao. However, this girl seemed to have gone crazy and kept crying. Demonic madness powder. She was actually poisoned with demonic madness powder. Ling Xiao was shocked. Ling Jiaojiao was only a 16-year-old girl. Who had such a big grudge with her that they actually poisoned her with demonic madness powder, One must know that once this demonic madness powder was eaten, it would make people crazy. Not to mention practicing martial arts, even ordinary people would not be able to do it. It was even more terrifying and evil than cultivation dissipation powder. The people in the room listen up. Let Jiao Jiao go and we will let you live. Just as Ling Xiao was in shock, he suddenly realized that the dilapidated temple was already surrounded. Hundreds of martial artists had appeared here, as if it had been arranged in advance. Moreover, the person who shouted was none other than Ling Wansui. It's a trap within a trap. Ling Xiao instantly understood. This Ling Wansui was really ruthless. He did not hesitate to make Ling Jiao Jiao eat demonic madness powder to frame him and then kill him with a justifiable reason. What kind of deep hatred was this, he simply could not understand. He had heard that Ling Wansui hated Ling Jiao Jiao. Because Ling Wansui was adopted, Ling Tianxiong wanted to marry Ling Jiao Jiao to Ling Wansui. However, Ling Jiao Jiao was not willing. Therefore, the contradiction was born. Just for such a matter, he did this. This Ling Wansui's heart was really vicious. He did not know whether Ling Tianxiong was involved or not. If even that guy was involved, this was really like a tiger eating its own cubs. The human heart was really scary. However, he would not give Ling Wansui the opportunity to slander him. Glancing at Ling Jiao Jiao, Ling Xiao exchanged places with his Gemini martial spirit and then put away his Gemini martial spirit. Where is he? When Ling Wansui rushed into the temple, he was furious when he didn't see Ling Xiao. I don't know. He was just here. The people guarding the temple were naturally arranged by Ling Wansui. Ling Wansui originally planned to kill all of them to silence them. That way, the dead could not testify and no one would be able to help Ling Xiao. But now, the plan had fallen through. They didn't catch Ling Xiao at the scene, which would take a lot of effort. Returning to the small courtyard of the Ling family, Ling Xiao took something out of his pocket. It was a storage ring. His storage ring was still buried somewhere in the western region. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to take it. So, it was really not easy to get this thing. Poor him, he was the young master of the Ling family in Yuhua town, but he didn't even have a storage ring. He had gotten it from the bald man he had killed. This kind of low-level storage ring didn't have any spiritual imprint. It was just a mobile warehouse. Ling Xiao poured his soul power into it and quickly found the things stored in the storage ring. There were a lot of spirit stones and money, which were precious to Ling Xiao at this stage. What he didn't expect was that there was a rare, celestial marrow cleansing pill in the storage ring. The celestial marrow cleansing pill could help warriors of the celestial realm break through quickly and improve their strength. Ling Xiao could also refine this kind of pill, but the problem was that he didn't have the materials. He could be considered lucky to have actually gotten his hands on one. With this pill and the spirit stones in the storage ring, I guess I can reach the high level of the celestial realm by tonight. Ling Xiao now had a very strong sense of urgency. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, not to mention the powerful enemies of the past, he couldn't even deal with the cats and dogs he met now. Strength was everything. With strength, it should be more convenient to find the whereabouts of the Moon Lady. Thinking of this, he did not waste any more time and directly entered the secret room. Then, he used a formation to seal the door of the secret room to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Only then did he begin to cultivate. When others used pills and spirit stones, they had to pay attention to many problems. But he didn't need it. He directly grabbed it and put it in his mouth, then swallowed it in big chunks. His body would automatically digest these pills and spirit stones, turning them into his own strength and cultivation base. After a night, Ling Xiao stretched himself. After a night of cultivation, his cultivation had once again broken through, breaking through from the middle level of First Revolution Celestial Realm to the high level of First Revolution Celestial Realm. It could be said that this level of cultivation was already invincible among ordinary Celestial Realm martial artists. He could even fight against ordinary First Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists without being at a disadvantage. Time to go out. Ling Xiao opened the door to the secret chamber and prepared to reward himself with a sumptuous meal after exiting the secret chamber. However, the moment he opened the door of the secret room, he suddenly sensed two murderous auras coming from the side. How dare you? Within the Ling family, someone dares to sneak attack me in my small courtyard. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Ling Xiao didn't even look. With a flash of sword light in his hand, two meteor-like sword chi stabbed to the left and the right at the same time. After two screams, two corpses had fallen to the ground. Ling Xiao stepped forward and turned the corpses over with his feet. He couldn't help but frown. If he was not mistaken, the corpses should be the servants of Ling Tianxiong, the first master of the Ling family. What will come will come. I'd like to see how you people want to slander me. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile as he quickly walked out of the secret room. He didn't hide, but walked openly to the martial arts field of the small courtyard. Because at this time everyone was gathered there. Little Fifth was beaten and covered in blood, lying motionless on the ground. The rest of the maids and manservants had obviously betrayed him, standing behind the group of people trembling. The leader wasn't Ling Tianxiong, but Ling Wansui. However, there were many young masters and young ladies of the Ling family with him. He didn't know if they were here to cheer for Ling Wansui or to laugh at him. That guy is here. Kill him. He's the one who colluded with the kidnappers to kill Jiao Jiao. When people saw Ling Xiao appear, they all shouted with righteous indignation, as if Ling Xiao had committed a heinous crime. To be honest, Ling Xiao had already thought about today's matter yesterday. He knew that Ling Wansui had arranged such a meticulous plan, but he still managed to escape, so he must be unwilling. Today, he must have come to find trouble with him. He just didn't expect this idiot to be so anxious. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to those cursing voices. After such a long time, he had already gotten used to these people's opinions. He walked straight to Little Fifth. At this time, Little Fifth was sitting below Ling Bei, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. Ling Xiao decided to go on a killing spree here today. Even the heavens wouldn't be able to stop him. Whoever dared to stop him, he would destroy them. He wouldn't even hesitate to destroy the Ling family. He had this ability, but it consumed a lot of energy. It could be said that to kill 1,000 enemies, he would lose 500 of his own. It wasn't as much as 800, but it wasn't a move that could be used frequently. However, if he was forced into a corner, he wouldn't care so much. Get lost. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Bei, his cold eyes revealing a strong killing intent. At that moment, Ling Bei actually jumped up. He was shocked, feeling as if there were countless swords stabbing towards him. Walking over, Ling Xiao helped Little Fifth up and checked his injuries. It was really serious. If he wasn't treated immediately, he would really die. You are all high and mighty young masters and young ladies, living a life of debauchery all day, but you have to make life difficult for a servant. Are you very proud? Ling Xiao was very angry, but his expression was very calm. If someone was familiar with Ling Xiao, they would know that this was the calm before the storm. The calmer it was, the more terrifying the anger would be. Humph, he deserves it. Following a master like you, it's a miracle that he didn't die. It's still those people who are smart, they know to abandon the dark for the light. Ling Wansui coldly snorted and said, You guys, don't you think so? Yes. The maids and manservants responded loudly. They really looked down on Ling Xiao, and now that Ling Wansui was their master, there were so many young masters and young ladies here. They weren't worried that Ling Xiao would dare to do anything to them. Those who betray me, only death awaits. Ling Xiao's cold voice came out of his mouth. One of his hands pressed on Little Fifth's back, healing him. Although it was impossible to heal Little Fifth, at least he could save his life and slowly heal him later. He was a pharmacist, so Little Fifth could definitely recover his health. Whoever hurt his people would have to pay 10 times the price, whoever betrayed him would have to die. There was nothing much to say. Ling Xiao had always done things this way. When those people heard Ling Xiao's sinister words, they cowered a little. In the end, they were still cowards. What are you afraid of? With me here, he can't touch you. Ling Wansui put his hands behind his back and looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. He had no grudge against Ling Xiao. But Ling Tianxiong hated Ling Xiao. In order to make Ling Tianxiong value him more and give him more benefits, he naturally had to perform and kill Ling Xiao. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he believed that Ling Tianxiong would repay him. As for the matter of Ling Jiaojiao taking the demonic psychosis powder, he naturally hid it from Ling Tianxiong. Although Ling Tianxiong was arrogant and stubborn, and even bullied the weak and feared the strong, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. He treated Ling Jiaojiao like that only because this woman refused to marry him and embarrassed him in front of everyone. Using the incident with Ling Xiao to make Ling Jiaojiao crazy was to kill two birds with one stone. He had Ling Xiao in his grasp today. Everyone in the family was willing to believe him, not to mention he had witnesses and evidence. The witnesses were the kidnappers. As for the evidence, it was Ling Xiao's jade pendant that was left at the scene. Of course, this jade pendant was also stolen by the manservant of the Ling Xiao clan and placed there. The plan was simple and had many loopholes, but in the Ling family, it could be said to be flawless. Because no one would speak up for Ling Xiao. As long as he used this reason to kill Ling Xiao, everything would be over. The family would not even investigate and would only throw all the blame on Ling Xiao. Wonderful, it was simply marvelous. The more he thought about it, the smarter he felt. All these years of cultivation in the outer sect of the mysterious snake demon sect were not in vain. Not only had his cultivation improved, but he had also become more experienced in the way he handled things. If I want to kill them, can you stop me? Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly thrust his sword forward. How dare you? Ling Wansui waved his fists and blocked the attack. No one can do anything to the people I want to protect. Ah. As soon as he finished speaking, someone behind him let out a blood-curdling scream and was decapitated on the spot. Ling Zhao's sword was too fast. Even though his cultivation was higher than Ling Zhao's, he could not block that terrifying sword light. This scene truly shocked Ling Wansui. Previously at the entrance of the martial arts hall, Ling Xiao didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance in front of him. Today, Ling Xiao was actually able to kill the person he wanted to protect in front of him. Ah! Another scream rang out. Wherever the sword light pointed, blood splattered and heads fell to the ground. There was only killing intent in Ling Zhao's eyes. There was no pity at all. Traitors must die. This was his principle. What's more, these people, after relying on Ling Wansui, still shamelessly mocked him and ridiculed him. If he didn't kill all these people, how could he establish himself in the mystic world in the future? Kill. Another sword, blood splattered everywhere. Ling Wansui wanted to stop it, but there was no way. Although his cultivation was higher than Ling Zhao's, his speed was not as fast as Ling Zhao's. Every time he was slower by a beat. He could only watch helplessly as the maids and servants died, leaving only one alive. It was not that Ling Xiao couldn't kill them, but he deliberately left them alive. Young Master Ling Xiao, please spare my life. I stole your jade pendant and gave it to the kidnappers. Ling Xiao had already known about this earlier. He had kept him alive so that he could make him say this. Just tell the truth. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and turned back to Little Fifth. At this time, although Little Fifth was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead, there was no guarantee that no one would use him to threaten him. Therefore, protecting Little Fifth in time was the best choice. However, the servant didn't survive in the end. Ling Xiao didn't kill him, but he was killed by Ling Wansui. Ling Wansui's palm strike was to vent his anger, but also because the manservant had told the truth. Young Master Wansui, did you hear that? My jade pendant was given to the kidnappers by him. Your evidence is simply a joke. Ling Xiao indifferently looked at Ling Wansui, then looked at the so-called witness, a kidnapper. The other kidnappers were probably killed by Ling Wansui, leaving only this one. Are you sure it was me who gave Ling Jiaojiao the crazy demon powder? While speaking, he opened his right eye's three-leaf demonic pupil and injected a terrifying soul force into the kidnapper's soul realm. No. It wasn't you. I don't know who it was, but Ling Wansui told me to slander you, saying that you gave Ling Jiaojiao the powder. The kidnapper's eyes glazed over for a moment, then he told the truth. It seems that Ling Wansui was very careful. He didn't let anyone know that he gave Ling Jiaojiao the crazy demon powder. Therefore, the kidnapper only said that Ling Wansui wanted to frame Ling Xiao, but didn't say who used the crazy demon powder to harm Ling Jiaojiao. Buzz. The scene suddenly went into an uproar. Before coming here, Ling Wansui's two pieces of evidence turned out to be fake. The evidence was fake, and the witness was also fake. Then, Ling Xiao was innocent. Some people in the crowd began to talk about it. This Ling Wansui is a bit too much. Even if Ling Xiao can't do it, he is still a member of our Ling family. Doing this is despicable. What's so despicable about it? Maybe Ling Xiao bribed everyone, and the kidnapper was originally one of his people. Of course, he would exonerate him. Some people thought that Ling Wansui was too much, and some people still thought that this was Ling Zhao's conspiracy. However, what they said didn't make much sense. If Ling Wansui could kill Ling Xiao, then this dispute would be over. You drunkard son, how dare you slander me? Good, very good. Do you think that just because you killed the person I wanted to protect, you are invincible in the world? Today, I will kill you and make you understand. No matter how much you struggle, you are just an idiot who chose the wrong path. You want to learn from others and reincarnate? If you were really in the rebirth realm, then you would be so awe-inspiring. Ling Wansui wanted to kill. Because he had to kill Ling Xiao, otherwise, many things couldn't be explained. Only when Ling Xiao died, there would be no evidence, and he would be safe. I don't think there is anything wrong with reincarnating. On the contrary, those who don't want to reincarnate are timid and ridiculous. They are destined to be rebirth realm martial artists, and will never be able to become an immortal. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Wansui, sword intent wrapped around the iron sword in his hand. Since Ling Wansui wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. Ha 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 ha, you want to become an immortal? Today, I will let you die, so that you can forget about it. Ling Wansui laughed. He liked to kill these reincarnated martial artists because it gave him a sense of accomplishment. Think about it, a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist killing a former Rebirth Realm martial artist, how satisfying would that be? The only one who will die here today is you. Ling Xiao faced Ling Wansui calmly. You are just an ant. You don't know what reincarnation is. With your cultivation, even 10 of you won't be a match for me. Bull****. If I don't kill you today, I will change my surname to Dog. Ling Wansui was completely annoyed. Ling Xiao, who was usually quiet and didn't even dare to speak loudly, actually dared to yell at him in front of his face. He even killed the person he was supposed to protect. This kind of humiliation was unbearable for Ling Wansui. Last time, it was the elder on duty of the martial arts hall who saved you. This time, let's see who can save you. Kill. Ling Wansui suddenly roared, and the terrifying aura of the Grotto Heaven realm burst out. Boom, the powerful aura burst out, scaring the onlookers and forcing them to retreat dozens of meters away. Only Ling Xiao, Ling Wansui, and Little Fifth were left on the martial arts field. I advise you not to care about that slave's life or death. Otherwise, you won't even be able to take one move from me. A terrifying shadow appeared behind Ling Wansui. It was a strange giant snake. It spat out its tongue and stared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had seen the snake-shaped martial soul before, so it wasn't that rare. However, the martial arts that Ling Wansui learned from the mystic snake demon sect was probably more compatible with this martial soul. The combination of the two was definitely powerful. It couldn't be underestimated. But, Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't just get the Empyrean marrow cleansing elixir and spirit stones from the Baldi. He also got something else. That was the martial soul. In order to not expose his identity, Ling Xiao wouldn't directly release any of his martial souls. After all, this was the Western region, and he didn't have a good relationship with the 5 major factions of the Western region. Especially since the Mystic Snake Demon sect and the Linglong Palace had a deep grudge. He had to be extra cautious. Therefore, if he wanted to use his martial soul, he could only snatch it from others. At worst, he could just throw it away after his cultivation recovered. Fortunately, even if the Tyrant Heaven's martial spirit did not appear, it could still release the Tyrant Heaven's force to strengthen other martial spirits. In this way, no matter what martial spirit he used, he could make his opponent suffer. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't really like the Baldi's martial soul, and it wasn't suitable for him to use. However, it wasn't a bad idea to be particular about it. Boom, similarly, a terrifying aura erupted from Ling Xiao's body. Behind him, an illusory figure also appeared. The bald man's martial spirit was actually a bear martial spirit. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to have a martial soul. When the giant bear shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao, everyone was stunned. For a long time, there had been rumors in the family that Ling Xiao did not have a martial spirit. However, the appearance of this martial spirit had shattered this rumor. Alright, since we both have animal-type martial souls, let's see who can perform better. Ling Wansui sneered. He was surprised that Ling Xiao had a martial spirit. However, the difference in cultivation wasn't something that a martial soul could make up for. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had a martial soul, and so did he. Snake fist! Ling Wansui shouted. His figure flashed, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Ling Xiao. His hands suddenly became extremely soft, as if there were no bones in them. His hands blasted out dozens of fist shadows, which were so dense that people couldn't tell if they were real or fake. Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't as high as his opponent's, so he didn't plan to fight head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. His speed was his advantage. As long as he could find Ling Wansui's flaw, then suddenly attack, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Dodge my ass, you really have no balls. You were so tough just now, but in the end, you don't even dare to take a punch from young Master Wansui. Trash will always be trash. It's a waste to have such a strong martial spirit. That's right, you're just like a mouse. You might as well get a mouse martial spirit. Ha 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 ha, well said. Mocking voices came from the crowd, but they were all from Ling Wansui's group. They saw that Ling Wansui couldn't attack Ling Xiao and were afraid that Ling Wansui would have an accident, so they deliberately provoked him with words. This kind of provocation was especially effective against young people. Most of the young people who heard such words would fly into a rage and lose their minds. However, Ling Xiao only smiled indifferently, not taking their words seriously. What others said had nothing to do with him. The process didn't matter either. As long as he was able to kill Ling Wansui, then the one who had the last laugh would be him. Ling Xiao, you trash, after talking for so long, do you dare to take a punch from me? Ling Wansui's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. To be honest, although his strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's, of course, this was only what he thought. But if he couldn't catch Ling Xiao, then he wouldn't have 100 million. He knew that if this continued for a long time, the one who would suffer in the end would be him. Because every time he attacked, he wanted to kill his opponent, so he consumed a lot of inner qi. If this continued, the first one to fall would be him. No, I have to think of a way, otherwise I will make a fool of myself today. Ling Wansui suddenly looked at Little Fifth. His eyes flashed with a trace of treacherous ruthlessness. You Ling Xiao, didn't you say that you won't fight me head-on? Good, then I will use that kid to bait you, I'm not afraid that you won't submit. Thinking of this, he suddenly attacked Ling Xiao with a few punches, then suddenly retreated and pounced at Little Fifth. However, while rushing at Little Fifth, he secretly circulated his inner qi, paying attention to Ling Xiao's movements. Ling Wansui. You are courting death, violent bear strike. He didn't pull out his sword because it was too late. Ling Xiao directly used his martial spirit and attacked Ling Wansui's back. Haha, just in time. Ling Wansui thought that his plan had succeeded, so he prepared a punch at Ling Xiao. In the void, a black python collided with a black bear, and then exploded with a loud bang. Black smoke filled the air, scaring all of the Ling family's young masters and young ladies. They thought that Ling Wansui could easily crush Ling Xiao, but they didn't expect that this collision would cause such a terrible effect. This showed that Ling Xiao's attack was not weak at all. When the black smoke dissipated, they saw that Ling Xiao and Ling Wansui's arms were trembling. However, Ling Xiao's was actually a little lighter. In terms of attack power, Ling Wansui was indeed stronger, but in terms of strength, Ling Xiao was a level higher. Don't forget that he still had the terrifying mysterious world body. Even if he reincarnated, he wouldn't lose it, but he wouldn't be as strong as before. Otherwise, Ling Wansui wouldn't be able to hurt him. Your fist doesn't seem to be much. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Ling Wansui. You keep saying that I don't dare to fight you head-on, keep saying that you can kill me with one punch, but the result? Are you farting? Hey, young Master Wansui, don't be merciful. Yes, young Master Wansui, you didn't go to Spring Wind House yesterday, right? Why do I feel that my hands and feet are weak? The crowd burst into laughter. Almost everyone thought that Ling Wansui didn't use his full strength. In a head-on collision, Ling Xiao and Ling Wansui were evenly matched. This caused some discordant voices to be heard from the crowd. Many people seemed to think that Ling Wansui was being lenient. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't be so relaxed. However, only Ling Wansui knew that Ling Xiao's arm contained a terrifying power. Was this guy a body refinement martial artist before he entered the reincarnation cycle? How can his strength be so terrifying? Ling Wansui's face was very ugly. He used a very shameless method to force Ling Xiao to fight him head-on. He thought that he could easily take down Ling Xiao. But now, it was extremely embarrassing. His face was burning as if he had been ruthlessly slapped. Hee, I thought your fist was very powerful. You couldn't wait to fight me head-on. I didn't expect it to be so weak. Ling Xiao mocked. At this time, Ling Wansui's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't calm down. Just yesterday, he had beaten Ling Xiao to the point that he couldn't fight back. But today, this guy was able to fight evenly with him. No, he couldn't let this guy live. Not even for an hour. Otherwise, he didn't know how strong this guy could be. Just now, I was being lenient because you are also a descendant of the Ling clan. This time, you won't be so relaxed. Ling Wansui shamelessly lied. However, the second half of his sentence was sincere. My master is the mystic snake demon sect. The martial skills I learned are many times stronger than those in the Ling clan's martial hall. You better kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, if I attack again, you will die without a burial place. As he spoke, his body released a terrifying black aura. The snake martial soul behind him constantly roared. Suddenly, a huge black snake head appeared between his fists. At that moment, the air seemed to be intimidated by the black snake head. A terrifying aura and pressure spread out, causing the Ling clan disciples who were whispering to each other to retreat. That's the Black Snake Devil Sect's low-tier jade grade martial skill that young Master Wansui mentioned, Black Snake Roar. What a terrifying pressure. Young Master Wansui had shown mercy earlier. He should have already reached the great perfection stage of the jade grade martial skill. Ling Xiao is dead for sure this time. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Ling Wansui's terrifying black snake roaring, and couldn't help but laugh. The Ling clan already has a low-level jade grade martial skill, yet you chose to forsake what is close at hand for what is far away. How laughable. Today, I will use the Ling clan's low-level gold grade martial skill to defeat you. I will let you understand that in my eyes, you are not even comparable to trash. Go to hell. Black Snake Roar. Ling Wansui was infuriated. He punched out with both fists, and a huge black figure roared as it pounced toward Ling Xiao. The black smoke it spat out terrified the crowd. A low-level gold grade martial skill against a low-level jade grade martial skill. That Ling Xiao must have been so scared that his mind is muddled, right? Mocking voices could be heard from the crowd. However, Ling Xiao just smiled indifferently. How could such a fool understand the terror of a martial artist who had entered the reincarnation realm? Falling Star Sword Art. I just learned a sword art from the martial arts hall yesterday. You all should know that it is a low-level gold grade martial skill. Ling Xiao slowly drew out his iron sword. In fact, if he didn't use a weapon now, he might be more powerful than if he used a weapon. However, that would be too inconceivable, and it would easily expose his identity. Therefore, this iron sword was just for show, used to hide his identity. Therefore, it didn't matter if it was good or not. Even if Ling Xiao used the flying leaves, it would still be a terrifying killing weapon, not to mention the iron sword was actually even more powerful. It can't be, it really is the Falling Star Sword Art. The crowd exclaimed because everyone knew that the Falling Star Sword Art was indeed a low-level gold grade martial skill. At this moment, Ling Xiao raised the iron sword in his hand and suddenly released a bright starlight. Internal force emerged from his body, much stronger than that of an ordinary Heaven Realm martial artist. His internal force was not only profound internal force, but it was also profound internal force after the first revolution. It was purer and more essence than before. Therefore, with the same internal force, he was much stronger. This was also the premise that he could defeat Ling Wansui, the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, with a high-level Heaven Realm cultivation. When the starlight appeared, Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced out. At that moment, the iron sword tore apart the black snake's body and then pierced through Ling Wansui's body. Ling Wansui was like a pitiful little animal, pierced through by Ling Xiao's iron sword. His face was full of horror and disbelief. In just 2 moves, Ling Xiao had severely injured Ling Wansui, the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. This was simply unbelievable. All the Ling clan's disciples were stunned. They looked at this scene stupidly and didn't know what to say for a long time. How is this possible? How can a low-level gold-grade sword skill be so powerful? Yes, this is impossible. How can the falling star sword skill so easily cripple the black snake roar? Could it be that a low-level jade-grade martial skill is inferior to a low-level gold-grade martial skill? That kid must have used some despicable means. He must have used some despicable means to give Jiao Jiao the demonic madness powder. He must have used some other despicable means. As soon as this person finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck and then a sharp pain came. He was horrified to find that his eyes could actually see his own body, but there was no head on his neck. Those who slander me must be killed. Ling Xiao instantly killed the person who slandered him and then returned to his original position. Ling Wansui was still stabbed by his sword. The crowd didn't even see clearly that he had moved. If the person next to him hadn't been killed. If it hadn't been for Ling Xiao's warning, they would have thought that Ling Xiao had been standing there the whole time. At this time, Ling Xiao's terrifying internal force had seeped into Ling Wansui's body. His entire body was unable to move, only his consciousness was still clear. However, at this time, he no longer had his previous frivolity and complacency. He had become incomparably terrified, like a frightened bird. Trash like you, I've seen a lot of people before I entered samsara. You can't do it yourself, but you still like to suppress others. I've seen a lot of people like you, but they're basically all destroyed. I have no enmity with you, but you scheme to frame me and put me to death. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am easy to bully? Today, I'll kill you in front of these people and let them understand that a martial artist who has entered samsara is not someone you can bully just because you want to. Don't kill me, Ling Wansui shouted in horror. He understood, he really understood. The martial artists who had entered samsara were all people who had experienced a very terrifying cultivation process. It was too difficult to kill these people. To go against such a person, the final result might be very miserable. Even if he really killed the other party, the gains would not make up for the losses. Looking at Ling Xiao's cruel and cold eyes, Ling Wansui knew that this person must have killed a lot of people before entering reincarnation. That terrifying murderous aura, even after entering reincarnation, still existed. Scared? Now you want to beg for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? If it was just a few words of humiliation, Ling Xiao would not have killed the other party. But this Ling Wansui used the demonic madness powder to destroy Ling Jiao Jiao, and then used this matter to frame him. Not only did he want to kill him, but he also wanted to destroy his reputation. With such a vicious heart, it would be a disaster to keep it alive. It would be better to kill it and get rid of all future troubles. Thinking of this, the iron sword in his hand moved, and he was about to completely destroy Ling Wansui. But at this moment, a cold light suddenly shot from a distance. What followed was a tender voice, "Stop it." Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated. This attack was very strong, much stronger than Ling Wansui. With his current cultivation, he was still unable to confront it head-on. After standing still, Ling Xiao looked at the person who came. The person who came was none other than the Ling family's outer disciple who joined Linglong Palace, Ling Moyu. Ling Moyu had always been considered one of the Ling family's most outstanding geniuses. Only the person who joined 7-Star Sword Palace could suppress her. In other words, Ling Moyu was ranked second among the Ling family's younger generation. Along with Ling Mou, there was also a young master who looked like a jade tree in the wind. Similar in age to Ling Moyu, Ling Xiao also had an impression of him. He seemed to be from Yuhua Town's Chen family. It was said that he was Ling Moyu's fiancé. He seemed to be called Chen Kuan. There was still a big conflict between him and Chen Kuan. The Ling family and the Chen family had a good relationship on the surface, but the undercurrent was turbulent and had been secretly fighting. Because the Ling family was not good to Ling Xiao, Chen Kuan tried to use Ling Xiao to deal with the Ling family. As a result, he was rejected by Ling Xiao. It was not that Ling Xiao had any feelings for the Ling family, but mainly because he knew what kind of thing Chen Kuan was. After using him, he would inevitably kill him. He was not an idiot. Because of this matter, Chen Kuan had always held a grudge in his heart and repeatedly humiliated Ling Xiao in public. At that time, Ling Xiao only wanted to live through this period of time peacefully, so he didn't make a fuss about it. Furthermore, he wasn't Chen Kuan's match at that time. This was how the grudge between the two of them was formed. Now that Chen Kuan had appeared, he had probably heard that Ling Wansui wanted to kill him and had come to laugh at him. However, what Chen Kuan didn't expect was that he didn't see Ling Wansui as a joke. Instead, he saw Ling Wansui being taught a lesson. He coldly glanced at Chen Kuan and noticed the vigilance in Chen Kuan's eyes. Very clearly, Chen Kuan started to have some apprehension towards him. Young master of the Chen clan, if you come to our Ling clan as you please, you might lose your life one day. Ling Xiao sneered and said, don't think that just because some things have passed, no one will mention it. I remember it very clearly in my heart. You shut up. Ling Moyu suddenly said, you nameless brat, our Ling clan gave you food and drink, which is already good to you. I didn't expect you to do such a heinous thing today. If I don't kill you, it will be difficult to explain to my ancestors. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Moyu indifferently. This woman's cultivation was not bad. She actually had the cultivation of the third heavenly passage realm, which was stronger than Ling Jiaojiao. She was worthy of being an outer disciple of Ling Long Palace. At this time, he was definitely not Ling Moyu's opponent. Unless he used the Tyrant martial spirit or the Night Demon flower, it would be difficult to retreat. But looking at Ling Moyu's expression, it was clear that she had made up her mind to kill him. It seemed that today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. Hee, worthy of being the genius girl of the Ling clan, you're really awe-inspiring. Your Ling clan gave me food and drink? Don't joke around, okay? Since I was born, my family has never received a monthly allowance from your Ling clan, and my father, Ling Tai, has worked in the mine for so many years, but you only gave him a meager salary. If you really want to say it, your Ling clan owes us father and son, and I don't eat and drink your food and drink. Furthermore, you've just arrived here, yet you're already trying to pin such a big hat on my head without distinguishing between right and wrong. Let me ask you, how am I heinous? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Moyu indifferently. He was really disgusted with this kind of woman. Well, even if you didn't spend the Ling clan's money, you violated the clan's rules. You poisoned Jiao Jiao with the crazy devil powder, and used despicable means to harm Ling Wansui, and killed so many Ling clan disciples. Isn't such a practice heinous and outrageous? Ling Moyu still maintained her high and mighty status as a young lady, like an omnipotent god, judging Ling Xiao. Who do you think you are? Ling Xiao said contemptuously, the person who gave Ling Jiaojiao the crazy devil powder was Ling Wansui. This kind of scum, not to mention crippling him, even if he was killed, it wouldn't be too much. You scolded me as soon as you came up, but have you ever spent a minute to investigate the truth of the matter? You people always think you're high and mighty, but in fact, you're ridiculous. I don't need to investigate. Ling Wansui is one of the geniuses of the Ling clan, and a disciple of the mysterious snake demon sect. It's absolutely impossible for him to do that, and you. You have ulterior motives, and you're harboring evil intentions. How could Ling Moyu admit that she was in the wrong in front of Ling Xiao? She would only make her behavior more dignified. Ha, well said, it seems that the truth isn't important. What's important is who's stronger. Father Ling Tai said something right, this is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. There's no reason to speak of, only strength is king. Ling Xiao laughed wantonly, looked directly at Ling Moyu and said, since you've determined that I'm heinous and outrageous, then make your move. But if you're knocked to the ground by me like that Ling Wansui, I'd like to see who will come out to protect you. At this time, Ling Xiao already had the intention to kill. A woman like Ling Moyu was simply a born bitch, self-righteous to the extreme. Of course, his words were more to scare Ling Moyu. After all, Ling Xiao could afford to lose, but Ling Moyu couldn't. In the eyes of others, Ling Xiao's life was worthless, but Ling Moyu was born noble, the second genius of the Ling clan. If she was really knocked down by Ling Xiao like Ling Wansui, then she would completely lose face. Sure enough, Ling Moyu began to hesitate. Instead, Chen Kuan said with a smile, "Moyu, why don't you let me help you deal with this kid? Who do you think you are? Since when is it your Chen clan's turn to intervene in our Ling clan's matters?" Ling Xiao glanced at Chen Kuan and scolded loudly. "Today's matter, I'm really going to intervene." Chen Kuan's purpose was very simple. Since Ling Xiao was already hated by everyone, then he would take this opportunity to eliminate Ling Xiao. In this way, even if the Ling clan blamed him, he could use Ling Moyu as an excuse. This Chen Kuan's strength was indeed terrifying. His cultivation was exactly the same as Ling Moyu's. His aura burst out, and the shadow of a saber appeared behind him, making people tremble. Yuhua Town's two major families, the Ling family's martial spirit was sword, and the Chen family's martial spirit was saber. Generally, as long as a martial artist had the bloodline of the two families, they would have such a martial spirit. Rumor had it that this was left behind by the expert who had ascended to immortality in Yuhua Town. That expert called himself the Saber and Sword Divine Emperor. He had a sword in his left hand and a saber in his right hand. In the end, he had cultivated to the immortal realm. The sharp saber intent was released, and the saber chi had not yet slashed on Ling Xiao's body. Just the saber intent alone was enough to make Ling Xiao feel cold all over his body, as if he was being cut by a blade. Although the cultivation of the first-rank Heaven Realm is already very strong, to be able to defeat the first-rank Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, there is still a gap with the third-rank Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao understood in his heart that whether it was Ling Moyu or Chen Kuan, they were not to be trifled with. "I'm going all out, it's over." In Ling Xiao's palm, the Black Night Devil flower began to condense again. But at this moment, a resplendent sword light tore through the void, completely isolating Chen Kuan's saber intent. A person appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "You're here?" Ling Xiao looked at the person in front of him and could not help but smile. This person was his secret chess piece, but whether it would work or not, he did not know. But since she came, it meant that the secret chess piece had worked. The person who came was none other than Ling Jiaojiao. In fact, when Ling Xiao left the dilapidated temple, he had completely absorbed the medicinal power of the devil madness powder in Ling Jiaojiao's body. After all, Ling Jiaojiao had been poisoned by the devil madness powder for a relatively short time, unlike Ling Tai who had been poisoned by the cultivation dissolving powder for more than 10 years. So Ling Xiao was still confident in doing this. Ling Xiao hoped that Ling Jiaojiao could help him a little on account of his kindness. But he still did not expect that Ling Jiaojiao would actually take the initiative to help him in front of so many people. This girl seemed to be a girl who valued friendship. It was not in vain. Ling Moyu looked at Ling Jiaojiao and couldn't help but be stunned. "Jiaojiao, are you okay? This is the person who poisoned you with the demonic madness powder. Why are you still protecting him? Elder sister Mo, you're too arrogant and simply aren't willing to listen to other people's explanations. The one who used the demonic madness powder to deal with me wasn't Ling Xiao, but Ling Wansui, whom you wholeheartedly protected." Ling Jiaojiao faintly looked at Ling Moyu and said, "Ling Xiao, not only did he not harm me, he even saved me. Today, whoever wants to deal with him will be my enemy." These few words were simple, but they were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The crowd could choose not to believe Ling Jiao's words, but they had to believe Ling Jiaojiao's words. Obviously, Ling Jiaojiao had told the truth. Most people were shocked and in disbelief. Did the demonic madness powder spoil your brain? To think that he would recognize a thief as a friend. Ling Wansui has always been loyal to the Ling family. Even if you don't want to marry him, he hasn't done anything out of line. How can you side with Ling Xiao now? Ling Moyu indifferently said. It was impossible for her to admit that she was wrong. Even if she knew in her heart that Ling Moyu's words were true, she was still willing to believe in her own judgment and believe that Ling Xiao was the sinner. "Miss Ling Jiaojiao, you don't need to talk nonsense with her. She's a disciple of the Linglong Palace. How can she admit that she was wrong?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "The people of the Linglong Palace can't be wrong. Even if they really did something wrong, it's still right. It doesn't matter if she believes it or not. Today, I'm here. No one can hurt you unless I die." Ling Jiaojiao's fate was actually not much better than Ling Zhao's. She lost her mother when she was young. Moreover, her mother was beaten to death by her father, Ling Tianxiong, in front of her. Her young heart had long been seriously traumatized. When she grew up, her father only regarded her as a burden. And her brother, Ling Bei, only regarded her as a tool. He wanted to use her to make a deal with the Chen family. She was really tired and bitterly disappointed. That day when she came to find Ling Xiao, she actually felt that the two of them had the same fate and should have a common topic. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao would directly drive her away. After that, she was poisoned by Ling Wansui and became a tool to frame Ling Xiao. However, her luck was not bad. She was actually saved by Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao could completely ignore her, but Ling Xiao did not do so. This girl who had lived an unhappy life since childhood was really willing to give her everything to repay the kindness and care of others. Because of this, Ling Jiaojiao could say that she would sacrifice her life for Ling Xiao. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was the only one who treated her the best. Unlike those hypocritical guys in the family. Perhaps for Ling Xiao, saving her was just a small matter. But for Ling Jiaojiao, this was a lifetime event. Ling Xiao, can you hide behind a woman for the rest of your life? Ling Moyu looked at Ling Xiao and said. With Ling Jiaojiao's obstruction, she could no longer force her way. No matter what, Ling Jiaojiao was a member of the Ling family and was also a genius. So she wanted Ling Xiao to fight with her. Then aren't you a coward who hides behind a man? Ling Xiao ridiculed. You. Ling Moyu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said, since you want to fight with me, fine. Anyway, there is less than a month before the annual meeting. At that time, let's fight to the death at the annual meeting. How about it? Ling Moyu was really angry. She wanted to consign Ling Xiao to eternal damnation and make Ling Xiao lose face in front of the entire Yuhua town. After all, there would be a lot of people watching the Ling family's annual meeting. It was also reasonable to deal with Ling Xiao at the annual meeting. Also, you can't kill Ling Wansui now. You can settle your grudges at the annual meeting. Ling Moyu continued. Sister Moyu thinks too highly of that Ling Xiao. In less than a month, that Ling Xiao definitely won't dare to agree. Yes, Sister Moyu's cultivation is at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm, and it is said that she is likely to break through again. At that time, I'm afraid she will be a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. She probably saw this point, so she asked Ling Xiao to fight at the annual meeting. If Ling Xiao really agrees, he will die. Yes, he will die if he agrees, but if he doesn't, he will also suffer. Ling Xiao knew that if he didn't agree, Ling Moyu would come up with many ways to deal with him. For less than a month of peace, he had to agree. What's more, for him, less than a month was enough to surpass Ling Moyu. Ling Moyu thought that this was a scheme against him, but she didn't know that she was seeking her own death. Well, I promise you. I won't kill Ling Wansui today, but I will kill him at the annual meeting. But I want you to remember one thing. If he dares to scheme against me again, don't blame me for killing him immediately. Ling Xiao said coldly. Okay. Ling Moyu nodded. Today, he couldn't fight Ling Xiao because Ling Jiaojiao stopped him. But at the annual meeting, Ling Jiaojiao had no way to stop him. Now, you can get lost. My small courtyard does not welcome people like you who look down on people with dog eyes. Get lost. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. Boy, you are still so arrogant and made such a big mistake. Even if I can't clean you up today, you can't escape the family law. Let's go. Ling Moyu looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. She didn't put Ling Xiao in her eyes at all. She never thought about competing with Ling Xiao at the annual meeting because Ling Xiao was not worthy. This was the reason why she chose to protect Ling Wansui. She believed that as long as Ling Wansui summed up his experience and lessons during this time, then at the annual meeting, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. There was no need for her to take action. Ling Moyu left. Chen Kuan naturally also left, and there were many people who came to watch the fun, leaving only corpses on the ground. Soon, the news that Ling Xiao was going to challenge Ling Moyu at the annual meeting was spread throughout the family by those busybodies, and even the entire Yuhua town. Most people treated this matter as a joke. Thank you for just now. When everyone left, Ling Xiao looked at Ling Jiaojiao and said, "The one who should say thank you is me." Ling Jiaojiao lowered her head and said with a bit of shyness, "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have become a madman." "Then we don't owe each other anything." Ling Xiao never wanted to get too close to Ling Jiaojiao because he would leave here sooner or later. At that time, if Ling Jiaojiao got too close to him, he would inevitably be targeted by many dangerous guys. Don't forget, Ling Xiao had a lot of enemies, and many of them could easily destroy the Ling family of Yuhua town. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Ling Jiaojiao frowned and immediately sighed helplessly. "I know you have not been happy since you entered the world of reincarnation, and even I have never paid attention to you, so you don't want to be friends with me, I understand." Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Although that wasn't the reason, it was enough. "However, I don't care. I, Ling Jiaojiao, am a person who dares to love and hate. I just said that no matter who wants to touch you, I will fight them to the death." Ling Jiaojiao suddenly smiled and said, "Including Daddy and Grandpa. Why are you doing this?" Ling Xiao sighed. He finally understood what it meant to be the hardest to accept a beauty's grace. "It's not bitter at all. Instead, I feel very happy. I've never had a close friend in my life. Even if I die because of you, I feel that it's worth it." Ling Jiaojiao smiled and said, "It's just little brother, do you really want to fight with Sister Mou at the annual meeting? She is not an ordinary warrior. Even in the outer sanctum of Linglong Palace, she is considered a genius. Don't worry, I naturally have my reasons for making decisions." "Do you believe me?" Ling Xiao asked. Ling Jiaojiao froze for a moment, then nodded and said, "I believe you." Ling Xiao was really moved by this girl at this time. She was not afraid of death. What reason did he have to drive her away? To be honest, he had seen a lot of such heroic women: Cold Plum, Ling Sha, Xiaoli, Ling Yixue, Feng Ming Lian, Ji Luoyu, and his favorite Moon Maiden. Although Ling Jiaojiao's cultivation was not as good as theirs, her character was very similar to theirs. "Forget it. If you want to stay here, then stay here. It just so happens that I can give you some pointers on your martial skills. To be honest, those martial skills of yours are too bad." Ling Xiao said without hesitation. "I understand. It's the same falling star swordsmanship, but it's completely different when displayed by you." Ling Jiaojiao nodded. "Please take care of little Fifth. I'll deal with these bodies." It was not a good idea to leave the bodies there. Ling Xiao planned to burn them directly. "Okay." Ling Jiaojiao nodded and helped little Fifth into the hall. Seeing that they had left, a ball of terrifying true samadhi fire appeared in Ling Xiao's palm. In an instant, it spurted out and burned all the corpses. There was not even a trace of blood left on the ground. If anyone wanted to destroy the bodies, he was definitely the right person to look for. He turned and walked into the hall. Just as he was about to enter, a few people suddenly rushed in. "Ling Xiao, clan leader wants you to go over." The people were sent by Ling Yuhua. After all, such a big thing happened today. It was impossible to say that nothing happened. "I'll go with you." Ling Jiaojiao ran out and said. "No need. Clan leader is not a reckless person. I'll be fine." Ling Xiao believed that Ling Yuhua would not kill him. In fact, the reason was simple. Ling Yuhua was a very realistic person. Whatever he did, he prioritized benefits. And he had enough benefits to let Ling Yuhua not pursue this matter. In the entire Ling family, Ling Yuhua was absolutely a man of his word. As long as Ling Yuhua did not intend to pursue this matter, then others naturally could not pursue it. "Help me take care of little Fifth." After saying that, Ling Xiao followed those people out of the small courtyard and went straight to the clan leader's courtyard. In the clan leader's courtyard, there were several people sitting in the hall. Clan leader Ling Yuhua, eldest son Ling Tianxiong, Ling Moyu, and Ling Bei were also there. Ling Xiao stepped into the hall and cupped his hands at clan leader Ling Yuhua. It was considered a salute, but he did not pay attention to Ling Tianxiong and Ling Moyu. "How dare you not kneel in front of your uncle, but you dare not kneel in front of the clan leader." Ling Tianxiong was irritable like thunder. It was obvious that he was extremely dissatisfied with what happened today. This person was really outrageous. His own daughter was poisoned by the demonic madness powder. Instead of pursuing Ling Wansui, he came to find trouble with Ling Xiao. It was probably because he wanted to protect Ling Wansui. After all, if Ling Tianqiong wanted to have a position in the Ling family, he must have an outstanding son. His biological son Ling Bei could not do, so he could only pin all his hopes on Ling Wansui, who had already joined the outer sect of the mysterious snake demon sect. How could he not protect Ling Wansui? I, Ling Xiao, only kneel to my parents. Even the heavens and earth are not worthy of my kneeling. Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Tianqiong and said. Ling Yuhua frowned, but soon relaxed. This old man liked to get straight to the point and did not like to beat around the bush. He asked directly, Jiao Jiao, was it you who poisoned her with the demonic madness powder? No. It was Ling Wansui. If clan leader does not believe me, you can ask Miss Jiao Jiao. Ling Xiao replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. You killed all the people in your small courtyard? Ling Yuhua asked again. Yes, they either betrayed their master or slandered me. If I don't kill them, it will not be enough to quell the anger in my heart. Moreover, the Ling family's rules support my actions. Ling Xiao replied again. What a load of nonsense. He has a sharp tongue and many sophistries. Father, no need to talk nonsense with this kid. Just drag him out and beat him to death. Ling Tianqiong was anxious. He stood up and roared. Are you the clan leader or am I the clan leader here? Sit down. Ling Yuhua said coldly. Father. Sit down. I heard that you defeated Ling Wansui's black snake roar with the falling star sword art. How can a low-tier gold-grade sword skill defeat a low-tier jade-grade martial skill? If your cultivation is stronger than his, it's understandable. But your cultivation is obviously not as good as his. Ling Yuhua's question was not what Ling Tianqiong was concerned about. But there was nothing Ling Tianqiong could do. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, I dare not hide it from Patriarch. In the end, it's because Ling Wansui's skills are not good enough. He did not tell the truth because it was not the time to tell the truth. This truth could be used as a condition of exchange between him and Ling Yuhua. He would not easily say it. I can let bygones be bygones for what happened today. And from now on, whoever dares to trespass into your courtyard, you can kill them without mercy. Can you tell the truth now? Ling Yuhua was indeed an old fox. He could tell that Ling Xiao was lying, and he could also tell that Ling Xiao was implying something. My words are only for Patriarch. As for some people, they are not qualified to listen. Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Tianqiong and Ling Moyu. He really did not know how these two people had the face to sit here. Father, don't listen to his nonsense. What ability can he have? Ling Tianqiong hurriedly said. Yes, grandfather. This person has ulterior motives. I'm afraid he will harm you. Ling Moyu also said. Enough. Could it be that you all think that he can injure this old man? Go back first. Don't mention what happened today again. Ling Yuhua was indeed a realist. As long as Ling Xiao could make Ling family stronger, he could even give his position as patriarch to Ling Xiao. To be honest, this kind of person was cruel. Not only to others, but also to himself. Yes. Ling Moyu glared at Ling Xiao and turned to leave. Ling Tianqiong also stood up, but he did not leave immediately. When he passed by Ling Xiao, he suddenly released a terrifying aura. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao instantly. After all, he was Ling Yuhua's son. In his opinion, even if he killed Ling Xiao now, Ling Yuhua would definitely not blame him. But very clearly, his understanding of Ling Xiao was actually not as good as Ling Xiao. A terrifying force was released from Ling Yuhua's body and blasted Ling Tianqiong out of the door. Ling Tianqiong spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Tianqiong, let me tell you, if you continue to obstruct my plan to strengthen the Ling family, I will kill you even if you are my son. He really wasn't joking. That horrifying murderous aura was released, and Ling Tianqiong was scared witless and ran away. Ling Xiao also felt a sense of awe. This Ling Yuhua was actually a yin-yang realm martial artist. His murderous aura was very strong. Although it couldn't be compared to the past, it was much more powerful than many martial artists in the same realm. Alright, they are all gone. You can speak now. Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao with a cold gaze. The murderous aura just now was not only released to Ling Tianxiong, but also to Ling Xiao. It was to warn him not to play any tricks. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I won't lie to you, clan leader. Before I reincarnated, I was a pharmacist. And my level wasn't low. The reason why I could defeat Ling Wansui was because I took an elixir to increase my combat strength before the battle." "You actually know about arrays and even know how to refine elixirs." Ling Yuhua was stunned for a moment, but then his face was filled with ecstasy. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have let you live such a terrible life. Even if your father is trash and your mother is just a lowly commoner, as long as you have this ability, you can still be rich in the Ling family." Hearing such words, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of gratitude or happiness. Instead, he was filled with anger and coldness. "You treat others as tools, and others will only treat you as a tool. Ling Yuhua, sooner or later, I'll let you have a taste of that feeling." Ling Zhao's heart was incomparably gloomy and cold. He must take revenge on Ling Yuhua. Originally, he thought that his parents' encounter was because of the people below messing around, and Ling Yuhua did not know. But looking at it now, the situation was not like that. Ling Yuhua was actually very clear about this matter. Even not giving out the monthly allowance was this old thing's order personally. It's also not too late to know now. Ling Xiao forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart and said with a smile. His current strength was still insufficient and still needed to rely on Ling Yuhua to do some things. Therefore, he had to endure it first. "Say, what kind of elixirs can you refine?" Ling Yuhua asked anxiously. "What kind of elixirs does clan leader need?" Ling Xiao countered with a question. At present, the majority of the Ling family's martial artists are all Deva realm cultivation. Only a few Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. I hope that you can refine sufficient Deva marrow cleansing pills, and also refine some Grotto Heaven spirit essence pills. How about it, can you refine it? Ling Yuhua asked. Deva marrow cleansing pills are easier to refine. Grotto Heaven spirit essence pills are more difficult. However, I should be able to succeed. But the materials required are not small. Ling Xiao reminded. It's all right. As long as you can refine it, we can provide the materials. Ling Yuhua said. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Clan leader, please tell me the exact number. I'll check the materials required. Ling Xiao nodded. All right. Old Hey, come over. Have you calculated the number of Deva marrow cleansing pills and Grotto Heaven spirit essence pills that I asked you to previously? Ling Yuhua called over his most trusted subordinate. Master, I've calculated it. Deva marrow cleansing pills require 5,500 sets, Grotto Heaven spirit essence pills require around 100 sets. Old Hey replied. Hearing Old Hey's words, Ling Xiao immediately gave him a list of materials. In fact, it was the materials for Deva marrow cleansing pills and Grotto Heaven spirit essence pills. To him, one set of materials to refine one pill was definitely not a problem. However, this was a deal and he naturally couldn't lose out. He required a total of 5 sets of materials for one pill. Are you sure you want 5 sets of materials? Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression and asked. Clan leader, you should know that refining pills isn't something that can be done overnight. There's always a chance of failure. Ling Xiao explained. Of course, I know that. What I mean is, are 5 sets of materials enough? Ling Yuhua asked again, how about this? I'll give you 6 sets of materials for one pill. You have to confirm the number of pills that we require. How about that? Of course. Ling Xiao was elated when he heard that. He had actually gotten the situation wrong. It was difficult to even find an alchemist in Yuhua town. There was no one who could refine Deva marrow cleansing pills and Grotto Heaven spirit essence pills. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the Ling family or the Chen family, they had a large number of materials. However, they couldn't convert them into pills. Ling Yuhua heard that the Chen family had found an alchemist from outside to refine these pills. It required 10 sets of materials to successfully refine one pill. Moreover, the remuneration was very high. Don't be careless. Refining elixirs is not an easy task. how about this? To ensure that you have no worries, I will give you another 10 low-grade spiritual stones as a reward for every batch of elixirs you successfully refine. Ling Yuhua wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would ask for too much. Instead, he was worried that Ling Xiao would fail. Therefore, he wanted to create the best conditions for Ling Xiao to refine elixirs. Thank you, clan leader. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he didn't have any feelings for the Ling family. He would get as much as he could. One batch of the materials would be used to refine elixirs for the Ling family. The remaining 5 would belong to him. He would refine the 70% perfect immortal marrow cleansing elixir and grotto spiritual essence elixir for the Ling family, and 100% perfect elixirs for himself. The difference between the two would only get bigger. Ling Yuhua was a person who did things his own way. After the conversation, he personally handed over the materials to Ling Xiao. He even lent Ling Xiao a storage ring and a cauldron for refining elixirs. Ling Xiao returned to the small courtyard and entrusted little fifth to Ling Jiaojiao for the time being. He planned to leave for a while. He needed the divine fire to refine elixirs. Such a thing wouldn't be discovered if he used it occasionally. However, when refining elixirs, its aura would easily evaporate and be easily detected. Therefore, he had to find a deserted place. Moreover, after obtaining so many materials, he also wanted to use them to refine some better elixirs for himself, Ling Jiaojiao, and Little Fifth. He needed to go outside Yuhua town to find some materials. Don't worry, Ling Xiao. I will take good care of Little Fifth. Ling Xiao believed Ling Jiaojiao's words because she was a person who kept her words. Thank you. However, before I leave, I need to help you solve the problem of martial techniques and cultivation techniques. Your Ling family's cultivation method has a serious problem. Therefore, it is hindering your cultivation speed. Actually, with your talent, it is possible for you to reach the yin-yang realm at the age of 16. Ling Xiao said. Is what you said true? Ling Jiaojiao stared at Ling Xiao with her mouth agape. Although Ling Xiao looked much younger than her, she didn't dare to look down on him when she thought about how he was a reincarnated martial artist. Only the martial artists who had reincarnated would know so many things. Trust me. Tell me the martial skills and cultivation methods that you are cultivating. Ling Xiao said. I believe you. Ling Jiaojiao had no one to trust. Now that she knew Ling Xiao, she was willing to treat Ling Xiao as her most trustworthy friend. After she finished speaking, she demonstrated all the martial arts techniques she had cultivated. She also ran through the cultivation method and explained it to Ling Xiao. The sword skill you're practicing right now isn't suitable for you. You should choose the 1,000 Mountain Stormy sword that you used to practice. Also, your cultivation method should be more extreme. You have the sword martial spirit, so your cultivation method can be offensive. You don't have to worry about defense. You should focus on attacking. If your attack is strong enough, you can win. Offense is your best defense. Ling Xiao said after listening. But the 1,000 Mountain Stormy sword is a low-level gold-grade sword skill. Its power can't be stronger than my current low-level jade-grade sword skill. Also, the cultivation method you mentioned, can I really not defend? If I can't deal with the opponent and have no defense, won't I lose for sure? Ling Jiaojiao was puzzled. I defeated the Black Serpent's roar with the Falling Star Sword technique, so I can improve your 1,000 Mountain Storm Sword. Also, with your weak defense, you won't be able to defend against those weaker than you, and you won't be able to defend against those stronger than you. It's useless. It's better not to have it. Put all your energy into attacking. You'll be much stronger than you are now. Ling Xiao explained. Okay, I believe you. Ling Jiaojiao hesitated for a while before nodding. Ling Xiao smiled. He then spent 2 hours to improve Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth's cultivation methods. Then, he quietly left the Ling family and went to the mountains outside Yuhua town to look for herbs. Some herbs couldn't be bought in a small place like Yuhua town. He was familiar with the town, so he didn't go to the medicine shop. Outside Yuhua town, there were mountains. After all, the land was too big, and the places where humans lived only took up a very small part of it. Most of the places were actually desolate mountains and forests. It was the same in Sky Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent and Black Tortoise Continent. The mountains outside Yuhua town were called the Western Mountain Range. The Western Mountain Range ran through the entire western region of Black Tortoise Continent. Many places were the territories of the 5 superpowers, so he had to be careful. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the Western Mountain Range, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. At that moment, he suddenly felt as if he was free. But soon, the wild beasts in the Western Mountain Range made him realize the reality. The weakest wild beast in the Western Mountain Range was at the Heaven Realm. It was commonly known as the Heaven Demon Beast. The deeper he went, the more terrifying it was. There were even Grotto Heaven Demon Beasts and Yin-Yang Demon Beasts. Ling Xiao didn't plan to go deep. He found a secluded cave at the edge of the Western Mountain Range and set up a formation to start refining the elixirs. He only planned to refine the elixirs that the Ling family needed to refine to 70% perfection. So, it was very simple. It only took him less than 3 days to complete all of it. It was more troublesome to refine the elixirs for him. He had to find other materials. Thinking of this, he left the cave and opened his Tai Chi to search for the herbs he needed. There were indeed many treasures in the Western Mountain Range. But most of them were in the depths. Even a Rebirth Realm warrior would be in danger if he entered. With his current strength, it was impossible. But he wasn't greedy. The elixir materials he needed could be found at the edge of the mountain range. It took him an entire day to find the materials. When he returned to the cave and was about to refine the elixirs for himself and start cultivating, he suddenly saw a flash of light in the forest. After this flash of light, there was a group of people following it. The people leading the group were none other than Chen Kuan and Ling Moyu. This adulterous pair had wanted to kill him. Did they chase him all the way here? No, that couldn't be right. They were clearly chasing after that flash of light. Ling Xiao didn't know why the two of them were chasing after that flash of light. But since they wanted to do it, he had to stop them. Also, the flash of light was obviously not an ordinary item. How could it fall into the hands of that adulterous pair? Since he had found it, he naturally had to get it. Thinking of this, he secretly used the shadow step to follow them. Anyway, this was the wilderness. No one would notice him using the shadow step. In this dark forest, the shadow step was extremely effective. Even if he stood next to those warriors, they wouldn't be able to detect him. While chasing, Ling Xiao also opened his Tai Chi to take a closer look at what that thing was. Taking a closer look, he discovered that it was actually a very unique flying sword. This flying sword was entirely made of wood, with many beautiful carvings on it. It looked very beautiful. However, it should not be a weapon. It was probably a decoration used for viewing. Even so, that wooden sword exuded a strange aura. It should not be an ordinary item. The wooden sword seemed to have a consciousness. Being chased in a hurry, it was so frightened that it lost its sense of direction. It actually crashed into a tree and then fell to the ground, seemingly trembling a few times. Surround it, don't let it escape. Chen Kuan waved his hand, indicating the people behind him to form a dense encirclement, surrounding that wooden sword in the middle. Sister Moyo, I'm afraid we've found a treasure this time. This wooden sword flew past Yuhua town and was coincidentally seen by us. I've never seen a sword that can fly by itself. It must be good. Chen Kuan excitedly walked towards the wooden sword. As he walked, he said, "Wait a minute, Brother Kuan. If we get this thing, who should have it?" We discovered it at the same time. Ling Moyu suddenly stopped Chen Kuan and said. Clearly, the two were particularly interested in this wooden sword. No one wanted to give it up. Sister Moyu, who are the two of us? We'll be a family in the future. Chen Kuan smiled and said, we have a marriage contract since we were young. Originally, we said that we would get married when we turned 16. Unfortunately, something went wrong in the middle. However, the marriage contract was not cancelled. In the future, we will share the same bed. This thing is mine, so it's yours. Okay, then I'll keep this wooden sword for now. Ling Moyu smiled. Chen Kuan frowned. Just as he was thinking about how to solve this matter, the wooden sword suddenly flew up and fled into the distance. Stop it! Chen Kuan shouted. His subordinates immediately pounced forward. However, what surprised Chen Kuan was that the wooden sword clearly did not touch the two subordinates, but the two were sent flying. Someone's here. Chen Kuan was also a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He sensed that things were not simple. That wooden sword seemed to have been knocked out. It was impossible for it to fly alone, let alone attack his people. Someone must be causing trouble. His guess was correct. Ling Xiao used shadow steps to grab the wooden sword. Originally, he wanted to store it in his storage ring. However, the inscriptions on the wooden sword flickered, and it refused to enter the ring. He had no choice but to charge forward with his wooden sword. His shadow steps was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dense forest. Chen Kuan and Ling Moyu desperately chased after them. However, Ling Xiao, who possessed the Tai Chi Eye, was much more familiar with the jungle than they were. It was even more familiar than the wooden sword. With a few movements, it had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it! If I find out who stole my treasure, I'll kill him. Chen Zhao was furious. For the sake of this wooden sword, he had followed it for several days. He couldn't eat or sleep well. When they charged into the western mountain range, they were attacked by demonic beasts and lost a few of their subordinates. He had worked so hard to reap the fruits of his victory, but someone else had beaten him to it. It was truly infuriating. Search. He absolutely could not let them escape. I don't believe that he would dare to enter the depths of the western mountain range when the area near Ascension Town is only so big. Chen Kuan roared angrily. At the same time, he and Ling Moyu had discussed and sent people down the mountain to inform the Chen and Ling families. They would send a large number of people to guard the foot of the mountain. No matter who came down from the mountain, they would be strictly investigated. After all, that was a treasure. If they really lost it just like that, they would be too unwilling to accept it. After a while, someone returned to report, "Young master, we found a cave. It seems that someone has lived in it. Guard there and wait for him to return." Chen Kuan gritted his teeth and said, "But be careful. This kid knows how to hide himself. Everyone, be alert. Also, release your internal energy at all times to guard the surroundings." Not to mention Chen Kuan's side, after Ling Xiao snatched the wooden sword, he walked deeper into the western mountain range. He knew that Chen Kuan would definitely not let him go, so he didn't return to the cave. At the very least, he wouldn't go back now. It wouldn't be too late to go back after his cultivation had increased. At that time, whether it was Chen Kuan or Ling Moyu, they might not be his match. While hurrying, Ling Xiao carefully observed the specially made wooden sword. The inscriptions on the sword should be small formations that were very close together. Ling Xiao did a simple check. There were actually more than 3,000 types, and each type was very exquisite. Even for him, it would take him a long time to figure it out. "Master, what's with these arrays?" Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate in the Mountain River realm. Although he had entered Samsara, as long as the Sky Tyrant martial soul was still there, the Yuan Venerate and the Butterfly Lady would definitely still be there. This sword should be a secret sword. For short, magic sword. The Yuan Venerate replied, "Magic swords can't be used to execute martial techniques and are rather fragile. However, they can be used to execute mystic techniques." There were tens of thousands of clans in the sealed world, and one of them was called the Secret Technique Clan. It was said that this clan had migrated from the technique realm. There weren't many people in this clan, but they were all very powerful. After being absorbed by the Human King, they became a very powerful tribe under the Human King's banner. People from the Mystic Spell clan generally don't have strong bodies, but as long as they hold a magic sword, the destructive power they can unleash is very shocking. Mystic techniques can be executed using spirit power. "Can I also use this magic sword?" Ling Xiao asked. "You should be able to use it. Every inscription on this sword represents a secret technique. As long as you study and master it, you will be able to use it. Although it won't be of much help to your cultivation, it will be very useful. Although it won't help you greatly, it can help you greatly increase your combat strength. It will be even more useful, especially since you can't use any of your previous moves." The Yuan Venerate replied. However, Master, this wooden sword was flying on its own just now. Could it have developed a consciousness of its own? Ling Xiao asked again. I'm not too sure about that. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. It seems like you will have to figure it out yourself. If there's nothing else, I will go to sleep first. I can't come out so easily after you enter samsara. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. After sensing that the Yuan Venerate had gone to sleep, he took the magic sword and observed it carefully. Master said that I can use my spirit power to drive this magic sword. Why don't I give it a try? With that thought, Ling Xiao poured his spirit power into it. In an instant, he suddenly saw the figure of a girl. The girl was trapped in the wooden sword. No, to be precise, she had almost completely fused with the wooden sword. The girl's appearance could be described as a natural beauty. In terms of beauty, she actually didn't lose out to the Moon Lady. However, she looked a little strange. Her hair was golden yellow, but her eyes were as beautiful as sapphires. Her appearance was very similar to a certain clan in the Sky Dragon continent. Miss, are you all right? Ling Xiao tried to use his soul power to wake the girl up. He noticed that the girl was sealed in the sword in the form of a soul body. He should be able to wake her up with his soul power. Ah! A scream that sounded like something had exploded rang out. Ling Xiao jumped in fright. This was a deeper part of the western mountain range. The beasts that appeared here were also stronger. Most of them were top-tier heaven beasts. There were even grotto heaven beasts. Don't scream. I won't hurt you. Ling Xiao hurriedly said. You're not with those people just now? The girl was naive. She actually believed Ling Xiao when he said that he wouldn't hurt her. She stopped screaming and stared at Ling Xiao's soul body with her big watery eyes. That's right. We're not with them. I snatched you from them. Ling Xiao explained. Oh, I see. Thank you. The girl hurriedly said, right, I'm called Secret Technique Divine Codex. What about you? What kind of name was that? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had heard of many strange names, but it was the first time he had heard of such a strange name. Secret Technique Divine Codex, why did it sound like a book? What did it have to do with a person's name? Oh, I'm Ling Xiao. How about I call you Divine Codex from now on? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he calmed down. There were all kinds of strange things in the vast thousand worlds. Furthermore, there were thousands of races in the mystic world. It wasn't strange for such a strange name to appear. Not bad, Ling Xiao. The girl was very friendly. She smiled and said. How did you enter the Sword of Secrets? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I didn't want to go in. Someone sealed me in here. Sigh, I'm so unlucky. Divine Codex sighed. Ling Xiao didn't delve into this matter because he could feel that the structure of the sword was very intricate. It was definitely not something that an ordinary person could possess. Since someone was able to seal the divine scripture inside, he was definitely not a simple person. With his current strength, it was better not to care about those trivial matters. What he needed to do now was to thoroughly understand this secret technique. At the very least, he would be able to increase his combat prowess. Although his soul power had also been damaged after entering the samsara, it was much less than the loss of his cultivation base. To him, the secret technique might become his true trump card. Just as the God Codex was about to speak, Ling Xiao sensed a dangerous aura rushing towards them from afar. He hurriedly withdrew his soul power. He stared in the direction where the dangerous aura was coming from. When he opened his Taiji eye, he could see a wild boar about 1,000 meters away from him running madly in his direction. This was a top-tier heaven-tier demonic beast, which was even stronger than him. Perhaps the godly grimoire's scream had attracted it over. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of running away. Holding the secret sword in his hand, he silently circulated his soul power. Although he was still unable to comprehend many of the profound spirit arrays on the sword, he had already figured out a few of the simplest spirit arrays. In order to be safe, he also took out the iron sword. The spirit sword in his left hand and the iron sword in his right. He thought that if the spirit sword didn't work, he could just attack with the iron sword. With his current cultivation base and strength, defeating a top-tier heaven-tier demonic beast was relatively easy, On the spirit sword, a spirit array began to emit a red luster. Then, Ling Xiao pointed the spirit sword. A fireball was released. Secret technique, fireball technique. A fireball rushed out. This was only an ordinary fireball and not a divine fire, but its power was extremely shocking. When it hit the Heaven Tier wild boar, it actually burned the Heaven Tier wild boar into a roasted pig in an instant. So strong, if I used divine fire to cast this spirit array, wouldn't the power be even more terrifying? For the first time, Ling Xiao felt the terror of the secret technique. If he had the spirit sword, if he encountered a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist again, it would be as easy as chopping vegetables. Moreover, when he held the spirit sword, he could feel that the consumption of his soul power was very low. The process of casting the secret technique also became very short. This was probably the benefit of the secret technique sword. Ling Xiao, are you also from the secret technique clan? Otherwise, why would you use such a secret technique? Xindian asked in surprise. I'm not from the secret technique clan, but I know the spirit array on it. I just activated it. Ling Xiao felt that Xindian should know a lot of interesting things, so he didn't lie because he hoped to learn more about the secret technique clan and the secret technique from Xindian. People always had to look forward. As long as it was a method to increase his combat strength, he wouldn't let it go. So that's how it is. In fact, this spirit sword can not only allow people who don't understand the secret technique incantation to use the secret technique, but it can also increase the power of the secret technique. Xindian explained. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt that ordinary flames could cause such great destructive power. In addition to my soul power, it should also be related to the spirit sword. Ling Xiao nodded, thinking that he had indeed picked up a treasure this time. He didn't know what would happen if Chen Kuan or Ling Moyu found out about this. The two of them would probably fly into a rage. By the way, Ling Xiao, where is this place? Xindian suddenly asked. This is the western mountain range of the Black Tortoise continent. To put it in a small way, it is the edge of Yuhua town. Therefore, this section of the mountain range is also called the Yuhua mountain range. It is the border between the nearby Chen country and the volcano country. Ling Xiao replied. Never heard of it. Xindian shook his head, seeming to be a little confused. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The Qin country and the volcano country are both relatively small countries. Ling Xiao explained, okay, let's find a safe place first. The movement just now has probably attracted the attention of the monster beasts. We must be careful. Okay. Xindian naturally agreed. Although the wild boar heavenly monster beast was powerful, Ling Xiao could still deal with it. However, if a powerful Grotto Heaven monster beast really came, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Because the magic sword couldn't be put in the storage ring, Ling Xiao wrapped it in a rag, then carried it on his back and began to look for a safe cave. He planned to successfully refine the medicinal pills he needed here first. When his cultivation improved to the point where he could compete with Chen Kuan and Ling Moyu, he would leave. This magic sword was taken away by him. He believed that Chen Kuan and Ling Moyu would never let him go easily. It was always right to be careful. With the guidance of the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao easily found a safe cave and then hit it with a formation. Xindian, I was worried about being targeted by the monster beasts, so I didn't have time to ask carefully. Are you also from the Black Tortoise continent? Ling Xiao asked while sorting out the herbs. Yes, but I am from the Central Territory. Xindian replied. Is the Central Territory big? I have never been there before. Big, too big. The Black Tortoise continent is much bigger than the White Tiger continent. In the entire profound world, the closer you are to the Gate of Heaven's Chosen, the larger the land area. Not to mention anything else, just the western region is probably as big as the White Tiger continent. Xindian replied. No way, it's really that big? Ling Xiao's understanding of the Black Tortoise continent was limited to the vicinity of Ascension Town. He really didn't know much about it. Xindian replied, the Qin country and volcano country you mentioned before are actually just two small countries in the Black Tortoise continent. I thought it was too small, so I didn't know. No way, the Qin country is made up of 13 provinces, and under each province, there are 4 counties. Each county is made up of dozens, or even hundreds of towns. This Ascension town belongs to the 8 Immortals County. Ling Xiao was really a little surprised. A country like the Qin country, if placed in the Divine Phoenix continent, would definitely be considered a big country, but Xin Dian actually said it was small? That's because you don't know enough about the Black Tortoise continent. Xin Dian shook his head and said, the Chen country and Volcano country you mentioned should belong to the Black Snake domain. The Black Snake domain is ruled by the Black Snake demon sect. There are thousands of countries under it, and the Chen country and Volcano country are just 2 insignificant countries. Just in the western region, there are 5 major forces, and each force has thousands of countries under them. Do you understand? Hearing Xin Dian's words, Ling Xiao was stunned. He originally thought that the 5 major forces of the western region already represented the strongest forces in the Black Tortoise continent. He didn't expect that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. It seemed that ruling the Black Tortoise continent was much more difficult than ruling the White Tiger continent. He really couldn't be anxious. He could only calm his heart and take it step by step. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and put Xin Dian aside to rest. He began to refine pills. Cultivation was the most important thing. Without cultivation, everything else was meaningless. The reason why he had no choice but to stay in this dangerous place was because his strength was inferior to Chen Kuan and Ling Moyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding here. What Ling Xiao refined for himself was also the Celestial Marrow Cleansing Pill and the Grotto Heaven Spiritual Essence Pill. However, he added a few special herbs to increase the medicinal efficacy and also added some other effects. It could be said that the benefits were 2 to 3 times more than ordinary medicinal pills. His cultivation speed was already fast, and with the help of this pill, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with or even surpassed Ling Moyu and Chen Kuan. Hey, Ling Xiao, do you have anything to eat? Before Ling Xiao even had the time to refine the pill, he suddenly heard the Divine Grimoire speak. Didn't you turn into a sword? How can you still eat? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Spirit stones, demon beast cores, pills, and even the energy of magical treasures are my food. Xin Dian replied. Your taste is very similar to our butterfly ladies. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although this magic sword was incomparably powerful, if one wanted to nurture it, other than him, the apothecary, no one else could do it. This was a rich man's toy. While speaking, Ling Xiao gave Xin Dian 10 celestial marrow cleansing pills that he had refined before. Fortunately, this divine grimoire's appetite was not big. 10 celestial marrow cleansing pills were enough for her to eat for 10 days. After 10 days, he would think of a way. Anyway, there were many demon beasts in this mountain range. At worst, he could get more demon beast cores. After doing this, he began to concentrate on refining pills. Although the pills refined this time were relatively high-end, the quantity was not too much, so the time spent was not long. From the beginning to the end of refining pills, he only spent 1 night. Boom! After refining the pills, just as Ling Xiao was about to concentrate on his cultivation, the entire cave suddenly began to shake non-stop. Ling Xiao was shocked. To be able to shake the cave, the thing outside must not be weak. He opened his Tai Chi eye and suddenly his heart could not help but turn cold. Outside the cave, there was a giant bear. This giant bear's entire body was suffused with an earthy yellow light. If Ling Xiao remembered correctly, the book should have talked about the origin of this giant bear. Earth bear. It is good at using the power of back earth. Its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. Its defense is powerful and its strength is incomparably terrifying. This earth bear outside the cave is actually a Grotto Heaven demon beast, and it's a 3rd Grotto Heaven demon beast. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he could not do anything to it at all. It was the same reason that Ling Xiao was currently unable to defeat Ling Moyu and Chen Kuan. Moreover, at transcendent demon beasts and above, their intelligence was about the same as human martial artists. They were also good at martial techniques and secret methods. Wanting to outsmart them was also a fool's dream. I can't stay here. Although Ling Xiao didn't know why the bear of the earth would come here to cause trouble, he knew very well that with the bear of the earth's strength, although it couldn't destroy the formation at the entrance of the cave, it could collapse the entire mountain. He had to leave as soon as possible. "If you don't let me have a good time, I'll kick your nest." Ling Xiao was very unhappy in his heart. He tied up the divine grimoire again and then used Shadow Step. While the Earth Bear was not paying attention, he hurriedly left. His destination this time was precisely the lair of the Earthen Bear. Originally, he only wanted to steadily consume the refined pills and then cultivate properly. After his cultivation increased, he would leave this place. But this Earth Bear insisted on provoking him, then it could not blame him for being ruthless. This time, he not only wanted to kill this Earth Bear and use it to strengthen his violent bear martial spirit, he also wanted to fish out all the good things in this Earth Bear's nest. When he arrived at the Earth Bear's nest, Ling Xiao deliberately turned back and used Tai Chi. The Earth Bear was still ramming into the cave he was in just now. At this time, the cave had many cracks and could collapse at any time. If he was still in there just now, it would be terrible. Thinking of this, he directly walked into the Earth Bear's nest. In the nest, there was no aura of life, but one could feel a bit of bloody smell. When he walked to the deepest part, he was really shocked. There was a small mountain of demonic beast crystal cores. Because the demonic beast crystal cores were still stained with flesh and blood, it was quite terrifying. Other than the demonic beast crystal cores, he also found many human bones, including some storage rings that were thrown to the side. The things inside had not been taken out yet. "Good fellow, this Earth Bear is really cruel. It actually killed so many people. But this idiot should not know how to take things out from the storage rings. It's a good thing for me." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He directly put all the demonic beast crystal cores into his storage ring. Although his storage ring was small, this time he obtained a total of 5 storage rings from the Earth Bear's nest. It was enough to contain these demonic beast crystal cores. These demonic beast crystal cores were not only enough for the divine grimoire to eat. After snatching the Earthen Bear's treasure, Ling Xiao did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly left the cave and ran towards another place. He could now roughly understand why the Earthen Bear found his resting place. The Earthen Bear had a very sharp sense of smell and a strong power back earth. It could sense many subtle smells. He reckoned that the other party must have caught him when he was refining pills earlier. This time, he did not need to refine pills. He believed that he could cultivate steadily. There were many caves here. Ling Xiao quickly found the next safe place. Putting the divine grimoire aside, Ling Xiao began to cultivate crazily. Those pills and monster cores were eaten by him as if they were delicious food. The energy kept colliding in his body, but it was unable to cause him any harm. One must know that when Ling Xiao was in the Myriad Thunder Extreme Grounds, he even ate the Azura monster core and demon seed. Although it was extremely painful at that time, his body was greatly strengthened. Although this kind of strengthening would slowly recover after he reincarnated, a mere demonic beast crystal core would not pose any threat to him. The hot and dry flow in his body was the energy from the mixture of the demonic beast core and the elixir. As long as this energy was completely converted into his own cultivation, Ling Xiao believed that he would be able to break through to the Grotto Heaven Realm in a few days. Once he entered the Grotto Heaven Realm, those kids of the Ling family would not be his match. And if that Earthen Bear did not know what was good for it and still attacked him, he did not mind killing that guy and taking out the monster core to strengthen his brother's martial spirit. Breaking through to the Grotto Heaven Realm was more difficult than breaking through to the ordinary realm. But because of the experience, a breakthrough was inevitable. This was also the reason why a martial artist who had reincarnated could definitely advance to the rebirth realm as long as he did not die. For a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, before reaching the original cultivation, there was no cultivation barrier. The only thing they feared was death or serious injury. After swallowing dozens of monster cores, a terrifying energy wave began to bombard the cultivation barrier. Just 2 hours had passed, and the barrier to the top level of the celestial realm had been blasted apart. That energy was like a river flowing into the sea, entering the next realm. Still not enough. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and spent 2 whole hours consolidating his cultivation base at the top level of the Sky Human stage. But that was not enough. If his cultivation was limited to this level, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to defeat the Earth Bear. Therefore, looking at the demonic beast cores piled up like a small mountain, and feeling the medicinal power that had not been completely digested in his body, Ling Xiao continued to eat heartily. The power continued to grow, continuous strengthening. When he had eaten nearly 200 demonic beast cores, his originally calm body once again became turbulent. Wave after wave of energy surged through his body. The gate of the grotto heaven opened a crack, and Ling Xiao's cultivation advanced from the top level of the celestial being realm to the half-step grotto heaven realm. However, Ling Xiao was still not satisfied. As long as he stayed in the celestial realm, he would be very passive when facing Ling Mou and Chen Kuan. Even if he could win, it would be very difficult. He wanted to win in an easier way. He wanted to use an even more domineering method to announce that he, Ling Xiao, was the #1 genius of Ascension Town. No one else was worthy. I feel that the first transformation half-step grotto heaven realm is indeed much stronger than when I was in the same realm. In the past, with this realm, although I could win against the first grotto heaven realm martial artist, it was still very difficult. But now, even if I face the second grotto heaven realm martial artist, I can probably win easily. Entering the world of reincarnation, it was indeed the right choice. Although there is the risk of 10 reincarnations, the benefits in the end are endless. Not only can I open up a higher realm of martial arts and truly reach the immortal realm, but I will also be stronger in the future. To be honest, when he had just entered the world of reincarnation and saw what was happening around him, Ling Xiao was really a little confused. He didn't know if he had made the right choice. However, as his strength continued to increase, he understood that the strength of the first transformation was definitely not what those ordinary martial artists could imagine. Next, I will first consolidate my current cultivation, and finally break through to the grotto heaven realm. Although Ling Xiao was anxious to break through, he also knew the principle of gradual improvement. The result of a rash breakthrough might be an unstable foundation. This was the last thing he wanted to see. The consolidation of the half-step grotto heaven realm took a little longer than before. It took a full 2 days for it to be done. Next, he turned his gaze to the remaining demonic beast cores. He kept a portion of them and prepared to use it as food for the divine codex. He was going to eat the remaining nearly 500. Others' bodies might not be able to withstand it, but Ling Xiao had the mystic world body, so he did not care about this. He did as he thought. Ling Xiao began to eat crazily again. More than 10 minutes later, all the remaining 500 monster cores had been eaten into his stomach, and he used the Tyrant Heaven Martial Soul to convert them. The space of the half-step grotto heaven realm was basically filled. Logically speaking, there should be no problem breaking through at this time. However, Ling Xiao tried several times and failed in the end. Every time he saw the grotto heaven door about to fully open, it would close again, and he always felt that something was missing. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stopped cultivating. He looked at the earth bear's nest in the distance. At this time, the earth bear had returned and was roaring crazily. "You're the one." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. As long as he could obtain the demonic beast crystal core of the earthly bear, not only would it strengthen his martial spirit, allowing the ordinary violent bear martial spirit to evolve into the earthly bear martial spirit, it would also help him break through to the paradise realm. Originally, he planned to kill that guy after breaking through, but now it seemed that this plan had to be brought forward. With his current cultivation, he should be able to defeat the earth bear. Moreover, he was in the wilderness, so he could use his previous ability without any scruples. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao came out of the cave and rushed toward the earth bear. As soon as he came out of the cave, the earth bear also felt his existence at the same time and rushed toward him crazily. "This is good. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you." Roar. The earth bear roared, and its whole body was wrapped in a yellow light. It waved its huge claws and slapped toward Ling Xiao. There was really no reason to talk to this kind of monster. The only thing to do was to fight. "Be careful." The voice of the divine grimoire came out. In this wilderness, it was quite rare to hear such sincere words of concern. "Don't worry. Since I'm here, I have the confidence to defeat it." Ling Xiao was very confident. He had reason to be confident. Ling Xiao could only release his original power in this desolate place. The divine codex was just a sword. Even if he saw it, it was nothing. At the very least, before he recovered his cultivation, he wouldn't let this sword leave his side. Before I reincarnated, I used the demonic fiend seed to completely cultivate the heavenly demon incarnation. From then on, the heavenly demon incarnation turned into an even stronger heavenly demon battle body. Today, I'll let this bear have a taste of how terrifying my heavenly demon battle body is. Ling Xiao looked at the bear of earth pouncing over and actually waved his hands unhurriedly. In just an instant, his body was wrapped in a black aura. Then, a terrifying heavenly demon king appeared in front of the bear of earth. This heavenly demon king was nearly 10 meters tall and looked down at the earth. Just that terrifying demonic intent alone was enough to make the bear of earth tremble in fear. The bear of earth that was charging over actually stopped at that moment. It seemed to be judging how strong this terrifying fellow was. Roar! The bear of earth roared crazily as an endless amount of earth power was released from the ground and poured into its body. A moment later, the bear of earth was covered in a layer of yellow armor, and its body became even bigger. It was originally 4 to 5 meters tall, but now it was 7 to 8 meters tall. Although it was still not as good as Ling Xiao's heavenly demon battle body, at least it wasn't at a disadvantage like before. If he used his heavenly demon battle body with his previous cultivation, Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to fight this bear of earth head-on. Because his cultivation was too low, he couldn't fight it head-on. But now, his cultivation had risen from the high-level sky-human realm to the half-step grotto heaven realm, and he was only one step away from entering the grotto heaven realm. He was more than just a little bit stronger than before. Facing this bear of earth, he naturally had the power to fight. Boom, the heavenly demon king and the bear of earth collided. Ling Xiao's heavenly demon battle body took half a step back, but he wasn't injured. But the bear of earth took 2 steps back, and the earth armor on its body had obvious cracks. Obviously, Ling Xiao already had some advantage in the form of the heavenly demon battle body when facing a third grotto heaven realm existence. But this advantage wasn't big. Therefore, it did not scare the bear of the earth away. The giant bear pounded its chest crazily, then roared again and rushed towards Ling Xiao. This time, the momentum was even more ferocious than before. Demonic beasts were like this. Although their intelligence was close to that of humans, they were still used to relying on their instincts to fight. This kind of fighting method was naturally very useful against those who were timid. However, against someone like Ling Xiao, who was so audacious that he even dared to target a king of sovereigns, it wasn't very effective. The crazy and fearless attacks had indeed caused some trouble for Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao didn't want to die, but the earth bear didn't care about that. During the battle, Ling Xiao kept retreating. A large number of trees were trampled on the ground by him, scaring the surrounding demonic beasts into fleeing. With such powerful monsters fighting here, unless they wanted to die, no demonic beast would dare to stay here. The phantom image of the divine codex emerged from the magic sword and watched the battle with a dumbfounded expression. She had previously thought that Ling Xiao was just a very ordinary warrior she had met in this small Yuhua town. She had even thought of quietly escaping and leaving Ling Xiao when she had more or less recovered. Even if she, the divine codex, wanted to find a master, someone who could protect her, she had to find a true powerhouse. Ling Xiao wasn't qualified at all. But that was all in the past. The moment Ling Xiao displayed the heavenly devil battle body, the divine codex's eyes widened. At that moment, there was an indescribable feeling. It was as if she had fallen in love at first sight, but it wasn't the same. In short, at that moment, she was certain that Ling Xiao could help her recover to her original state. She also believed that she could entrust the thing she carried on her back to Ling Xiao. It seems that just the heavenly devil battle body isn't enough to defeat this crazy guy. To avoid trouble, I have to use some other methods. Ling Xiao thought as he retreated. At that moment, a pitch-black universe suddenly appeared behind him. You actually want me to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul to kill you? You, the Earth Bear, can be proud. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The huge demon claw slapped down. The Earthen Bear clearly felt fear, and actually turned around to flee. It's too late, Sky Tyrant Heavenly Devil Claw. The pitch-black demon claw seemed to stretch out from the depths of the universe. It was so huge that it was unbelievable. The Earth Bear roared crazily, trying to block the attack. However, it was useless. The terrifying demon claw covered the sky and covered the sun. the darkness enveloped everything. The huge claw finally pressed the earth bear to the ground. The earth armor shattered one after another. The giant bear was actually shaken to death by Ling Xiao. Seeing this scene, the divine codex was even more shocked. She even had a fanatical feeling. Compared to the heavenly devil battle body, the sky tyrant martial soul displayed by Ling Xiao fascinated her and made her crazy. Why is my luck so good? This should be the mountain river martial soul. Moreover, it's a strengthened mountain river martial soul. She was extremely excited and full of hope. It seems that escaping this time was the right thing to do. Otherwise, how could I meet such a strong person? Don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Ling Xiao instantly withdrew the sky tyrant martial soul and the heavenly devil battle body. The things that he was familiar with were indeed powerful and overbearing when used. It was a pity that once he went to a crowded place, he could only hide it. For his own safety, he had to do this. Fortunately, after killing the earth bear, he could get the demon beast core of the earth bear. Next, his cultivation was bound to make a breakthrough. In this way, as long as he could advance to the first grotto heaven realm, then even if he didn't use the heavenly devil battle body and the sky tyrant martial soul, he wouldn't be afraid of Ling Moyu and Chen Kuan. He took out the demon beast core of the earth bear and then threw its body into the storage ring. This earth bear was full of treasures. It was a pity to throw it away. Let's go. Ling Xiao took the godly codex and returned to the cave where he had been cultivating. He knew how Shendian felt about him now. This was the effect he wanted. In actual combat, the heavenly devil battle body and the sky tyrant martial soul, in addition to defeating the earth bear faster, the other reason was naturally to let Shendian follow him obediently and not always think about escaping. If you weren't attractive enough, why would such an outstanding secret sword stay by your side? Charm, don't be funny. In this world, there was nothing more unreliable than charm. Only benefits were eternal. The key was that the secret sword was different from other magic weapons. It couldn't be dripped with blood to recognize its master. If he wanted to keep it by his side, this was the only way. His goal was achieved. Not only did he kill the earth bear, but he also made Shendian his most loyal fan. A few days later, a person came out of the dense forest. This youth looked to be about 12 or 13 years old, but his body was very sturdy. One look and one could tell that he was a martial artist. After cultivating bitterly for several days, I finally broke through. Ling Moyu, this time, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground and make you pay the price for your arrogance. This youth was naturally Ling Xiao. Counting the days, it was also time for the Ling family's annual gathering. He cultivated bitterly in this wilderness for nearly a month, and his cultivation finally broke through to the grotto heaven realm. And this breakthrough was the low level of the grotto heaven realm, equivalent to the third grotto heaven realm cultivation. This was the advantage of a first transformation reincarnation realm martial artist. He prepared to return to the Ling family. On one hand, he naturally had to hand over the refined medicinal pills to Ling Yuhua. No matter what, Ling Yuhua could not be offended for the time being. After all, that old thing was at the Yinyang realm. He was still not a match for him now. Even if he used the night demon flower, it was impossible. Outside the forest, there were still people guarding. But to the current Ling Xiao, they did not pose a threat at all. When Ling Xiao walked out of the forest and was on the way back to the Ling family, the Ling family's annual gathering had already officially begun. This annual gathering not only had martial arts competitions, but there was also eating, drinking, and playing. The Ling family invited the reputable figures of Yuhua town to participate, including the Chen family. The purpose of the martial arts competition was very simple. On one hand, it was to test the cultivation results of the next generation in this year. On the other hand, it was naturally to flaunt their strength to other families. The battles on the stage were already very exciting to the people of Yuhua town. After all, the martial artists of Yuhua town only had so much experience. Of course, it was undeniable that in this small place, the battle still had some eye-catching aspects. At the very least, Ling Wansui, Ling Moyu, and Ling Jiaojiao's performances were especially outstanding. Up until now, many martial artists had already been eliminated. It could be said that it was already nearing the end. but Ling Xiao still had not returned. Sitting beside Ling Yuhua was a young man around 20 years old. His eyes were bright like stars, and his face was like jade. His body emitted a sharp aura that belonged to a swordsman. This person was the 7-star Sword Palace's outer sect disciple, Ling Jian. Ling Jian was much stronger than Ling Muoyu, regardless of cultivation or strength. Therefore, he could be said to be the number one in the younger generation of the Ling family. His strength had long been recognized by all the higher-ups in the clan. He was Ling Yuhua's most beloved grandson. Therefore, he was not a participant in this year's annual meeting, but one of the referees. Jianer, tell Grandpa, what do you think about the current situation? Ling Yuhua had the intention of grooming Ling Jian. Thus, during the duel, he had the intention of letting Ling Jian comment on the battle. Yes, Grandpa. Ling Jian cupped his hands and said, so far, there aren't many surprises. Little sister Moyu's cultivation actually broke through to the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. This was really a pleasant surprise, but it was also reasonable. What surprised me was Sister Jiao Jiao. Her cultivation had actually broken through to the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm. Not only that, the wind and rain sword art of Heaven Mountain that she was using was truly interesting. It was only a low-tier gold grade sword skill, but it was able to display the power of a low-tier jade grade sword skill. I wonder if it was you who helped her modify it. I'm not in the mood for that. Ling Yuhua shook his head. In fact, what he wanted to say in his heart was that even if he wanted to do so, he did not have that kind of ability. That's interesting. Every move and style of Sister Jiao Jiao seems to have been guided by an expert. When she fought in the past, she was rigid in defense and was not like a swordsman at all. But now, her sword is unconventional, and every move is swift and fierce. Although the enemy knows that her defense is not good, they can't attack her at all. As long as they get close, they will be threatened by her swift and fierce sword skill. Amazing, amazing. This girl must have an expert guiding her behind. In time, she will definitely surpass Sister Mou. Even I'm a little nervous. Ling Jian was also a swordsman, so he was very clear about the huge changes in Ling Jiao Jiao. You mean, Jiao Jiao is still not Mou's opponent? Ling Yuhua asked. At least not yet. Sister Mou, as an outer disciple of Linglong Palace, also has an expert guiding her. I think she may become the first in this year's annual meeting. Ling Jian replied. It's in line with this old man's thoughts. Ling Yuhua nodded his head in satisfaction. This grandson really made him more and more proud. By the way, grandfather, I heard that the slave Ling Xiao is going to have a showdown with Sister Mou at this annual meeting. Why don't I see him? When Ling Jian talked about others, he seemed to be very polite and spoke calmly. But when talking about Ling Xiao, he kept calling him a slave. It could be seen that in this person's heart, he also looked down on Ling Xiao extremely. Don't worry about him. He probably won't come to this year's annual meeting. Ling Yuhua shook his head and said, this boy, this old man will catch him sooner or later and tear him into pieces. In Ling Yuhua's view, Ling Xiao had not returned yet. He must have escaped with those medicinal herbs. He had also sent people to search everywhere recently, but there was no trace of him. He was really annoyed. The dignified Ling family patriarch was actually played by a child. How could he believe that the boy could refine the Celestial Marrow Cleansing Pill and Grotto Heaven Spirit Essence Pill? It was ridiculous to think about it. There's no need for grandfather to take action. Grandson can take his life. This slave harbored evil intentions and hid his strength. He must be up to no good. Killing him is not wrong. Ling Jian also gritted his teeth and said. He had never even seen Ling Xiao before, but he hated Ling Xiao to the bone. This seemed incomprehensible, but it was reasonable. Because Ling Xiao was like a slave in his eyes. He actually defeated Ling Bei and almost killed Ling Wansui. He felt that this was an insult to the Ling family's face. From the bottom of his heart, he did not treat this Ling Xiao as a family. Alright, let's not talk about it. This competition has reached the final showdown. I should announce it. Ling Yuhua said, then stood up and said, this is the showdown between the top 4 of this year's annual meeting. Ling Muoyu, Ling Jiao Jiao, Ling Wansui, and Ling Yan, the 4 of you can draw lots. The one who needed to be mentioned here was Ling Yin. The Ling family had 3 reincarnation realm martial artists. One was Ling Xiao, and the other 2 were Ling Yan and Ling Jian. Ling Jian entered the reincarnation realm relatively early. Now, he had already made a name for himself. Ling Yan was earlier than Ling Xiao, but he was more low-key. This year's annual meeting's performance was very dazzling. He defeated many Ling family martial artists and finally reached this step. So, no one would look down on him. The 4 people drew lots. The result was Ling Mayu against Ling Yan, and Ling Jiaojiao against Ling Wansui. The winner of the 2 groups would fight for the first place. The loser of the 2 groups would fight for the 3rd place. The first battle was between Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Wansui. Ling Wansui was once almost killed by Ling Xiao. Later, he worked hard and made great progress under the guidance of the mysterious snake demon sex experts. Ling Wansui's cultivation wasn't as good as Ling Jiaojiao's, but he hated Ling Jiaojiao to the bone. At that time, he tried to frame Ling Xiao by using the demonic madness powder, but he was defeated by Ling Jiaojiao instead. Although he wasn't killed at that time, he couldn't raise his head in the Ling family for such a long time. He was the one who hurt her, but he hated her for not letting him hurt her. This kind of person was really shameless. Similarly, Ling Jiaojiao naturally wouldn't let Ling Wansui off. If the family could face the demonic madness powder, then Ling Wansui would have been killed long ago. How could he still be here at the annual meeting, since the family didn't help her uphold justice? Then she would kill Ling Wansui on this stage. She believed in her ability, with the improved 1000 mountain wind and rain sword that Ling Xiao gave her and a cultivation technique that completely reached the extreme. Killing Ling Wansui was absolutely no problem. Ling Jiaojiao, you don't want to marry me, so I will ruthlessly humiliate you in front of everyone, so that you can't raise your head. Ling Wansui looked at Ling Jiaojiao fiercely, his attitude was very arrogant. Because he knew that his cultivation wasn't as good as his opponent, he wanted to use psychological tactics to make Ling Jiaojiao lose her mind. Do you know what I did after I gave you the demonic madness powder? Hee, I played with you, young miss, but in the Ling family, except for that trash Ling Xiao, no one stood up for you. Ling Wansui continued, you must feel very unhappy, right? Ha 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 ha. His voice wasn't loud, so only Ling Jiaojiao could hear it. Are you finished? Ling Jiaojiao's face was like frost, but her heart was like still water. She looked at Ling Wansui indifferently and asked. Ling Wansui was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this impulsive girl would become so calm, which made him a little surprised. Of course, he didn't know that the cultivation technique that Ling Xiao gave Ling Jiaojiao could make a swordsman completely immersed in the attack, and her heart was like still water. Outside factors could rarely disturb Ling Jiaojiao. If you're finished, then go to hell, use your life to pay for your sins. You want to fight with Ling Xiao? You're not worthy. Then, the wind. A gust of wind was an invisible sword qi. Ling Wansui's head fell to the ground. Ling Jiaojiao calmly sheathed her sword and didn't even look at Ling Wansui's corpse. Jiaojiao, you're crazy. Ling Tianxiong stood up abruptly and roared, how could you kill someone at the annual meeting? And the person you killed was your brother. Ling Jiaojiao looked at Ling Tianxiong expressionlessly and said coldly, brother? Whose brother would use demonic madness powder to poison his own sister? As a father, if you don't know how to seek justice for your daughter, then I will seek justice for myself. You thought that you could hide the matter of the demonic madness powder from the world and avoid becoming the laughingstock of Ascension Town, but you forgot that there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. You, the upper echelons of the Ling clan, have long become the laughingstock of the entire Yuhua town. Only my younger brother, Ling Xiao, treats me the best. She's the only one who's willing to help me pull myself together. After she finished speaking, she walked down the arena. The faces of the upper echelons of the Ling family were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Ling Jiaojiao actually didn't care about their face and said everything. But they never thought that a girl was poisoned with demonic madness powder and was even defiled. They didn't care and didn't ask. Did they take this girl's dignity seriously? Ling Yuhua's face was also very ugly. He slammed the table and said, take Ling Jiaojiao away and guard her strictly. How dare she talk nonsense in public and tarnish the reputation of the Ling clan? Yes. Ling Jiaojiao's heart was mournful. If there was no Ling Xiao, she might immediately choose to commit suicide. Anyway, the enemy had already been killed. Her life had no meaning. But with Ling Xiao there was still a warm current in her ice-cold heart. She didn't resist and let those people take her away. Seeing Ling Jiaojiao leave, Ling Moyu actually breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Jiaojiao's sword was too strong. Ling Wansui actually didn't react. If it were her, she might be able to block it, but she would definitely be injured. What happened to this girl? How did she become so powerful all of a sudden? Now that Ling Jiaojiao was taken away, her opponent was only left with Ling Yan alone. Although Ling Yan was formidable, he was her people. Even though they might exchange blows in order to convince people, it was also merely putting on an act. The reality was like so. The so-called decisive battle unfolded between Ling Moyu and Ling Yan. The two people fought quite vigorously. But during the battle, Ling Yan deliberately showed a flaw and was knocked off the stage by Ling Moyu, directly admitting defeat. This flaw was sold very subtly. The people who could see through it were not many. Only Ling Yuhua and a few martial artists with better eyesight could pry into the mystery within. But they also did not dare to be certain. After all, Ling Yan was a martial artist who reincarnated into the world. His combat skills were probably even more formidable than Ling Yuhua, that old fellow. As long as he wanted to admit defeat, others could not easily see through it. Ling Yan and Ling Xiao basically came to the Ling family one after the other. But the two people chose two completely different paths. Ling Yan attached himself to Ling Moyu and was doing very well. Ling Xiao was not willing to attach himself to anyone and was doing rather miserably. This was the biggest crisis for a reincarnated martial artist. When your strength was relatively weak and you had not fully recovered, there were really many people who could bully you and make you uncomfortable. At this time, everyone's choice was different. It could not be said that Ling Yan's choice was wrong, but such a choice, at least Ling Xiao, was a little unbearable. Letting him attach himself to a woman like Ling Moyu, he might as well die quickly. Alright, today's annual competition is over. The champion has also come out. Ling Moyu, the pride of our Ling family. Ling Yuhua stood up, looked at Ling Moyu on the stage, and announced loudly. Below the stage, Chen Kuan could not help but nod in satisfaction. It seems that Ling Xiao is simply a complete coward. I don't know where he escaped to. This year's annual competition is already over, but he still hasn't appeared. It's really ridiculous. Ling Moyu also looked at Chen Kuan affectionately. Although the two had a little conflict because of the secret sword, it was not a big deal. Chen Kuan liked Ling Moyu because Ling Moyu was good-looking enough. Ling Moyu liked Chen Kuan because Chen Kuan was outstanding enough. At least among all the young disciples of Yuhua town, there were no more than two people who could beat Chen Kuan. And those two people were older than Chen Kuan. Wait. Just as Ling Yuhua finished announcing and was about to award the champion's prize to Ling Moyu, a voice sounded. Then, a figure flew onto the stage like a meteor. The youth now looked about 13 years old. Standing on the stage, he was not as tall as Ling Moyu, but his aura still made everyone unable to help but take another look. You actually dared to come back. Ling Moyu had long determined that Ling Xiao was timid and would never dare to come back. But Ling Xiao actually came back before the award ceremony, which made her very unhappy. Why wouldn't I dare to come back? Why can't I come back? I didn't do anything wrong. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then, he looked around but did not find Ling Jiaojiao and little Fifth. He could not help but frown and looked directly at Ling Yuhua. Old man, you went back on your words. Do you not want those things anymore? Ling Yuhua did not care that Ling Xiao was so rude to him. He asked directly, did you really do it? Nonsense, if I didn't do it, if I came back, wouldn't I be cut into pieces by you? Ling Xiao had improved his strength this time and was more confident than before. Although he was definitely not this old thing's opponent, he was confident that he could escape. Good, very good. After I give out the award, let's go to my study room to talk. Ling Yuhua was very excited. Other things did not seem to matter. As long as Ling Xiao could successfully refine the medicinal pills he requested, then their Ling family would inevitably become powerful quickly. Chen family and other families in Yuhua town would be suppressed. Wait. You haven't answered my question yet. Ling Zhao's tone was a bit cold. Don't worry, Jiao Jiao just killed Ling Wansui and said some nonsense, so she faced the wall to reflect. As for your servant, Little Fifth, he was arranged to work in the small courtyard of Bay. It's much more lively there and the food is good. After all, no one has lived in your small courtyard for a long time. It's too hard for him to work alone. Ling Yuhua tried to make his smile as gentle as possible and said with a smile. This scene caused everyone to be somewhat stunned. When did the domineering and ruthless Ling family patriarch, Ling Yuhua, become so polite to such a kid? They could not understand. Okay, bring the two of them to see me. Ling Xiao stared at Ling Yuhua and said. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the patriarch? Ling Mayu angrily rebuked. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you be noisy in front of me? Scram to the side. Ling Xiao suddenly glared at Ling Mou. Ling Mou was so scared that he retreated a few steps and almost fell down from the ring. In terms of aura, martial artists who had entered samsara were truly much more valiant than ordinary martial artists. Old man, I don't ask for much. I just want you to bring the two of them out. Seeing that they're fine, I'll give them to you immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Everyone, today's annual meeting will end here. You may leave now. Ling Yuhua frowned and cupped his hands at the guests today. His voice was laced with menace. Therefore, many people who came to watch the show turned around and left. They did not dare to stay any longer. They had heard of Ling Yuhua's reputation. He was someone who dared to kill at the slightest provocation. He was truly cruel and heartless. In the blink of an eye, most of the people had left. Only the Ling family and a few people from the Chen family were still there. Everyone from the Chen family, please leave as well. Next will be our family matters. Ling Yuhua said. Let's go. It's better not to interfere in other people's family matters. Chen Kuan's father, Chen Ran, wanted to stay and see what exactly was going on. He wanted to know what exactly Ling Xiao had in his hands that could make Ling Yuhua hesitate. However, he had no choice. He had to leave. Otherwise, if Ling Yuhua, that old man, really got angry, it would be troublesome. As for what would happen next, he did not have to worry. Anyway, they had arranged a spy in the Ling family. Whatever happened here, they would know about it very soon. After Chen Ran, Chen Kuan, and the rest left, Ling Yuhua then asked someone to bring Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth over. Ling Jiaojiao was fine. After seeing Ling Xiao, she excitedly pounced on him like a girl who saw her lover. However, that Little Fifth was in serious trouble. Little Fifth was carried over. It seemed that her legs were already crippled. Moreover, there were many whip injuries on her body. Ling Zhao's face instantly turned cold. He glanced at Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Jiaojiao suddenly cried. I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of her. This order was given by my father. They forcefully arranged for Little Fifth to stay in my brother's courtyard. I've been grounded. Other than cultivating, I can't do anything else. It's all my fault. Forget it. It has nothing to do with you. Ling Xiao would not randomly blame others. Ling Jiaojiao really could not do anything about this. Even if he wanted to blame someone, he should blame Ling Tianxiong and Ling Bei. Who did this? His voice was very cold as he stared at Ling Yuhua. It's just a servant. Is there a need for you to be so angry? If it really doesn't work, I'll find you a more capable one. Ling Yuhua did not want to make a big deal out of this. However, he did not know that his words made Ling Xiao even angrier. Find another one? If your clothes are ruined, you can change. If your limbs are broken, can you change them? I'm asking who did it. Don't tell me that you, as the clan leader, can't even find out such a small thing. Ling Xiao looked at Little Fifth and was really angry. They did not even let off a servant. This Ling family was really crazy. Hee, young Master Ling Xiao, don't be angry. When Little Fifth was working in young Master Bei's courtyard, her hands and feet were not clean. She stole something and tried to escape. That's why she was broken by me. A chubby warrior stood out. Ling Xiao recognized him. He was from Ling Tianxiong's family. He was the housekeeper of Ling Bei's courtyard. This person dared to stand out because he was sure that Ling Xiao would definitely not dare to do anything to him in front of so many people. Moreover, his cultivation was not weak. He was at the third grotto heaven realm. He was there to protect Ling Bei. He looked at Ling Xiao. Although there was a smile on his face, there was a hint of mockery between his brows. It seemed to mean that he was the one who did it. What could he do about it? What answered him was a ray of sword light. A ray of sword light that was brighter than the stars. When the sword came out, the legs were broken, the chubby housekeeper's legs were cut off. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Ah! After being stunned for a moment, the chubby housekeeper let out a hysterical scream. The entire Ling family's martial arts arena was in a state of trembling. You broke my little fifth's legs. You didn't kill him. I don't want your life either. Your legs will be used to repay your debt. Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. Then he walked to Little Fifth and helped him take a healing pill. Then he used his own internal energy to help him recover. Although Little Fifth was injured all over and his legs were broken, these were all hard injuries. It was not difficult to treat them. When he was about to heal Little Fifth's injuries, many people finally reacted. The first to rush out was Ling Tianxiong. Ling Tianxiong wanted to kill Ling Xiao to avenge the fat butler. However, when he rushed out, he was stopped by Ling Yuhua. Enough, this old man knows what to do about this matter. Why don't you take the butler to treat his injuries? If it's a little later, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Ling Yuhua said coldly. Father, why do you indulge this kid so much? Ling Tianxiong roared. I indulge him? What your adopted son Ling Wanshui has done, don't you have any idea in your heart? Ling Yuhua actually knew everything, but he acquiesced to Ling Tianxiong's nonsense. He did not expect Ling Tianxiong to question him today. It was ridiculous. Ling Tianxiong was stunned for a moment, and immediately a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He turned back and roared, let's go. Taking the fat butler, Ling Tianxiong, Ling Bei, and the others hurriedly left. Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao angrily and said, is it okay now? You've avenged him. You won't find another reason, right? Of course not. Ling Xiao said lightly, Ling Jiaojiao is not guilty of killing Ling Wanshui. She's qualified to fight with Ling Moyu. Do you think she can win against Moyu? Ling Yuhua frowned. Whether she can win or not, we'll know after the fight. Ling Xiao did not know if Ling Jiaojiao could win, but it was always depressing to be deprived of an opportunity for no reason. When he participated in the White Tiger meet, he encountered such a thing. Today, he would not let Ling Jiaojiao suffer the same grievance. Okay. Ling Yuhua nodded and said. Grandfather, I also have a request. Ling Moyu suddenly said. You have a request too? Ling Yuhua frowned and said, say it. Moyu hopes that Ling Xiao will fight with me like a man. What he said before, he won't go back on his words, right? Ling Moyu said while looking at Ling Xiao. Today's annual meeting should have belonged to her alone, but unfortunately, it was completely taken away by Ling Xiao. This made her very unhappy. She wanted to regain her face. Of course, what I said counts, but Ling Mou, I'm afraid you can't even win against Ling Jiaojiao, whom I pointed out, so what makes you think you can win against me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Arrogant. Then I'll fight you after I defeat Ling Jiaojiao. Let's see what excuses you have then. Ling Moyu said angrily. Ling Xiao actually said that she was no match for Ling Jiaojiao. She couldn't take it anymore. Ling Jiaojiao was nothing. She had watched her grow up and was always under her feet. How could she win against her? I don't need an excuse. If you win against Ling Jiaojiao, I'll fight you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, of course, if you lose, you can also fight. I will accompany you at any time. You're Ling Xiao, right? Suddenly, Ling Jian stood up from below the stage and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. As long as you're not deaf, you shouldn't need to ask this question. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Humph, as expected, extremely arrogant. Ling Jian said coldly, you said Ling Jiaojiao can defeat Ling Moyu. Why don't we make a bet? Bet? I like it, but what kind of bet? Ling Xiao asked. It's very simple. If Ling Moyu defeats Ling Jiaojiao, you'll be at uncle's disposal. Ling Jian obviously wanted Ling Tianxiong to owe him a favor. This kid probably believed that he would be the future patriarch and began to lay out his connections now. Okay, then what if Ling Moyu loses? Ling Xiao asked. You state your conditions. Ling Jian said. How about this? If Ling Moyu loses to Ling Jiaojiao, then I hope Patriarch can let me walk around the martial arts hall for 2 hours. How about it? Ling Zhao's goal was the seal of immortality. He believed that the martial arts of the most powerful immortality palace in the Black Tortoise continent would definitely not be ordinary. This seal of immortality might become a very powerful cultivation or combat method in the future. It wouldn't be wrong to take it and have a look. That's not something I can decide. Ling Jian frowned and said. Then why are you so arrogant? I only need this one condition. If it's not possible, then forget it. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. This old man will promise you on his behalf. Ling Yuhua suddenly said. Ling Jian was his most valued successor. Ling Jian's matter was his matter. He didn't want his most valued successor to lose face in front of Ling Xiao. Thank you, grandfather. Ling Jian let out a breath of relief. Grandfather was still the best to him and didn't let him lose face. If so, then let's begin. Jiao Jiao, come over here for a moment. Ling Xiao wasn't sure if Ling Jiaojiao could win against Ling Moyu, so he had to do something. What's wrong, brother? Ling Jiaojiao had already treated Ling Xiao as her own brother, so she didn't feel anything wrong when she called out. Ling Xiao gently placed his hand on Ling Jiaojiao's shoulder and silently circulated his soul force. Secret art, frost armor. From the storage ring on his hand, a blue light inadvertently entered Ling Jiaojiao's body from his hand. This blue light, of course, belonged to the Sword of Secret Art. Although he couldn't put the Sword of Secret Art into the storage ring, the Sword of Secret Art could go in by itself. Xin Dian was still a reasonable girl. After listening to his explanation, she chose to enter the storage ring to avoid causing more serious trouble. The blue light on Ling Jiaojiao's body was a secret art that had yet to be released. This secret art contained Ling Zhao's soul force. It would only be released at a critical moment. If Ling Jiaojiao really wasn't Ling Moyu's opponent, this secret art could play a key role. This could also be considered a trump card. If he didn't bet, he wouldn't do this. But since he had a bet with Ling Jian, then don't blame him for being sinister. In fact, he wasn't the only one who had some tricks. Ling Jian also gave Ling Moyu a pill, saying that it was from the 7-star Sword Palace. After taking it, it could double one's combat strength for a short period of time. It would come in handy at a critical moment. Ling Moyu originally didn't intend to take it because she didn't believe that Ling Jiaojiao could bring any threat to her. But after thinking about it, she finally put the pill into the storage ring. Come on, sister. It's really rare for you to be able to reach this step with Thousand Mountain Storm Sword. It just so happens that I also know this sword technique. I'll let you see that the Thousand Mountain Storm Sword used by different people is completely different. Compared to me, you're still far behind. Ling Moyu looked at Ling Jiaojiao and was very angry. It was as if her toy had been snatched away by others. She was very unhappy. Originally, Ling Jiaojiao was a good girl that she had always controlled. But now, she had become Ling Zhao's person. Sister, you should use other martial skills. Thousand Mountain Storm Sword is not as good as mine. Ling Jiaojiao said indifferently. Humph, I didn't expect that you would be infected with his arrogant habits by following him. You're simply overestimating yourself. Ling Moyu snorted coldly and suddenly burst out the terrifying aura of the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. Then, the shadow of a sword appeared behind her. At the same time, there was also a long sword in her hand. Where the long sword pointed, the wind suddenly blew. In the sky, there was actually a faint shadow of dark clouds. It seemed that a torrential rain was coming. Defeat. It had to be said that Ling Moyu's Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword was quite good. With the cultivation of the fourth heavenly insight realm, even if she used a low-level gold grade sword skill, it was still powerful. But a low-level gold grade sword skill was still a low-level gold grade sword skill. Compared to a low-level jade grade sword skill, the power was too far away. Moreover, Ling Moyu's Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword had only been cultivated to the proficient level. But Ling Jiaojiao's Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword had been cultivated to the perfection level, only one step away from the perfection level. The gap between the two was definitely much greater than the gap between the cultivation levels of the same level. Seeing Ling Moyu's long sword coming, Ling Jiaojiao's face was expressionless, and the long sword in her hand also stabbed out at the same time. Using your own weakness to attack others' strength, Sister Moyu, you've already lost your mind. While speaking, the long sword in Ling Jiaojiao's hand had transformed into countless sword shadows, like a storm. Not only did it cover Ling Moyu's vision, but it also covered her own figure. Is this really Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword? Jiaojiao is so young, but she can cultivate a low-level gold grade sword skill to such a degree of perfection, it's too rare. Ling Jian could not help but exclaim. People who used swords understood the ingenuity of Ling Jiaojiao's sword skill the best. Swords were used to kill, not to fight head-on. Therefore, Ling Jiaojiao's sword would not touch Ling Moyu's sword, because Ling Moyu's cultivation level was higher than hers, so her internal force was more vigorous than hers, and she would be at a disadvantage if they touched. Puff, a touch of dark red appeared on the tip of the sword. Ling Moyu's figure retreated rapidly. However, Ling Jiaojiao's figure was like a ghost, always entangling her. I said earlier, in terms of Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword, Sister Moyu, you're really not as good as me. Originally, you could have won this duel, but you overestimated yourself. Using your weakness to attack my strength, if you don't lose, even the heavens won't tolerate it. Ling Jiaojiao's voice came from the void, as if it came from all directions, making Ling Moyu unable to determine the exact location. If there was a gap of several realms, then Ling Moyu might have a chance to turn the tables. But in fact, she was only one realm higher than Ling Jiaojiao. One was the third heavenly insight realm, and the other was the fourth heavenly insight realm. Once Ling Jiaojiao gained the upper hand, there would be no way to reverse the situation. I didn't expect Jiaojiao to be such a genius. I'm afraid his Thousand Mountain Storm sword already has the power of a jade grade sword skill. Even if Mou loses, it's normal. Ling Yuhua narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. It seemed that Ling Xiao had said that Ling Jiaojiao's swordsmanship was taught by him. If this was true, this Ling Xiao was probably a rare genius before he reincarnated. Most likely, he would have broken through to the rebirth realm by the time he was 30. He thought that his guess was already very optimistic about Ling Xiao. Little did he know that Ling Xiao had already broken through to the rebirth realm when he was 18 years old. If he knew the truth, he would definitely not treat Ling Xiao like that. He couldn't wait to curry favor with them, so how could he offend them? Could this be his doing again? The elder on duty was also sitting in the referee's seat. In the past, when Ling Xiao had chosen the falling star sword technique, he had said that Ling Xiao was useless and could not be nurtured. But later, Ling Xiao defeated Ling Wansui with the falling star sword art, which made him quite surprised. Unfortunately, he didn't see that battle with his own eyes, so he didn't know whether it was true or not. Until today, when he saw Ling Jiaojiao use the Thousand Mountain Storm sword, he suddenly understood everything. Not only was this Ling Xiao not a so-called mud, but he was also a true genius. This level of genius was not something the people of Yuhua Town could compare with. Unfortunately, if he had treated this Ling Xiao better earlier, the future of Yuhua Town's Ling family would be limitless. Now, it was really too late. Everything was too late. This child's heart was probably filled with hatred. He sighed helplessly and decided to talk to Ling Xiao after this matter. At this time, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Ling Moyu, who had been suppressed by Ling Jiaojiao to the point that she couldn't make a move, suddenly increased her strength. She unleashed all of her low-tier jade grade sword skills as she unleashed her terrifying power. It was the Jade Wind Sword art from Ling Long Palace. Ling Jiaojiao was finally forced to retreat. A touch of regret appeared on her face. She didn't defeat Ling Moyu before, so she probably wouldn't have a chance later. For some reason, Ling Moyu's battle strength suddenly doubled, which made her Thousand Mountain Storm sword unable to suppress her. But she didn't want to lose. Ling Xiao and Ling Jian must have a reason for the bet. He helped me so much, I absolutely can't let him lose this bet, no matter what, I have to win. Ling Jiaojiao clenched her teeth, regardless of the sword wounds on her body, and decided to fight to the death. Although she knew that there was another reason for her opponent to suddenly become strong, no matter what the reason was, no one would uphold justice for her. This family was like this. She had seen through it. Only Ling Xiao was sincerely good to her. Even if she died, she would win for Ling Xiao. You dare to hurt me. You bastard who doesn't have a mother to teach you. You dare to hurt me, I'll kill you. Ling Moyu roared like a madman. She had completely lost her usual demeanor. From a high and mighty young lady, she had become a completely crazy woman. This was not only because of anger, but also because of the side effects of the pill Ling Jian gave her. Jade Wind Sword Art. Kill. When she used this sword art, Ling Moyu's body was covered with a faint white jade luster. Even the nearby wind seemed to have turned into jade swords. In the void, hundreds of jade swords were aimed at Ling Jiaojiao, clearly wanting to pierce Ling Jiaojiao into a sieve. Ling Xiao, you see, this is the woman you want to protect, you can't protect her, ha 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 ha. Ling Moyu really went crazy. That crazed look made many of the spectators in the Ling family tremble with fear. Ling Jiaojiao stood there, without fear on her face. She knew she would lose, but even if she lost, she would not shrink back. Even if she died, she would drag Ling Moyu down with her. This was a swordsman with an unconventional sword. Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword, Wind and Rain Return. This was the most terrible move of the Thousand Mountain Wind and Rain Sword, and it was also a move to perish together. Sacrificing one's own life, at the same time seriously injuring or even killing the enemy. Ling Jiaojiao couldn't think of any other way, she could only use this move to resist Ling Moyu's attack. Jiaojiao, there is no need for that, concentrate on resisting with the regular sword art, and look for opportunities to attack, you will win. Just when she was ready to cut off all means of retreat and fight to the death, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. She could confirm that it was Ling Zhao's voice. It could be directly transmitted into her mind, which made her shocked by how terrible Ling Zhao's soul force was. Although she was incomparably shocked by Ling Zhao's soul force. But at this very moment, Ling Jiaojiao did not have time to sigh with emotion and respect. After hearing Ling Zhao's words, out of trust, she gave up on the mutual destruction move. She only used the ordinary move of the Thousand Mountain Storm Sword, preparing to resist. What a pity. Miss Jiaojiao is also considered a genius. But today's genius will probably be seriously injured even if she doesn't die. Yeah, she injured elder sister Mou and already thoroughly infuriated elder sister Mou. Even if elder sister Mou doesn't kill her, I'm afraid she'll cripple her. Ling Jiaojiao, admit defeat. Ling Yuhua's voice sounded. But the stubborn Ling Jiaojiao just shook her head. She only believed Ling Zhao's words. She actually refuses to admit defeat? Is this courting death? Ling Jian was also stunned. He originally thought that Ling Jiaojiao's brain was good, but did not expect that she was a fool. Grandpa, could it be that Ling Xiao playing tricks? I'll go up and bring Jiaojiao down. With her, plus Mou, Ling Yan, and me, the four of us are enough to suppress the Chen family. Ling Jian looked at Ling Yuhua and said. Ling Yuhua nodded. Ling Jian tore through the air, attempting to end this battle. Ling Jiaojiao, you've already lost, get down. At the same time Ling Jian flew up, a sword slashed towards the arena where Ling Jiaojiao was standing. This Yuhua town's arena naturally could not compare to the arena at the White Tiger Storm meet. As long as his sword landed, it would definitely shatter. At that time, Ling Jiaojiao would fall from the arena, and she would be saved. But at the critical moment, a sword light flew past like a meteor, deflecting his sword chi by an inch. His sword chi only landed on the ground and did not hit the stage. Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do? Ling Jian said angrily. Shouldn't I be the one asking this? The battle hasn't ended yet. On what basis are you so sure that Ling Jiaojiao will undoubtedly lose? Don't forget, you still have a bet with me. Interfering in this battle without permission can be considered your loss. Ling Xiao said coldly. Idiot, could it be that you think Ling Jiaojiao still has a chance of winning? Ling Jian scolded. You're the idiot who can't see the situation clearly. What a joke. While speaking, Ling Xiao silently circulated his soul force. A layer of frost armor appeared on Ling Jiaojiao's body. In that instant, all the jade swords approaching Ling Jiaojiao actually became incomparably slow. Their speed had dropped by almost 70 to 80%. Ling Jiaojiao was stunned. In just a short moment, he suddenly struck out with his sword and instantly sent all the jade swords flying. Then, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Ling Mou. Sister, you've lost this battle. She kicked out her foot. Ling Mou, who had taken a pill to forcibly increase his combat strength, was now in a state of exhaustion after using such a powerful move. In the end, he was easily sent flying by Ling Jiaojiao's kick and fell onto the stage. Due to his anger and the reverse flow of his qi and blood, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The situation of the battle was instantly reversed, and the people who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. Even Ling Yuhua and Ling Jian were stunned. He thought that Ling Jiaojiao would definitely lose, or even die, but in the end, Ling Jiaojiao won easily. The one who fainted was Ling Mou. Because this result was really too shocking, the entire martial arts practice field actually fell into a dead silence. Quickly help Mou back to heal. Ling Jian came back to his senses and shouted loudly. Like Ling Yuhua, Ling Jian usually doted on his sister the most, and that was Ling Mou. This was not only because Ling Mou was his sister, but also because Ling Mou was talented and intelligent, and she respected him very much. She also joined Ling Long Palace, and was the pride of the entire Ling family. Watching people carry Ling Mou away, Ling Jian glared at Ling Jiaojiao. I'm going to kill you. They were both sisters, but Ling Jiaojiao was only a cousin, and a cousin that was not valued by the family. Of course, he would not care. If you want to kill her, you have to pass through me first. Ling Xiao walked to the stage and stood in front of Ling Jiaojiao. He looked at Ling Jian coldly and said, Ling Mou lost because she thought she was infallible, and because the side effects of the pill you gave her were too great. But you inverted black and white, and want to seek revenge on Jiaojiao. What's the reason? It won't be too late to kill her after killing you. Ling Jian would not put Ling Xiao in his eyes, and raised his hand to attack. Bastard. Injuries in a competition are unavoidable. You want to kill your own family too? Ling Yuhua finally opened his mouth. He did not feel sorry for Ling Jiaojiao, nor did he really want to reprimand Ling Jian. It was just that Ling Xiao was related to the rise of the Ling family, and he absolutely could not let Ling Jian kill Ling Xiao. Grandfather. Don't say any more. Go take care of your sister. Jiaojiao's attack was not heavy. She should be fine. Ling Yuhua waved his hand. Ling Jian was helpless. He glared fiercely at Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao, and then left. Are you satisfied now? After Ling Jian left, Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao, and his expression was not very good. The rest of the Ling family also looked at Ling Xiao. They did not know what this man did to let Ling Jiaojiao, who had no chance of defeating Ling Mou, win. Was this still the unknown child who had always been bullied by others? Ling Tai actually had such an outstanding son. They were too shocked. When they recalled the words that they said to Ling Xiao and the things that they did, they actually had some indescribable fear in the depths of their hearts. However, Ling Xiao ignored them and looked at Ling Yuhua. Satisfied, of course, I am satisfied. But this is the result that Jiaojiao won for me with her own ability, and it was not bestowed by you. Now, can Jiaojiao and I head to the martial arts hall? Ling Xiao asked proudly. He didn't need to be grateful to Ling Yuhua. Everything was won by his own ability. It was not given to him by someone else. From today onwards, he believed that no one in the Ling family would dare to look down on him, Ling Xiao. He wanted to take control of this weak clan step by step and make these people his slaves. This should be more valuable and more satisfying than killing them. Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao, and his gloomy face became even more unsightly. To be honest, he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but reason told him that Ling Xiao was very important to him and the Ling family. He must not kill him. It would be a pity to kill him. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword light pierced through the void. Accompanying this sword light was an angry roar. Those who dare to kill my mystic snake demon sect's disciple, die. The snake sword light was like a black snake that shot towards Ling Jiaojiao. This scene was too shocking. No one expected that someone from the mystic snake demon sect would stay in the Ling family and attack Ling Jiaojiao because Ling Wansui was killed. Even Ling Xiao was surprised. This person from the mystic snake demon sect was much stronger than Ling Wansui. Although he had not reached the Yin-Yang realm, he was already a 10th Grotto Heaven realm expert. He should be an outer sect trainer of the mystic snake demon sect. The most likely person was Ling Wansui's master. The mystic snake demon sect's expert suddenly launched a sneak attack on Ling Jiaojiao. At this moment, Ling Jiaojiao could be said to be in extreme danger. Even if Ling Yuhua wanted to stop it, it was already too late. He was relatively far away from Ling Jiaojiao, and that person was obviously waiting to launch a sneak attack. His movements were too fast. If there was anyone who could save Ling Jiaojiao, it would be Ling Xiao alone. But how could Ling Xiao be this person's opponent? Many people thought that Ling Jiaojiao was taught by Ling Xiao. If Ling Jiaojiao could defeat Ling Moyu, then Ling Xiao's strength shouldn't be too weak. Even so, it was a bit too naive to let Ling Xiao face a 10th Grotto Heaven realm powerhouse. This attack would either kill Ling Jiaojiao, or Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao would die together. It could only be one of these two results. They really didn't believe that Ling Xiao would die for such a woman who wasn't related to him by blood. Ling Xiao talks so nicely, but when it comes to a crisis, I'm afraid he'll just stand by and watch. Yes, this is a typical hypocrite. There was a burst of discussion from the crowd. And that black sword light had already arrived. Ling Jiaojiao was obviously a little frightened at this time. She wasn't afraid of death, but of being ruthlessly abandoned again, and of the crowd's discussion becoming reality. But she also didn't want Ling Xiao to save her, because she was afraid that Ling Xiao would really be stupid to save her. What if he was beaten to death? Just when she was in a dilemma, a warm hand gently grabbed her and whispered 2 words in her ear, "Don't worry." Then, she saw a sword light as bright as a star flickering and exploding in front of her. Boom, the starlight hit the black snake, and Ling Xiao was directly sent flying dozens of meters away. He slammed heavily on the wall, causing the thick wall to collapse. But that terrifying black snake sword light was also completely destroyed. Ling Xiao. Ling Jiaojiao was excited and pained. What made him excited was that Ling Xiao was actually willing to block this terrifying attack for him. What was painful was that Ling Xiao had been sent flying. Most likely, he was not as ferocious as before. She screamed and rushed to where Ling Xiao had fallen, hoping to check on Ling Xiao's condition. However, a cold wind blew from behind. When the Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner realized that he had failed to kill Ling Jiaojiao with one strike, he actually attacked again. It seemed that he would not give up until he killed Ling Jiaojiao today. That's enough, mysterious snake envoy. You've already killed one of our Ling clan's men. Do you still want to kill more? Ling Yuhua finally stood in front of that person with an ugly expression. He was very afraid of the Black Snake Demon Sect, but he couldn't just stand by and watch the Black Snake Demon Sect kill the Ling family's people. Get lost, Ling Yuhua. If she doesn't die, your entire Ling clan will be buried with her. The Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner roared. Ling Wansui may only be an outer sect disciple, but since he joined our Black Snake Demon Sect, he's one of us. Whoever kills him must die. Originally, when Ling Wansui was killed by Ling Jiaojiao, he had already planned to make a move. However, the series of events that happened later made him feel that it was very interesting, so he continued to watch. He hoped that Ling Moyu could kill Ling Jiaojiao so that he wouldn't have to make a move. After all, offending Ling Yuhua, a Yin-Yang realm martial practitioner, wasn't a wise move. However, he didn't expect that Ling Jiaojiao would actually defeat Ling Moyu and become the champion. How could he let go of his face? He had no choice but to make a move. Mysterious Snake Envoy, you've gone too far. Ling Yuhua said with a gloomy expression. Ling Yuhua, I know that you're very strong, however, in the eyes of the Black Snake Demon Sect, you're just an insignificant ant. Don't forget that your entire state of Chen isn't worth mentioning in the eyes of the Black Snake Demon Sect, let alone you. The Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner sneered. I advise you to be smart. Abandon this woman and you can save your entire Ling family. My Black Snake Demon Sect might even choose talents from your Ling family. Ling Yuhua clenched his fists tightly, but after a moment, he completely relaxed them. He actually chose to avoid it. Jiao Jiao, I already told you not to kill Ling Wansui, but you didn't listen. Now that you've caused a disaster, although Grandpa isn't willing, I can only abandon you. Ling Yuhua sighed. Ling Jiao didn't expect him to save her at all, but she still had a little bit of hope. Unfortunately, Ling Yuhua's words caused this girl to completely lose her final attachment to this family. She suddenly turned to look at the Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner and said, Come, kill me. Anyway, Ling Xiao is dead. There's no point in me living anymore. Come. No one noticed that Ling Xiao, who was lying there, had a sinister sneer on his face. The Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner's attack was indeed very strong, but it was only enough to kill Ling Jiao. For him, who had the mystic world body, it didn't cause much damage. He had been looking for an opportunity to drag the Ling family down with him. Today, he finally found it. As long as he killed this Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner, the entire Ling family would have to stand on the same boat as him. Otherwise, everyone would die. He didn't stand up. Instead, he released his Gemini martial souls and quietly moved behind the Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner. The difference in cultivation between the two was indeed very large. However, in a sneak attack, as long as he could break the opponent's defense, he could kill the opponent. This had nothing to do with strength. Ha ha ha, Ling Yuhua, you're indeed sensible. I'll report this to the sect master. In the future, your Ling family will benefit from this. The Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner was very satisfied with Ling Yuhua's attitude. To be honest, the only person he feared in the entire Ling family was this old man. Now that he had dealt with this old man, he no longer had any qualms about killing Ling Jiao. As for the brat he had blasted away, he was probably already dead. He didn't care at all. Little girl, if you agree to join my Black Snake Demon Sect, I can spare your life. Without any sense of urgency, the Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner began to have other thoughts. Since Ling Wansui was already dead, and the dead couldn't be resurrected, then in order to better report to the Black Snake Demon Sect, recruiting an outer sect disciple with better aptitude than Ling Wansui was definitely a meritorious service. He's dead, and my heart is dead with him. Either you kill him, or I'll kill you. Ling Jiao looked at the Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner and walked over step by step with her long sword in hand. She knew that she wasn't a match for him, but in order to avenge Ling Xiao, she wasn't afraid. Ling Xiao could die to protect her. Why couldn't she die to avenge Ling Xiao? It seems like you still don't know how powerful our Black Snake Demon Sect is. The Black Snake Demon Sect martial practitioner looked coldly at Ling Jiao. Since you're so stubborn, then die. The Mystic Snake Demon Sect cultivator looked at Ling Jiao with disdain, as if he could already see her head being crushed. However, a cold and sinister feeling suddenly pierced his throat. What? The Mystic Snake Demon Sect cultivator never expected that someone from the Ling family would dare to ambush him. This sword was silent, like a ghost, piercing into his throat. One sword, the Mystic Snake Demon Sect's 10th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator was dead. Although this killing was a little sinister and not honorable enough, Ling Chen was still confident in his strength. However, with Ling Xiao's current strength, it was basically impossible for him to kill such an expert in broad daylight, even if he used the Night Demon Flower. Moreover, if this Mystic Snake Demon Sect cultivator could ambush Ling Jiao, why couldn't he ambush this guy? Sheathing his sword, Ling Xiao was not as agitated as expected. It was probably because he had killed too many cultivators of this level in the past. However, this scene left everyone in the Ling family dumbfounded. Especially Ling Yuhua. He had long lost his usual composure. His eyes were filled with panic. A Mystic Snake Demon Sect cultivator being killed was a big deal. It was disgraceful. This was even more frightening than the death of the Qin Kingdom's prince. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. Ling Yuhua roared. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Your own granddaughter was attacked, but you're not willing to help. You're really heartless. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Yuhua. Alright, you don't have to be so flustered. It's just an outer sect trainer. I believe the Mystic Snake Demon sect won't care too much about it. You make it sound so easy. Do you believe that I won't hand you over to the Mystic Snake Demon sect? As Ling Yuhua spoke, his aura surged. The strength of a Yin-Yang realm cultivator was truly powerful. He wanted to scare Ling Xiao, but it was useless. Ling Xiao was a cultivator who had reincarnated. What had he not seen? How could he care about the pressure of a Yin-Yang realm cultivator? Hand me over? You have to think this through. You know very well how the Mystic Snake Devil sect does things. If one of their people dies here, it won't be resolved just by handing over the murderer. The biggest possibility is that the Ling family will be exterminated. Ling Zhao's voice was very calm, but it crashed into everyone's hearts like thunder. This was because what he said was true. The Mystic Snake Devil sect had always done things this way. There were definitely more than one or two examples like this. After a long time, Ling Yuhua took a deep breath and said, "Nobody is allowed to reveal half a word about what happened here today. Whoever dares to speak will be killed without mercy." Yes. Everyone agreed. This was a matter that concerned the safety of the Ling family, so no one dared to act recklessly. Very well, you can all disperse. Go do what you need to do. Ling Xiao, come with me. Ling Yuhua no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. Although it was a sneak attack, to be able to launch a sneak attack under such circumstances and kill a 10th Heavenly Passage realm martial artist, this brat was too terrifying. If he wanted to kill Ling Yuhua, it was not impossible. Jiao Jiao, please take care of little Fifth. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao said to Ling Jiao Jiao. Don't worry, little brother. I know. This time, even if I lose my life, I won't let anything happen to little Fifth. After what happened just now, Ling Jiao Jiao finally decided to follow Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. Actually, the reason was very simple. In such a dangerous situation, even her Yin-Yang realm grandfather abandoned her. However, Ling Xiao stood up for her. Although the sneak attack was successful, if it had failed, it would definitely have been death. There was no possibility of survival at all. Ling Xiao risked his life to save her. How could she not repay him with her life? I believe you. Ling Xiao smiled and followed Ling Yuhua to his residence. No one noticed that in the Ling clan's courtyard, there was a sneaky guy who sneaked out. Hee, the Emergence Black suppressing snake envoy has been killed. From now on, the Emergence town has no owner. If I inform the Qin clan of this news, the reward this time will definitely be greater. He chuckled and quickly disappeared from the long street. On the other side, at Ling Yuhua's residence, Ling Xiao took out all the elixirs that he promised Ling Yuhua. After Ling Yuhua let Lao He do a check, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems like you are much more powerful than we imagined. I'm afraid my Ling clan's small place can no longer accommodate you. Clan head, are you chasing me away? Ling Xiao smiled and asked. As soon as he finished his sentence, a sword was already placed horizontally on Ling Xiao's neck. The one who made the move was actually the elder on duty of the martial arts hall. How can I chase you away? For a person like you, only by killing you can I be at ease. Ling Yuhua said indifferently. Then you can go ahead and try. Ling Xiao was still drinking his tea calmly, as though he didn't care about the sword of the elder on duty at all. Ling Yuhua was also confused. This young man in front of him was much harder to deal with than he imagined. He could be said to be extremely cunning and surprising. Elder on duty, keep your sword first. Ling Yuhua was very clear that if this sword slashed down and killed Ling Xiao, it would be fine as it would end everything. If he couldn't kill him, then it would really become a death feud, and there would be no possibility of resolving it. Clan head is very wise. Ling Xiao put down his teacup and went straight to the point. We are both not people who like to beat around the bush. I will be direct. From today onwards, I can temporarily cooperate with your Ling clan. You better control your descendants carefully and don't let them provoke me. Otherwise, don't blame me if they are killed by me. In addition, can you tell me now who killed my father, Ling Tai? Since he had already put it this way, he didn't have time to investigate the cause of his father's death. After all, just cultivating was already very urgent. If Ling Yuhua knew, he could just ask directly. The one who killed him is Qianlong. Ling Yuhua sighed and said. The second son of the Qin clan? Ling Xiao frowned. Using his Tai Chi eye, he saw that Ling Yuhua wasn't lying. That's right. The Qin clan might be in Yuhua town, but you must not underestimate them. The Qin clan's clan head, Qin Songhai, is the legitimate crown prince of the Qin kingdom. He was conferred the title of Yuhua king. Ling Yuhua explained. I know this. I just want to ask why Qianlong killed my father. Ling Xiao asked again. To be honest, we don't know the reason. Back when Qianlong and your father met in the restaurant, Qianlong beat your father to death because of a disagreement. We also don't know the exact reason. When we asked the people around, they all said it was a quarrel. Ling Yuhua said helplessly. Haha, you are the Ling clan's clan head. Even if Ling Tai didn't have any status, he was still your adopted son. He was killed, and you didn't care? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Yuhua and questioned. He is the crown prince, and we can't afford to offend him. What's more, the mystic snake devil sect came out to protect the Qin clan. What do you want me to do? You are alone and don't care about the survival of the Ling clan, but I have to be responsible for the entire Ling clan. The words that came out of Ling Yuhua's mouth were even plausible. No need to explain. In the end, you are just a coward and heartless. I don't want to discuss this. Since we know that Qianlong killed my father, then this matter is simple. Ling Xiao let out a cold smile. Qianlong must die, but when he caught that guy, he had to find out why Qianlong killed his father. He always felt that there was something wrong. The main conflict was temporarily shifted. Ling Xiao was prepared to use the Ling clan to deal with the Qin clan. While completing his revenge goal, he could also increase his own cultivation level faster. After all, resources were the most important thing for a martial artist. Alright, clan head. I am going to the martial arts hall. If there is anything, you can ask someone to look for me in the small courtyard. Ling Xiao stood up and suddenly said with a cold expression, I hope this is the last time something like this happens to Little Fifth. If I see Little Fifth being abused again, I will definitely return it tenfold. I will return it 100-fold. Just as he was about to step out of the room, someone suddenly came to report that the Qin clan's eldest son, Qin Ran, and second son, Qianlong, had arrived. Ling Xiao paused for a moment and let out a cold smile. He really didn't see how Qianlong, the murderer of his father, looked like. Although he didn't know why they were here, he could at least see for himself. Ling Yuhua didn't seem to have any intention of letting Ling Xiao leave. Now that everyone was in the same boat and were just making use of each other, it was only right for them to share information. My two nephews, may I know why you are here at this time? Ling Yuhua asked with a smile after inviting Qin Ran and Qianlong to take a seat. Qin Ran smiled and said, since Grandfather Ling has asked, we won't hide it from you. I heard that someone from the Ling clan killed the Mystic Snake Devil Sect's Mystic Snake envoy in Yuhua town. Is this true? When he spoke, he looked at Ling Xiao and obviously knew who killed the Mystic Snake envoy. At that moment, Ling Yuhua and Ling Xiao both thought that someone had leaked the secret, and their expressions turned ugly. Grandfather Ling, I'm sure you know what kind of person the Black Snake envoy is. Even if the Black Snake sect doesn't pursue the matter, the state of Qin will. Qin Ran continued, I heard that the murderer's methods are extremely cruel. Killing people and destroying their bodies is a capital offense. Such a thing actually happened? Ling Yuhua's acting skills were not bad. He looked at Qin Ran in astonishment and said, the mysterious snake envoy is highly skilled in martial arts and has a profound cultivation base. Who could kill him and destroy his corpse? Old man, stop pretending. The person who killed the Black Snake envoy is from your Ling family. Qianlong suddenly shouted, and this person is in this room. Kid, do you dare to admit it? Suddenly, he glared at Ling Xiao and said, are you trying to consign Yuhua town to eternal damnation? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and said, outsiders know that the Qin family and the Ling family don't get along. I thought it was just gossip. I didn't expect the Qin family to go to such an extent. Slandering others and spouting nonsense. Do you really think the Ling family is easy to bully? The reason why he was so calm was simple. The other party had no evidence. There was only one witness, and that was no different from having no evidence. Bastard, how dare you deny it? Someone saw you kill the mystic snake envoy with their own eyes. Could it be fake? Qianlong's temper was extremely irritable. Everything he said was in a rage. Especially when Ling Xiao refused to admit to something he thought was obvious. This made him even more furious. Alright, tell whoever saw it to come face to face with me. Don't let the Qin family and the Ling family become like fire and water because of some random person's lies. Don't forget that our two families have an engagement. Ling Xiao was still very calm. He determined that that person did not dare to come face to face. As long as that person dared to show up, he was dead for sure. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if that person dared to show up, he also had 10,000 ways to make that person change his words. Hence, witnesses were the most useless in the mystic world. Ling Yuhua was originally still worried that Ling Xiao would say the wrong thing because of nervousness. But he did not expect that Ling Xiao, this guy, just said a few words and put Qianran and Qianlong in a dilemma. Originally, these two people were here to denounce. In the end, they became the chief culprits who ruined the two families' relationship. Putting on this label, Qianran and Qianlong were also somewhat terrified. After all, even if the two families had a competitive relationship, at the very least, it was still very harmonious on the surface. If these two people messed around, then it was extremely likely to cause the two families to meet on the battlefield in the end. That would really be a huge sin. Thinking up to here, Ling Yuhua also released his powerful aura very imposingly and said icily, "Honorable nephews, whatever it is, you have to investigate clearly before making a decision. Don't ruin our two families' many years of friendship because of a few words from a lowly person. Old Hey, you can send the guests out." On this matter, Ling Yuhua definitely had to protect Ling Xiao. What kind of joke was this? Once this matter was bitten, then the entire Ling family would suffer, not just Ling Xiao alone. He was powerful enough, so Qianran and Qianlong did not dare to be impudent. Ha ha ha, old Master Ling is right, you are right. It was our oversight. Qianran laughed loudly, feeling a little vexed in his heart. When he came, he actually did not consider this matter carefully. He thought that he had something on the Ling family and was a little too impulsive. This was definitely a miscalculation. But it was fine. After returning, he just had to send a letter to the 8 Immortals County and get the higher-ups to send someone to investigate. As long as that witness was alive, there was hope to topple the Ling family. The Qin family head was the Qin country's ascendant king. Although he was just a small king, he was still a relative of the imperial family. Now that the mysterious snake envoy was dead, this place had become ownerless. Then their Qin family could make use of this opportunity to hold Ascendant Town in their hands. But before that, they had to topple the Ling family first. Sooner or later, only their Qin family would be left in Ascendant Town. There would no longer be any Ling family. Farewell, old Master Ling. Qianran's eyes flickered with a sinister color, but his face was full of smiles. Hold on. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and looked at Qianlong, surnamed Chen. Did you kill my father, Ling Tai? His sudden question stunned everyone. It was really his style to be so direct and straightforward. That's right, I killed him. So what? That bastard Ling Tai went crazy after drinking and tried to assassinate me. I killed him on the spot. It's that simple. Qianlong looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, I have already explained this matter to the patriarchs of the two families. The mysterious snake envoy was also present at the time. He also testified. Humph, I even paid over 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones for that drunkard. I heard that Senior has a son called Chen Pai who also likes to drink, right? Go back and remind him not to participate in the annual Ascension sacrifice. Otherwise, if he gets drunk and falls to his death or is eaten by wild beasts, it will not be worth it. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with killing intent and provocation. The Ascension sacrifice was a big day for the entire Ascension town. It was held once a year and all the participants were experts of the younger generation. They would enter the Ascension mountain range to live alone for a period of time. During this period, they would hunt demonic beasts. It was a competition. Whoever hunted more demonic beast cores would win. The Ascension sacrifice had always been a place where the Chen and Ling families competed in secret. Ling Zhao's intention was very clear. He wanted to kill Qianlong's son during the Ascension sacrifice. Since you killed my father, I'll kill your son. You'd better worry about yourself. Chen Pai's cultivation is 2 realms higher than Chen Kuan's, and the day of the Ascension sacrifice is approaching. Do you really think you can overturn the heavens during this period of time? Qianlong sneered. Since you said so, I'll tell my son. Chen Pai. When he sees you, he will definitely not show mercy. This guy was even more direct. Haha, then just wait. Ling Xiao smiled. He was still not Qianlong's opponent now. However, it was different for Qianlong's son. It was natural for the son to repay the father's debt. Moreover, Chen Pai was not a good person. He had found many people to deal with him in the past. However, he had resolved all of them. Chen Ran and Qianlong left. It seemed like a crisis had been resolved, but Ling Yuhua's brows were still tightly knitted. Patriarch, you don't have to worry. I've already dealt with that person. He's a spy and should accept his fate of death. Ling Xiao would never sympathize with spies. He was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. He knew very well how much harm a spy could cause to a country. Therefore, he would never be soft-hearted when dealing with spies. In fact, when Chen Ran and Qianlong were arguing with Ling Yuhua in his courtyard, his Gemini martial spirits had already quietly left. Since the spy had left, he would definitely leave behind some traces. Even though he had hidden himself well, he was still able to find out and kill him. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone came in to report. Patriarch, just now, our disciple Ling Ah-san was killed by someone. His corpse is hanging outside the main gate. Good. What a disgraceful traitor. Listen to my orders. Hang the corpse for 10 days and 10 nights. Put up a notice and tell everyone in Yuhua town that Ling Ah-san is a spy of the Chen clan. Ling Yu shouted angrily at a row of tables. Yes. At the same time, the Chen family also received the news. Qianlong was furious. Big brother, I told you, we should have let Ling Ah-san stay in our Chen family and directly sent him to the county to avoid being discovered. Now, he's been killed, and the only witness is gone. How could it be so fast? Chen Ran was also stunned. That's not right. Our Chen family and the Ling family have been fighting for so many years. That old man Ling Yuhua doesn't have such capabilities. There must be an expert guiding the Ling family behind the scenes. We have to be careful during the Ascension ceremony this time. After all, this year's Ascension ceremony will be different from previous years. It involves something even more important. The Ascension ceremony has a special meaning? In Ling Zhao's courtyard, Ling Xiao asked the same question. This was because Ling Yuhua was also talking about the same topic. Yes. All this time, the 8 Immortals County has sent many managers over because of Yuhua Town's remote location. In the end, they were all unfortunately killed on the way or died for no reason. Therefore, the 8 Immortals County has been planning a method to let the people of Yuhua Town manage their own town. This time, the mysterious snake envoy of the mysterious snake demon sect was killed, so this plan will definitely be pushed forward. Ling Yuhua was a very practical person. After cooperating with Ling Xiao, there was basically nothing to hide from Ling Xiao. He continued, this year's Ascension ceremony seems to be an annual ceremony for Yuhua Town, but in reality, it's a secret competition between the Chen family and the Ling family for the management rights of Yuhua Town. Whoever wins in the end will obtain the management rights of Yuhua Town for 10 years. After 10 years, the management rights will be reshuffled. However, don't underestimate these 10 years. With these 10 years, whether it's the Ling family or the Chen family, they will have enough time to destroy the other family. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, this has little to do with me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. But don't worry, I will let your Ling family obtain the management rights. Compared to you, I hate the Chen family who killed my father more. What he didn't say was that in this Ascension ceremony, he was going to take the opportunity to deal with Ling Moyu together. Ling Moyu tried to kill him, and his killing intent was already aroused. He clearly didn't want to completely fall out with Ling Yuhua because of Ling Moyu, but it was different in the ascension ceremony. Under such a chaotic situation, even if Ling Moyu was killed by the Chen family, it seemed to be a logical thing to do. Are you really not afraid at all? There's only a month left before the ascension ceremony, and Chen Kuan and Chen Pai are both stronger than you. Chen Kuan is said to have broken through to the 5th Grotto Heaven realm, and Chen Pai is at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. They are not opponents you can easily defeat. If things go wrong, you might even lose your life. Ling Yuhua reminded. You don't have to pretend to care about me. With so many elixirs, the cultivation of your Ling family's disciples will definitely improve by leaps and bounds in this month. Especially Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Moyu, Ling Jian, and Ling Yin. If you include me, the Ling family will definitely win. What you have to do is to prevent the Chen family from playing tricks behind your back. Ling Xiao said faintly. Ling Yuhua's old face turned red and said awkwardly, this is not a problem. At that time, the 8 Immortals County's county governor will personally go to Ascension Town to supervise the Ascension ceremony. The adult martial artists from both sides will be gathered together to participate in the banquet, and there will be no chance to interfere with the Ascension ceremony. That's good. Ling Xiao nodded. Immediately, he stood up and followed the elder on duty to the martial arts hall. Sure enough, according to the method his father Ling Tai told him, he found the immortality seal. This immortality seal turned out to be a living inscription hidden in a very ordinary martial arts manual. When he got close, the blood in his body resonated. That immortality seal instantly entered his mind. Although the elder on duty had been secretly observing this scene, he did not notice it at all. The moment the immortality seal entered his spirit sea, Ling Xiao knew very well that this thing was not simple. Perhaps, other than the quintessence imparted to him by the human king, he could cultivate another martial art. Not only could it help him overcome the current difficulties, but it could also help him become stronger. When Ling Xiao returned to his courtyard, it was obvious that someone had cleaned it up. Without asking, he knew that it was done by Ling Yuhua. Since the two of them had started working together, Ling Yuhua would not provoke Ling Xiao. They were not kids anymore and did not know how to play emotional games. The only basis for working together was benefits. Ling Yuhua needed Ling Xiao's elixirs, and Ling Xiao needed Ling Yuhua's temporary protection. It was that simple. 1 month's time is enough for me to advance to the middle level of Grotto Heaven realm. By then, Chen Kuan and Chen Pai will be easy to deal with. The most important thing now is to figure out the seal of eternal life. What kind of secret is this set of Eternal Life Palace's secret martial arts? It actually allowed my father, the young palace master of Eternal Life Palace, to escape to such a remote place and still be hunted down. Even I was assassinated before. Ling Xiao sat in the secret room in the courtyard, and the inscription of the seal of eternal life appeared in his mind. He wanted to decipher it. As for Ling Jiaojiao, after the martial arts practice field incident, she moved to Ling Zhao's courtyard to stay. On one hand, she needed Ling Zhao's guidance. On the other hand, she needed to take care of Ling Zhao's food and lodging. For a lady to do such menial work, she would be laughed at by others. But in the Ling family, no one dared to laugh at her. There were even many people who were envious of her. For example, this time, Ling Xiao returned and gave Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth better elixirs. It was several times better than those given to Ling Yuhua. Naturally, it was several times more beneficial for cultivation. At this moment, in the secret room, Ling Xiao was still studying the seal of eternal life. This seal of eternal life was indeed the ultimate technique of the Eternal Life Palace. According to his father, Ling Tai, even among the palace masters of the Eternal Life Palace, there was only one person who could cultivate the seal of eternal life to the 3rd level. However, the number of levels of the seal of eternal life was still a secret. For this martial art, every time one cultivated a level, the seal of the next level would be unlocked. Only then would one know what the next level was. Perhaps to others, unlocking the 1st level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Back then, in order to cultivate the 1st level of the seal of eternal life, Ling Tai spent a total of 10 years to cultivate it. And this was already considered extremely fast. However, to Ling Xiao, it only took him less than an hour to activate the 1st level of the seal of eternal life. His proficiency in formations and restrictions, coupled with the powerful analytical ability of the Tai Chi, made any complicated and changeable martial arts extremely simple in his hands. The first level of the Seal of Eternal Life was the Dharma Image Seal. This was a method to increase one's cultivation, and it was also a terrifying move. The so-called Dharma Idol was the Dharma Idol of heaven and earth, a divine object that was visualized. In fact, Ling Xiao had cultivated before. He had visualized the three Prince Neza in the God Investiture. But at that time, he had only visualized it by chance because he was cultivating the Essence Soul Remnant Scroll. He didn't have much combat strength. However, after cultivating the Seal of Eternal Life today and mastering the first level of the Dharma, he should be able to visualize those monsters in the God Investiture catalog and have combat strength. When he first obtained the God Investiture catalog, he had specially asked the Moon Maiden and the others where it came from. However, the conclusion he obtained was that the Moon Maiden had only picked up the God Investiture catalog by chance. She felt that it was novel and placed it in the Yuehua school. But he didn't expect Ling Xiao to obtain it and remember it. In the past, the God Investiture catalog had helped Ling Xiao, but it wasn't too much. However, now that he had the Dharma seal, the God Investiture catalog was powerful. Perhaps it would become one of the strongest and most terrifying moves after Ling Xiao entered the reincarnation cycle. In order to verify his thoughts. In the secret chamber, Ling Xiao used the twin martial spirits as his opponents and used the Dharma seal. He was still visualizing the third Prince Neza. When the Dharma seal was used, it actually revealed the true form of the third Prince Neza. He had 3 heads and 6 arms and attacked the twin martial spirits. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. However, according to Ling Xiao's judgment, the power of the Dharma seal was also based on Ling Xiao's cultivation. The stronger his cultivation, the greater the power. If his cultivation wasn't enough, he wouldn't be able to fully unleash the power of the Dharma seal. Naturally, the Dharma idol that he visualized wouldn't be able to fully unleash his combat strength. After unsealing the Dharma seal, Ling Xiao stayed in the secret chamber for a full day and night to cultivate the Dharma seal from the beginner level to the small success level. Unfortunately, in the secret chamber, he was only sparring with the twin martial spirits. He couldn't truly cultivate the Dharma seal to the extreme. The improvement of martial arts had always been based on actual combat. Ling Xiao planned to make another trip to the Yuehua mountain range. Perhaps he would encounter a few powerful demonic beasts and be able to cultivate the Dharma seal to a stronger level. Outside, Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth were cultivating. Ling Xiao didn't disturb them. Instead, he walked towards Yuehua town alone. Although he knew that it was dangerous outside, wasn't the danger a form of training for him? If Ling Xiao had only hidden in the secret chamber to cultivate in the past, he wouldn't have become so powerful. Now that he had entered the reincarnation cycle, the logic was the same. Moreover, whoever wanted to kill him now had to consider whether they were capable of doing so. Just as he stepped onto the long street of Yuehua town, he didn't have time to head towards the Yuehua mountain range. Ling Xiao suddenly felt an extremely familiar aura coming from afar. This aura was extremely similar to the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao definitely didn't forget what he promised the Moon Lady before he entered the reincarnation cycle. No matter what, he had to find the Moon Lady and protect her. Otherwise, if the Moon Lady died due to an accident, the 10 reincarnation cycle would no longer exist. The Moon Lady would never be able to regain her human form. This was an extremely dangerous matter. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao hurriedly used the meteor step and chased in the direction of the aura. About a few minutes later, he arrived at a very lively street. In the middle of the street, a young girl about 17 or 18 years old was hugging a rabbit and ravaging it. Ling Xiao recognized this young girl. She was the daughter of the Chen family's eldest son, Chen Xingji. And standing beside Chen Xingji was a young man about the same age as Chen Xingji. He was the third son of the Chen family's eldest son, Chen Kuan's younger brother. Chen Du. Chen Xingji and Chen Du's cultivation weren't weak. Both of them had reached the 4th grotto heaven realm, the same as Ling Moyo. If it were any other time, Ling Xiao wouldn't want to provoke these two people. In any case, he didn't have any enmity with them. But at this time, his eyes were firmly fixed on the rabbit in Chen Xingji's arms. The rabbit's fur was bright and clean, as beautiful as white jade. In the rabbit's eyes, there was a strong grievance and strong dissatisfaction, as if it wanted to break free from Xianxia's arms. It's not the Moon Lady? But why does it have the aura of the Moon Lady? Right, it must have stayed with the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao noticed that the rabbit Xianxia was carrying had the aura of the Moon Lady. He suspected that the rabbit had been with the Moon Lady. Perhaps he could find some clues from this rabbit. He had to get this rabbit. Ling Xiao walked forward. Before he could say anything, Xianxia recognized him first. I was wondering who it was. So it's the unloved bastard from the Ling family. Why? If you can't stay in the Ling family, why don't you come to our Chen family? We still have a mouthful of dog food. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said as she purposely covered her mouth and laughed. It was as if insulting the Ling family was an honorable thing to do. If it were any other day, Ling Xiao would have retorted. However, his mind was on the rabbit today. He ignored Xianxia's words and asked, "How much are you selling this rabbit for?" "Oh, you want to buy my rabbit? Sure, I'll sell it to you as long as you can take out 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs," Xianxia said with a smile. The lady from the Chen family really knows how to tease people. 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs? Let alone Ling Xiao, even the entire Ling family can't take out 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs. That's right, that's right. This is clearly a trick. However, after a few seconds, the people who were talking were all dumbfounded. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Deal. Here are 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs. Give me the rabbit." He actually took out 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs. This scene made the long street fall into a dead silence. One had to know that this kind of elixir could only be refined by alchemists in the provincial cities. Even the martial artists in the 8 Immortals County had to buy it from the provincial cities. Needless to say, Yuhua Town was even more so. The Grotto Heaven spiritual elixir was extremely expensive in the 8 Immortals County. One elixir could be sold for tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. In Yuhua Town, even if one took out tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, one might not be able to buy it. However, Ling Xiao took out 10 elixirs at once. This was simply earth-shattering. Originally, if Xianxia had taken away these medicinal pills, not only would she have taken a huge advantage, she would also absolutely not have any trouble. Although Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage, he got what he wanted. Naturally, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. But greed blinded the eyes. Seeing Ling Xiao take out 10 paradise spirit pills, Xianxia thought to herself, this guy is actually willing to use so many precious pills to buy this rabbit without any hesitation. In that case, there must be something special about this rabbit. He might as well add a bit more money. When she thought of this, she said, I was wrong. I said 20. Are you sure? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Of course. Xianxia nodded. Very well. Since that's the case, let's make a written agreement so that you won't regret it later. After all, your Qin family has always been untrustworthy. Ling Xiao was not afraid of giving more paradise spirit pills. As long as he could buy the rabbit, he was willing to pay any price. After all, it was the only clue to finding the Moon Lady. Xianxia happily made a written agreement. Both parties signed and sealed the deal. Only then did Ling Xiao take out 10 Grotto Heaven spiritual pills. He had obtained a large amount of alchemy materials from Ling Yuhua and collected some from the Yuhua mountain range. The paradise spirit pills could be said to be sufficient. After all, they could be used until he broke through to the Yin-Yang realm. 20 pills was a small matter. However, his generosity made Xianxia and Chen Du even more greedy. After Xianxia took the pills, she refused to hand the rabbit over to Ling Xiao. What? Are you going to go back on your word? A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He wanted to resolve this matter peacefully, but it seemed impossible now. Some people were really insatiable. So what if I go back on my word? You useless piece of trash from the Ling family, get lost as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll cripple you today. We're stronger than you, so we can go back on our word. So what if you're not convinced? Chengdu roared, you idiot, how dare you do business with the Chen family? Don't you know that the Chen family and the Ling family don't get along? You can go back on your word just because you're stronger? Very good, I like such a straightforward rule. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Xingji and Chen Du coldly and said, in that case, if I cripple the two of you, I can also take the rabbit away for free? Ha ha ha, this kid is stupid. Even if it's just one of us, we can beat this kid up until he's looking for his teeth on the ground, right? He actually said that he wants to cripple the two of us. Sister, don't you think it's funny? Chen Du laughed when he heard that. It's funny indeed. It's very funny. Chen Xingji also laughed very happily. She felt that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao's brain. The surrounding crowd looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at an idiot. Why was there something wrong with a young man's brain? Little brother, I was friends with your father when he was alive. He drank with me a few times. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't act on impulse. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Hurry up and leave. Someone seemed to be persuading him on the surface, but his words were full of sarcasm. It seemed that he was sure that Ling Xiao was no match for Chen Xingji and Chen Du. Another person said, where there's life, there's hope. You're a warrior who's reincarnated. There'll be plenty of opportunities for you to become stronger in the future. Why do you have to court death? Chen Xingji and Chen Du also looked at Ling Xiao with sarcasm, as if they were thinking of some harsh words to say to Ling Xiao. Who knew that Ling Xiao would not give them the chance at all? After deciding to fight, he suddenly attacked. He pulled out the iron sword from the storage ring, and then wind blew under his feet. A sword light shot toward Chen Xingji like a meteor. It seemed that he was going to deal with both Chen Xingji and Chen Du at the same time. He was looking down on the genius disciples of the Chen family too much. There was an earth-shattering uproar in the crowd. Many people were there to watch the show and were not afraid of things getting out of hand. They did not care who won or lost. It was enough as long as the show was exciting. However, to be honest, most people were still frightened by Ling Xiao's fighting style. What was Ling Xiao's cultivation level? He actually dared to face two Fourth Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses at the same time. Wasn't he courting death? Should I say that he's courageous or brave but not smart? He's really something. It's rare to see such a way of courting death in Yuhua town. Everyone roared with laughter. Chen Xingji and Chen Du were also a little stunned. However, a moment later, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Little brother, watch from the side first. It's enough for me to deal with this guy. She kept the rabbit in her arms directly into the beast ring so that she could focus on the battle. After all, the rabbit was worth 20 Grotto Heaven spiritual pills, which was 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It would be a pity to throw it away. Chen Xingji's saber intent broke out from her body, wanting to block Ling Xiao's iron sword and even destroy it. The twin sabers were like scissors that cut towards Ling Xiao. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to get close, she actually took the initiative to attack. She wanted this arrogant brat to die under her twin sabers. She had long heard that Ling Xiao had used an extremely despicable method to kill the mysterious snake envoy. Although this brat did not admit it, if she killed him, it would definitely be a great merit. The twin saber slashed out. The saber chi enveloped Ling Xiao's face, as if it wanted to cut Ling Xiao into pieces in front of so many people. Chen saber technique, twin sabers ghost destroying. Ding, the sword and saber met in the air. There was a crisp sound of collision, and then they slid apart. Neither of them seemed to have the upper hand in this exchange. The moment Chen Xingji withdrew her saber, she was ready to attack again, but she found that Ling Xiao was several times faster than her. The iron sword did not seem to have been withdrawn, and it instantly pierced towards her. The starlight was dazzling, and the sharp saber chi cut off a few strands of Chen Xingji's hair. She was so frightened that she did not dare to be careless, and could only block in a panic. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. And one of the two greatest advantages of the falling star sword technique was its fast sword intent. First sword star flash. Second sword star fall. Third sword star break. Fourth sword star break. In an instant, Ling Xiao had stabbed out 4 times, causing Chen Xingji to be flustered. Not only had her saber chi been blasted to pieces, but there were also many bloody marks on her body. Ling Xiao's eyes were still indifferent and full of ridicule. Looking at this pair of eyes, Xianxia could not help but be frightened. She did not understand what cultivation level Ling Xiao was at, and how could he suppress her so easily. She felt her heart trembling. He felt that his confidence was constantly crumbling. Ling Xiao would not be merciful because of her fear, and the iron sword in his hand continued to stab out. Xianxia activated all the elemental energy in her body to resist, but it had little effect. Among the onlookers, one of them was Ling Bei, who had just come out of the tavern. Ever since that year, Ling Bei would hide whenever he saw Ling Xiao. He was so scared that he couldn't sleep at night. Ling Xiao had become his nightmare. Originally, he had hoped that Xianxia and Chengdu would be able to destroy this nightmare of his. However, reality told him that he was overthinking things. Although Ling Xiao hadn't fought with the younger generation during the annual gathering, he had blocked Ling Jian's sword aura and survived the attack of the mysterious snake sex expert. Instead, he had killed that expert with a sneak attack. At that time, he already knew that Ling Xiao was very strong. However, he did not know exactly how strong they were. Now that he saw it today, he suddenly understood. Ling Xiao was actually able to easily suppress Xianxia, who was at the fourth heavenly grotto realm. In that case, Ling Moyu was definitely not his opponent. In the entire younger generation of the Ling family, apart from Ling Xiao, there was probably no one else who was a match for Ling Xiao. His nightmare was probably going to last forever. There was another person who had just arrived. She was also very surprised by Ling Xiao. This person was Ling Jiaojiao. After Ling Xiao left, she was still worried because she really didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was. Just as she arrived, she saw that Ling Xiao had already started fighting with Xianxia. Her beautiful eyes immediately flashed. Ling Xiao's falling star sword art was really too powerful. He could execute a low-tier gold-grade sword skill to such an extent. Perhaps in the entire Ascension town, no, in the entire Eight Immortals County, there was no one as strong as him. Chengdu, what are you waiting for? Let's attack together. Xianxia was finally defeated by Ling Xiao's continuous attacks. She knew that she was no match for Ling Xiao alone. Therefore, she shouted at Chengdu in a panic. Chengdu hurriedly released his saber soul. Then, he held a long saber in his hand and charged towards Ling Xiao. 2 against 1, how shameless. Didn't you say that you could kill my little brother Ling Xiao alone? Ling Jiaojiao couldn't help but mock. That's right, that's right. The Qin family really can't afford to lose. There were also a few mocking remarks from the crowd. However, Xianxia and Chengdu were not in the mood to care about those remarks. After the two of them joined forces, they thought that they could suppress Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, the result of joining forces was not very effective. 5 Sword Star River Fall. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. The iron sword in his hand suddenly flashed wildly. A sword chi like a river of stars pierced towards Xianxia and Chengdu at the same time. Xianxia and Chengdu swung their sabers to block. It was not that they didn't want to attack, but under Ling Xiao's sword light, they had no chance to resist at all. Crack! Almost at the same time, the weapons in their hands shattered at the same time. Their weapons were divine-grade treasured weapons. Facing Ling Xiao's ordinary iron sword, they were not worth mentioning and were destroyed at the same time. Not only that, but there were obvious bloodstains on their wrists that continued to spread. 6 Sword Stars Transformation. Ling Xiao did not stop. After performing the 5th move of the Falling Star Sword technique, he directly performed the 6th move. At that moment, the entire space seemed to have turned into a world of starlight. Everyone's line of sight was completely blocked by this light. When their eyes could see again, they found Xianxia and Chengdu lying on the ground, vomiting blood and their hands trembling. There were a lot of wounds all over their bodies. If these wounds were not treated in time, even Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists would be in danger of dying. At this time, Xianxia and Chengdu no longer had the strength to get up from the ground. They looked at Ling Xiao with frightened eyes, their bodies constantly trembling. Looking at the two people coldly, Ling Xiao openly took the beast ring and storage ring from Xianxia's hand. The rabbit was in the beast ring. In Xianxia's storage ring, there were 20 Grotto Heaven spiritual elixirs and a lot of spirit stones. Ling Xiao took all of them without hesitation. In any case, this was the rule that the other party said, whoever was strong enough could act shamelessly. Watching this scene with their mouths agape, the crowd's attitude towards Ling Xiao, which had been mocking and ridiculing him in every possible way, instantly changed completely. Perhaps from today onwards, the rumors about Ling Xiao in Yuhua town would also change. To be able to easily defeat two fourth grotto heaven realm martial artists by himself, Ling Xiao's strength was indeed incomparably valiant. He was worthy of being in the top 5 of Yuhua town's young experts. Perhaps the top 3 would not be enough. After all, the Qin clan's Qin Pai and Qin Kuan, as well as the Ling clan's Ling Jian, were still much stronger than Ling Xiao in many people's eyes. Ling Xiao's ranking would at most be in the top 4. Is this the terror of a reincarnation realm martial artist? I remember that the Ling clan's falling star sword technique is only a low-tier gold-grade sword technique. It actually defeated Qin Xingji's Qin clan blade technique. The Qin clan blade technique is a low-tier jade-grade martial technique. That's why I say, this is a true genius. I'm afraid he was an absolute genius in the past. He cultivated to the rebirth realm at a very young age. That's right. Even reincarnation realm martial artists have differences in talent. This kid is probably a top-grade genius among those reincarnation realm martial artists. In this Yuhua town now, Ling Xiao can probably easily rank in the top 5. Sigh, I thought that he was just a coward who only knows how to eat, drink, and play all day. I didn't expect that he's actually such a genius. If I knew earlier, I would have given all the wine his father drank here for free. Ling Tai drank a lot. He would lose a large sum of money if it was free. But if Ling Xiao grew up, the benefits to him would absolutely be more than just a little bit of money. He really regretted it. Obtaining the rabbit with the Moon Lady's aura, Ling Xiao no longer looked at Qin Xingji and Chen Du. He turned around and was about to leave. After all, his goal this time was Yuhua mountain range. The purpose was to kill a few more demonic beasts. On one hand, it was to replenish demonic beast crystal cores. On the other hand, it was also to hone his combat skills. Especially the improvement of his law characteristic seal. Halt. Hurting our Qin family's people, and you want to leave just like that? Just as Ling Xiao turned around, before he could take a step out, a cold voice suddenly sounded out. Ling Xiao remembered that this voice came from Ling Moyu's lover, Qin Kuan. Qin Kuan's cultivation was at the 5th grotto heaven realm. Previously, before Ling Xiao broke through to the grotto heaven realm, this guy already wanted to kill him. Just nice, this debt could be settled today. He did not fear 5th grotto heaven realm martial artists at all. With his current cultivation, defeating 6th grotto heaven realm martial artists was nothing difficult, let alone a mere Qin Kuan. Since someone came to throw away their lives, why should he leave? Bring the two of them back to recuperate. Qin Kuan looked at Qin Xingji and Chen Du, who were lying on the ground, unable to move, and was furious in his heart. Those two people on the ground were his younger sister and younger brother. To actually be humiliated and hurt like this, how could he take it lying down? Boom, suddenly, a horrifying aura was released. Ling Xiao could not help getting a huge shock. The cultivation that Qin Kuan released was actually not 5th grotto heaven realm, but 7th grotto heaven realm. This guy had actually been hiding his strength all along. The Qin family's people were indeed sinister and powerful enough. In the entire Ling family's younger generation, apart from that Ling Jian, probably no one could contend with this Qin Kuan. So powerful. So, young Master Qin Kuan is actually a 7th grotto heaven realm expert. Ling Xiao is finished now. That's right. It's already a miracle that he was able to defeat those two 4th grotto heaven realm martial artists. Against Qin Kuan, I'm afraid he has no chance of winning. No one was optimistic about Ling Xiao, just because the cultivation that Qin Kuan displayed really surprised people to the extreme. Too strong, he was so powerful that it made people despair. Even Ling Jiaojiao felt her whole body trembling. She hurriedly grabbed Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, let's stop fighting. Let's go back. If we run away, we still have a chance." Ling Xiao gently patted Ling Jiaojiao's hand and smiled. "Don't worry, Jiaojiao. He can't kill me." Indeed, Qin Kuan's cultivation gave Ling Xiao a shock, but it was merely a shock. It was true that Xiao Qin could not defeat a 7th grotto heaven realm cultivator. However, the gap between them was not too great. If he used his tyrannical strength, he still had a 10 to 20% chance of winning. And it was basically impossible for Chen Kuan to kill him. Even if he could not defeat Chen Kuan, he still had many ways to survive. However, running away before fighting was definitely not Ling Zhao's style. Unless his opponent was a Yinyang realm martial artist, he really would not run away. Run? Most of this Yuhua town belongs to our Chen family. Where can the two of you escape to? Chen Kuan looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao disdainfully and said, "You seriously injured my brother and sister and want to leave without paying a price. There's no such good thing in the world. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then fight. I want to see who will be the one running away in the end." Ling Xiao pushed Ling Jiaojiao to the side. He was actually looking forward to this battle very much. The stronger the opponent, the more useful it was for tempering the aspect seal. How could those brainless things like demonic beasts compare to a true martial artist? Chen Kuan was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly. You are indeed foolish and bold. However, you don't have the chance today. I forgot to tell you that I am also an outer disciple of the mystic snake demon sect. I am the same as Ling Wansui, but I am much stronger than him. I heard that you used the falling star sword art to defeat Ling Wansui's black snake demon art. Today, I'll let you see what the real black snake demonic art is. Everyone, get out of the way. The black snake demon art is a mid-tier jade grade martial technique. Moreover, the demonic aura is overwhelming. If you get too close, you will die. The crowd suddenly panicked. They all ran towards the distance. This time, it was not a joke. With Chen Kuan's 7th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation coupled with the Black Snake Demon art, Ling Xiao could no longer win. They did not want to be implicated. Ling Xiao, a wise man, knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Hurry up and run. Ling Jiaojiao was even more anxious. If Chen Kuan was only at the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm, she would not say anything. Ling Xiao would probably have a chance to win. However, the current situation was that Chen Kuan had previously concealed his cultivation. His true cultivation was at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao still chose to fight with him. That was simply courting death. Jiaojiao, listen to me. Go back first. I will be fine. Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Jiaojiao, then looked at Chen Kuan. The iron sword in his hand was filled with sword intent as he pointed it at Chen Kuan. You have really surprised me. 7th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation. No wonder the Ling family has been suppressed by your Chen family for the past few years. If it was not for that old fart Ling Yuhua still alive, the Ling family would have been swallowed by your Chen family. Powerful, truly powerful. It's good that you know how powerful I am. I can give you a quick death, but you have to hand over all the Grotto Heaven spiritual pills on you. Chen Kuan said proudly. Let's not daydream about this. You won't have the chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently, not to mention you, even if your Ling family's Yuhua king came, he would not be able to force me to hand over what I don't want to hand over. Cut the crap and let's fight. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Chen Kuan revealed a ferocious expression as a blood-red long blade appeared in his right hand. This blade was very thin and looked very sharp. Before the blade was slashed out, the terrifying blade aura had already caused the surrounding crowd to feel the pain of their skin being cut. A hothead will always be a hothead. Ling Xiao of the Ling family has already endured for so long. He could have just endured a little longer. Why did he have to puff himself up at his own cost? This time, he is really dead. It is said that a good-looking person would not suffer a loss when the odds are against him. This kid is simply a lunatic. It seems like he doesn't understand this principle at all. That's right. If he lives for a few more months, Qin Zhao might not be his match. I heard that the cultivation of martial artists who have entered the cycle of reincarnation increases rather quickly. The crowd's discussion made Qin Zhao very uncomfortable. What did they mean by he would not be Ling Zhao's match in a few more months? Didn't this mean that his talent was not as good as this guy? Chen Kuan was very unhappy. Ling Xiao was unfazed by his 7th Grotto Heaven Realm aura. This was simply beyond his expectations. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao should have been scared to the point of fleeing or begging for mercy. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll kill you to prove my strength. Thinking of this, he pointed his blood-red saber at Ling Xiao and channeled all of his internal energy. Streaks of blood-red light flowed into the saber in his hand. This power was truly terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger than Chen Xingji and Chen Du then. The blood-red saber emitted a sharp black sword aura that transformed into a black snake as thick as a water bucket. Is that the black snake demonic art? So scary, so evil. Ling Jiaojiao trembled all over as she looked at Ling Xiao helplessly. At this moment, she really wanted to help, but the demonic qi released by the black snake made her unable to move. It was as if she was paralyzed. This demonic aura is poisonous, she exclaimed. Ling Xiao, be careful. That black aura is poisonous. Ha ha ha, it's too late for that now. The scariest thing about the black snake demonic art is that the aura it releases can combine with the elements in the air to form a terrifying poison that can paralyze the opponent. Ling Xiao, let me avenge the black snake envoy today. Who knows, you might even become my stepping stone into the inner sect of the black snake demonic sect. The terrifying energy of the black snake demonic art had completely condensed on the tip of the blood-red saber. It could explode at any time. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Starlight began to condense on the tip of his sword. The falling star sword technique had a total of 9 swords. He'd only used 6 to defeat Chen Xingji and Chen Du. The last 3 swords were for Chen Kuan. He really wanted to use the Dharma seal, but if Qin Zhao couldn't even block the last 3 swords, then there was no need for the seal. Even if he used it, he probably wouldn't gain anything. He's still going to use the falling star sword technique? The crowd was in an uproar. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao definitely had some other more powerful moves when facing Chen Kuan. But who knew that in the end, Ling Xiao only used the falling star sword art. He's dead for sure. Does he really think that a low-tier gold-grade sword skill can contend against a mid-tier jade-grade martial skill? To be honest, what these people said was not wrong. Purely based on the falling star sword art, Ling Xiao only had a 10% to 20% chance of defeating Chen Kuan. However, this was only the result of the Taiji Ai's analysis. If he didn't try, he wouldn't know. Although he liked to use the Tai Chi Ai, he did not rely on it. Kill. The two of them roared almost at the same time as the sword and the saber clashed in the void. The 7th sword of the falling star sword art, Star Annihilation, the resplendent light suddenly exploded. It was even more dazzling than before, and it was released on the street. At the same time, the terrifying black snake opened its huge mouth and swallowed the light. The light disappeared in an instant. It is indeed powerful. The 8th sword, Galaxy Explosion. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He shook the iron sword in his hand and released a brand new move. It was as if countless stars exploded at the same time. The power of this move was several times stronger than the 7th sword. The black snake head was finally blasted into pieces. It's useless. You spent so much effort and only destroyed one of my snake heads. Chen Kuan's cold voice sounded. There were actually 3 snake heads biting towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The 9th sword, Universe Break. The sky and the ground were filled with twinkling stars. It was as if the universe in this small space had exploded. The 3 snake heads were destroyed at the same time. Chen Kuan was also sent flying. But before Chen Kuan landed, he suddenly turned back and slashed down with the blood-red saber in his hand. Black Snake Wild Dance. Under the saber, Saber Chi danced. The entire space was filled with black snakes. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Ling Xiao could block Chen Kuan's continuous attacks and not die. This was already very shocking. At this moment, Ling Xiao actually forced Chen Kuan to use the most powerful move in the black snake demonic art. Today's long battle was probably not going to end peacefully. One of them had to die in battle before it could stop. The county governor has arrived. Make way. Just as Ling Xiao was about to use the Transcendence Seal, a voice suddenly sounded. The two withdrew their fists and legs almost at the same time and stood on both sides of the road. The county governor was the chief official of the 8 Immortals County. It was said that he was also a powerhouse and his cultivation was stronger than Ling Yuhua and the old man of the Chen family. Moreover, this person was an inner disciple of the Black Snake demonic sect. It was someone from the imperial court. No one dared to provoke the county governor. Ling Xiao did not want to cause trouble. Moreover, he had thought about it. Even if he used the Transcendence Seal, he would not be able to defeat Chen Kuan unless he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. But if he won like that, it would be meaningless. Once the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was exposed, not only would his identity be exposed, but even those who did not know his identity would come to kill him. Before he became the strongest person in the mystic world, he did not intend to reveal this secret. Anyway, he had plenty of opportunities to kill Chen Kuan. It would not be at this moment. The Ascension sacrifice was already very close. The county governor of the 8 Immortals County had probably come to Ascension Town so early to preside over this important event. However, Ling Xiao still felt that it was a little strange. Although the Ascension sacrifice was very important, coming to Ascension Town nearly a month in advance still gave off a sense of disharmony. After the county governor's carriage left, Chen Kuan wanted to look for Ling Xiao again, but he realized that Ling Xiao was nowhere to be found. Not only was Ling Xiao gone, but so was Ling Jiaojiao. Humph, I'll let your head stay on your neck for a few more days. It seems that the county governor is coming to our Chen family. I have to go back and welcome him. Chen Zhao snorted coldly and turned to leave. At the moment, Ling Xiao was walking briskly outside Ascension Town alone. After injuring Chen Xingji and Chen Du, the Chen family would definitely cause trouble for the Ling family. He did not have the time to deal with them. Thus, he decided to go directly to Ascension Mountain Range. As for Ling Jiaojiao, she had already returned to the Ling family. Ascension Mountain Range was very dangerous. Ling Xiao could not bring Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth. They might be wronged at the Ling family, but they would not die. However, if they went to Ascension Mountain Range, they might die. As he walked, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. A figure who had been tailing Ling Xiao jumped in fright, but before he could react, a sword had already been placed across his neck. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? As soon as Ling Xiao left the city, he sensed that someone had been following him. He thought that the person would attack after leaving the city, but the person clearly did not do anything. Chen Zhao did not want to wait anymore and decided to ask directly. Raise your hands and turn around slowly. Ling Xiao said. The person raised his hands and turned around slowly, facing Ling Xiao. It's you? So it's you. Ling Xiao instantly recognized the person who was following him. Of the 2 people who came to the town to assassinate him that day, one was killed by him, and the other was this person. This guy escaped. It had only been a month or so. The assassin who was weaker than him back then was even less likely to be his opponent now. I thought you would run away after failing to assassinate me. I didn't expect you to show up. Interesting. Ling Xiao had some doubts. Even an assassin who was not afraid of death would think of other ways when he knew he was no match for his opponent. It would be better if he could not find a helper. This person actually came to find him alone. There must be something else. Don't do it. I'm not here to kill you this time. I'm here to ask for your help. The assassin said. Ask for my help? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. Yes, I can tell you now who ordered us to kill you. The assassin nodded. No conditions? Ling Xiao asked. No. The assassin shook his head. There was anger and sadness in his eyes. He explained, the person who ordered me to kill you is the second master of the Chen family, Chen Long. He killed my father and still won't let me go? What's the reason? Ling Xiao asked. I don't know. I'm just working for him. He won't tell me. The assassin shook his head and said, but there's one thing I'm particularly concerned about. Every time he gives an order, he seems to have to discuss it with someone else. So I suspect that there might be someone else behind him. Why? Did he offend you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yes, because I couldn't complete the task, he brutally killed my 6-year-old daughter. I don't have the ability to kill him, so I can only ask for your help. The assassin replied. This reason makes sense. But do you think I'll let you go? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the assassin. He wanted to kill Qianlong, but he would not let this assassin go. If he did not have some strength, wouldn't he have been assassinated long ago? Since I came to find you, I didn't expect to leave alive. But can you let me watch Qianlong die before I die? The assassin asked. What do you think? Ling Xiao asked. That's impossible. I understand now. The assassin sighed. Anyway, that Qianlong is also your enemy. You can definitely kill him. Come on, give me a quick death. He closed his eyes and stretched his neck to Ling Xiao. A moment later, he didn't feel any pain in his neck. He couldn't help but open his eyes. But then, you'll see Qianlong. The assassin's eyes grew moist when he saw this line of words. He gritted his teeth and said, Qianlong, you will definitely die in front of me. Definitely. After saying that, he also disappeared into the dense forest. During this period, he had to hide to avoid being discovered by Qianlong. He wanted to see Qianlong die with his own eyes. At that time, even if he died, it would be worth it. At this time, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the Yuhua mountain range. He did not lose anything by letting the assassin go for the time being. An assassin that he could kill at any time was no longer a threat. Perhaps he could be of use at a critical time. The assassin definitely knew more than that. Giving him a little favor would allow him to gain something in the future. This was called casting a long line to catch a big fish. Xindian, you said you came from the central region. Do you know the Eternal Palace? In the dense forest, Ling Xiao let Xindian out. With Xindian outside, he could help him to guard the surrounding situation. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. In any case, he was not worried that Xindian would escape. Xindian hoped to be able to rely on a strong person, at least someone who had the potential to become a strong person. And he was one. During this period of time, the battle prowess and wisdom he had displayed had made Xindian completely willing to follow him wholeheartedly. Of course I've heard of it. The Eternal Palace is the largest sect in the Black Tortoise continent. It stands at the top of the Black Tortoise continent. Xindian replied. Is there a young master of the Eternal Palace who mysteriously disappeared? Although it was wrong to suspect his father, Ling Xiao still wanted to confirm if what Ling Tai said was true. That's right. Many years ago, the young masters of the Eternal Palace fought for the position of the Palace Master. Several of them were killed. There was also a young master who mysteriously disappeared. There is still no news of him. It is said that when he left, he stole the most precious treasure of the Eternal Palace, the Eternal Seal. Xindian replied. Then what is the secret of the Eternal Seal? Why did the previous palace masters of the Eternal Palace only cultivate to the 3rd level at most? Ling Xiao asked again. I don't know about this. But it is said that the Eternal Seal was not originally called the Eternal Seal. It has another name called the Xian Beast Seal. It seems that one needs to collect something to cultivate it completely. But after this thing fell into the hands of the Eternal Palace, the people of the Eternal Palace changed the name to the Eternal Seal in order to hide its origin. The logic is the same. You also know that the Xian beasts include the Sky Dragon, Godly Phoenix, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and so on. These are the ones with the longest lifespans and can reach the realm of immortality. So this name is appropriate. Xindian thought for a while before replying. It could be heard that Xindian's understanding of the Eternal Palace was limited to what the people around him said. This proved that Xindian was not from the Eternal Palace. Since this was the case, Ling Xiao was relieved. Actually, Ling Xiao was still quite worried. If Xindian was from the Eternal Palace, then he would have to be extremely careful. Who knew if this guy was a spy sent by the Eternal Palace? Finally, he came to the cave where he cultivated last time. Ling Xiao released the rabbit that he just got. He really wanted to find the Moon Lady now. The underworld was dangerous and the mystic world was full of danger. No one knew what the Moon Lady would encounter. He injected his soul power into the rabbit's body and saw something. Outside the Eternal Palace, are there 2 huge black tortoise sculptures? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, have you been there before? Xindian asked curiously. Ling Xiao did not answer. Instead, he frowned. From the rabbit's memory, he saw that the Moon Lady had reincarnated into the Eternal Palace. But he did not know who or what she had reincarnated into. This time, the plan to find the Moon Lady would have to be delayed indefinitely. If he went to the Eternal Palace now, he would be courting death. They could easily kill him with a finger. But that's good. The Moon Lady has reincarnated into the Eternal Palace. It's impossible for others to harm her. Once my cultivation recovers, I'll go there to take a look. I must save the Moon Lady. Ling Xiao got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Anyway, there was no point in thinking about it now. Shendian, help me keep a lookout. I feel that the Seal of Eternal Life contains some special secrets. This is also one of the reasons why I came to Feather Mountain Range. Ling Xiao told Shendian that he had obtained the Seal of Eternal Life. Firstly, he wanted to get closer to Shendian. Secondly, he wanted to test the Divine Grimoire. If Shendian heard that he had obtained the Seal of Eternal Life, he could get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. However, he obviously worried too much. Shendian wasn't that interested in the Seal of Eternal Life. He didn't even have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Perhaps this was the so-called my immortal herb, another's poison. Not bothering about Shendian, Ling Xiao immersed himself in the process of comprehending the Seal of Eternal Life. He believed that the Seal of Eternal Life wasn't as simple as it looked. Otherwise, it would be hard to understand how a powerful force like Eternal Life Palace couldn't comprehend it. Ling Xiao's soul came out of his shell and entered the universe of Tyrant. The inscriptions of the Seal of Eternal Life unfolded in the vast universe. It was vast and heart-stopping. Even Tao Tai, who was lying in the depths of the universe, roared in dissatisfaction. He then turned and flew further away. Ling Xiao didn't care about it and continued to focus on deciphering the inscriptions. At this moment, the mountain river world in the universe of Tyrant suddenly shook. In the mountain river world, there were originally 9 cauldrons. Only the first cauldron was released by Ling Xiao, allowing him to comprehend the light and shadow ultimacy. Hence, Ling Xiao named this divine cauldron as the Light and Darkness Divine Cauldron. His light and shadow ultimacy hadn't reached the highest level. Logically speaking, the second cauldron couldn't be released. However, the second cauldron flew out and formed a connection with the inscriptions of the Seal of Eternal Life. Could it be that the second cauldron created by the human king is related to the Seal of Eternal Life? Ling Xiao was shocked. The second cauldron flew into the universe of Tyrant and released countless strange patterns. Ling Xiao took a closer look. These patterns were actually some strange beasts. The strongest ones were naturally the divine dragons of the immemorial era, including the 9 great immemorial dragons and the immemorial golden dragon king. Xian Beast Cauldron. A name appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. This was the name given to the second cauldron by the human monarch. Xian Beast Seal. This was the original name of the Seal of Eternal Life. There was indeed a connection, as the profound beast cauldron continuously released the patterns. The inscriptions on the Seal of Eternal Life also started to flicker intensely. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered continuously. I see. So that's how it was. In the end, the Transcendence Seal was only the foundation of the entire Seal of Eternal Life. Well, in that case, I will practice according to the meaning of this inscription. With that in mind, Ling Xiao abruptly performed a Dharma seal and visualized the Dharma idol of a primordial hell dragon. This primordial hell dragon was in Ling Xiao's universe of tyrants, so visualizing it was the easiest. The moment the ancient hell dragon was successfully visualized, there were no other profound beast diagrams in the profound beast cauldron. In its place were clusters of terrifying black-purple flames. Ling Xiao breathed in this aura and felt a force awakening in his body. At this moment, Shendian, who was in the depths of the cave, was looking at Ling Xiao's body in horror. This was because Ling Xiao's body was constantly releasing black flames. Anything that came into contact with these black flames would be corroded and destroyed. This. What kind of flame is this? How can it be so terrifying? Shendian thought that she was once considered an expert. Although she was sealed in the secret sword, she still had the guts. But today, she was really afraid. She didn't know what Ling Xiao was doing, but she didn't dare to alarm Ling Xiao. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would go berserk because of this. Fortunately, the flames stopped spreading after 4 to 5 meters. This allowed Xianxia to finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the secret sword, the figure of a blonde girl appeared. She was praying to the heavens. She was praying that Ling Xiao would be safe and sound. At the same time, in the tyrannical universe, a huge ancient hell dragon was hovering in the universe. Its tail was at one end of the galaxy, but its head was at the other end. With a casual swing of its huge head, countless stars were destroyed. The surroundings of this ancient hell dragon was completely a world of ancient hell fire. It burned crazily and completely surrounded Ling Xiao. Master, you're crazy. How did you visualize such a monster? It's tens of thousands of times stronger than I was back then. No, hundreds of thousands of times stronger. The ancient hell dragon, Long Slayer, who lived in the Dragon Talisman, appeared at this moment and was shocked when he saw this terrifying scene. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to answer him. The vast dragon's roar was heard, and countless stars were constantly exploding. Then, the huge ancient hell dragon drilled into Ling Xiao's small body. The key point was that Ling Xiao was still unable to move and could only let this huge body enter his body. Damn, this time it's really big. The human king once said that before completely cultivating the light and shadow profound, one must never open the second cauldron. But this time, it's purely a coincidence. I didn't want this to happen. How can there be such a huge and terrifying ancient hell dragon? If the ancient hell dragon of the mystic world is so terrifying, the human race would have been destroyed long ago. What would the human king do? Ling Xiao was also complaining in his heart. It wasn't that he was timid, but the current scene was really a little scary. As the huge ancient hell dragon drilled into Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying heat that could completely burn his body. In any case, he was someone who controlled divine fire. Facing this heat, he was completely unable to resist. Compared to this terrifying divine dragon, Ling Xiao was like a grain of sand compared to the entire starry sky. The disparity was really too great. If not for the fact that this huge ancient hell dragon had no intention of killing him, his soul and body would have disappeared by now. One had to know that even a snake swallowing an elephant could kill itself. What's more, Ling Xiao was going to swallow an ancient hell dragon as huge as the starry sky. He really felt like he was going to die. Even when he was about to be killed in battle, he had never felt such despair. It was too miserable. Even if the archaic hell dragon didn't intend to kill him, he would still explode from the pressure. Because of a special opportunity, Ling Xiao had opened the second cauldron before the human king's conditions were met. So now he was really in an extremely dangerous situation. One careless mistake and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. He could feel his consciousness slowly blurring, as if he was about to fall asleep. Once he slept, he would probably bid farewell to this world forever. I can't sleep, I can't die yet. The great ambition of unifying the mystic world has yet to be completed, the Moon Maiden has yet to be found, there are still so many good brothers and sisters waiting for me. To Ling Xiao, he had too many ties and too many unfinished business. His first reincarnation was just the beginning. How could he die now? In terms of willpower, it was not that Ling Xiao looked down on others, but if he said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. With the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, his willpower could even resist the heavens' mandate holy light of a king of sovereigns. He had even swallowed the demon seed. How could he admit defeat so easily? My body isn't just this physical body. The entire Sky Tyrant universe is mine, are you going to explode? Following Ling Xiao's thoughts, the entire Sky Tyrant martial soul started to operate. The energy that had made him uncomfortable turned into countless tiny streams of energy that flowed into his body. Then, a clear imprint formed in the depths of his spirit sea. This small imprint was all-encompassing and could contain the entire immemorial Hell Dragon's celestial body. Haha, I'm bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. This seal of eternity is probably more powerful than I thought. It can actually corroborate with the human king's dark beast cauldron. Interesting. Just as Ling Xiao was rejoicing and his primordial spirit returned to his body, a piercing pain shot through his body. The imprint in his spirit sea released a strange energy that rampaged through his body. It was similar to the feeling he had when he had fused with the immemorial golden dragon's cells. However, it was much more painful than that. Damn it, why is it so painful every time I cultivate? Can't it be easier? Ling Xiao closed his eyes and gritted his teeth as he tried his best to channel this energy. Fortunately, the energy released from the Hell Dragon imprint wasn't as much as before. It was released slowly, so his body could still withstand it. However, he felt a little strange. He felt as if something incredible had grown out of his body. This reminded him of the human dragon form that he had once possessed. However, at that time, the so-called human dragon form was just a way for him to use the power of the immemorial golden dragon's bloodline to change his body's shape. Anyone with a bloodline would be able to do so. However, the situation today seemed different. This wasn't the power of the bloodline, but the imprint in the depths of his soul. The power of the bloodline could only change one's body. However, the imprint of the soul could change anything that one's soul possessed. For example, if Ling Xiao's soul power was injected into a rock, the rock shape would change. The strengthening of the soul was more terrifying and sturdier than the strengthening of the bloodline. At this moment, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and visualized the immemorial Hell Dragon's appearance. His body continued to change. Although he was still in his human dragon form, it was completely different from his previous form. Now that Ling Xiao was in this humanoid dragon form, he could truly feel that he was an ancient hell dragon. And this power that caused his body to change was the result of the combination of the profound beast cauldron and the profound beast seal. It was immemorial hellboom, when his body completely transformed into the hell human dragon form, a powerful and terrifying dragon chi suddenly soared into the sky. At that moment, Ling Xiao smiled. This breakthrough in his cultivation came suddenly and was a little unexpected. The middle level of the Grotto Heaven realm, a reincarnation realm martial artist's mid-level cultivation was equivalent to a 6th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. However, with Ling Xiao's strength, he was much stronger. It's time to go out and test my power. Ling Xiao didn't withdraw his hell immemorial hell dragon form. He was already used to the changes in his body, heavenly demon battle body, heaven earth queen, and so on. He already had experience in this area. Therefore, he was very familiar with the hell immemorial hell dragon form. Stepping out of the cave, Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye. His strange eyes scanned the desolate forest. In that instant, a large number of wild beasts actually fled in panic, perhaps due to the spread of the dragon chi. Roar! A furious roar came from afar. The beast king of this territory was furious. There were actually foreign demonic beasts behaving atrociously in its territory. How could it let them off? Hearing this roar, Shindian was shocked and hurriedly hid in Ling Xiao's storage ring. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Who exactly is the overlord of this territory? We'll soon find out. Roar! The beast's roar came closer and closer. Ling Xiao could already see the giant beast's appearance clearly. It was a huge white ape. The white ape was 5 to 6 meters tall. Its huge body flashed and moved at an extremely fast speed. When it saw Ling Xiao, it didn't stop at all. It jumped up and smashed its fists toward Ling Xiao's head. It's a Grotto Heaven realm demon beast at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. It's the same cultivation as Qianxia. However, a demon beast is still a demon beast. It should be slightly weaker than Qianxia. Originally, when a martial artist's cultivation was lower, a demon beast was stronger than an ordinary martial artist. However, at the Grotto Heaven realm, a martial artist's body was comparable to a demon beast's body. Demon beasts had no advantage in this aspect. On the other hand, martial artists were obviously more skilled in martial arts. Therefore, at the same cultivation level, martial artists were obviously stronger. If Ling Xiao couldn't even defeat this white ape, then he shouldn't think about anything else. Poor guy. You can't tell the strength of your opponent. You're going to die here in the end. There wasn't a shred of emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes. It was as if the ancient hell dragon had been reborn. Cold and bloodthirsty. Pfft. The shadow of a dragon flashed. Then, a hand pierced the white ape's body. The white ape let out an earth-shattering scream. It finally felt fear. However, it was too late. Ling Xiao pulled his hand out instantly. He was holding the white ape's demon beast core in his hand. He didn't use any martial arts techniques. It was just a simple attack, and he killed this terrifying 7th Grotto Heaven Realm demon beast in one move. Fortunately, Chen Kuan didn't see this scene. Otherwise, Chen Kuan probably wouldn't dare to make a fuss in front of Ling Xiao again. At that time, Ling Xiao would probably lose the best chance to kill Chen Kuan. Crack! What made Xin Dian dumbfounded was that Ling Xiao actually threw the white ape's demon beast core into his mouth and ate it as if he was eating rock candy. Ling Xiao could feel that after eating this demon beast core, his intermediate Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, which was originally unstable, had completely stabilized. Not only that, but the energy continued to be replenished. It seemed that he had the intention of continuing to advance. However, one demon beast core of a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm demon beast was definitely not enough. Even if Ling Xiao was eager to break through, he wouldn't be greedy. Every time he was promoted, he had to make steady progress. He didn't lack energy anyway. Until now, there was still a large amount of energy in the Dragon Talisman and the 18 Hell Talismans that had not been digested in the past. He swallowed demon beast cores and elixirs so that he could convert this energy as soon as possible. However, he couldn't do it too quickly. If he did, it would be easy to take a wrong path. In the end, the loss would definitely outweigh the gain. You have the ancient Hell Dragon soul in your body? When Ling Xiao regained his original appearance, Xin Dian asked in astonishment. Yes, what's so strange about that? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He thought that Xin Dian was making a fuss over nothing. He not only had the ancient Hell Dragon soul in his body, but also the ancient Nature Dragon soul and the ancient 5 Elements Dragon soul. If he said it out loud, this little girl would be scared to death. Xin Dian sighed in his heart. This time, he was really lucky to have met such an outstanding young man. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before this youth helped him regain his original appearance. Thinking about it, he felt that he hadn't been able to help Ling Xiao in any way, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If he couldn't help Ling Xiao, it was equivalent to saying that he had lost his value. Things that had lost their value and had no emotional fetters would really be thrown away. Alright, Godly Codex, you don't have to think too much about it. The Sword of Secret Techniques is a very beneficial supplement to my battle strength. What you need to do is to help me study the seals on the Sword of Secret Techniques. The sooner you break them, the sooner I'll be able to use a more powerful secret technique. The mysteries of the 9 cauldrons were the foundation of all of Ling Xiao's martial arts. It was also the direction of Ling Xiao's main attack. The Light and Darkness Divine Cauldron and the Xian Beast Cauldron were the same. But this didn't prevent him from increasing his battle strength. For example, this secret technique sword could bring out his powerful soul power, which was also very good. Counting the time, it had been more than half a month since he broke the seal of eternal life and opened the Xian Beast Cauldron. There weren't many days left until the emergent sacrifice. Ling Xiao didn't intend to go back so early. His current cultivation needed to be consolidated, and the seal of eternal life also needed to be strengthened. It needed to be explained that the seal of eternal life had 2 seals, external and internal. The external seal was cultivated by the Palace Master of the Eternal Life Palace. The first move was the Transcendence Seal. The internal seal was opened by Ling Xiao after the seal of eternal life was connected to the Xian Beast Cauldron. At present, there was only one Hell Dragon seal. Not only could it increase the power of external seals, but it could also be used alone to increase one's cultivation. Ling Xiao planned to cultivate both internally and externally. The hard work he had put into the Transcendence Seal had not been in vain. Now, he still needed to strengthen it. Chen Kuan, oh Chen Kuan, the appearance of the 8 Immortals County's county governor prevented us from having a final showdown. I admit that it was difficult to win against you at that time. But now that I have the Diabolical Dragon Seal, and my cultivation has skyrocketed, you are no longer worth mentioning in my eyes. I really don't know if you'll regret not attacking me together that day if you meet me again. Ling Xiao sneered and began his crazy training in the Feather Mountain Range. 6 days later, there were still 2 days before the Ascension sacrifice. Ling Xiao washed himself in the nearby river before taking out a clean set of clothes from his storage ring and putting them on. He was preparing to return to Ascension Town. Let's go, Divine Codex. When we return this time, we must give those people a huge surprise. Ling Xiao used the meteor steps and broke through the air. Now that he was getting closer and closer to his previous cultivation, he felt extremely carefree. Although he was cooperating with Ling Yuhua because of his ability to refine elixirs, he still had to be careful. After all, he was not completely safe. Only by increasing his strength and cultivation would he be able to suppress Ling Yuhua and take control of Ascension Town. Although he had suffered a lot during the 6 days of continuous special training, his understanding of the Dharma image seal had also improved. The Transcendence seal could be used to visualize all the gods in the God Investiture catalog. But what he could grasp now was only a portion of Neza's and Erlangshan's abilities. Nothing seemed like it could be accomplished overnight. Fortunately, the Transcendence seal had been raised to the Greater Mastery Realm and was much stronger than the initial Mastery Realm. Together with the Diabolical Dragon seal within, it would become his most powerful ultimate move. Of course, it depended on whether there was anyone who was qualified to make him use this move. After all, his Meteor Fall Sword technique had also become stronger after his cultivation had increased. And this sword technique, which was originally at the Great Perfection Realm, had now reached the Transformation Realm. Its power had also increased by a lot. He believed that even if he did not use the Seal of Eternity, he could still easily defeat Chen Kuan half a month ago with just the Meteor Fall Sword technique. Of course, Chen Kuan's cultivation might have increased during this period of time, but it would at most be 1 level higher. He would still not be a match for Ling Yun. When Ling Xiao stepped into the Ling family's courtyard, he saw a group of people walking out of the Ling family. He looked up and saw the county governor of the 8 Immortals County leading the group. There were 2 people beside him. One was Ling Yuhua, and the other was the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Songhai. Logically speaking, he was the Ascension King and could totally disregard the county governor of the 8 Immortals County. But this county governor was an inner disciple of the mysterious snake demon sect. Although he was the Ascension King of the Chen country, he could only be a foil. Following the 3 of them were the 2nd and 3rd generations of the Chen and Ling families. Chen Ran, Chen Long, Chen Kuan, Chen Pai, Chen Xingji, Chen Du, Ling Jian, Ling Moyu, Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Bei, and Ling Yan were all there. There were also many other youths that Ling Xiao did not recognize. Only Ling Xiao was not among them. "Xiaoer, come over and greet the county governor." Seeing Ling Xiao, Ling Yuhua said in a deep voice. Ling Xiao smiled and cupped his hands at the county governor. This commoner pays his respects to the county governor. "Hee, I've heard of you. You are the one who shocked the world during the Ling family's annual meeting." The county governor was smiling, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Ling Xiao knew what he meant. He had killed the mysterious snake envoy. As a fellow mysterious snake demon sect governor, how could he let the matter rest? He did not seek trouble directly. Ling Yan did not know what he was thinking. "You flatter me, county governor," Ling Xiao said plainly. "Humph, at least you have some self-awareness. These days, you fled to the wilderness. Did you think that you had escaped a calamity? However, can you escape the Ascension sacrifice? Unless you don't dare to participate." Chen Kuan suddenly snorted. Ling Xiao chuckled. "Reckless fool. You will know whose calamity it is during the Ascension sacrifice." Following that, he cupped his hands at the county governor and Ling Yuhua. "County governor, clan leader, I'm a little tired. I'm going back to rest." With that, he ignored everyone's gazes and walked straight to his small courtyard. "Brother." Ling Jiaojiao hurriedly followed. Compared to accompanying these people, Ling Jiaojiao wanted to be with Ling Xiao the most. "County governor, please don't be angry. This child's temperament changed drastically after his parents died. Please forgive him." Ling Yuhua said hurriedly. "It's fine. Alright, old patriarch Ling, there's no need to send me off. I'm here for no other reason than to hope that the Chen and Ling families can live in harmony. No matter who wins this ascension ritual, they can't take revenge on the other family in the future. Otherwise, I won't forgive them." After leaving, the prefectural governor said to Ling Yuhua, "You still need to enlighten that Ling Xiao of your family. Don't ruin the relationship between the Chen and Ling families because of some trivial matter." "Don't worry, prefectural governor. I understand." Ling Yuhua said hurriedly. "Alright, I'll return to Ascension Hall first." Remember, on the day of the Ascension ritual, all adult warriors from both families must come to Ascension Hall to drink. This is a major matter that concerns the fairness of the Ascension ritual. Don't forget. After saying that, the prefectural governor left with his entourage. Afterward, Chen Songhai also bid farewell to Ling Yuhua. On the way, Chen Kuan asked Chen Songhai very unhappily, "Grandfather, why didn't you let me kill that Ling Xiao? Why are you in such a hurry? When the Ascension ritual begins, it'll be the end of the Ling family." Chen Songhai sneered, "That old thing Ling Yuhua probably never dreamed that we would cooperate with the prefectural governor." "Grandfather, you mean to uproot the Ling family?" Chen Kuan asked in surprise. "That's right. So don't think about that Ling Moyu of the Ling family. She's going to die eventually." Chen Songhai said in a deep voice, "A real man can't be swayed by love. Do you understand?" "I understand." Chen Kuan didn't have any feelings for Ling Moyu. Although he liked her, it was only because of her beauty. He didn't care about losing such a woman. "Let's go back and plan. We must ensure that the entire plan goes smoothly." Chen Songhai didn't want to say too much on the way. If someone overheard, the entire plan would fall through. At this moment, Ling Yuhua felt that there was something wrong with this Ascension ritual. He also had a very uneasy feeling from the bottom of his heart. However, he couldn't figure out the reason. He had always been wary of the Chen family. The only thing he didn't expect was that the prefectural governor of the 8 Immortals County would help the Chen family deal with them. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know this. However, this did not affect him much. He didn't care about the life and death of the Ling family. However, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If he were to find out about these schemes, he would probably still intervene. After all, the Ling family was now in a cooperative relationship with him, while the Chen family was in a hostile relationship. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. What's more, they were working together. "Little brother, my cultivation has broken through to the 5th grotto heaven realm." In the courtyard, Ling Jiaojiao excitedly said to Ling Xiao. "Not bad. This way, you can even suppress that Ling Moyu. Only Ling Jian is slightly stronger than you." Ling Xiao was truly happy for Ling Jiaojiao. The situation among the younger generation was very obvious. Chen Pai and Chen Kuan were in the first tier. Ling Jian and Ling Jiaojiao belonged to the second tier. Ling Yan, Ling Moyu, Chen Xingji, and Chen Du could be classified as the third tier. As for the remaining people, they could all be considered as the first rank. In the past, Ling Jiaojiao was not even as good as Ling Moyu. Since she followed Ling Xiao, she defeated Ling Moyu at the annual meeting. Now, she completely crushed Ling Moyu. Ling Xiao was an exception. He had no interest in competing with these people. His goal was always to become a martial artist of a higher level. "Ling Xiao, why don't you not participate in the Yuhua sacrifice? My strength has increased now. Although I may not be as good as the Chen family, I won't lose too badly. In any case, the Ling family has never treated you well. Why should you take the risk for the Ling family's management rights in Yuhua town?" In the end, Ling Jiaojiao was still worried about Ling Xiao. She did not know what had happened to Ling Xiao in the past month, but she was very clear about Chen Kuan and Chen Pai's terrifying strength. It was said that Chen Kuan's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the 8th grotto heaven realm. Chen Pai was even more terrifying, reaching the 9th grotto heaven realm. Facing these two people, Ling Xiao had no chance of winning. She knew that Ling Xiao's aptitude was better, but Chen Kuan and Chen Pai had truly lived for nearly 20 years and cultivated until now. As for Ling Xiao, he belonged to the samsara realm. In fact, he had only cultivated for about 14 months. No matter how fast a samsara realm martial artist cultivated, he could not compare to someone else's nearly 20 years of bitter cultivation. "Jiao, the one you should be worried about is not me." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Although I can't be sure, I feel that the Chen family will definitely not show mercy in the Yuhua sacrifice this time. Not only do they want to kill me, but they might also want to kill you, Ling Jian, Ling Yan, and all the descendants of the Ling family." He did not tell this to anyone because he did not have evidence. It was just his intuition and speculation. But he believed that Ling Jiaojiao would trust him, so he said it. "What?" Ling Jiaojiao was dumbfounded when she heard this. Although she had not received much care since she was young, blood was thicker than water. She was different from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not a biological descendant of the Ling family, but she was. If the Qin family really intended to do this, then she must stop them. Don't worry so much. This is just my speculation. Maybe nothing will happen. But to be prepared, I have a formation refining stone here. Keep it carefully. If something really happens that you can't solve, use the formation refining stone. At least those brats from the Qin family won't be able to solve it. Ling Xiao took out a formation refining stone and gave it to Ling Jiaojiao. He reminded her, this formation refining stone can only be used once, so you have to use it at the most critical moment. Don't use it on irrelevant people. Also, you don't have to worry about me. Chen Kuan and Chen Pai will die in my hands sooner or later. Have I ever lied to you? Ling Jiaojiao took the formation refining stone and was stunned for a while. She thought to herself, it seems that's true. Ling Xiao has never lied to me. If he said he would defeat someone, then he would definitely defeat them. Why should she be overly worried? Alright then, but can I share your intuition with the others? Ling Jiaojiao asked. Yes, but people will definitely not believe it. Ling Xiao understood that Ling Jiaojiao was different from other people in the Ling family. She was not a heartless person. Therefore, there were some words that Ling Jiaojiao knew would be ridiculed, but she would still say it. As for whether it would be effective or not, that was another matter. She had to have a clear conscience. Not long after Ling Jiaojiao left, someone came to the small courtyard to make trouble. In fact, it was not a trouble. They just came to complain. Ling Jian and Ling Moyu both came. They did not dare to rush into Ling Zhao's small courtyard. They could only question Ling Xiao at the door. Ling Jian said, you measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Chen Kuan and Mou are engaged. How could he be ruthless to her? Yes, Brother Kuan is not a shameless person like you. Haha, when there's really trouble, I hope you won't ask me to save you. Ling Xiao sneered and said, believe it or not, get lost. After saying that, Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the door of the small courtyard closed with a bang. Ling Jian and Ling Moyu both had ugly expressions. Let's go, Moyu. The facts will prove everything. When the time comes, I'll see what Ling Xiao has to say. Finally, Ling Jian took a deep breath and said. Well, I believe in Brother Zhao's character. He absolutely won't do anything to me. Ling Moyu nodded, and the two left together. Ling Xiao didn't know about this, nor was he interested in knowing. He really didn't care about the life and death of these two people at all. 2 days later, the Ascension sacrifice officially began. All the adult martial artists of the Ling family and the Qin family went to the banquet in Ascension Hall. After all, it was the 8 Immortals County's county chief who invited them, and no one dared to disobey. The juniors of the two families all gathered outside the Ascension mountain range to prepare for the 3-day survival test in the wild. This was also the essence of the Ascension sacrifice. Anyone whose cultivation had reached the celestial realm or above had to participate in this test, while those whose cultivation had not reached the required level had to stay in the courtyard. In terms of total number, the Qin family had more juniors than the Ling family. And a lot more. The Ling family only had 75 juniors, while the Qin family had more than 100. But no one said that this was unfair. After all, the Qin family's ability to produce more than 100 juniors who had reached the celestial realm was also their ability. In terms of overall strength, except for the variable Ling Xiao, the Qin family was also stronger than the Ling family. But even so, there were too many variables to survive in the wild. Not only did they have to survive for 3 days, but they also had to hunt as many monster cores as possible. The whole process was monitored by the experts sent by the 8 Immortals County. So cheating was impossible, and no one dared to do so. Once they did, the final outcome might be even worse. At the same time, the two families in Ascension Hall were also talking and laughing in harmony. It was a completely peaceful scene. Those who didn't know would think that the relationship between the two families was very good. Only the two families knew that they had been fighting in private for so many years. On the way, The younger generation of the Ling family walked in front under the leadership of Ling Jian and Ling Moyu. On the other hand, Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao were completely separated from the rest of the group, falling far behind them. It was as if they did not fit in with the group in front of them. Ling Xiao, you must be careful. Although I believe that you have the means to protect yourself, since you have already guessed that those fellows from the Qin family will do anything to kill you, you must be very careful. Then they will definitely not be open and aboveboard. They will definitely play tricks. You must be careful. Ling Jiaojiao had already told the Ling family everything she needed to say, but to her dismay, no one was willing to listen to her. However, she was not sad. She had done everything she could. She had done everything she could. Now, the person she cared about the most was still Ling Xiao. You don't have to worry about me. You, on the other hand, remember to use the alchemy formation stone at critical moments. As long as you activate the alchemy formation stone, I will know that you are in trouble and will definitely rush over to save you. Ling Jiaojiao cared about Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao also cared about Ling Jiaojiao. This was a true family. Unlike the rest of the Ling family, who treated their own people like enemies. It made people quite speechless. When they were about to reach their destination, Ling Jian and Ling Moyu deliberately walked to the back of the group. Ling Jian looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, "Grandpa said that if you are in danger, you can ask me for help. Although I really hate you, since it is Grandpa's order, I will definitely obey." Ling Moyu also said, "Me too. I believe that if I plead with Brother Zhao, he should give me face. Hee, I hope that the person who asks for help in the end is me, and not you." Ling Xiao smiled, and a hint of ridicule appeared on his face. Ling Yuhua still knew to protect him, but unfortunately, it was too late. If he had been good to him and his parents when he entered the world of reincarnation, then he would definitely not be ungrateful today. But now, this kind of hypocritical protection only made him feel disgusted. Dog-biting Lu Renxian, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Big brother, let's go. Ling Moyu heard Ling Jian's words and was naturally very unhappy. Ling Jian nodded and immediately left. At this time, everyone of the Qin family had gathered at the departure place. Waiting there were also experts from the 8 Immortals County. Seeing Ling Xiao, Chen Kuan revealed a sinister smile and made a throat-slitting gesture. The meaning was obvious, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him. This was the second time Ling Xiao completely ignored Chen Kuan. At this time, Ling Xiao's eyes were fixed on the experts sent by the 8 Immortals County. There were a total of 4 experts, all of whom were high-level Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. The strongest among them was at the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm, and the other 3 were at the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm. These 4 were the supervisors and referees of this survival in the wilderness. The person in the lead was wearing an official's robe. He should be someone from the imperial court. His face was cold, revealing a strong murderous aura. Who knew how many evildoers had been killed by his hands? Reporting to Lord Lin, all of the Ling family's younger generation of Heaven Realm martial artists have arrived. Ling Jian stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said to the person in the lead, "Since you're here, let's go." Lord Lin only responded coldly, and then walked forward. The 3 people under him disappeared into the forest. Making it so mysterious, how ridiculous. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh in his heart. If he was just an ordinary child, he would probably be very respectful to Lord Lin. However, he was a martial artist who had reincarnated, and his cultivation was much stronger than Lord Lin's. Therefore, he did not have the slightest respect for Lord Lin. Instead, he was vigilant. He had the Tai Chi eye, and was very sensitive to anyone's aura. 2 days ago, he had deduced that the county governor and the Chen family might be harmful to the Ling family. It was not just a simple intuition, but also came from the viciousness and murderous aura he felt from the county governor and Chen Songhai. Today, the same aura came from Lord Lin, and it made him very uncomfortable. However, only he could feel this aura. The others followed closely behind. That Ling Moyu even shamelessly ran to the Chen family's team and chatted with Chen Zhao, arm in arm. How was there any meaning of competition? She was just short of sending herself to someone else's bed. No, perhaps Chen Kuan had already slept with this woman. Ling Jiaojiao followed Ling Xiao from beginning to end. In her world, there was only Ling Xiao. To her, other people were really nothing. Jiao, didn't you admire Chen Pai before? Today, your idol is here. Why don't you come and talk to him? Ling Mou was clearly deliberately trying to embarrass Ling Xiao. In the entire Ling family, the only one who was willing to walk with Ling Xiao was Ling Jiaojiao. Chen Pai also looked at Ling Jiaojiao. This kid was younger than Chen Pai, but he had a jade-like face and starry eyes. He was a typical handsome guy. Not only that, but his cultivation was stronger than Chen Kuan's. Standing there, although his face was cold, he charmed many girls. Whether it was the girls of the Chen family or the Ling family, they all held at him, just like female dogs in heat. However, Ling Jiaojiao just glanced at Ling Moyu indifferently and said, "Sister, don't you know what time it is now? Once you enter the Feather Mountain Range, the Ling family and the Chen family will become competitors. Don't you think there's something wrong with you beaming with joy with your opponent? Don't be sold and count the money for them." Perhaps because she had been with Ling Xiao for a long time, Ling Jiaojiao did not have the slightest good impression of the Chen family. You really think that Ling Xiao has taught you bad things? You really are a nest of snakes and rats, good-for-nothing things. Ling Moyu shouted angrily. Loser, you actually dare to say that others are good for nothing. I think you'd better put your mind on cultivation. Otherwise, do you think you still have a status in the Ling family? Ling Jiaojiao's mouth did not yield, and her words hit the nail on the head. Ha ha ha, well said. Some people want to suck up to others with a thick face and complain that others don't suck up to them. Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Xiao laughed heartily. But it made Chen Pai's face gloomy like a black fog. Sooner or later, you'll cry. Chen Pai gritted his teeth and secretly thought. He could not wait for the feather sacrifice to begin now. The moment the feather sacrifice began was his hunting time. Okay, from here on out, the entire Feather Mountain Range is your wilderness survival site. If you feel that you don't have the ability, just move around the edge. If you feel that you have the ability, go deeper. I only have one request, and that is, after 3 days, bring the demonic beast cores you've hunted and gather here. When scoring, it will be based on the demonic beast cores you've obtained and the survival rate of you martial artists. Do you understand? Lord Lin, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and turned around to say to everyone. This guy always had a straight face when he spoke, as if everyone owed him money. Remember, your every move in this barren mountain will be under our surveillance. The crystal cores of the demonic beasts must be from the demonic beasts you hunt or snatch from the hands of others. If you prepare them in advance and are discovered by us, you will die. Everyone was guessing how these 4 people were going to monitor the 100 or so people. Sir Lin seemed to have read their minds and said, if any of you think you're strong enough to escape our surveillance, you can try. If you get killed, don't blame us for being ruthless. Hearing Master Lin's words, the young boys and girls were all extremely nervous. But at the same time, he relaxed. In that case, if they were in danger, these people would probably save them. Ling Mayu and Ling Jian increasingly did not believe in Ling Zhao's warning. They increasingly felt that Ling Xiao was simply gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. You are not allowed to have any objections to the rules. Alright, let's start climbing the mountain. Lord Lin waved his hand and released a dense murderous aura, scaring many people into hurriedly rushing into the dense forest. However, at that moment, there were mournful screams. Someone was killed by the demonic beasts ambushing in the forest. Because there was such an emergent sacrifice every year, some demonic beasts had also grasped this rule. On this day, a large number of demonic beasts would ambush the martial artists on the path they must pass through and carry out a sneak attack. Don't panic, Chen family people, follow me. Chen Pai was indeed the strongest of the younger generation of the Chen family. In this situation, he was still very calm. Since the demonic beasts have an ambush, it saves us a lot of time. With this order, the Chen family people calmed down and followed Chen Pai, Chen Kuan, Chen Xingji, and Chen Du to start a counterattack against the demonic beasts. Ling Moyu, that stupid woman, also joined the ranks of the Chen family. This caused Ling Jian to be unable to maintain his composure. Ling family children, follow me. But there was no other way. The Qin family had already started hunting demonic beasts, their Ling family could not fall behind. Ling Jian called out to Ling Yan, and the two led the rest of the children to the other side. Jiao Jiao, follow the group. If there are any changes, you can fish in troubled waters. Ling Xiao planned to enter the depths of the Emergence mountain range, so of course, he could not bring Ling Jiao Jiao along. Fortunately, there were many people in the Ling family. Ling Xiao felt that even if the Qin family had plans to attack the Ling family, they would not rashly launch an attack. At least Ling Jiao Jiao was relatively safe with Ling Jian and the others. I'll listen to you. Ling Jiao Jiao nodded and stepped into the dense forest. At this point, only Ling Xiao was still outside. His gaze was coldly cast towards Lord Lin. It made Lord Lin's hair stand. Bastard, why aren't you going in? Lord Lin roared. Before you go in, I want you to help me pass a message to your county governor. I don't care about other people's lives, and I won't stop you from doing whatever you want. But if you dare to hurt someone, he will definitely regret it. After saying that, Ling Xiao scurried into the dense forest without looking back. Lord, that kid seems to have guessed our plan? As soon as Ling Xiao left, a person scurried out of the dense forest and said to Lord Lin. So what if he guessed it? How dare he threaten the county governor? Who does he think he is? Don't worry so much, act according to the original plan. Lord Lin waved his hand. Of course, he would not take Ling Xiao's words to heart. However, Lord Lin might not have thought that this casual way of handling things would cause his family to be destroyed and he would die a tragic death. Sometimes, people were like this. When the opportunity to live was right in front of them and they did not cherish it, it would be too late when they turned around and wanted to grab it again. Not to mention them, Ling Xiao had already entered the pitch-black dense forest and was heading deeper. He was not interested in the mission of the Ascension ritual. Whoever won or lost did not have much to do with him. He only wanted to use this opportunity to kill those two bastards, Chen Kuan and Chen Pai. However, the Ascension ritual would last for 3 days, and he was not in a hurry. He would wait for those fellows to obtain enough demonic beast crystal cores before he suddenly made his move. At that time, not only would he be able to kill those two fellows, but he would also obtain a large number of demonic beast crystal cores. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and he would be able to obtain a large number of demonic beast crystal cores. Over the next 2 days, he planned to take the opportunity to explore deeper and see if he could find better herbs to help him refine better pills. It would lay a good foundation for him to advance to the Yinyang realm. Although he would definitely succeed in advancing to the Yinyang realm again, the process was still not that easy and required the help of pills. In 2 days, Ling Xiao had gathered a large number of herbs deep in the mountains. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, his mountain river world was big enough to accommodate them. He wasn't sure what kind of pills he would refine in the future. Therefore, the more herbs he had, the better. Moreover, the herbs in the Black Tortoise continent were much better than those in the Divine Phoenix continent. He even wanted to move the entire Feather Mountain range. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so. Isn't that Lord Lin? On the afternoon of the second day, Ling Xiao had already entered deeper into the wilderness than the previous time. To ensure his safety, he used his Taiji eye to carefully observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a figure a few kilometers away. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Lord Lin of the 8 Immortals County. What is this fellow doing here instead of supervising the assessment? Ling Xiao was puzzled, so he sped up and flew forward. After about half a kilometer, his Taiji eye became clearer. A few hundred meters away from Lord Lin, a ferocious demon beast was crouching. This demon beast's strength had reached the peak of the half-step Yinyang realm. This was a true Grotto Heaven demon king. This demon beast looked like a huge lion, but it was a little strange. This lion's body was black like coal, but its eyes emitted a golden light that made people tremble. Golden-eyed black lion. Ling Xiao remembered that there was such a ferocious creature in the book. According to the book, wherever the golden-eyed black lion appeared, the hell fruit would definitely appear. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the golden-eyed black lion and was overjoyed. There really was a fruit tree about a meter tall there, and there were 4 fruits on the tree that emitted the aura of hell. The fruit looked strange, like a ball of black flame. They looked like they hadn't ripened yet. The hell fruit was good stuff. Directly consuming it could greatly increase a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist's cultivation. The amount of increase depended on the individual's potential. If it was refined into the Yin-Yang Hell Pill and directly consumed, it could allow a half-step Yin-Yang Realm martial artist to step into the Yin-Yang Realm without any hindrance. This was definitely a divine pill. No wonder Master Lin was guarding there. It was probably for the hell fruit. However, based on Ling Zhao's understanding of the hell fruit, it would take at least 10 days for it to ripen. Master Lin did not understand these things, which was why he had been guarding this place. Otherwise, as long as the golden-eyed black lion was here, no one would dare to casually pick it. No matter what, help me guard it. I, Ling Xiao, will definitely get the hell fruit. With a sneer, Ling Xiao changed his direction and fled to the other side. After running for about a mile, he suddenly stopped. Your Excellency has been following me for so long. Aren't you afraid of being tired? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at a dense patch of shrubs as he spoke. From the bushes, a cold light suddenly shot out and attacked Ling Xiao. Then, a figure rushed over almost at the same time. Ling Xiao saw it clearly in an instant. It was none other than one of Master Lin's 3 subordinates, a guy whose cultivation had reached Grotto Heaven Realm 9. His face turned cold. He had already warned these bastards not to attack him. This guy actually attacked him directly. In that case, don't blame him. Seeing the cold light fly over, Ling Xiao instantly activated the Hell Dragon seal and entered his Hell Human Dragon form. In that instant, his aura suddenly soared, and his battle strength rose by at least 3 realms. His cultivation was originally at the middle level of the Grotto Heaven Realm, which was equivalent to an ordinary warrior's Grotto Heaven Realm 6 cultivation. Now that his battle strength had risen by 3 realms, it was equivalent to his opponent's realm. Under such circumstances, he had always been able to crush his opponents. Clang! The cold light was sent flying by Ling Zhao's casual slap. How could the tough dragon claw be so easily pierced? That person seemed to have realized that the situation was not good. He turned around and tried to escape, but suddenly, an ice arrow shot down from the sky. Although it did not pierce through that person, it made that person stagger and his movements become much slower. It was naturally the godly codex that had released the secret ice arrow. Beautiful! Ling Xiao praised. He instantly appeared in front of that person and grabbed his neck with his terrifying dragon claw. Then, he activated his 3-leaf demon eyes. Soul capture. He wanted to find out something from this person, but was too lazy to ask. Therefore, he decided to use the 3-leaf demon eyes to capture the soul. Why are you following me? Ling Xiao asked. That person's eyes were glazed over as he replied mechanically, Lord Lin ordered me to kill anyone within a 1-mile radius of the hell fruit. I see. Tell me everything you know about the Ascension sacrifice. Ling Xiao said again. The county governor ordered us to assist the younger generation of the Chen family to kill the younger generation of the Ling family. The battle has been going on for a long time, and not many of the younger generation of the Ling family are left. That person answered. What? Ling Xiao had previously predicted that the Chen family would make a move, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. If anything happens to Jiao Jiao, I will make your county governor pay with his life. Ling Xiao suddenly exerted force in his hand, and the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist died on the spot. He was burned to ashes by the black flames. Godly Codex, let's go. Ling Xiao used the meteor steps and shuttled through the dense forest. Godly Codex flew back into Ling Zhao's storage ring. Although it was just a small demonstration, Ling Xiao and Godly Codex worked well together. Godly Codex's secret sword attack might not be very powerful, but it could be of great use at critical moments. For Ling Xiao, Godly Codex was a great help at this stage. Godly Codex, as long as you help me sincerely, I will definitely help you break the seal and reconstruct your physical body. Ling Xiao was a very simple person. He would treat anyone who treated him well. If the Ling family had treated him slightly better, he would have repaid them generously. Unfortunately, they did not. The Ling family had completely disappointed him. He was not going to save others. He was going purely for Ling Jiao. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and could clearly see the situation a few miles ahead. In addition to that person's guidance, he did not want to go in the wrong direction. As for why the Chen family would join forces with the county governor of the Eight Immortals County to eliminate the Ling family, he did not know. He did not want to know. Because to him it did not matter much. His figure streaked through the forest like a meteor. Many corpses began to appear on the ground. Most of them were from the Ling family. Occasionally, one or two corpses of the Chen family's disciples would appear. After all, the Ling family's martial artists were not to be trifled with. Ling Jian, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yan were not to be trifled with. There were people there. About 5 to 6 miles away, Ling Xiao saw a few people surrounded by the Chen family. However, the aura was too chaotic, and he could not see who was there. At this time, in the place Ling Xiao just saw, Ling Jian, Ling Mayu, and Ling Yan were all covered in blood. Anger and confusion could be seen on the faces of the three men. Especially Ling Mayu, he questioned Chen Kuan more than once, why? Why is this happening, Brother Kuan? We are going to get married. We once swore that we would be together forever. Why are you doing this to me? It seems that Ling Xiao was right. These dogs of the Chen family really want to kill all of us. Ling Jian gritted his teeth and said, I really regret it. If I had listened to Ling Xiao and paid attention, I wouldn't have been attacked so miserably. The Chen family's killing of the Ling family started suddenly. When they entered the dense forest, Chen Pai also said that the two families should make a gentleman's agreement not to attack each other. At that time, they would only compete on who hunted more monsters, not to kill each other. But in an instant, Chen Pai's face changed. Everyone in the Chen family changed their faces and launched a bloody massacre of the Ling family. When all this happened, most of the Ling family did not react at all. Therefore, only the stronger Ling Jian, Ling Yan, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Moyu survived to the second day. The rest were all dead, more than 70 people. They were all the future of the Ling family, but they were all killed. This blow was really too heavy. Ling Moyu still shook his head, as if he did not believe the reality in front of him. Or rather, he did not dare to face it. Why don't we ask Ling Xiao for help? Ling Yan said. As a reincarnated martial artist, Ling Yan naturally showed calmness and composure that did not match his age. At this time, only Ling Xiao could save them. Forget it. If he comes, he will just die. Besides, we offended him so badly before. Do you think he will still come? Ling Jian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Yan was also silent. All along, he was very clear about how the Ling family treated Ling Xiao. Now that he was in trouble and wanted Ling Xiao to help, how could Ling Xiao help? Besides, how could Ling Xiao be a match for the dozens of people around him? Don't forget that Chen Kuan, an expert at the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm, was among them. He suddenly didn't want Ling Xiao to come. Perhaps Ling Xiao was still alive and could avenge them. But now that he was here, there was nothing left. Idiot woman, haven't you heard? A real man doesn't care about trifles. You're just a woman. How could I give up the family's matters for you? Kill them. Chen Kuan waved his hand. The three people in the encirclement had been surrounded for nearly 2 hours. Although they were stubbornly resisting, it was almost time to reel in the net. After finishing the important matters here, they still had to return to Yuhua town to celebrate with the adults of the Chen family. Despair, true despair, Ling Jian, Ling Moyu, and Ling Yan all revealed looks of despair that they had never had before. Chen Kuan, I'm a disciple of the 7-Star Sword Palace. Moyu is a disciple of the Ling Long Palace. If you dare to kill us, the 7-Star Sword Palace and the Ling Long Palace won't let this go. Ling Jian roared. Ha 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 ha, do you really think that those two major forces will go to war for 2 mere outer court disciples? No way, you two really think too highly of yourselves. Besides, don't forget that this is the Yuhua mountain range. You were all killed by demonic beasts. What does it have to do with our Chen family? Chen Kuan laughed wantonly. Today's plan was really too perfect. Do you think that the adults of our Ling family will believe? Only you guys are fine, but we're all dead? Ling Jian said coldly. To tell you the truth, they won't live past today. Didn't you notice that even if we killed you guys crazily, the judges didn't stop us? Chen Kuan said these words and felt his mood become much better. No, it should be said that it was great. Especially when he saw the other party's expression as if they had seen a ghost, he became excited. At this time, the Chen family's disciples began their attack again. Ling Jian, Ling Mayu, and Ling Yan's resistance became weaker and weaker. On one hand, it was because they were really too tired. On the other hand, it was because their hearts were dead. If even the 8 Immortals County's county chief was scheming against them and wanted them to die, could they still survive? Impossible. Oh my, where's the energy you used to bully me? Why are you so embarrassed today? Suddenly, a contemptuous voice came from the treetops, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw Ling Xiao standing on a branch, indifferently looking at everything that was happening below. He didn't make a move because Ling Jian and Ling Moyu were not worthy of his saving. Ling Yan didn't bully him, but it had nothing to do with him. Don't mock us at this time. We admit that you're right. The Chen family is indeed going to make a move. Hurry up and run. If you can escape, it'll count. Someone must tell the Chen family's doings. Ling Jian saw Ling Xiao and suddenly shouted. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to save them. Although they didn't bully Ling Xiao, they did have the intention to kill Ling Xiao. It was unrealistic to expect Ling Xiao to save them. Plus, with Ling Xiao's strength, how could it be worth watching? It was better not to make a move. Escape? Since he has delivered himself to the door, do you think he can still escape? Chen Kuan saw Ling Xiao and instantly released an astonishing killing intent. That day in Yuhua town, if it wasn't for the county chief's sudden appearance, you would have been dead. It's your good fortune to be able to live until today, but everything ends here. Shen Dian, go find Ling Jiao. Inform me immediately after you find her. Anyway, Ling Xiao didn't know where Ling Jiao was at this time. He planned to deal with Chen Kuan first. Yes. Shen Dian came out of the storage ring and flew away. The secret sword was recognized by Ling Mayu and Chen Kuan at the same time. So it's you. Ling Mayu said in surprise. So it's you, kid. It seems that we have to settle the old and new grudges together today. Chen Kuan became even angrier. His killing intent was incomparably dense. Yes, I was the one who took the sword. So what if you know? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and jumped down from the tree into the encirclement. Remember what I said a few days ago? Are you going to ask me for help now? Ling Xiao looked back at Ling Jian and Ling Mayu and sneered. Both of their faces were very ugly. Their faces were burning uncomfortably. They didn't expect that the words of that day would become a reality. You go quickly. You can't save us. Ling Jian sighed. Don't try to act all high and mighty. How can you possibly save us? Ling Mayu also said. Brother Ling Xiao, I, Ling Yan, only ask you to help me take revenge. This is my token before reincarnation. Take it. It will be good for you in the future. Ling Yan took out something from the storage ring. It looked like a jade tablet. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Jian, Ling Mayu, and Ling Yan did not believe him. But he wanted these 3 people to kneel down and beg him. Even if he saved them and then let them perish on their own, not for anything else, just to trample on their dignity. Just like how these guys treated him in the past. So he had to do something. Let these 3 people believe that he had the ability to save people. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you're really a failure. Others don't believe in your strength. You might as well kill yourself. Chen Kuan laughed and did not make a move. Perhaps from his point of view, Ling Xiao was not even comparable to the 3 people who were surrounded. Killing Ling Xiao was as easy as it could get. Brother, don't kill him later. We have to avenge ourselves. Chen Xingji stared at Ling Xiao and said. Yes, brother, I'm going to skin this kid alive. Chen Du also said loudly. Don't worry, I'll be merciful. I won't let him die so easily. Chen Kuan showed a ferocious expression and said with a smile, this kid dared to steal my things. I must torture him and make him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, so that you too can vent your anger. That's great, brother. Chen Xingji and Chen Du knew that they were not Ling Zhao's opponents, but with Chen Kuan here, they had nothing to be afraid of. What's more, except for the 6 or 7 people who died and the dozen people who followed Chen Pai to search for Ling Jiao, the rest were all here. With so many people, they really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could overturn the sky. Ling Xiao kept his Tai Chi eye open and saw the answer he wanted from Chen Xingji and Chen Du's eyes. Ling Jiaojiao had not been caught yet, which made him relieved. He hoped that the divine grimoire could find Ling Jiaojiao first. Otherwise, Ling Jiaojiao was not Chen Pai's opponent. Forget it, don't think so much. Let's solve the matter in front of us first. Anyway, it had to be solved eventually. Moreover, Ling Jiaojiao had the alchemy formation stone that he gave her. Even if she was found, she would be safe. Chen Kuan, what's the point of you blabbering so much? Why don't you try and see if my sword or your saber is stronger? Ling Xiao immediately summoned his iron sword and pointed it at Chen Kuan. A frenzied energy surged within his body. Even without using the diabolical dragon seal, Ling Xiao was still confident that he could easily defeat Chen Kuan, who was at the 8th paradise realm. Before he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he could already defeat opponents 3 levels higher than him. Now, every time he advanced a level, he was stronger than before. Chen Kuan's cultivation was only 2 levels higher than his, so he could easily kill him. There was no need for him to use the seal of eternal life. He only needed the falling star sword to solve the problem. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant even at death's door. Let me tell you the truth. Today, the prefectural governor has invited the Chen and Ling families to a banquet at Yuhua restaurant. Everyone from your Ling family will die. From today onwards, the Ling clan will be completely removed from Yuhua town. Chen Kuan roared with laughter as he drew his battle saber. A powerful aura enveloped the battle saber, as though he was going to cripple Ling Xiao. He would then hand him over to his younger brother and sister to be tortured to death. Why is the prefectural governor doing this? Ling Jian could not help but ask. I'm not sure. The prefectural governor probably saw that your Ling family had thoughts of rebellion. Chen Kuan smiled and said, however, what's the point of knowing? You can't change anything. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. Ling Xiao was different from Ling Jian. He had no interest in knowing why the prefectural governor wanted to deal with the Ling family. He only knew that Chen Kuan had to die today. After killing this trash, he still had to find Ling Jiaojiao. The moment he said that, Ling Xiao shook the iron sword in his hand. It streaked across the void with a flash of starlight. 7 Stars Annihilation Sword, the starlight was resplendent before it was destroyed. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the entire area was filled with this terrifying starry sword chi. Kill! Ling Xiao's voice echoed in the void. Chen Kuan finally revealed a horrified expression. He could not block it, it was too fast, too strong. Stop! A roar came from somewhere. Others did not see it, but Ling Xiao saw it. It was one of Lord Lin's subordinates. When the Ling family's disciples were killed, he did not appear. However, when he was about to kill Chen Kuan, this person suddenly appeared. However, do you think I'll stop just because you asked me to? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. The iron sword slashed across Chen Kuan's neck. A big head fell to the ground instantly. When the head fell to the ground, Chen Kuan's eyes were still wide open and his mouth was agape. It was as if he could not believe that he would die in the hands of Ling Xiao. Now, do you believe in my strength? He withdrew his sword and returned to his original position. Ling Xiao asked contemptuously. At this moment, Ling Jian, Ling Moyu, and Ling Yan were in a trance, frightened and excited. I beg you, please save us. Ling Jian was the first to kneel down and shouted. Brother Ling Xiao, save me, save me. I was wrong before. I looked down on you, but I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Ling Moyu was the second to kneel down. Only Ling Yan did not kneel. Ling Yan looked at Ling Xiao and smiled bitterly. Your strength really surprised me. However, I, Ling Yan, was also a character before I entered the world of reincarnation. It's impossible for me to kneel down and ask you for help. However, if you can save me, I, Ling Yan, will serve you for the rest of my life. You're not bad. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yan and nodded. He valued people who could uphold their dignity and not kneel in the face of life and death. Moreover, he really needed such a helper in the Black Tortoise continent. You'll follow me in the future. As for the 2 of you, I won't kill you, but I can't save you either. I've already killed Chen Kuan. Whether you can survive or not depends on your luck. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Jian and Ling Moyu indifferently, then grabbed Ling Yan's clothes and jumped out of the encirclement. They won't survive. Lin Daren's men chased after them. The rest of the Chen family crazily attacked Ling Jian and Ling Moyu. Although it was Ling Xiao who killed Chen Kuan, those people were not Ling Xiao's opponents. With this person dealing with Ling Xiao, they naturally vented all their hatred on those two people. Whether they live or not, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not the one who wants to kill them. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Daren's men. Well, for the time being, he'll call them number 2 man. Number 1 man had been killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let go of number 2 man. Because when Ling Xiao entered the Yuhua mountain range, he had already warned Lin Daren that if they dared to make a move on him and Ling Jiaojiao, he would make these people pay the price. Since these people didn't listen, he didn't mind sending them to the Western Paradise. Ling Yan, eat this and recover as soon as possible. Then go and kill Chen Xingji and Chen Du for me. They are really not worthy of me personally killing them. Ling Xiao casually handed a medicinal pill to Ling Yan. Understood. To think that you still have the time to care about others. After killing Chen Kuan, you can only pay with your life. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to Lord Lin and the Ascendant King. The second subordinate looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Make your move. I hope that you're different from Chen Kuan. Not only do you know how to talk nonsense, but you also have true abilities. Ling Xiao said indifferently. To be honest, if he were to fight this person face to face without the divine grimoire, it would take him quite some time to kill this person. However, he only wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he had to make a move to gain the upper hand. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent didn't understand his strength, he would suddenly burst out and kill him. Alright, then you can go to hell. Sure enough, number 2 did not waste any more words and directly attacked Ling Xiao. The terrifying aura of a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert burst out. The surrounding withered branches and leaves danced wildly as though a strong tornado had been set off. If an ordinary 6th Grotto Heaven Realm expert were to encounter this aura, they would definitely be frightened and wouldn't even be able to move their legs. However, Ling Xiao was still standing there. He even kept his metal sword, as though he wasn't planning to make a move. Humph, in the face of absolute strength, any tricks are useless. I'm really surprised that you could kill Chen Kuan. However, against me, you don't stand a chance. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He had already released the Hell Dragon seal in his body. His inner strength had completely transformed into the dark purple Hell Dragon fire. It was roaring and rolling in his body. However, he was suppressing it and hadn't released it yet. This kind of terrifying aura was truly terrifying. As for the aura released by the second subordinate, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Tricks, huh? Since you've seen through it, I can only fight it out. 8 swords, Star River explosion, the metal sword that had been kept suddenly appeared again. Then, Ling Xiao brandished the sword and pierced it forward. It was as though a star river had exploded in a small area, producing an extremely terrifying force. Number 2's subordinate's lips curled into a sneer. You want to block my attack with just this? Boom, the sword chi exploded and collided with the second subordinate's fists. The second subordinate didn't retreat, but Ling Xiao took a few steps back. Die. Number 2 continued to attack, but he was still very careful because he was afraid that this cunning brat still had other tricks up his sleeve. 9 swords, universe break. While retreating, Ling Xiao stomped his feet on the ground and suddenly jumped up, thrusting out his sword. An even more terrifying power erupted. It was actually much stronger than before. Number 2's fist was pierced by the sword, and he was knocked back several steps. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, this is all you have. Number 2 laughed and said, but it's too early for you to be proud. I was just testing you. F*CK, he's still not dead? He escaped. Ling Xiao turned around and ran at an extremely fast speed. Where do you think you're going? Number 2 was even faster. Ling Yan was currently recuperating, and upon seeing this scene, he became a little anxious. Although the effects of the pill were not bad, the time was too short, and it was impossible for him to recover. However, this guy actually stood up and blocked in front of number 2's subordinate. I, Ling Yan, will never regret what I said. He saved my life, and I will repay him with my life. Ling Xiao, run! Ling Yan let out a loud roar and released all of his aura. The shadow of a mountain appeared behind him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was too far away from number 2's strength. He couldn't block it, and could only delay it. Ling Xiao looked back, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had two purposes for this series of actions. One was to let number 2's subordinate look down on him and think that he had done his best. Then, he could suddenly attack and kill him. The other purpose was to test Ling Yan. If Ling Yan didn't save him, then he would naturally abandon Ling Yan. On the contrary, he would treat Ling Yan as a brother. Now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to end everything. Ling Yan closed his eyes. Dying in the hands of such a master was better than dying in the hands of that bastard Xianxia. A violent force rushed toward him, and he could even feel blood dripping from his skin. However, all of a sudden, the energy disappeared with a loud bang. Ling Yan opened his eyes in confusion, but what he saw shocked him. Number 2's subordinate was lying on the ground, motionless. Ling Xiao was standing on top of him, and the pitch-black flames were burning the body of number 2's subordinate that had already been killed. What are you waiting for? Don't you believe what you see? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No, it's too shocking. How can your strength be so strong? Ling Xiao was also a martial artist who had entered the reincarnation stage. Wasn't Ling Xiao's improvement a little too fast? It was completely beyond common sense. There's no need to be shocked. I was just giving you a small test. Although that healing pill is real, its quality is not good. Take this healing pill and use it. There's also a Qi eruption pill. It can double your fighting strength for an hour. I'll leave the Chen family to you. I'm going to find Ling Jiao. Ling Xiao casually threw 2 pills to Ling Yan. How could he not trust someone who could save him with his life in a critical moment? Ling Yan was a friend worth making. Then, Ling Xiao turned and left. Ling Yan stared blankly at the direction where Ling Xiao disappeared, and his heart was filled with complex feelings. If he had made the wrong choice, then he would probably be a corpse now. Fortunately, he didn't forget his principles before reincarnating at the critical moment. He looked at the 2 pills that Ling Xiao gave him and swallowed them together. Damn the Chen family. Since I, Ling Yan, have kept my life, you don't have to live anymore. He was a reincarnated warrior and a powerful warrior who had killed many people. Today, he almost died in the hands of a group of children. It was obvious how angry he was. Now that there was a chance for revenge, how could he give it up? What awaited those Chen family members was a bloody massacre. Let's not talk about Ling Yan. After Ling Xiao killed the second subordinate, he started to look for the third subordinate. He believed that the third subordinate must be with Chen Pai. Among these 3 people, one followed Master Lin, one was responsible for protecting Chen Kuan, and the last one was responsible for protecting Chen Pai. However, he didn't see the figure of the third subordinate within the range of his Tai Chi eye. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a possibility. Could Ling Jiao have escaped? Therefore, he changed his direction and chased after Yuhua town. About 7 or 8 minutes later, he saw a battle in progress on a mountain road about 1 mile away from Yuhua town. Ling Jiao was being played by Chen Pai. Chen Pai could have killed Ling Jiao, but he deliberately didn't. He only played and tortured Ling Jiao to his heart's content. Perhaps Ling Jiao's recent increase in strength made Chen Pai realize the benefits of Ling Jiao and fall for her. Or perhaps Chen Pai had fantasized about Ling Jiao before, but Ling Jiao ignored him. Regardless of the reason, Chen Pai now had a chance to get Ling Jiao. How could he give it up so easily? Master, I found Ling Jiao and Chen Pai. What should I do? At this moment, Shen Dian also sent a message. Because the secret sword contained a trace of Ling Xiao's soul power, as long as Shen Dian wanted to talk to Ling Xiao, she could do so as long as they weren't too far apart. Go and help immediately. Keep Chen Pai busy and don't let him continue to torture Jiao. I'll take care of subordinate number 3 first. Ling Xiao found that subordinate number 3 was hiding less than 200 meters away from Chen Pai, watching the show. He was even eating sunflower seeds while watching. He planned to take care of this guy first. Otherwise, facing two Ninth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists at the same time, even he couldn't handle it. Got it. Xun Dian received Ling Zhao's order and immediately joined the battle between Chen Pai and Ling Jiao. Although her participation couldn't completely reverse Ling Jiao's defeat, it could at least make Chen Pai uncomfortable for a while. That would create an opportunity for Ling Xiao to kill Master Lin's subordinate number 3. The fastest, the safest way to kill was, of course, assassination. Ling Xiao quietly approached subordinate number 3. At this moment, subordinate number 3 was watching Chen Pai's battle. Xun Dian's appearance clearly attracted his attention. A sword that could fly and attack on its own was definitely not ordinary. If I bring this sword back and give it to the county governor, I'll definitely receive great benefits. Subordinate number 3 was fantasizing about a beautiful future. His thoughts had already flown to a certain moment in the future. He completely didn't notice that a black shadow was speeding towards him. A trace of killing intent suddenly came from behind subordinate number 3. In that instant, subordinate number 3's body trembled. He didn't turn around and quickly rushed forward. He hoped to use his speed to dodge the sneak attack. He didn't know who the attacker was. But as long as he dodged this attack, he would definitely tear Jia Hui into pieces. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, the sharp claws still pierced his heart. It was burning and unbearable pain. He wanted to scream, but he found that his throat had been burned by the black flames. He couldn't make a sound. At the moment before he died, he looked back. In the haze, he saw the appearance of a monster. Done. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and removed the transformation of the infernal dragon. This was the Jiao's inner strength used. This was the fundamental reason why he didn't want to keep fighting in this state. Ling Xiao tossed a Grotto Heaven Essence energy pill into his mouth. While recovering, he looked at the battlefield not far away. In these short few minutes was in the battle, she was in the end was in the battle. At Jiao's Lin. Used this time. Was in it. Formation? I didn't expect the Ling family to have this kind of formation stone. That's surprising. But do you really think I can't do anything? Chen Pai was stunned for a moment before he took out a Thunderclap Thunder Fireball. The Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the Black Tortoise continent had it. The Black Tortoise continent's Thunderbolt Fire Bullet contained the power of thunder and fire. The thing in Chen Pai's hand should be able to kill a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist without any problem. However, he took it out and prepared to use it to deal with the formation protecting Ling Jiao. When you see this thing, you should understand, right? Once I use it, your formation will break, and even you will be blasted to death. Chen Pai sneered. Listen to me. Follow me. I'll make you the daughter-in-law of the Chen family. You'll enjoy a lot of wealth. No one will dare to look down on you. If you want to fight, then fight. I, Ling Jiao, would rather die than marry someone like you. I hate being forced. Ling Jiao said coldly. Chen Pai's expression was incomparably gloomy. Idiot, only 4 of the Ling family's disciples who participated in the ascension ceremony are left. Ling Jian, Ling Mayu, and Ling Yan are already heavily surrounded. They're probably dead by now. And those adult martial artists of the Ling family. Since the prefectural governor has decided to deal with them, he won't let them live. Do you really think there's anyone who can save you? The life and death of the Ling family has nothing to do with me. I only care about Ling Xiao. How is he? Before coming to the ascension ceremony, Ling Jiao had already done what she should do. She informed the higher-ups of the Ling family and her sisters and brothers that the Chen family would harm the Ling family. She had already done all she could for this family that did not have any human feelings. What's more, her mother was killed by her father. She really didn't have any feelings for that man. Perhaps she would be happy if that guy died. The only thing she was worried about was Ling Xiao. She wondered how Ling Xiao was doing. Ling Xiao? What do you think? Even if he has made progress during this time, he's no match for me and Brother Ben. Plus, there are hundreds of disciples of the Chen family. Do you think he can leave here alive? Chen Pai sneered. Accept your fate. You either follow me or die here. You have no other choice. Die, my ass. Ling Xiao won't die. You idiot, you should be worried about your brothers and sisters. Maybe they've been killed by my master. Xin Dian suddenly scolded. You can talk? Ling Jiao was stunned and asked hurriedly. Of course I can. Master asked me to find you. Xin Dian explained. Don't listen to that idiot's nonsense. With my master's current strength, even 10 of him are no match for him. Her words were obviously exaggerated. But since they were all bragging, who was afraid of who? Great. As long as he's not dead, I'm relieved. He's the only one who's really good to me. Ling Jiao's nervous and angry expression was swept away and replaced by an excited smile. Bitch. Do you like that trash that much? Well, I'll destroy you now and then kill him. I'll let you reunite in the underworld. Chen Pai was annoyed. Completely annoyed, no one had ever dared to despise him like this. She actually missed another man in front of him. He couldn't stand such contempt and provocation. He didn't want this woman anymore. He would destroy what he couldn't have. The thunderbolt fireball in his hand was released. Even Chen Pai didn't notice that at the moment when the thunderclap thunderfire bullet exploded, a figure had rushed into the explosion. Ha 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 ha, *TCH, you deserve it. Who told you to choose that trash instead of me? Looking at the billowing flames burning there, Chen Pai laughed excitedly. Although he was unhappy that he didn't get Ling Jiao, destroying this woman with his own hands could be considered as revenge. Why is that idiot laughing by himself? I don't know. He probably lost his mind. The Chen family is a bunch of lunatics. The sudden conversation scared Chen Pai, who was laughing wildly, to the point that his hair stood on end. This shock was no small matter. He hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the conversation, only to see that about 100 meters away from him, Ling Xiao, Ling Jiao, and the sword all appeared there safe and sound. And the one who spoke was Ling Xiao and the sword. Ling Xiao. Chen Pai was also shocked when he saw Ling Xiao, but soon after, he revealed a sinister smile. You didn't take the path to heaven, but you barged into hell. To be honest, I was afraid that you would escape, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Good, very good, I'll take care of you bastards together. At this moment, Ling Jiao grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and said, Run. Run as far as you can. The Ling clan is finished. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. You can't fight against the entire Chen clan alone. Ling Jiao was really touched that Ling Xiao came to save her, but at the same time, she was also full of anxiety. She didn't want Ling Xiao to die here because of her. The opponent was Chen Pai, a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse. Ling Xiao was definitely not his opponent. Don't worry, just leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao gently touched Ling Jiao's head and said, although I'm a reincarnated warrior, you're also my sister. How can a brother not come to save his sister when she's in danger? How disgusting. Both of you will die here today, you adulterous couple. No, this doesn't seem exciting enough. Why don't Ling Jiao and I perform a man's favorite act in front of you? When Chen Pai saw that Ling Xiao and Ling Jiao's relationship was so good, he became even angrier. Under his rage, he said some beastly words. Originally, I just wanted to kill you and forget about it. But now, I feel that just killing you isn't enough. I'm going to castrate you and then kill you. I'm going to make you a dead eunuch in hell. Ling Xiao was also angry. Chen Pai's words made him very angry. Seeing that Ling Xiao had no intention of leaving, Ling Jiao suddenly took out a dagger and placed it against her neck. Go. Hurry up and leave, Ling Xiao, I beg you, I don't want both of us to die here. Pa. Ling Xiao suddenly flicked his finger, and the dagger in Ling Jiao's hand flew away. He said very seriously, my good sister, I didn't come here today to die with you. In the time I was in the Ling family, you were the one who treated me the best. How could I bear to let you die? Just wait and see how I deal with this beast in human clothing. Shen Dian, help me take care of Sister Jiao. Yes, master. Xin Dian responded and flew to Ling Jiaojiao's side. The script isn't right. Chen Pai suddenly said sarcastically, shouldn't you be the one crying bitterly and running away reluctantly? Then, that bitch will kill herself in front of me? Isn't that how it's played in movies? Could it be that your brain was damaged by something and you don't even know how to run away? Run away? Who do you think you are? Is it worth it for me to run away? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Pai disdainfully and said, you're also a reincarnation realm martial artist, right? You're indeed stronger than me with your high grotto heaven realm cultivation. But if you think you can scare me away like this, then you're a little too laughable. Chen Pai said proudly, that's right, I'm a reincarnation realm martial artist, and I'm the #1 genius of Ascension Town. I'm a legend among the younger generation of Ascension Town. Legend? If you're a legend, then I'll break this legend today and turn you into a joke. As Ling Xiao spoke, black flames surged in his body. The Hell Dragon seal had been activated. He didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Chen Pai. In fact, this guy's strength was even more terrifying than Lord Lin's 3 subordinates. He was even stronger than Lord Lin. Lord Lin was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, but Chen Pai was a high Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. After entering the cycle of reincarnation, every time Xiaochen advanced to Cultivation Realm, he would gain an improvement in all aspects, surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, Chen Pai was definitely stronger than Lord Lin, unless Lord Lin was hiding his strength. After all, this was the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao realized that there were many secret techniques to hide one's strength. Chen Kuan had hidden it from him previously. Ha 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 ha, I seem to have heard the biggest joke in the world. You? You want to hurt me? Chen Pai laughed impudently. Obviously, he didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes. Then give it a try. Boom, a terrifying aura rushed out of Ling Xiao's body, and the dense leaves above his head were suddenly blown to the side. Although Ling Xiao's entire body hadn't entered the Hell Human Dragon form, he was already enveloped by the black-purple Hell Dragon fire. Ling Jiaojiao looked at this scene nervously, and her heart gradually calmed down. Because she was too excited and worried about Ling Xiao, she had lost her mind. She felt that Ling Xiao was definitely not a match for Chen Pai. After all, Chen Pai was a legend among the younger generation of Ascension Town. When he was only 12 years old, he had once killed a famous bandit who broke into Ascension Town. The strength of that famous bandit was already at the 4th Grotto Heaven realm at that time. Other than the adult martial artists of the Chen and Ling families, no one in the younger generation could be a match for that guy. However, that guy was killed by Chen Pai. Although no one saw the scene of the battle, when people found the bandit's corpse, Chen Pai was standing there, holding a blade, and his body was covered in the bandit's blood. From then on, Chen Pai became a legend of Ascension Town. Originally, most people thought so. But there was a little girl who told her father a shocking thing. That was, Chen Pai was in cahoots with that famous bandit. Or to be more precise, before Chen Pai reincarnated, he was the leader of that famous bandit. Their group was a very terrifying group of bandits that roamed the Chen country. They killed people without batting an eyelid. And these things were all heard by the little girl from Chen Pai. Chen Pai told that famous bandit that he had helped him gain the trust and nurture of the Chen family. Then, he suddenly attacked and stabbed that bandit to death. Before that famous bandit died, he looked at Chen Pai in disbelief. He said, "Boss, you used me." Her father's punishment silenced the little girl out of fear. From then on, the little girl never revealed a word about what she saw about Chen Pai. This little girl was Ling Jiaojiao. The little girl had grown up, but she hadn't forgotten that incident. She wanted Ling Xiao to escape not only because she was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't be Chen Pai's match, but also because she was worried that Ling Xiao would offend the bandit gang behind Chen Pai. But now, she couldn't stop this battle. She knew Ling Xiao's temper. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Even if Chen Pai died, no one would find out about Ling Xiao for a while. Ling Xiao could take this opportunity to escape and conceal his identity. Everyone thought that you, Ling Xiao, were just a martial artist who had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm. Who would have thought that you had already cultivated to the middle stage of the Grotto Heaven realm? But do you really think that you can win against me with your cultivation? When Chen Pai saw the terrifying flames that were being released from Ling Xiao's body, he could also determine Ling Xiao's current cultivation level. Although he was a little surprised, he felt more relieved. Ling Xiao wasn't bad, but that was it. How would I know if I don't try? I, Ling Xiao, liked to challenge stronger enemies before I reincarnated. Now, I'm no exception. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He admitted that Chen Pai was strong, but not strong enough to make him feel despair. He wasn't even qualified to use his previous moves. He could take Chen Pai's head with the newly learned Falling Star Sword technique and Seal of Eternal Life. You're good at talking, but it's useless. I wanted to keep you alive to torture you, but I changed my mind. You're too talented. You'll be a problem if I keep you alive. I'm going to kill you, go and die now. Black Serpent Devil Saber, Snake Swallows Elephant. Chen Pai had cultivated the Black Serpent Devil Saber, an intermediate jade rank martial art of the Black Serpent Devil sect. And Snake Swallows Elephant was the most powerful move of the Black Serpent Devil Blade. The black snake danced wildly. As the demonic saber chi breathed in and out, it was as if it was going to swallow the entire world. The surrounding dead branches and leaves were blown up by the strong wind. The terrifying black saber chi was like a huge black snake that covered the sky. In the distance, Ling Jiaojiao's beautiful face turned pale. She was so scared that her whole body trembled. If Chen Pai had used such a move to deal with her, she would have died long ago. But Ling Jiao's expression did not change in the face of this powerful move. Rumble, another terrifying aura rushed out. In that instant, Ling Xiao became ferocious and cold. The infernal dragon seal had been activated, and the infernal human dragon form had been activated. Facing Chen Pai, with Ling Jiao's current cultivation base, it was necessary for him to activate the hell human dragon form. Otherwise, even if he could defeat his opponent, he would be seriously injured. Ling Xiao did not have the habit of harming himself. What? Chen Pai was stunned, frightened by Ling Xiao's ferocious appearance. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like the son of the dragon god that walked out of hell. He looked so majestic and domineering. Dharma Seal, Universe Strike. The Heaven and Earth Strike was a technique he had comprehended from Neza's visualization. In the investiture of the gods, Neza had a very powerful Dharma treasure, the Universe Ring. When the Universe Ring was thrown out, it was as terrifying as a collision between heaven and earth. Although Ling Jiao's current cultivation base was not enough to unleash its full power, it was definitely not something that Chen Pai could resist. Chen Pai thought that Ling Xiao only knew the Falling Star Sword technique, so he thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao with the more powerful Black Serpent Devil Saber. But he never would have thought that the martial arts that Ling Xiao grasped was not only the Falling Star Sword art. This new move was many times more powerful than the Falling Star Sword technique. In that instant, what Chen Pai thought of was not to resist, but to escape. But the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be released. How could he still have the chance to escape? He could only condense all of his essence energy on the long saber in his hand, attempting to block Ling Jiao's universe strike. But sadly, it was useless. Under the universe strike, Chen Pai was directly blasted flying. His physical body was not even complete. He only had one breath left to struggle at death's door. How is this possible? Ling Jiaojia was stunned. Even the divine canon felt somewhat shocked. Ling Xiao was actually so powerful. This was what they did not expect. Ling Jiao's attack actually directly beat Chen Pai into such a wretched state. It was virtually an instant kill. Chen Pai was even more in disbelief. His eyes were filled with horror and shock. He thought of many endings. Each ending was how Ling Xiao died tragically, how he was tortured. But in the end, the real tragedy was not Ling Xiao, but him. What martial art is this? This is not the Ling family's family martial art. You actually dared to use a martial art from before reincarnating. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity? Chen Pai roared loudly. Idiot. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Pai with disdain, then walked forward and suddenly waved the iron sword in his hand. Ah! Chen Pai, who was already at his last breath, let out a desperate scream. He felt a chill down below, then an intense piercing pain. Something seemed to have left his body, bidding farewell to him forever. I said before you die, you will become a eunuch first. Ling Xiao said with an evil smile, you touched my sister, I will touch your brother. Ling Jiaojiao frowned. She wanted to say something, but held back. In the end, she still maintained her kind nature. Seeing Chen Pai's miserable appearance, she actually could not bear to see it. But thinking of Chen Pai's behavior just now, she hardened her heart. To pity such a person, it was better to pity a dog. Kill me, kill me. Chen Pai yelled painfully. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Pai indifferently, then turned to Ling Jiaojiao and said, Sister Jiaojiao, although I like your kindness, this world is not good enough. But in this world, kindness is not enough. You must learn to be cruel. In the future, you will be the head of the Ling family. You must learn to kill decisively. This guy, I will leave it to you to deal with. If possible, Ling Xiao really did not want Ling Jiaojiao to change her nature. But obviously, this was not possible. Because he would not stay in Yuhua town forever. If Ling Jiaojiao did not dare to kill an enemy, then she would be killed by others sooner or later. So Ling Jiaojiao must change. Kindness could be preserved, but kindness did not mean weakness and a saint's disease. When it was time to kill, she still had to kill. Ling Jiaojiao's eyes had a look of struggle. She held the sword and walked to Chen Pai's front. Finally, she clenched her teeth and finally stabbed the sword. Chen Pai's eyes widened, and he completely lost his breath. Perhaps until the moment of his death, he did not dare to believe that he would die in the hands of Ling Jiaojiao. Ugh! After killing Chen Pai, Ling Jiaojiao hurriedly ran to the side and vomited. It was really surprising. Living in this world, this was actually the first time Ling Jiaojiao killed someone. Looking at Ling Jiaojiao vomiting there, Ling Xiao sighed. No one was qualified to live in a greenhouse. The entire mystic world was filled with the same atmosphere, either you die, or I live. Ling Xiao stood aside, turned his head, and looked at the scenery in the distance. At this moment, Ling Jiaojiao needed to be strong. It was useless for others to help her. After a long time, Ling Jiaojiao took out water from the storage ring to rinse her mouth, and then asked, Ling Xiao, you just said that I will become the patriarch of the Ling family? What's going on? Ling Yuhua, that old bastard, only cares about benefits and not emotions. This kind of person can never unite a family. Ling Tianxiong, Ling Tianying, and the others are too cruel and ruthless, but not kind enough. If a family wants to rise, it's not enough to be cruel and cold. It needs emotions to unite everyone. So only you, Sister Jiaojiao, are qualified to lead this family to become strong again. Ling Xiao explained, actually, you don't want to see the Ling family destroyed, right? You and I are different. You and the Ling family are like blood, and I'm just the son of an adopted son. But I'm not strong enough. Ling Jiaojiao said. Strength is not a problem. With me here, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the Yin-Yang realm. During this time, I'll let that old bastard Ling Yuhua assist you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You mean, you want to go save them? Is it too late? Ling Jiaojiao asked. Of course it's too late. Ling Xiao said, I believe that the 8 Immortals County's county governor is targeting the Ling family not just to make the Chen family the master of Yuhua town. There should be other reasons. Before they achieve their goal, they won't kill everyone in the Ling family. Well, someone will definitely be killed. It's inevitable. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ling Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. Okay, let's wait for one more person, and then we'll go together. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. A figure was rushing over. Boss Xiao, it's done, but Ling Jian and Ling Moyu were killed. Ling Yan dashed out of the forest and threw the heads of Chen Xingji and Chen Du on the ground. There were also a few storage rings that contained a large number of demon beast cores, which were obtained by the young disciples of the Ling family and the Chen family in the past 2 days. Very good. Ling Xiao nodded and placed all the demonic beast cores in the storage rings into his mountain river world. These things were enough for him to use in his cultivation. This time it could be considered a great harvest. Everyone is here. Let's go. This time around, we must turn Yuhua town upside down. A sinister sneer appeared on Ling Zhao's lips. The governor of the 8 Immortals County could use despicable methods to deal with the Ling family. Why would he want to face the other party head-on? There was no need for that. He could also play dirty. When it came to playing dirty, Ling Xiao did not think that anyone in the 8 Immortals County could outplay him. Before entering the samsara cycle, Ling Xiao had been imprisoned in Sea-Watch City by the heavenly demon cult with the 5 Poisons Ultimate Formation. Although the 5 Poisons Ultimate Formation did not pose much of a threat to him, it would cause great harm to other martial artists. Among the large number of demon beast cores that Ling Xiao had obtained this time, there were hundreds that contained deadly poison. Coupled with the Pestilence Demon King's ability, it was not impossible for him to personally set up the 5 Poisons Ultimate Formation and trap the entire Qin family. You two should take these antidote pills first. They will ensure that you will not be attacked or poisoned when you enter the 5 Poisons Ultimate Formation. Let's set up the formation while it's dark. As long as the 5 Poisons Ultimate Formation is complete, the entire Qin family will be our playground. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and casually tossed 1 antidote pill each to Ling Yan and Ling Jiaojiao. He thought that the county governor of the 8 Immortals County would never have dreamed that the people who would ultimately ruin his overall plan were none other than 3 brats. The sky was already dark, but the Qin family was still in a state of jubilation. There was no other reason other than the fact that those idiots of the Ling family had been tricked by the county governor and their clan leader, Xianxia, and had all had their inner strength dissipated. Now, all the adult martial artists of the Ling family had become useless and were imprisoned in the Qin family's martial arts practice field. The Qin family had originally wanted to get rid of these fellows as soon as possible and then dominate Yuhua town. However, from the county governor's words, it seemed that the Ling family had something that he wanted them to hand over. They could only kill 1 person every 2 hours. They wanted to force the Ling family's higher-ups to compromise. Yesterday, the Ling family had been defeated. Today was the 2nd day, and several people had already been killed. However, Ling Yuhua still refused to speak. However, it was obvious that this didn't matter to the Qin family. The county governor said that if the Ling family's higher-ups still didn't speak when the Yuhua sacrifice ended tomorrow, they would drag these people to the plaza and kill them all. Not a single one would be left alive. At the thought of this, the Qin family martial artists were especially excited. For many years, the Qin family and the Ling family had been fighting endlessly in Yuhua town. Both sides had victories and losses. The Qin family was ultimately unable to deal with the Ling family. The Ling family was also unable to destroy the Qin family. However, both sides were probably dissatisfied with such a situation. Especially Xianxia. As the Yuhua king of the Qin nation, he wanted to see the Ling family destroyed no matter what and for his Qin family to dominate Yuhua town. The drinking at night was very enjoyable. No one noticed that a faint fog had seeped in from the outside and permeated the entire Qin family's courtyard. Ling Xiao had used a lighter poison this time and wasn't as ferocious as the poison that the people of Sea-Watch City had used on him previously. After all, it was better for some people of the Ling family to be alive so that they could serve Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Xiao could also plant a nail in the Black Tortoise continent for himself. In the future, it would be easier for him to attack the empire. As for how to make Ling Yuhua and the other old things submit to Ling Jiaojiao's management, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao at all. As a pharmacist, it wasn't a problem for him to concoct a medicine that would make people beg for death. He remembered that a long time ago, he had obtained many memories from another world in the Yuehua school's secret realm. He was very clear that those memories didn't belong to him, but they gave him a lot of knowledge. Among them, there was a mention of something called the Life and Death Talisman. When this strange technique was activated, it would make people feel unbearably itchy and in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Unless there was an antidote. Therefore, they would definitely be controlled. The elixir that Ling Xiao had concocted was even more terrifying than the Life and Death Talisman. It was used in conjunction with the illusion elixir that the ninjas used to deal with the sacred dynasty. It could make people unable to break free forever, but it didn't do any harm to the body. It was enough to control the martial artists of the Ling family. Ling Xiao wasn't so naive as to use emotions to tie down those people. They were all unkind and heartless people. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao felt that they were still useful, he would have really wanted them to die in the hands of the Qin family. Alright, we will take action early tomorrow morning. Rest well tonight. On the third day of the Ascension sacrifice, the Qin family warriors woke up as usual, only to find that the sky was a little gray. A portion of the warriors felt a stomachache or were unusually tired. However, because there was no battle, no one felt that there was anything unusual about this. Even the 8 Immortals county governor who lived in the Qin family did not notice. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the Qin family, the sunlight seemed to be tainted with a strange color. But still, no one felt that there was anything wrong. At most, they thought that the weather today was a little strange. After a day and night of torment, the Ling family warriors were even more exhausted. They were even less likely to notice these abnormalities. Qianlong was the first to appear in front of the Ling family. At this moment, everyone in the Ling family hated and feared this Qin family descendant who was always smiling. Qianlong walked in front of Ling Yuhua and kicked him as though he was kicking a dead dog. "Old man, the taste of this cultivation dissipation powder is not bad. Right, back then, your adopted son Ling Tai was used on him and turned into a cripple. Now, your Ling family will also be defeated by the cultivation dissipation powder. You are really a family. Ha 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 ha. Chen Songhai, get out here. Kill me if you want. I, Ling Yuhua, will not let you go even if I become a ghost." All these years, although our Qin family and Ling family have been secretly competing, no one has done such a despicable thing. You made an exception today. Even if you win, you will die a horrible death. I, Ling Yuhua, will leave first and wait for you on the road. Ling Yuhua ignored Qianlong and roared at Chen Songhai, who had just appeared. Chen Songhai sneered in disdain. Ling Yuhua, you can be considered an experienced person. What's the use of this poison curse? The fact is that your Ling family will be consigned to eternal damnation. Even if I, Chen Songhai, die a horrible death, you will not be able to see it. I still win. Furthermore, your Ling family secretly hid the seal of eternal life and killed the mysterious snake envoy. Every crime is a death sentence. Not only will I die a horrible death, but I will also be rewarded for my meritorious service. County governor, don't you think so? As Chen Songhai spoke, he smiled at the prefectural governor. That's right. This official's main purpose in coming to Ascension Town this time is to eradicate the rebellion and uphold justice. The Ling family deserved to die for their treachery. Moreover, he was unwilling to hand over the seal of eternal life, which was a heinous crime. Do you think a small family like yours is worthy of possessing the seal of eternal life? The county governor glanced at Ling Yuhua coldly without any sympathy in his eyes. Of course, what he said was completely just a show of strength and a tiger's skin. Dealing with the Ling family was just a deal between him and the Qin family. He wanted the seal of eternal life, and the Qin family wanted Ascension Town. Both sides had just formed a united front. County governor. Every month, our Ling family has to give you the required amount of spirit stones. That's not cheap at all. How can you betray us like this? Ling Yuhua roared. Chen Songhai, there's no need to interrogate these people. I don't think they'll reveal the whereabouts of the seal of eternal life. Execute them in front of everyone today. Then, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find the seal of eternal life. Anyway, that thing won't disappear. The county governor had indeed accepted the spirit stones from the Ling family, but how could he admit it? At this moment, he wanted to destroy the Ling family even more. As long as the Ling family was destroyed, no one would know what he had done behind the scenes. Ha ha ha, did you hear that, Ling Yuhua? Today, all of you will die here. No one will be left alive. Chen Songhai laughed even more impudently. Chen Songhai, remember this. Today, even if we die, the descendants of the Ling family will not let your Qin family rest in peace. Ling Yuhua was in despair. He had no chance of surviving. The Qin family and the county governor of the 8 Immortals County had teamed up to deal with him, and he had been poisoned by the cultivation dissipation powder. Today, only death awaited them. The only thing he could hope for was those children. He hoped that they would know what happened in Ascension Town and escape quickly. Ha 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 ha, old Ling, are you still dreaming? This time, the one who laughed was Qianlong. He said coldly, I forgot to tell you something interesting just now. Today should be the last day of the Ascension sacrifice. Perhaps you are hoping that the descendants of the Ling family will avenge you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid none of the descendants of the Ling family are still alive. Before the Ascension sacrifice began, we had already issued a kill order to the Qin family disciples to kill all the young people of your Ling family. No. Impossible. It's impossible. Collapse, complete collapse, Ling Yuhua, this old man, wouldn't care even if he died. As long as the Ling family had hope of revival, he wouldn't collapse like this. But at this moment, he had completely collapsed. It was as if he had gone crazy. You are really ruthless. Do you want the Ling family to die without descendants? Ling Yuhua roared like an enraged lion. However, his hands and feet were bound by iron chains, and his internal energy had been dispersed by the Hua Qi, so he could not do anything at this time. You're right. We're going to eliminate the Ling clan completely from Yuhua town. Chen Songhai sneered. You people are probably hoping that someone from the Ling family will stand up and reverse the situation, right? Don't be delusional. To tell you the truth, Master Lin and his 3 subordinates are all our people. Master Lin is a 10th Grado Heaven Realm martial artist. His 3 subordinates are also 9th Grado Heaven Realm martial artists. Do you think that with just the few good-for-nothings in the Ling family, who can reverse the situation? A bolt from the blue, absolutely a bolt from the blue, everyone in the Ling family almost fainted. Even after enduring a day and night of torture, most of them didn't collapse. But when they heard this news, they really couldn't take it anymore. Without descendants, there was no future. More than 70 children, all gone just like that. Ling Yuhua stood up and stared at the county governor and Chen Songhai. He knew that if he fought against these people with his physical body, he would die. But at this moment, there was no hope. Instead of being killed one by one, he might as well fight it out. Ling Tianying stood up. Ling Tianxiong also stood up. Almost everyone in the Ling family, except for those who had fainted from fear, stood up. Although these people might be scheming against each other for the sake of the family's power, but at this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. The children were dead. There was no hope. They only wanted revenge. If they could kill one, it would count. He would just end the rest of his life here. You want to risk your lives? Fine, I'll give you this chance. Chen Songhai waved his hand and gestured for the Chen family warriors beside him to kill everyone from the Ling family. Yes. The Chen family warriors stepped forward and circulated their inner strength in an attempt to kill the Ling family warriors. However, they were all stunned at that moment. They did not notice that Ling Yuhua had broken free from the heavy chains and smashed them on their necks. They were all killed in an instant. These people could no longer use their internal energy. Like the Ling family's warriors, they had become cripples. Fear began to spread. The Ling family members were confused. County Governor, what's going on? Chen Songhai circulated his inner strength and was horrified to find that although he could still use some, most of his inner strength had already been corroded. As a result, his current strength was only comparable to a 9th Grado Heaven Realm warrior. One had to know that he was a Yin-Yang Realm warrior previously. He was still fine yesterday. What exactly happened tonight? Chen Songhai was horrified. The rest of the Chen family were also horrified. Even the county governor was horrified. Their internal energy was either completely gone, or it had decreased by a lot. What's going on? The county governor was also covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the air seemed to be filled with an abnormal smell. Also, there was something wrong with today's fog. Oh no, we've been tricked. The county governor exclaimed. It's a bit too late to think of it now. What a pity. You guys aren't stupid, but because you've won a beautiful victory, you've become a little carried away. You probably didn't think that us kids could turn this situation around. Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yan walked out from where the voice came from. Ling Xiao had an indifferent sneer on his face. Ling Jiaojiao was obviously nervous. After all, this was the first time something like this had happened to her. Ling Yan was much calmer. He was also a reincarnation realm warrior, but he had experienced much more terrifying dangers. You. Are you humans or ghosts? Everyone from the Chen family was horrified when they saw the 3 of them. Even the county governor and Xianxia, who had been sitting calmly on the fishing platform and appeared to be very calm and astute, panicked. The fact that these three people were still alive meant that something big had happened during the emergence sacrifice. Looking at the Ling family side, they were filled with doubts. Only these three people had appeared in the Ling clan. What about the others? Was he really going to die? Ling Xiao didn't care what they were thinking. He walked directly to the high platform of the martial arts practice field, shook his storage ring, and threw out a corpse. The corpse belonged to Chen Pai. Ling Xiao sat down and looked at everyone coldly. This scene caused the eyes of everyone in the Chen clan to tear apart. Although Chen Pai's corpse was incomplete, his face could still be seen clearly. The strongest genius of the Chen clan had actually died, and his corpse was right in front of them. Just how shocking was this? Just how shocking was this? Chen Long was dumbfounded. His son, Chen Pai, whom he was proud of, was a legend among the younger generation of Ascension Town. Now, he was being sat on by Ling Xiao like a dead dog. He felt like his lungs were about to explode from anger. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. The one who died shouldn't be his son, but the trash of the Ling clan. Ling Xiao. I'm going to kill you. Chen Long roared furiously, and the aura in his body exploded. It was a pity that he became extremely weak. Save your energy. You've been poisoned by the 5 poison absolute kill formation. I'm already being merciful by not letting you die immediately. You still want to attack? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Long with disdain. Of course, don't think that I'll let you go. You killed my father. I'll take revenge personally. Poisoning you to death is too easy for you. Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao in shock. But he was a little fearful. Because he knew that Ling Xiao didn't have any feelings for the Ling clan. Therefore, Ling Xiao wouldn't save the rest of the Ling clan. Now that 3 people had come, what did this mean? It meant that the younger generation of the Ling clan was basically all dead. Only Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yan were left. Ling Xiao, where are the rest of the Ling clan? Even though Ling Yuhua wasn't hopeful, he couldn't help but ask. You shouldn't be asking me this question. You should be asking Chen Songhai. Ling Xiao said coldly. They're all dead. Ling Jiaojiao answered the question for Ling Xiao. They were killed by those bastards from the Chen clan. However, Ling Xiao has already taken revenge for them. Over 100 of the younger generation of the Chen clan were also killed. Only the 3 of us are left to participate in the Ascension ritual. You're lying. Where are Lord Lin and his 3 subordinates? The county governor roared. Lord Lin is sleeping while guarding his beloved health fruit. As for his 3 subordinates, here. Ling Xiao threw out 3 heads and said, County governor, this is a greeting gift for you. Not bad, right? His cold smile made the county governor's face turn extremely ugly. Who exactly was this young man? Not only did he kill everyone from the Chen clan, but he even killed the experts he sent. Was this possible? However, he had no choice but to believe it. The heads were lying on the ground. It was a bloody reality. It was too ridiculous, everyone had such a feeling. Chen Zhao was a Grotto Heaven Realm 8 warrior. Chen Pai was a Grotto Heaven Realm 1 warrior. Lord Lin's 3 subordinates were all Grotto Heaven Realm 9 warriors. These people were actually killed by Ling Xiao, also, their poisoning was actually caused by Ling Xiao. Who was this guy in the past? His strength and intelligence were outstanding, making it impossible for them to guard against him. All the plans should have been perfect, but something went wrong with this person. However, at this moment, regardless of whether they believed it or not, this was the truth. Chen Songhai and the county governor tried their best to calm down. They felt that they still had a chance because Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any feelings for the Ling clan. This also meant that they might be able to rope this person in. Thinking of this, the county governor said with a smile, You're Ling Xiao, right? I can tell that in terms of strength and intelligence, you're extremely outstanding in the entire Ascension town. Our flawless plan has also been foiled by you. But you should know what the consequences are if you kill me. Chen Songhai is also the Ascension King of the Chen country. You're in the Chen country. If you kill him, it will also be very troublesome. Therefore, you really shouldn't make an enemy of us. Since you don't have any feelings for the Ling clan, why don't you join us? I'll definitely give you glory and wealth and let you soar. County Governor, how can you do this? This kid killed all the juniors of our Qin clan. It's equivalent to cutting off our Qin clan's bloodline. How can you make him submit to us? Qianlong roared furiously. Shut up. Chen Songhai glared at Qianlong and said, a wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you don't die, you can still live in the future. As for a talent like Ling Xiao, once he joins us, we will be like a tiger with wings. So, we must let bygones be bygones. Qianlong was furious, but when he saw the look in Chen Songhai's eyes, he suddenly understood. This was just a temporary measure. As long as Ling Xiao couldn't stand the instigation and joined them, then it would be time for them to kill Ling Xiao. Now that they were poisoned, they couldn't use their strength. Once they were cured, it would be Ling Xiao's end. Thinking of this, Qianlong shut his mouth. He had done a good job of being able to adapt to circumstances. Ling Xiao, you are a member of the Ling family. Don't forget your ancestors. Don't betray your master for glory. A voice came from the Ling family. The one who shouted was Ling Tianqiong. Now you remember that I am a member of the Ling family? When you tried to dig up my father's grave in the Ling family cemetery and tried to kill me, did you ever think that I was a member of the Ling family? Now you have the face to lecture me? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for Jiao Jiao, I would have killed you first. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Tianqiong coldly and said. However, before he could finish, Ling Jiao had already made her move. The sharp blade pierced Ling Tianqiong's body. Ling Jiao's face was extremely cold. Do you remember, Ling Tianqiong? When you killed my mother, you stabbed her in the same place. Today, I will return it to you. From today onwards, I, Ling Jiao, am the head of the Ling family. What I hate the most is family killing each other. In the future, if something like this happens again, I will personally kill him. Ling Tianqiong, he killed my mother and tried to kill my brother Ling Xiao. Today, I will kill him as a warning to all of you. Jiao, what nonsense are you talking about? How did you become the head of the Ling family? Ling Tianying asked in confusion. If I say she is, then she is. Ling Yuhua, will you agree? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yuhua with a smile and said, the Ling family members that you brought out are all trash who only know how to kill each other. When faced with true danger, none of them can be of use. To be honest, if you had treated me just a little bit better back then, even if you had treated me like a servant, I would have done my best to save you today. But now, unless you acknowledge Jiao as your master, there's no need to talk about anything else. As for the other side trying to bewitch me, let's not waste any more time. Today, even if the prefectural governor were to die here and the Ascension King's entire family was wiped out, it would only be the work of a great bandit. Who saw me do it? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Yuhua before looking at the prefectural governor and Chen Songhai. The reason why he spoke so much was not just to show off. The longer the poisonous wind was released, the weaker the Chen clan would become. It would be easier to deal with them later. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, the Ling and Chen clan members lowered their heads and pondered. The Ling clan members were worried that once Ling Jiao became the head of the Ling clan, she would definitely become Ling Zhao's puppet. Wouldn't the Ling clan then become Ling Zhao's Ling clan? They didn't want that to happen. On the other hand, the Chen clan members were thinking about how to kill Ling Xiao. As long as they could kill Ling Xiao, the situation today would definitely be reversed. To be honest, although they believed that Ling Xiao could defeat a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, in reality, no one believed it. Almost everyone believed that Ling Xiao had similarly used poison to cause the Chen clan's younger generation to lose miserably. Among the Chen clan members, a figure quietly approached Ling Xiao. This person was considered one of the more special ones in the Chen clan. He was Qianlong's younger brother. Qianmo's strength was not outstanding in the Chen clan. His elder brothers, Qianran and Qianlong, were both 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. And he was only at the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm. However, when Qianmo was young, he accidentally swallowed a strange 10,000 poisonous snake. Since then, he was immune to all poisons. This time, Ling Xiao used the 5 poison absolute kill array to seal the Chen clan. Everyone else was affected. Only this Chen Mo was safe and sound. Chen Mo decided to do something for the Chen clan. He believed that Ling Zhao's cultivation was not strong. As long as he chose the right time to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. Other than the Chen clan members, no one else noticed Chen Mo's actions. The members of the Chen family were a little nervous, but they were also a little excited. Chen Mo used his 8th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. If he succeeded, then their Chen clan would be the biggest winner today. Moreover, they believed that Chen Mo would succeed. The reason why Ling Xiao could kill a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was definitely because he used a sinister and cunning method like this. Their young master Chen Mo would not be poisoned. These shameless fellows of the Chen clan would definitely not think that their actions were even more shameless. If they did not act so shamelessly, Ling Xiao would not have played such a trick. Boss, be careful. Ling Yan was the first to notice the danger. He immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao. This kid was completely subdued by Ling Xiao. Now, he was completely loyal to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not give him any drugs. For this kind of person, as long as you could convince him, he would be willing to follow you. Ling Yan's warning allowed Ling Xiao to see Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo had already launched his attack. He used the Chen clan's strongest technique, the suicide saber technique. Although this saber technique's name was not outstanding, it could be heard from its name. Once it was used, someone would die. This was a saber technique that could kill 1,000 enemies but damage 800 oneself. Therefore, the Chen clan members usually did not use it. Once it was used, it would definitely be to kill. The terrifying saber energy rushed towards him. Ling Yan felt as if his body was about to be split open. Ling Yan, get out of the way. At this moment, he heard Ling Zhao's voice. Yes. Ling Yan did not hesitate. Because he remembered the scene of Ling Xiao killing Lord Lin's second subordinate in the Feather Mountain range. He should believe in Ling Zhao's ability. At the critical moment, he dodged. Die, kid. Chen Mo roared. The saber energy was filled with a deadly aura. His eyes were actually bleeding. I haven't lived long enough. Why should I die? Ling Xiao sneered contemptuously. Shadow shift, he had already used this kind of trick when he was still in the martial vein realm. However, he had not used it in a long time because it was too boring. He wanted to use it today because he thought it would be more fun. Crack. The saber energy split open a person's body. Chen Mo's face was filled with ecstasy. However, in the blink of an eye, this ecstasy turned into anger and fear. The person who was split open was not someone else, but a martial artist from the Chen clan. Ling Xiao had swapped places with that person at the critical moment. Chen Mo, quickly retreat. Although he was extremely shocked that Ling Xiao could dodge Chen Mo's attack, at this very moment, Chen Songhai was very clear that they had underestimated Ling Xiao. Absolutely could not let Chen Mo stay there. Retreat? Since you're here, don't retreat anymore. Ling Zhao's icy voice sounded out. A streak of resplendent starlight streaked across the pervading smoke. Chen Mo was still stunned there, not doing anything. But after a moment, his upper body started to move. Turns out that Ling Zhao's sword was too fast and already cut open his body. It was just that the wound only appeared now. Chen Mo was killed by Ling Xiao with just one sword. Falling Star Sword Art, Gold Grade Low Tier Sword Technique, practically everyone was stunned. Even though there were similar rumors before, saying that Ling Xiao defeated a Jade Grade Middle Tier Martial Technique with a Gold Grade Low Tier Sword Technique. But rumors were rumors after all. Those who had not seen it with their own eyes refused to believe that it was the truth even if beaten to death. But today, they saw it. Falling Star Sword Art, this kind of martial technique that could be bought at any random martial arts stall, was actually utilized by Ling Xiao to such a transcendent extent. How terrifying did this boy's talent have to be? How powerful was his control over his martial skills? A martial artist using a powerful martial technique to kill the enemy was not worthy of shock. Using the worst martial technique to defeat a martial artist stronger than oneself, this was a miracle. But such a miracle, Ling Xiao achieved it. Towards this scene, the most shocked was probably none other than Ling Yuhua. The reason why Ling Yuhua allied with Ling Xiao was purely because Ling Xiao knew alchemy. He was completely indifferent towards Ling Zhao's martial arts talent and whatnot, and did not have any expectations either. But he did not think that this little fellow's attainments in martial arts were actually so terrifying too. Regretful beyond measure, if he had cared a little more for Ling Xiao in the past, today's matter would not have ended up like this. Perhaps those young juniors of the Ling family would not have to die either. The Ling family's martial artists were still just shocked. As for the Qin family's martial artists, besides being shocked, they were also extremely frightened and furious. Qin Mo, who was at the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm, had been killed by Ling Xiao with a single sword strike. What's more, his opponent was using such a trashy sword skill. "Brat, you're dead!" Chen Songhai roared. He had already forgotten what it meant to look at the bigger picture. He had just told his son, Chen Long, to endure it. However, when Chen Mo was killed, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He had 3 sons. Although his eldest and second sons were both very talented, the one he doted on the most was his third son, Chen Mo. Now that Chen Mo had been killed by Ling Xiao, he felt a heart-wrenching pain and fury. "I don't know if I'll die or not, but your Qin clan is dead for sure." Ling Zhao's cold voice rang out. "Originally, I had no intention of getting involved in the dispute between the two of you. Once I kill Chen Long and avenge my father, this matter will be over. But you actually dared to sneak attack me. Do you really think I'm a pushover who doesn't dare to kill?" Ling Yan, "Kill Chen Ran." "Yes, boss." Ling Yan was also almost cut in half by Chen Mo's saber just now. Previously, he was also almost killed at Yuhua Mountain Range. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, he immediately attacked. With just one slash, Chen Ran, who was already lying on the ground, was killed. There was no room for resistance at all. "Ranner!" Chen Songhai howled hysterically. "I see that you people don't seem to understand your current situation. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Today, in Yuhua Town, I, Ling Xiao, have the final say. Whatever I say is what it is. Whoever dares to oppose will have to die." Ling Xiao stood on the training field and swept his cold gaze across everyone. Domineering, arrogant, and cold, ever since he had entered the samsara, he hadn't felt so carefree for a long time. During those days when he was aggrieved, he clearly saw the fickleness of human nature. Today, he was no longer aggrieved, nor would he be soft-hearted. "I am willing to serve Ling Jiaojiao as my master." Suddenly, in the Ling family, the eldest son, Ling Tianying, knelt on the ground and said loudly. Looking at Ling Tianying, Ling Zhao's gaze was still cold. How could he not know what these people were thinking? They just wanted to feign civility and wait for the antidote to recover their strength before dealing with him, Ling Xiao. However, these idiots didn't know that he, Ling Xiao, already had a backup plan. He wasn't an idiot who only cared about his head. Ling Yuhua is willing to hand over the position of clan leader and pass it to Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Yuhua finally spoke. This old man, who had always valued benefits, understood that this was the only way for the Ling family to rise again. Otherwise, with Ling Zhao's personality, he would never save the Ling family. Since Ling Yuhua knelt, how could the others not kneel? At this moment, the Ling family knelt in front of Ling Jiaojiao and announced that Ling Jiaojiao was their master. "Distribute the antidote." Ling Xiao nodded at Ling Jiaojiao. The so-called antidote was made by him last night. He really couldn't do anything about the cultivation dissipation powder if it took too long. However, a day or two was nothing to him. Of course, this antidote wasn't just a simple antidote. Although it could help the Ling family get rid of the cultivation dissipation powder, it would also cause the Ling family to be poisoned by another type of poison. It was the life and death illusion powder that Ling Xiao made. After being poisoned, as long as a special incantation was used, the victim would suffer a fate worse than death. This was also the key to Ling Jiaojiao's future control of the Ling family. If Ling Jiaojiao was killed, then the poisoned people would all die. This poison was closely linked to Ling Jiaojiao's soul energy. However, the Ling family didn't know this. Although some people hesitated for a moment, they still took the antidote in the end. "My strength is recovering. This really is the antidote." As the antidote entered his body, Ling Yuhua felt that the internal energy that was dissipated by the cultivation dissipation powder was quickly recovering. He couldn't help but get excited. As long as they recovered, the Chen family would be finished today. Chen Songhai, why aren't you pledging loyalty to Ling Jiaojiao? Do you want us all to die? The prefectural governor suddenly lowered his voice and said to Chen Songhai, how can you be so stupid? If you die now, you'll have nothing. But as long as you don't die, we can mobilize the mysterious snake demon sex branch in the 8 Immortals County and the 24 bandits to deal with the Ling family and Ling Xiao. That kid is dead for sure. After speaking, the prefectural governor actually knelt down and said to Ling Xiao, young hero Ling, this official admits defeat today. This official is willing to recognize you as my master. From now on, I will loyally assist you and help you achieve great things. You really know how to steer with the wind. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't have any intention of killing this prefectural governor. Keeping this guy alive was more useful than killing him. As long as he used the life and death illusion powder to control him, he would definitely be useful in the future. Keeping such a person alive was much more useful than keeping him alive. Give him the antidote, Ling Yan. Give the county governor the antidote. Ling Xiao said with a smile. But boss, if this guy recovers his strength, we won't be able to stop him. Ling Yan said with a frown. I believe that the county governor won't do anything rash. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. All right. Although Ling Yan did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking, he understood that Ling Xiao was not a child. He was a warrior who had reincarnated and must have thought of a way to control the county governor. That was why he took the antidote and gave it to the county governor. Of course, the elixir also contained the life and death illusion powder. If he could not completely control these guys, Ling Xiao did not dare to give them any antidote. Chen Songhai is willing to lead the Chen family to submit to young hero Ling. All the previous grudges will be written off. Seeing that the county governor had taken the antidote, Chen Songhai panicked and said loudly. Hee, didn't you just say that I'm dead meat? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Songhai mockingly. That was my ignorance. I hope that young hero Ling will forgive me. Chen Songhai smiled flatteringly, but his smile was clearly a little forced. Yes, Ling Xiao had killed so many members of the Chen family. How could he be loyal to Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao also knew about this. However, to be honest, Ling Xiao really could not bring himself to destroy the Chen family. After all, there were still many elderly, women, and children in the Chen family. Therefore, he had to control these people so that they would never have the chance to take revenge. Perhaps it was a good idea. Of course, if these people really wanted to rebel in the future, it would give him a chance to make up his mind. Ling Yan, give them the antidote. Ling Xiao said with a smile. This was a test, and it was also an excuse for Ling Xiao to be ruthless. If the Chen family wanted to harm him after taking the antidote, he would be sorry. When that happened, he would no longer have the slightest bit of sympathy. He would not show mercy to those who deserved to be killed. Ling Yan had no choice but to distribute the antidote to everyone in the Ling family. About 15 minutes later, everyone from the Chen clan and Ling clan had returned to their original state of cultivation. However, for the time being, no one had harmed Ling Xiao. Because no one was a fool, they knew the principle of shooting the bird that pokes its head out. Qianlong, today, the Chan and Ling families are all here. The county governor is also here. Kill yourself in front of everyone. You killed my father. I will not let you off. This is considered a more dignified death for you. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Qianlong. He might be able to forgive others, but he definitely could not forgive Qianlong. This person had to die. That's right, I did kill your father, but he deserved it. I asked him to hand over the seal of eternal life, and he actually dared to refuse. If I don't kill him, who should I kill? Today, Qianlong finally spoke the truth. It wasn't that Ling Tai was drunk and wanted to kill him, so he was killed instead. All of this was for the sake of the seal of immortality. You like the seal of immortality that much? Ling Xiao looked at Qianlong coldly. The seal of immortality is the treasure of the Palace of Immortality. I'm not the only one who likes it. I believe that no one in the Black Tortoise continent doesn't like it. Qianlong said. Alright, I'll let you see what the real seal of immortality is like. Ling Xiao originally wanted Qianlong to kill himself, but he suddenly changed his mind. Qianlong killed his father because of the seal of immortality. He would use the seal of immortality to end Qianlong's life. He slowly walked towards Qianlong, his cold eyes revealing a strong killing intent. Chen clan, listen up. Today, I'll only kill Qianlong. However, if anyone wants to attack me, I don't mind destroying the entire Chen clan. Ling Xiao did not want to slaughter. However, if someone insisted on forcing him, then he would definitely not show any mercy. Kid, if my strength hadn't recovered, it might be easy for you to kill me. However, now that my cultivation has recovered, you still want to kill me? That's wishful thinking. Don't forget, I'm a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Qianlong looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, you can go to hell with your useless father. After saying that, Qianlong fully released his 10th Grotto Heaven Realm aura. A long saber appeared in his hand. The terrifying saber aura seemed to be able to split the space directly. Behind him, the saber soul appeared. The long saber in his hand was even more powerful. The wind raged, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Ling Yan and Ling Jiaojiao stood there, looking at Ling Xiao nervously. They did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking, but the situation was too dangerous. Father, take this opportunity to tie Jiaojiao up. That Ling Xiao will definitely hold back. At this moment, Ling Tianying secretly said to Ling Yuhua. Just now, Ling Yuhua agreed to be loyal to Ling Jiaojiao for the antidote. However, now that his cultivation had recovered, how could he easily give up his position as the clan leader? However, this old fox did not dare to act rashly because he was worried that there would be other unforeseen circumstances. Let's wait first. I'm afraid that there might be a problem with the antidote. Ling Yuhua looked at Qianlong. He believed that if there was a problem with the antidote, it would show on Qianlong. On the other side, the Qin clan was also eager to try. Big brother. You only have this one son, Qianlong. If he dies, you'll really have no more descendants. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking action? Our cultivation bases have all been restored. The one who spoke was Chen Songhai's younger brother. Chen Songhai was also worried that there was a problem with the antidote like Ling Yuhua. Acting rashly might lead to trouble. However, he could not watch his only remaining son, Qianlong, be killed without doing anything. However, it seemed that Qianlong had the upper hand. The aura that Ling Xiao released was at most 6th Grotto Heaven Realm. It was impossible for him to defeat Qianlong, who was 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. At this moment, Chen Songhai was actually hoping that Qianlong could kill Ling Xiao. It was this moment of hesitation that caused him to lose the best chance to save his son's life. Ling Xiao took a step forward. Instantly, black flames rolled. His body turned into the primordial hell demon dragon. Although he did not completely turn into a dragon, he still looked ferocious and terrifying. At that moment, his aura became extremely powerful. Farewell, Qianlong, my enemy, Dharma characteristic seal universe strike. Ling Xiao flipped his hands and formed a seal. Then, he blasted it out. At this moment, Qianlong's saber aura had already pierced through the air. However, it was useless. The saber aura was shattered by the universe strike like a piece of paper. Then, Qianlong's body was sent flying. It was as if he was hit by something. When he fell to the ground, he was already on the verge of death. Immortality seal. Although the immortality seal that Ling Xiao used was slightly different from the one that the county chief had seen, he was sure that it was the immortality seal. His voice rang in the Qin clan's courtyard. Everyone present was shocked. Ling Xiao had learned the immortality seal. The immortality seal was indeed in the Ling clan. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Qianlong. He said mockingly, "Are you surprised, Qianlong? Your guess is right. The immortality seal is in the Ling clan's martial arts hall." Ling Yuhua, that old fool, was heartless. If he had treated my father Ling Tai better, the seal of eternal life would have belonged to him already. Unfortunately, he didn't. That's why my father had always wanted to take the secret of this item to his grave. Do you still remember when I used a carriage to drag my father's corpse to the Ling family cemetery to be buried? At that time, he wasn't actually dead. He left his last breath just to tell me the secret of the seal of eternal life. Ling Xiao didn't hide the fact that he had obtained the seal of eternal life, because none of the people present today could bring this secret out. He had set up a very interesting effect on the illusion of life and death powder. Whoever dared to tell this secret to outsiders would bleed to death on the spot. For an ordinary pharmacist, this might not be possible. But for Ling Xiao, this wasn't a big deal. As long as he was willing, he could easily do it. If he did this, those people who died couldn't blame him for being ruthless. You killed my only remaining son. I'll fight you to the death. Chen Songhai finally went crazy. He couldn't care less anymore. His cultivation had recovered to 1/10 of the half-step yin-yang realm, and his body produced a small amount of yin-yang energy. This strength was several times stronger than the 10th grotto heaven realm. He felt that he could avenge his son. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Chen Songhai and said, Chen Long's death was his own fault. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Chen Songhai looked at Ling Xiao with disheveled hair and laughed crazily. You only know that your father Ling Tai was killed by my son, but you don't know who ordered him to do it. You also don't know that your mother didn't die from dystocia at all. I only bribed the midwife and tampered with the delivery of your mother. I originally planned to kill you and your mother together, but I didn't expect you to survive. This is really heaven's will. What? It was impossible for Ling Xiao to know about this. Even Ling Yuhua was shocked when he heard about it. Is what you said true? Ling Xiao's face turned icy cold. The killing intent in his eyes made him look like a demon. Although he had already retracted the Hell's Dragon seal and returned to his original form, the terrifying black flames burned even more fiercely. He had never seen his mother since he was born. She thought it was a difficult labor, but she didn't expect that she was killed by someone. That person even wanted to kill him. Fortunately, he had entered the cycle of reincarnation and relied on his profound world physique to avoid this calamity. Otherwise, he would be a dead nascent soul now. Is it very painful? Do you really want to kill me? Don't worry, I will soon let you go down to accompany your father and mother. Chen Songhai laughed heartily, feeling very pleased with himself. Boom, the black flames grew to a height of more than 10 meters, and took the form of a terrifying ancient hell dragon. It roared in the void. Ling Xiao had originally planned to let the life and death illusion powder take effect before killing Chen Songhai. But now, he didn't want to do that. Chen Songhai had to be killed by him personally. Fortunately, Chen Songhai's cultivation had just broken through to the half-step yin-yang realm, so he could still kill him. Father, mother, although you are only my parents who entered the cycle of reincarnation, you still gave me life. Watch quietly from the heavens and see how I will avenge you. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky, his voice echoing in the Chen family's courtyard. His body began to change gradually. Avenge? You think you can? Do you really think you are a match for me with your current strength? I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve to control me, but it seems like you don't have any. You idiot, you are really as stupid as your parents. Your father was ostracized by the Ling family, but after receiving a little help from me, he treated me as his benefactor and didn't guard against me at all. You are really as stupid as him. Chen Songhai looked at Ling Xiao. The angrier Ling Xiao was, the happier he was. He wanted Ling Xiao to die. He wanted Ling Xiao to die in agony. He wanted Ling Xiao to accompany his children and grandchildren in hell. Chen Songhai, I really didn't want to do anything to your Chen family. I was satisfied with killing Chen Long. But you have successfully aroused my demonic nature. Everything that happened next was caused by you. I won't let you die so quickly. I want you to witness the destruction of your family with your own eyes. Ling Xiao's eyes turned blood red. This would only happen when one's killing intent reached its peak. In order to kill you, I will show you the true seal of eternal life. Activate Hell Dragon Seal, Dragon Transformation. As Ling Xiao's black flames enveloped him, his body began to change rapidly. Unlike before, Ling Xiao did not transform into a diabolical dragon man this time, but a true ancient diabolical dragon. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded in the Chen family's courtyard. A huge hell demon dragon that was dozens of meters long hovered in the air. This huge hell demon dragon was burning with black and purple flames, as though it had flown out from hell. Ling Xiao could feel that after transforming into a dragon, his strength had increased by at least 10 times. Right now, he would even dare to fight a Yinyang realm martial artist, let alone Xianxia. Of course, winning or losing was another matter altogether. Everyone looked at this scene in horror, and for a moment, they were all stunned. They were stunned, but Ling Xiao was not. The mystical dragon's eyes were completely locked on Xianxia, and a thunderous roar came from its huge mouth. Xianxia, you can't blame me for the destruction of your Qin family. Die. Following this terrifying roar, the mystical dragon opened its bloody mouth, and black flames brewed in its huge mouth. At that moment, the temperature between heaven and earth seemed to increase by several times. Even standing on the ground felt scalding hot. If not for the fact that everyone present was a martial artist, they would have been scalded to death. Kill. A huge black fireball was spat out from the mystical dragon's mouth, burning an obvious black mark in the air. Even the elements were charred black. It's over. The county governor closed his eyes helplessly. He knew that his efforts had been in vain. This time, the Qin clan had truly lost completely. Even a Yinyang realm martial artist in the first level of hell would not dare to take Ling Xiao's attack, let alone Xianxia. Its power was too terrifying. Moreover, it released ancient hell dragon fire that was even hotter than divine fire. Xianxia did not seem to have given up. I don't care if you're a human or a dragon. If you're a human, I'll kill you. If you're a dragon, I'll slay you. You killed my descendants, so I'll use your dragon blood as a sacrifice to them. Qin family saber technique's strongest profundity, ghost saber. As his inner energy was sucked dry by the long blade in his hand. In Xianxia's hand, the long blade became huge and emitted wisps of black gas. It even emitted a ghostly wail. It's a pity that you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao's voice came from the mouth of the mystical dragon. The huge hell dragon fireball easily swallowed the so-called ghostly blade. Then, it swallowed Xianxia as well. The fireball didn't stop because of this. It continued to roll. After killing dozens of people from the Qin family, it gradually extinguished. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Ling Yuhua was so regretful that his heart was bleeding. If only I had given him even a little bit of affection back then, our Ling family would have become the overlord of Yuhua town. Father, don't think so much. No matter how strong he is, he's still a child. Now that your cultivation has fully recovered, hurry up and kidnap Jiao and force Ling Xiao to work for our Ling family. Ling Tianning continued to instigate. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you. Ling Yuhua had already made a mistake once. He didn't want to make the same mistake a second time. As a smart person, he had already seen that Yuhua town couldn't stop Ling Xiao's future. As long as a martial artist who had entered the reincarnation realm didn't die, he would definitely break through to the rebirth realm. If he listened to him now, Ling Xiao would definitely help the Ling family in the future if they were in trouble. That was the best way to go about it. Roar. The moment he killed Xianxia, Ling Xiao felt that the energy in his body had reached its limit. The door to cultivation had been destroyed. The large amount of energy that had been accumulated in his body flowed into his meridians and filled his body once again. Breakthrough, Advanced Rank 1 Grotto Heaven Realm Cultivation. It was equivalent to an ordinary martial artist's 9th Grotto Heaven Realm Cultivation. Ling Xiao removed the Hell Dragon seal and returned to his original form. He looked at everyone coldly. With his current cultivation, even if he didn't activate the Hell Dragon seal, most of the people present wouldn't be his match. The county governor, who had wanted to fight to the death, had completely admitted his defeat. Today was simply a nightmare for him. It was a nightmare from heaven to hell. His original plan was to destroy the Ling family and find the seal of eternal life. Then, he could go to the Eternal Life Palace and ask for a reward. Joining the Eternal Palace was the ultimate dream of countless warriors in the Black Tortoise continent. Everyone, don't be afraid. He won't let our Qin clan off anyway. Let's attack together and kill that brat. When Xianxia's younger brother saw that Xianxia had been killed, the Qin family really had nothing to lose. He roared madly and waved the saber in his hand. The Qin family's martial artists were also filled with righteous indignation as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Yuhua, take your men and annihilate the Chen family. Leave no one alive. Ling Xiao felt that he was a little too merciful. He wanted to let these people go time and time again, but they didn't take his kindness seriously at all. Instead, they thought that he was weak and easy to bully. Yes. Although he was not used to this role, Ling Yuhua still obeyed. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his choice. Therefore, when Ling Yuhua led the Ling family to attack, he activated the life and death fantasy powder in the Chen family's bodies. The Chen family members who were originally clamoring were all lying on the ground and howling in pain. This scene was even more shocking. You're right. The antidote I just gave you contains a kind of poison. This kind of poison won't affect your life and cultivation, but if anyone betrays Ling Jiaojiao, betrays me, then he'll beg for death. Just like them. Ling Zhao's words made Ling Yuhua shudder in his heart. If he had listened to Ling Tianying and kidnapped Ling Jiaojiao, then the consequences would have been terrifying. Today was definitely the end of the world for the Chen family. To the Ling family, although they had also gone through a painful experience, compared to the Chen family, it was really much better. The Chen family's people were all killed. The Chen family's courtyard was also burned down. Of course, before that, everything that the Chen family could use was swept clean by the Ling family. Ling Xiao kept most of it in his mountain river world. In the future, if there were any Chen family members who wanted revenge, they would definitely come for him. Therefore, it was only right that he got most of the Chen family's things. Only when the fire started burning did the entire Yuhua town know what had happened. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. However, the stories that were spread were all modified. Of course, it was basically true. The Chen family used a sinister and cunning plan to frame the Ling family, but they were killed by the Ling family instead. Although Yuhua town was just a town, it had a population of more than 200,000. There were more than 10 families that were presentable. However, the news spread very quickly. In just one day, the streets were basically talking about this matter. Of course, this story was missing a key character, and that was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao purposely erased his existence. He did not want to be in the limelight. The Sky Emperor who ruled the Sky Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and White Tiger continents disdained such limelight. Furthermore, this would save him a lot of trouble. Why wouldn't he do it? A town with more than 200,000 people should not be underestimated. In reality, it encompassed a very large territory. This was also the real reason why the Chen family and the Ling family were fighting for the position of Yuhua town's overlord. With resources, the families would be able to become stronger. The next day was also the day that the Yuhua sacrifice ended. The 8 Immortals County's governor was going to announce the future governor of Yuhua town, which was also the family that had the right to manage Yuhua town. On this day, dozens of families and many martial artists from Yuhua town came to the city to watch the show. The spacious square of Yuhua town was packed with people. Roughly speaking, there were at least 40 to 50,000 people. Apart from the representatives of Yuhua town's families, there were also martial artists from other towns and cities in the 8 Immortals County. After all, the future of Yuhua town was also related to their plans. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were the 3 major families of the county. The 3 major families of the county were the Lin family, which had the governor's residence as its core. The 8 Immortals County's governor, Lin Yuan, was one of the core figures of the Lin family. The Shen family, which focused on business, and the Zhou family, which focused on farming and animal husbandry. Although the focus of the 3 major families was different, they all had one thing in common. That was to wholeheartedly nurture martial artists and develop their own families-like sections. They were divided into 2 systems, direct disciples and external disciples. Direct disciples were their own family's disciples, while external disciples were recruited from outside. There was no distinction between high and low, only the strong and the weak. If they were strong enough and had good talent, external disciples could still flaunt their prowess in front of direct disciples. In the entire 8 Immortals County, there were close to 100 towns and cities that were ruled by these 3 major families. For them to send a representative to Yuhua town today, it meant that they were very concerned about what happened in Yuhua town this time. A few people with cold expressions stood in the crowd. They were holding martial artist weapons and exuded dense killing intent. If someone recognized the middle-aged man, they would recognize him as Chen Meng, who had been adopted by the Chen clan to the 8 Immortals County's Shen clan. Chen Meng was Chen Songhai's true eldest son. Of course, he had changed his surname to Shen Meng. Shen Meng was now in his 30s. His cultivation seemed to be even more terrifying than Chen Songhai's. His gaze was fixed on the high platform in the plaza. Today, the Chen clan's enemies, the Ling clan, were going to take over Yuhua town. How could he let these people get what they wanted? The person behind Shen Meng was his junior brother in the Shen clan. After Shen Meng was adopted by the Shen clan, he had a high status in the Shen clan because of his outstanding talent. Breaking through to the Yinyang realm at the age of 30 might not be worth mentioning compared to those peerless geniuses, but in the 8 Immortals County, it was very impressive. He did not believe the rumors at all. He always believed that the Ling clan had used despicable means to plot against the Chen clan, causing the Chen clan to be wiped out. Actually, the truth was not important to him. He only wanted the Ling clan to pay the price. After all, although he was adopted by the Shen clan, he was still a member of the Chen clan. Young master, shouldn't we get the infernal fruit first before considering revenge? A person behind Shen Meng whispered. He spoke very carefully as if he was afraid of offending Shen Meng. Shen Meng said in a deep voice that Lord Lin is guarding the hell fruit. Ling Xiao saw it long ago. Even if we want to get the hell fruit, we have to kill that Ling Xiao first. That brat is not strong. Kill him first and stop the news of the hell fruit from leaking. Then, we can deal with the Ling clan slowly. Because the story did not mention Ling Xiao's great achievements, Shen Meng did not know how strong Ling Xiao was. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was just a bug that he could crush at any time. But young master, the 3 major clans of the 8 Immortals County are here today. I'm afraid it's not a good time to make a move. Another person said. You are right. Then, let's wait for them to go back and find a chance. Shen Meng took a deep breath and said, in any case, that Ling Xiao is not valued by the Ling family. It will be very easy to kill him. As he spoke, his cold gaze suddenly turned towards Ling Xiao who was in the crowd. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Shen Meng. He saw Chen Songhai's shadow on Shen Meng's face and could not help furrowing his brows. Ling Yuhua, does Chen Songhai have an illegitimate child outside? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Ling Yuhua did not know why he asked such a question, but he still shook his head and said, I am not sure about the illegitimate child, but Chen Songhai had long ago given one of his sons to the Shen family of the 8 Immortals County for adoption. Do you see that figure? Ling Xiao pointed in Shen Meng's direction and asked. Ling Yuhua looked up and was instantly alarmed. Not good. This Shen Meng probably knew what happened to the Chen clan and came back to take revenge. It is said that this guy has outstanding talent and has been treated as one of the successors by the Shen clan. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid you're not any weaker than me. What are you afraid of? A mere Shen Meng can scare you to this extent? Ling Xiao glared at Ling Yuhua and said, could it be that what happened last night scared you so much that you peed your pants? The Ling Yuhua that I know is a person who does not even recognize his own family. Ling Yuhua smiled bitterly and was speechless. He did not know how to reply. After what happened last night, he really felt that he had become timid all of a sudden. Just a little bit more and his Ling clan would have been completely wiped out in Yuhua town. Luckily, Ling Xiao helped them. Although Ling Xiao helped them at a price, this was still a very good outcome. He really could not endure such an exciting matter. No wonder that guy has such a strong killing intent towards me. It seems like he is really planning to take revenge. However, the matter of me killing so many people in his clan did not seem to be spread out. Why is he only so hostile towards me? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Hell's fruit. Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of the hell's fruit that he had seen in Yuhua mountain range. He instantly understood the reason. Shen Meng wanted to kill him not because of hatred, but because he did not want him to leak the news of the hell's fruit. It was said that Lord Lin was killed last night in Yuhua mountain range. If he guessed correctly, it was definitely done by this group of people. It was obvious that the hell's fruit was very attractive. However, that thing belongs to me, Ling Xiao. No one can take it away from me. In an instant, Ling Xiao felt that he had to work harder in his cultivation. Only by constantly becoming stronger could he prevent the thing that he wanted from being taken away by others. Shen Meng, as well as the Shen family behind Shen Meng, was a giant to Yuhua town. Once the Shen clan joined the fight, the situation would become very bad. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about these problems, the county governor of 8 Immortals County, Lin Yuan, had already announced the final results of this year's Yuhua festival. As all the disciples of the Qin clan were killed, the winner of this year's Yuhua festival is the Ling clan. The head of the Ling clan, Ling Jiaojiao, will be the Yuhua town's guardian for the next 10 years. As Lin Yuan's voice fell, the scene was dead silent. After a while, it became chaotic again. Many people began to shout with righteous indignation. Isn't the head of the Ling clan Ling Yuhua? Why did it change to a young lady? That's right. How dare Ling Jiaojiao be our Yuhua town's guardian? All of you, shut up. Lin Yuan glanced at Ling Xiao. His heart was still trembling. He was really afraid that this lunatic would turn the entire Yuhua town into a purgatory in a moment of anger. Therefore, he hurriedly asked everyone to stop talking. His words might not have any effect on Ling Xiao, but to the others in Yuhua town, they were still very powerful. No one dared to disobey his orders. The scene instantly became quiet. Ling Jiaojiao was appointed as the guardian by the 8 Immortals County, and also by me. Moreover, she has the official seal of the Imperial Court. Whoever dares to look down on the guardian is looking down on me, the 8 Immortals County, and the Imperial Court. Lin Yuan's words were not only for the rowdy people, but also for Shen Meng, who intended to take revenge. Of course, he knew that Chen Songhai had such a son. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, many people fell silent. Although they were not convinced by Ling Jiaojiao, they did not dare to disobey the county guardian's words, much less the imperial court's orders. They could only accept it obediently. However, Shen Meng coldly glanced at county guardian Lin Yuan. He thought to himself, you can scare others, but to scare me, Shen Meng? Dream on. At the end of the day, this is a world where the strong preys on the weak. As long as I kill Ling Jiaojiao and destroy the Ling clan, even the imperial court will not say anything. Don't forget that my biological father is the Qin Kingdom's Yuhua king. However, didn't no one investigate his death? Fine, I'll let these Ling family bastards live for a few more days. Unless you don't want the hell fruit, Ascension Mountain Range will be your burial ground. Shen Meng revealed a ferocious expression. It was impossible for the Ling family to call for reinforcements from the county governor's mansion, but he could borrow the power of the Shen family and the 24 bandits. Even without the Chen family, he could still take revenge. Alright, the Ascension sacrifice will end here. Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yan, you 3 stay. The rest can leave. Lin Yuan announced the last order. How could the crowd be willing to leave? They still wanted to watch the show. Unfortunately, after the 3 of them stayed behind, the representatives of the 3 clans called the 3 of them to a room in Yuhua Pavilion for a discussion. Even if they stayed behind, it would be of no use to them. Do you think the 3 of them will be chosen by the 3 major families? If that's the case, the Ling family will be powerful. Even though Ling Jian and Ling Moyu were killed and their connection with the 7-Star Sword Palace and Ling Long Palace was severed. However, the 2 of them were nothing more than servants in the 7-Star Sword Palace and Ling Long Palace. It's a lie to say that they're outer sect disciples. Who doesn't know that the outer sect disciples of the 5 major powers are all at the Yin Yang realm? For them, it was more likely that they would become odd jobs disciples. But if they join the 3 major families, it'll be different. Even though the 3 major families can't compare to the 5 major powers of the Western region, they'll still treat them as treasures. That's right. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. But will the 3 major families take them seriously? I heard that among the disciples of the 3 major families, the lowest cultivation must be at the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. None of the 3 of them have reached that level. I don't know about that. Everyone was discussing. Even though they couldn't see the scene inside, they were still very interested in what was happening inside. Ling Yuhua was also a little excited. If Ling Xiao, Ling Yan, and Ling Jiaojiao were chosen to join the 3 major families, then he would definitely be in charge of the Ling family. Even though it couldn't be compared to the past, it was still better than being ordered around by Ling Jiaojiao. Moreover, if the three of them joined the three major families, it would be greatly beneficial to the Ling family's power. How could he not be happy? However, in comparison, Shen Meng's mood was not very good. Once those three fellows joined the three great clans, it would really be difficult for him to make a move. Otherwise, he would be inciting a war between the three great clans. That kind of responsibility was not something he could bear. Inside the Yuhua building, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Although Ling Jiaojiao had experienced so many things and had matured a little, she still felt nervous. After all, there were three Yinyang realm martial artists in front of her, which made her feel pressured. Ling Yan's situation was better. After all, he was a warrior who had entered samsara, so his psychological quality was stronger. Ling Xiao felt no pressure at all. This fellow had been like this in the past. Now that he had reincarnated, it was even less likely that he would be frightened by three Yinyang realm martial artists. I called the three of you here because I want to ask you something. The representative of the Shen family spoke. Aren't we supposed to join the three great clans? Ling Yan was stunned for a moment. Do you think the three of you are worthy? Without reaching the 8th Grotto Heaven realm, it is impossible to enter the three great clans. The representative of the Shen family snorted coldly. What's there to be proud of? I was stronger than you in the past. What an idiot. Don't you know that samsara martial artists can break through to the rebirth realm? Ling Yan felt that the representative of the Shen family was really an idiot. Those great factions crazily recruited samsara martial artists because as long as these martial artists did not die, they could cultivate to the first reincarnation realm at the very least. On the other hand, the three great clans that were not famous were actually so stupid. Of course, he did not say this out loud. After all, his cultivation was inferior to others. If he said this, he would be at a disadvantage if they really fought. May I know what the three representatives want to ask? Ling Xiao looked at County Governor Lin Yuan and asked with a smile. It's not me who wants to ask. It's the two of them who insist on asking. Lin Yuan really did not dare to offend Ling Xiao. Although his cultivation had recovered and was much stronger than Ling Xiao, he could not remove the poison in his body. In front of Ling Xiao, he could only hold back. He was even a little afraid. Who killed Chen Pai? The representative of the Shen family asked. Ling Xiao frowned. These people did not ask about Chen Songhai or Chen Long, but asked about Chen Pai. Could it be that Chen Pai had some special identity? Ling Xiao shook his head calmly and said, Senior must be joking. Chen Pai is an expert at the 9th level of Grotto Heaven realm. The three of us have not even reached the 8th level of Grotto Heaven realm. How could we be his match? Of course, he would not admit it. If he could not avoid trouble, he would not be afraid. But if he could avoid trouble, it was better not to touch it. Because it was meaningless and might even bring trouble to himself. Of course I know you did not kill him. I asked who killed him. Was it Ling Yuhua? The representative of the Shen family slammed the table and roared. Senior must be joking again. The Ling family was framed by the Chen family and had their internal energy dissipated. How could they kill Chen Pai? If you say that Chen Songhai was killed by them, it is possible. Ling Xiao said again. Impudent. Don't smile when you speak. Children nowadays are becoming more and more unruly. It seems like they need to be taught a lesson. The representative of the Shen family suddenly stood up and released the terrifying pressure of a Yinyang realm cultivation. He wanted to intimidate Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yan. Shen Luochen, you are going overboard. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke and released a powerful aura to stop the representative of the Shen family. The Ling family is the manager of Yuhua town. What are you trying to do? He had to speak. If Ling Xiao was threatened, he would definitely vent his anger on him. The three of you better remember. If I find out that you are lying, I will make you beg for death. Scram. Shen Luochen glanced at Lin Yuan and suddenly snorted. He did not dare to fight with Lin Yuan here. A cold glint flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. People these days really didn't know their limits. Shen Luochen looked like he was only at the 3rd level of the Yinyang realm. Although he was very strong. But to the current Ling Xiao, this level of cultivation was something he would catch up to very quickly. He hoped that this guy's actions were not as despicable as his mouth. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have another life on his hands. When Ling Xiao and the other two walked out of Yuhua building, the 3 representatives of the 8 Immortals County had already left. Her carefree appearance made many warriors in Yuhua town exclaim in admiration. Congratulations to the Ling family's patriarch, Jiao for becoming the Yuhua town's guardian. When Ling Jiao walked out of Yuhua building, she was quickly surrounded by the representatives of the various families in Yuhua town. Grandpa, please help me settle this. Ling Jiao handed this troublesome matter over to Ling Yuhua. She only wanted to cultivate now. Because after experiencing this incident, he was very clearly aware that strength was everything, and everything else was illusory. Without strength, you were nothing. Ha ha ha, leave it to Grandpa. Ling Yuhua was happy that Ling Jiao was still willing to call him Grandpa. This was probably blood being thicker than water. At least his future days wouldn't be too difficult. After the crowd congratulated the Ling family, they turned around and were about to leave. However, at this moment, a ferocious killing intent was closing in on Ling Yuhua. This caused everyone to be shocked, and they all turned their heads to look. They saw 3 middle-aged men walking over coldly. The one in the lead had cold killing intent and intense anger in his eyes. Who is that? Someone in the crowd asked. I heard that the Chen family once adopted a son to the Shen family. Could it be him? Another person said. It can't be wrong. It's him. I think he's called Chen Meng. Now he's called Shen Meng. What a powerful aura. This feeling is even more terrifying than Ling Yuhua. Everyone felt the killing intent of these 3 people, especially the powerful aura released by Shen Meng. How could the Ling family not feel it? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at this middle-aged man in his 30s. He didn't know what the other party wanted to do. If they were to fight here, he was sure that this person wouldn't be at an advantage. Ling Yuhua might not be as strong as Shen Meng, but the difference wasn't much. With his help, these 3 Shen family disciples would all die. He didn't think that the other party would be so stupid to start a fight, right? Ling Yuhua also looked at Shen Meng coldly. The Ling family finally had a chance to rise. He definitely wouldn't allow Shen Meng to ruin it. Shen Meng walked closer. Suddenly, an aura rushed towards Ling Jiao. With his cultivation, he could indeed make Ling Jiao look bad. However, Ling Xiao stood behind Ling Jiao at the right time. He gently grabbed Ling Jiao's hand, and a powerful aura penetrated into Ling Jiao's body. Shen Meng's aura was actually rebounded, and he trembled. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he sneered and said, "What a heroine. The young disciples of my Chen clan were all killed by you, right? However, if your Ling family wants to sit firmly on the throne of the guardian, then you must be dreaming. I will bring the vengeful ghosts of the Chen family to settle the score with you." Settle accounts? Just based on a bastard like you who was thrown out by the Chen family? Ling Xiao took a step forward and looked at Shen Meng coldly. If you are not from the Shen family, you can forget about leaving Yuhua town after saying such words. He was not boasting. If not for the fact that the Shen family was too powerful and that killing these 3 people so openly would bring disaster to him and the Ling family, he could really join forces with Ling Yuhua to cripple these 3 people. What an audacious little bastard. Although I don't know who you are, as long as you are from the Ling family, you can forget about stepping out of Yuhua town alive. Shen Meng stared coldly at Ling Xiao, gritted his teeth, and said, "Just you wait. In a few days, you and your Ling family will all be buried with our Chen clan's martial artists." Is that so? Don't let the 3 of you be the only ones on the road to the underworld. I believe that your dead father, Chen Songhai, will be very happy to see you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I am very benevolent and can't bear to see my flesh and blood separated. Since Chen Songhai can't be revived, I will send you to reunite with him." Alright, then just wait. When the time comes, I will definitely treat you, little bastard, especially well. I will definitely let you die in the most painful way possible. Shen Meng's face was extremely gloomy. If not for Ling Yuhua's existence, he would have wanted to crush this arrogant little bastard in front of him. However, he held it in. He had a perfect plan in his heart, and he didn't believe that the Chen clan wouldn't jump into it. The infernal fruits were the crux of this plan. He believed that the Ling family was anxious to become stronger and wouldn't miss out on those 4 infernal fruits. When the time came, he could capture all these people in one fell swoop. Let's go. Shen Meng decided to gather more people. It wasn't good to move the Shen clan anymore. After all, a slight move would affect the whole situation. The Shen clan wouldn't come to such a remote place to cause trouble for a mere 4 infernal fruits. However, he could gather the 24 bandits. The 24 bandits were the martial brothers of his nephew, Chen Pai, before he reincarnated. Although these people were extremely vicious and might not plan to take revenge for Chen Pai, they had reached the 9th level of their 9th stage. However, these people's cultivation bases were around the 9th or 10th grotto heaven realm. They urgently needed the infernal fruit to increase their strength. Shen Meng didn't care about the infernal fruits, so he could promise them all. When the time came, he would use the 24 bandits to exterminate the Ling family. Seeing Shen Meng leave, Ling Xiao felt that he had to do something before he left. Although he didn't have any feelings for the Ling family had already become a force under his command. In the future, they could provide him with an endless supply of Yuhua Town's resources. Even if they were his own servants, he still had to protect them. If Shen Meng wanted to destroy the Ling family, then he would destroy Shen Meng first. After returning to the Ling family, Ling Xiao went into seclusion to cultivate. Because of the battle at the Chen family, his cultivation had broken through to the high stages of the Grotto Heaven realm. It was comparable to an ordinary 9th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. However, it hadn't been long since he broke through, so he still needed to consolidate it. Because he was worried about being ambushed by Shen Meng, Ling Xiao ordered the Ling family members to not act alone unless it was necessary. Since he was determined to nurture the Ling family into a force of his, he wouldn't treat them badly. The large amount of demonic beast cores that he obtained previously could be used to refine pills. Ling Xiao asked Ling Yuhua to take out all the herbs in the Chen family's storehouse. After spending a day and a night, he refined over 10,000 pills. Although many of the pills were different, the effects were mostly the same. That was to increase one's cultivation. However, some pills could increase one's physical strength while increasing one's cultivation. Some would increase one's soul power. In short, they were all different, but the common point was to increase one's cultivation. It was only 4 to 5 days before the hell fruit ripened. He wanted to use these few days to increase the strength of the Ling family's martial artists by a large margin. Especially Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yan. They were the 2 people that Ling Xiao trusted the most. He also hoped that these 2 people could truly shoulder the burden for him. Just like his senior brother Wu Xiang and those friends of his. While refining pills, Ling Zhao's cultivation was also in the process of consolidating. To him, refining pills was also a kind of cultivation. Only when one's control of internal energy and flames reached the pinnacle could he refine pills with ease. After distributing the pills, Ling Xiao also started his own cultivation. Ling Xiao was still not satisfied with his cultivation at the advanced stage of Grotto Heaven realm. He hoped that he could make use of this period of cultivation to break through again. 4 days later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. Although his cultivation did not break through, what was worth rejoicing over was that his falling star sword art had been completely cultivated to the point of perfection. This was the so-called transformative realm. It was a pity that a low-tier gold-grade martial art could only be transformed into a low-tier jade-grade martial art. Next, other than the immortal seal, Ling Xiao had to think of a way to get a new set of sword skills. Before reincarnating, he liked to use swords. It was no exception now. In addition, the Transcendence Seal had advanced from expert to greater mastery. The power of the moves released by the Transcendence Seal had naturally become more terrifying. When he came out of seclusion, he found Little Fifth standing guard outside. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Seeing him, Little Fifth hurriedly stood up and said, "Young master, something bad has happened." What happened? Ling Xiao felt that things were not going well, but he still forced himself to remain calm. Old clan leader has been captured, Little Fifth said. The old clan leader he was referring to was obviously Ling Yuhua. Ling Yuhua's cultivation had reached the first level of Hell of Yin Yang realm. In the entire Yuhua town, there was no one who could defeat him. Unless it was an outsider. Did Shen Meng do it? Ling Xiao frowned and said. Although Ling Xiao had no feelings for Ling Yuhua was now one of his people. Even when beating a dog, one had to look at the owner. Shen Meng dared to kidnap Ling Yuhua. It seemed that he was tired of living. That's right. It was Shen Meng who did it. At this moment, Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yan walked in from the outside. Both of their cultivations had clearly increased significantly. Ling Jiaojiao had already reached the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Yan had also reached the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. Their aptitudes were not bad, but they did not have enough resources. The medicinal pills that Ling Xiao helped to refine were enough to allow them to grow in a short period of time. Ling Xiao, who had experienced reincarnation, understood a principle. It was not that there were no geniuses in remote places, but there were too few resources. Coupled with the lack of good teachers and helpful friends, the average strength of the warriors was relatively low. As long as these people received enough resources and guidance, their speed of improvement would not be any slower than the geniuses in the big cities. Didn't I tell you not to leave the Ling family during this period of time? Ling Yuhua is no longer a child. What's wrong with him? Ling Xiao asked somewhat angrily. You can't blame Grandpa for this. The Ling clan is such a big family, and they need to eat and drink. Others have weak cultivations and are worried that something will happen. Therefore, he volunteered to go out and get some food and drinks. He didn't expect to be caught. It seems that Shen Meng must have asked for help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch Grandpa so easily by himself. Ling Jiaojiao sighed. So that's how it is. This old fellow has finally changed a little. Ling Xiao was a little happy in his heart. After all, the life and death illusion powder was only a temporary measure. Ling Xiao really didn't like to use drugs to control others. If Ling Yuhua was willing to be loyal to him, he didn't mind giving the antidote to the old man. Of course, it had to be after his cultivation was stronger than the old man. Otherwise, if there were any unforeseen circumstances, he would be in trouble. Do you know where Shen Meng brought the old man? Ling Xiao asked. Shen Meng sent a letter saying that he had brought Ling Yuhua to Feather Mountain Range. That's where the hell fruit was born. Ling Jiaojiao answered. In the letter, he said that he wants everyone in the Ling clan to head there. He's afraid that we won't fall for the trap, so he wants to use the old man as bait. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. The current situation was really terrible for him. With his current cultivation, if he fully activated the Hell Dragon seal and dragon form, he could stand against Shen Meng. However, if Shen Meng had other helpers, it would be troublesome. However, Shen Meng, no matter how scheming you are, you don't know what I, Ling Xiao, did before I reincarnated. This time, I'll make sure that you and your helpers all die in Feather Mountain Range. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. If he couldn't win with brute force, then he would win with his wits. He had plenty of ways to defeat Shen Meng. Jiaojiao, you stay at home and continue to supervise the martial artists in the clan. Your strength is still too weak. Any Yinyang realm martial artist outside can destroy the Ling clan. Therefore, I alone will be enough to go to Feather Mountain Range. Your mission is to cultivate. Ling Xiao suddenly said. That won't do. I, Ling Yan, Old Black, and the elder on duty can all help you. Ling Jiaojiao did not intend to let everyone in the Ling clan enter the mountain, but she could not let Ling Xiao take the risk alone. Alright, I don't have time to argue with you. The 4 of you will follow me. However, I have to make things clear. You have to listen to my orders. Otherwise, don't go. Ling Xiao thought about it. He might really need a few helpers. The elder on duty was a half-step Yinyang realm martial artist. Although he was not as strong as Ling Yuhua, he could still be of great help. Old Black was a 9th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He could also be of help. Ling Jiaojiao was talented. Her 8th Grotto Heaven realm cultivation could be used as a 9th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Ling Yan was a reincarnation martial artist. He was in the middle of the first transformation of the Grotto Heaven realm. His combat strength was comparable to an 8th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He was also very experienced and would definitely be useful. Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Yan, Old Black, and the elder on duty left the Ling clan and headed to Feather Mountain Range to rescue Ling Yuhua. At the same time, it was for the hell fruit. As for the Ling clan's courtyard, they did not need to worry. Ling Xiao had long considered the possibility that someone might harm the Ling clan. Therefore, after eliminating the Qin clan, he set up a large array around the Ling clan's courtyard. This was also why he dared to enter seclusion without worry and only told the Ling clan members not to go out easily. If one wanted to break the array he set up, they would have to be an array master more powerful than him. Otherwise, only a rebirth realm martial artist could break the array with brute force. Even then, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights. In such a remote place, a Yinyang realm martial artist at the first level of hell was already big news. It was impossible for a rebirth realm martial artist to appear here. Therefore, the Ling clan was absolutely safe now. Of course, outsiders did not know this. In Feather Town, there were some clans that were on good terms with the Qin clan. After that, Shen Meng visited them one by one and threatened them in the name of the Shen clan. He also offered a lot of benefits and made a total of 12 clans stand on Shen Meng's side. When Ling Xiao and the others left the Ling clan, there were already people in the vicinity monitoring them. They also passed the news to the clan heads of the 12 clans. Young Hiroshin is right. Now that Ling Yuhua has been captured, the true experts of the Ling clan have all left. They are just a weak clan that can be bullied. If our 12 clans work together, we can eliminate them. Then, we can go to young Hiroshin to receive our rewards. That's right. Once we destroy the Ling family, this Yuhua town will belong to the 12 of us. Then, the 90% of the resources that the Ling family occupies will belong to us. Another clan leader said excitedly. But if we fail, we will be doomed eternally. Have you forgotten how the Qin family was destroyed? While some were excited, some were worried. After all, the destruction of the Qin family was still fresh in their minds. That was no joke. What are you afraid of? Do you think that other than Ling Yuhua, there is anyone else in the Ling family who can overturn the situation? That's right. Without Ling Yuhua, the Ling family is just a useless clan that is strong in appearance. Destroy it. Destroy it. Finally, the 12 clan leaders came to an agreement. They led tens of thousands of people and headed towards the Ling family. They were prepared to wipe this clan that had just obtained the management rights of Yuhua town from the map. On the other side, Ling Xiao and the rest were running towards the hell fruit. With Ling Xiao leading the way, they naturally wouldn't get lost. When they were about to reach the hell fruit, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He took out 4 ceramic bottles from his storage ring and gave them to Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Yan, Old He, and the elder on duty. Take this and spread the medicinal powder on the ground in the 4 directions. Remember to spread it evenly. Also, don't be too far away. Limit it to 1 mile. What is this? Ling Jiaojiao asked curiously. This is the key to our victory. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I originally planned to do this myself. But since the 4 of you are here, I will leave this mission to you. I will observe the enemy's movements first. Don't worry, we promise to complete the mission. The 4 of them nodded and left with the bottles. After they left, Ling Xiao approached the location of the hell fruit. At this moment, the hell fruit looked like a flower that had already bloomed. It was estimated that it would take less than an hour for it to ripen. Ling Xiao planned to snatch all the hell fruit the moment it ripened. Otherwise, once such a treasure matured, it would definitely release a strange light or fragrance that would attract many people. The golden-eyed black lion that had been guarding the infernal fruit had already been killed. Although only Shen Meng and his 2 subordinates were standing near the fruit, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was an ambush in the dark. He activated his Tai Chi eye and observed carefully. He could not help but curse inwardly. 24 10th and 9th Grotto Heaven Realm experts. Where did Shen Meng find these people? Moreover, these people were clearly filled with killing intent. They were all madmen who licked blood from their blades. I heard from Jiao Jiao that Chen Pai was the leader of the bandits before he reincarnated. These people were probably Chen Pai's subordinates before he reincarnated. I'm guessing they're also here for the infernal fruit. However, with me, Ling Xiao, here today, none of you will be able to compete with me for this treasure. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao continued to approach. Only then did he see Ling Yuhua imprisoned on a nearby tree. Looking at the situation, Ling Yuhua seemed to have suffered quite a bit and was covered in injuries. However, there was one thing that could be considered fortunate, and that was that his cultivation was still present. Ling Xiao guessed that the other party was afraid that he would not take the bait, so they did not dare to cripple Ling Yuhua. After all, a cripple's value would be reduced by a lot. If the Ling family was not willing to fall into the trap because of a cripple, then their plan today would be ruined. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and disappeared into the darkness. Facing more than 20 experts alone, Ling Xiao did not have the ability to do so at the moment. Therefore, he could only choose to ambush them. In the dark forest, the 24 bandits anxiously waited for the infernal fruit to ripen. They were hiding in the darkness under Shen Meng's orders and were preparing to ambush the Ling family. Actually, in the eyes of the 24 bandits, this was completely unnecessary. With their strength, they could just barge into the Ling family and kill them. There was no need for them to hide here and suffer. Great Thief Number 1, his name was not in any particular order, it was just a nickname, stared at the two ants fighting on the ground and laughed. It was really too boring. Even such a scene could arouse his interest. Suddenly, he felt something approaching. He turned his head to look, but he saw nothing. Only the cold piercing pain on his neck made his eyes turn gray, and finally, they lost all color. One down. Ling Zhao's plan was simple. He would ambush them first and kill as many as he could. If he was discovered, he had a backup plan. Therefore, after killing bandit number 1, Ling Xiao sped up and rushed towards bandit number 2, who was closest to him. Bandit number 2 listened to the roars of the wild beasts in the forest and felt the gentle breeze. He actually started to doze off. He might have died the most peacefully. In his hazy dream, he was stabbed in the throat by a knife and then fell to the ground. Who is it? Bandit number 3 and number 4 noticed a strange movement nearby at the same time. They stood up and moved over. It's me. A figure waved in their direction. It was bandit number 2. Bandit number 2 walked over with a smile. As he walked, he scolded, "Damn it, Shen Meng. What bullshit Ling family? I've been waiting for so long and no one has come." Seeing that it was bandit number 2, number 3, and number 4 let down their guard. Number 4 even complained, "That's right. I heard that Ling Yuhua is the only strong member of the Ling family. We've already helped Shen Meng kidnap Ling Yuhua. Would they still dare to come? They must have run away." The 3 squatted on the ground and chatted. However, at this moment, number 3 and number 4's eyes suddenly popped out. They wanted to speak, but they didn't have the chance. A cold, knife-like hand pierced their throats at the same time. Bandit number 2 also turned into Ling Zhao's appearance. The Yin-Yang Demon King's ability to change his appearance and figure was unparalleled in the world. As long as the enemy didn't have enough time to identify him, they wouldn't be able to discover him in such a short time. 4 of them. But these guys reacted fast enough. I was almost exposed. After killing the 4 bandits, Ling Xiao was already near the tree where Ling Yuhua was tied up. As long as Ling Yuhua was released, his chances of winning today's battle would greatly increase. "Ling Yuhua, don't turn around when you hear my voice. Just spit on the ground." Ling Zhao's voice rang in Ling Yuhua's mind. Ling Yuhua was just about to turn around when he heard Ling Zhao's warning. He hurriedly spat on the ground. "Listen, I'll release you from their restraints. But you have to continue pretending to be tied up. This will give us an advantage. When I tell you to attack, attack." Ling Yuhua spat on the ground again, indicating that he understood. Then, Ling Xiao used shadow steps to appear behind the tree Ling Yuhua was tied up in. That tree was very tall. It probably couldn't be hugged by 4 or 5 people. In the following period of time, Ling Xiao began to break the shackles on Ling Yuhua. This was no ordinary rope, but a special treasure with binding inscriptions on it. If one were to mess around without any knowledge of formations, it would only cause the rope to bind even tighter. After spending a total of 10 minutes, it was finally done. During this period of time, Ling Xiao was extremely nervous. As long as someone discovered the corpses of the 4 bandits, there was a high possibility that they would come over to check on Ling Yuhua. By then, things would be bad. Follow the plan. After instructing Ling Yuhua, Ling Xiao quietly returned to the place where he started the killing. Dense demonic qi was injected into the bodies of the 4 bandits. The 4 bandits who were initially killed crawled up slowly. It was just that their eyes were lifeless and their movements were stiff. If one were to look closely, they would know that these weren't living people. They were corpses controlled by demonic consciousness. Back when Ling Xiao was fighting in the stormy ocean, he had led an army of over 1 million demonic corpses. Today, it was only 4 corpses. He could still control them steadily. Initially, he wasn't willing to use such a method. If he wasn't careful, his tracks would be exposed and the original enemies would come knocking on his door. But today, he had no other choice. There were too many enemies, and they were extremely strong. If he didn't do this, it would be hard for him to have a chance to turn the tables. After that, it was impossible for him to assassinate them. Because the remaining 20 bandits were closer to each other. As long as he killed one of them, the others would immediately come over. I might as well play with these guys before those people come back. After all, he had to face them head-on. Ling Xiao couldn't avoid them even if he wanted to. Therefore, he might as well show himself. The moment Shen Meng saw Ling Xiao appear, his eyes were filled with killing intent and excitement. But at the next moment, he was annoyed. Why are you the only one here? Shen Meng was pissed. This trap was set up for everyone in the Ling family. The purpose was to destroy the Ling family. Now that there was only an insignificant Ling Xiao, what was the point? I have no choice. Who asked me to have no status in the Ling family? They asked me to check out the situation. Ling Xiao said helplessly. What a pitiful worm. You're not even treated as a human in the Ling clan. You're even worse than a slave. Shen Meng still didn't know what had happened that night in the Chen family's courtyard. Therefore, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was now the head of the Ling family. As for Ling Xiao, he still looked down on him and disdained him. Even though you're a pitiful worm, I won't pity you. Since you've come, then die here. Shen Meng's face darkened as he said to a junior brother behind him, Xianxia, go and kill him. Xianxia's cultivation was already at the 10th grotto heaven realm. In Shen Meng's opinion, killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. He didn't even need Ling Yuhua as a hostage. The only reason he kept Ling Yuhua alive was to threaten the elder on duty and Old Black. In their opinion, those 2 people were the key. Don't worry, young master. Leave this brat to me. Xianxia revealed a viper-like killing intent as he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He chuckled and said, brat, don't blame me. Even though I don't know you, you're from the Ling family. Since you're from the Ling family, you have to die here today. You have no choice. He didn't even consider the possibility of failure. Because Ling Xiao was too insignificant. If it wasn't for the emergence ritual and the Chen family's destruction that night, even the Ling family would think that Ling Xiao was insignificant. Ling Xiao didn't say a word as he looked coldly at Xianxia. A 10th grotto heaven realm martial artist wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. As a transformation 1 grotto heaven realm martial artist, even if he didn't activate the infernal dragon seal, killing Xianxia would be a piece of cake. His inner strength belonged to the esoteric inner strength and was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Not to mention that he was a reincarnation realm martial artist. Every time he advanced, he would be strengthened even more. Father. My brothers and all the dead souls of the Chen family. This is the only person from the Ling family that came. Even though I know that his death won't be able to comfort your souls in heaven. But just treat it as an appetizer before the meal. Shen Meng looked up at the sky and said sorrowfully. He wondered if his father in the underworld would scold him for underestimating the enemy. After all, Ling Xiao was the main culprit that caused the Chen family's destruction. Looking down on Ling Xiao was simply taking another step forward on the path of courting death. On the other hand, the remaining members of the 24 bandits didn't have any intention of making a move. Shen Meng didn't let them make a move, so they were happy to hide in the shadows and watch the show. Die, kid. Feel sad for your birth. Xianxia approached Ling Xiao step by step as a powerful aura was brewing on his body. Ling Xiao also drew out his metal sword. The metal sword was already mottled with many cracks, but Ling Xiao still couldn't bear to throw it away. After all, he had been using this thing ever since he entered the reincarnation realm. It would be a pity to throw it away. I hope you can play with me for a while. Otherwise, it will be too boring. Xianxia's expression was like a cat playing with a mouse. It was too boring to wait here for the hell fruit to ripen. Finally, there was a clown coming to die. Naturally, he wanted to play with him. After saying that, Xianxia suddenly stepped forward with his right foot and his body flew out like a cannonball. Boom, his ferocious fist smashed onto Ling Xiao's metal sword. Ling Xiao was sent flying like a ball that had been kicked out. No one noticed the disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. In fact, Xianxia's fist didn't pose any threat to him. It was impossible for it to send him flying. However, he couldn't appear too strong. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't be the only one to deal with him. Shen Meng might even take action himself. Then he would really be powerless to reverse the situation. Get up, little trash. Xianxia didn't pursue. Instead, he hooked his finger at Ling Xiao from afar and said, if you perform a little better, I can consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, you can wait to be tortured to death. Very clearly, Xianxia felt that Ling Xiao was too useless. It was as useless as he imagined. Shen Meng only glanced over once before losing interest. He looked at Ling Yuhua and said, to be honest, I'm really surprised. How did such a useless brat survive the Ascension sacrifice? You still dare to say that you didn't interfere in the battle of the Ascension sacrifice? Ling Yuhua lowered his head and didn't speak. But in his heart, he was cursing Shen Meng, this idiot. If you dare to look down on Ling Xiao, you will have to suffer in the future. To be honest, if not for Ling Xiao's order, he would have beaten Shen Meng up right now. He actually made him, the great Ling Yuhua, suffer such a huge loss. It was embarrassing to say it out loud. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In order to put on an act, he had to give it his all. The blood came out from biting his lips. He looked coldly at Xianxia and said, the Shen family is a big family. I don't think your disciple is that strong. He couldn't even kill me with one punch. Come at me again if you can. I'll admit defeat if you beat me to death. Xianxia laughed instead of being angry, ha 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 ha, you have a sharp tongue indeed. But no matter how sharp your tongue is, it's useless. You want to die a quick death, right? I won't let you do so. I'll tear your mouth apart first. Boom, Ling Zhao's sixth grotto heaven realm aura burst out from his body. This stunned Xianxia. Then, he laughed and said, not bad, kid. Sixth grotto heaven realm. At your age, you can be considered a little genius. But it's a pity that your path as a genius will end here. I'm at the 10th grotto heaven realm. There's a difference of 4 realms. Do you think you can turn the tables? Xianxia, don't talk nonsense. Get rid of that kid quickly. The hell fruit is about to ripen. I think the Ling family will be here soon. Shen Meng shouted impatiently. Xianxia nodded and said, young master, don't worry. This kid is only at the 6th grotto heaven realm. Killing him will be easy. I only used 30% of my strength in that punch and he was already in such a sorry state. Don't you believe in my strength? Of course I believe in you. But this kid's words really pissed me off. Get rid of him quickly. We have important matters to attend to. Don't waste too much time because of trash. Shen Meng said coldly. Understood, young master. Xianxia then looked at Ling Xiao and said, I originally planned to continue playing with you, but my young master has given the order. Then, I'm sorry. With this move, you can go and die. Ling Xiao heard this and turned to run. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then quickly chased after him. Kid, don't run. Ling Xiao turned around to look at Xianxia, the corners of his mouth curling up in a cold smile. The dazzling starlight on the metal sword in his hand was condensed to the limit. Although the power of the falling star sword art would increase as the number of moves increased, the falling star sword art would also increase. However, that didn't mean that the previous moves were useless. For example, the first sword, Star Flash, was the fastest of the 9 sword moves. What Ling Xiao was using now was this move. Seeing that Shen Meng and the others were already out of sight, they could not see the situation here. He suddenly reduced his speed. Because Xianxia had rushed over too quickly, it was too late for him to suddenly stop. His body's inertia made him unable to control himself and continued to move forward. In that instant, he saw a flash of starlight. A starlight that made him frightened and fearful. Poochie, the starlight disappeared, and a sword pierced his throat. Ling Xiao liked to stab the throat because his opponent would not be able to make a sound after being stabbed. Now, who do you think is the trash? Ling Xiao kicked the already dying Xianxia and said with a disdainful smile, just now, I was just cooperating with you to put on a show. Do you really think that you are very strong? You. I understand now. Xianxia did not finish his words and breathed his last. He understood who caused the Chen family's destruction. It was a pity that this answer could only be brought to the underworld. Next, you will also become my demonic corpse. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Horrifying demonic intent poured into the corpse that still maintained its body temperature. Xianxia stood up shakily. Wait here. He let Xianxia hide beside a tree, then returned to the vicinity of the hell fruit. Seeing Ling Xiao return, Shen Meng revealed a surprised look. Ling Yuhua was secretly surprised. Looking at the situation, Xianxia should have been killed. Not only was this brat powerful, but he was also extremely cunning. Looks like the Ling family would definitely have a day of success if they followed him. Where's Xianxia? Shen Meng asked coldly. I don't know either. I casually circled around a few times and that idiot lost me. Ling Xiao smiled and said, although my combat strength isn't much, I'm very confident in my movement technique. Young lord, let me kill him. Xianxia, who was standing behind Shen Meng, stood out and said coldly, within the family, I'm also known for my movement technique. Xianxia can't catch him, but I can. Alright then. Be careful. Although Shen Meng felt that something was not right. He really could not imagine that Xianxia would be killed by Ling Xiao. In the end, he still underestimated Ling Xiao too much. And Ling Xiao also grasped this point. That was why after killing Xianxia, he could still lure Xianxia out. He still went to a place where others couldn't see. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. However, this Xianxia was indeed much more vigilant. His movement technique was also much better. Although he also rushed very quickly, he stopped very gracefully. However, all these could not save his life. A sharp sword directly pierced his heart from behind. Xianxia was shocked by this piercing pain and broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he wanted to shout to remind Shen Meng, he didn't expect that Ling Xiao had already grabbed his neck. Pitiful. You could have not died, but following Shen Meng, only death is left. Crack, Xianxia's neck was twisted and broken. Ling Xiao repeated the same trick and also used demonic intent to control Xianxia. Up until now, among the enemies, there were already 6 of his demonic corpses. Although this situation could not be said to be a complete advantage, it was definitely much better than the previous situation. However, things could happen once and twice, but it probably wouldn't happen a third time. No matter how stupid Shen Meng was, he could also sense that the situation was not right. Xianxia and Xianxia were both killed after chasing Ling Xiao out. This was too strange. Ling Xiao did not expect Shen Meng to fall for it again. He returned with a smile and looked at the dumbfounded Shen Meng. You probably already guessed it. Your 2 idiotic subordinates have already been killed by me. You. It's actually you. In that instant, Shen Meng thought of many things. He found it strange that Ling Xiao dared to come alone to save Ling Yuhua. Now it seemed like this guy was the main culprit behind the destruction of his Chen family. Don't you think it's too late to realize it now? Ling Xiao looked at Shen Meng disdainfully. You're right. Those young disciples of your Chen family, your father, your brothers, and most of your Chen family were killed by me. It's really you. It's really you. Although I don't understand how a guy like you can be so strong, you're definitely going to die today. Shen Meng roared. I think Xianxia said the same thing just now. However, he's the one who's going to die, not me. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became stronger. In an instant, the diabolical dragon seal activated and he quickly entered his diabolical dragonman form. Evil, terrifying, and scorching aura spread through the dense forest. Shen Meng roared. So that's how it is. So you can achieve martial soul transformation. Your martial soul should be a beast martial soul. No wonder you can pretend to be weak. You want to use your Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation to fight against my Yin Yang Realm cultivation? You must be dreaming. Shen Meng looked coldly at Ling Xiao and mocked him. How do you know if you don't try? Ling Xiao smiled and put away his metal sword. Dealing with Shen Meng, he had to use an even more powerful Dharma idol seal to have a chance of winning. After all, as Shen Meng said, even if he was in his Hell Dragon form, there was a limit to how much his strength could increase. It was crazy to challenge a Yin Yang realm martial artist. But wasn't he always this crazy? Kill. Shen Meng's aura surged as a terrifying storm revolved around his body. A long saber appeared on his back. That should be his martial soul. Although it was also a saber soul, it was slightly different from the Chen family saber souls. It should be an advanced saber soul. Storm Saber Soul, Storm Spiral. A Yin-Yang realm martial artist's attack was very strong. A 1-meter-long saber appeared in Shen Meng's hand. Above the battle saber chi crisscrossed, forming a huge spiral saber chi. The spiral was getting stronger. In the face of this terrifying attack, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. However, he did not retreat. He did not ask Ling Yuhua for help. This was because if Ling Xiao wanted to break through to the next level of cultivation, he had to experience a challenging battle. Shen San and Shen Si were too weak for him. Only Shen Meng was worth fighting. The Hell Dragon seal in his body continued to release black flames. A strange figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was the third Prince Neza from the God Catalogue. The current Neza was formed by the ancient Hell Dragon fire. Not only did it look real, but it was also very powerful. It's useless. The Storm Saber art combined with my Storm Saber soul can unleash the power of a high-tier jade martial technique. In addition, my cultivation is much higher than yours. No matter what your martial soul is, no matter what move you use, you will definitely die. Feeling the powerful dragon might emitted from Ling Xiao's body, Shen Meng mocked in disdain. If you were given the chance to grow, you might really become very strong. Unfortunately, you don't have any chance. Is that so? I don't think so. Within his body, every strand of Ling Xiao's essence energy seemed to have transformed into a terrifying hell devil dragon. It was moving in his meridians. Outside Shen Meng's body, the third Prince Neza formed by the ancient hell dragon fire opened his eyes and looked at Shen Meng coldly. It was as if Shen Meng was already dead. Ling Yuhua watched the scene nervously. At this moment, he couldn't make a move, but he couldn't make a move either. If he attacked, Ling Xiao did not give the order, he might ruin Ling Xiao's plan. But if he didn't make a move, would Ling Xiao really be a match for Shen Meng? After all, even he was slightly weaker than Shen Meng. Shen Meng's Storm Saber technique and the Storm Saber soul were a match made in heaven. If something happened to Ling Xiao, then it would be the end of the Ling family. Ling Yuhua was very clear that Ling Xiao was the true backbone of the Ling family. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, the Ling family would be able to stand tall. He was hesitant, but the battle was just a blink of an eye. He hadn't made up his mind yet. Ling Xiao's attack had already been launched. Aspect Seal, Third Prince Neza, Universe Strike, Ling Xiao blasted out with both hands. Behind him, Third Prince Neza also transformed into a huge universe ring and smashed out. It attacked that Storm Saber aura. Rumble, a terrifying explosion sounded in the dense forest. A huge crater was blasted out on the ground, and the nearby trees were uprooted. The two forces seemed to be evenly matched. It caused sand and rocks to fly everywhere, turning the scene into a mess. In this chaos, another 2 bandits were secretly killed by Ling Xiao's demonic corpse. With Ling Xiao here and the demonic corpse looking like a bandit, the remaining bandits weren't prepared at all. They deserved to be ambushed. Ling Xiao retreated 7 to 8 steps, then stepped into the ground and stabilized himself. The blood in his body was boiling, and it was really uncomfortable. At the end of the day, his cultivation wasn't high enough, and he suffered a loss in the battle with Shen Meng. However, this loss was nothing. It couldn't even be called an injury, and it didn't affect him at all. Moreover, Shen Meng's situation wasn't very good either. Shen Meng was blasted back 4 to 5 steps, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Although this injury was very light, to be honest, a Yinyang realm martial artist was injured by a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. If this spread out, he would definitely be laughed at. Shen Meng felt humiliated. He was strongly insulted. Shock, anger, and unwillingness gathered together, causing him to go crazy. Little bastard, I wanted to let you die quickly, but now it seems that you don't even want a complete corpse. Shen Meng didn't dare to use his full strength just now, because he had to be wary of the 24 bandits. Although he was the one who invited the 24 bandits, they were still famous bandits, and they wouldn't be trustworthy at all. If these people wanted to harm him, then he had to preserve some strength. Originally, he thought that even if he held back some strength, he should be able to easily kill Ling Xiao. Take revenge for his father, for everyone in the Chen family. But he didn't expect that this attack was almost on par with Ling Zhao's. This was simply too inconceivable, and he simply couldn't accept it. Even Ling Yuhua was so shocked that he nearly shouted out loud. He knew about Ling Zhao's heaven-defying talent, and also knew that Ling Zhao's strength wasn't ordinary. But to be able to fight Shen Meng to a draw so easily was still far beyond his expectations. After all, that night, Ling Xiao transformed into the terrifying Hell Demon Dragon to defeat Chen Songhai. At that time, Chen Songhai was only at half-step Yinyang realm cultivation. This Shen Meng was a true Yinyang realm cultivation. This was simply too out of his expectations. This kid was really terrifyingly powerful. But being surprised was just being surprised. Ling Yuhua was ecstatic. With such a Ling Xiao, so what if he retired and didn't become the clan leader? Their Ling family would probably really soar in the future. Although Ling Jian and Ling Moyu, who were thought to be the hope of the Ling family, were killed by the Chen family, he felt very helpless, and even somewhat dispirited. But now that he thought about it, there can be no construction without destruction. As long as the Ling family was still around, they could still reproduce. As long as Ling Xiao was around, geniuses like Ling Jian and Ling Moyu would definitely appear again. Ling Xiao stood there, his aura slowly calming down. His attempt this time was actually quite bold. If it was before entering reincarnation, fighting against a Yinyang realm first-level hell martial artist with 9th Grotto Heaven realm cultivation, even if the other party didn't go all out, it was impossible to have such an effect. So his attack this time was actually to test how powerful his rank 1 cultivation had become after entering reincarnation. How terrifying would his battle strength be when facing the enemy? Shen Meng did not manage to kill Ling Xiao in one strike, and he felt that he had suffered the greatest humiliation. He couldn't accept that a Yinyang realm martial artist couldn't defeat a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Moreover, his opponent was the enemy who killed his father and brother. He was the culprit who destroyed his Chen family. His expression was as ferocious as a monster's as his terrifying aura continued to rise. Clearly, Shen Meng didn't intend to hold back this time. Even if he had to give up the hell fruit and give it to the 24 bandits, he had to kill Ling Xiao. At most, he would leave after killing Ling Xiao. As for destroying the Ling family, he could consider it later. Sensing Shen Meng's rising aura, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Shen Meng had only used 70% to 80% of his strength. If he used all of it, it would be terrifying. He had to think of a more powerful way to counterattack. Ling Xiao, you're really strong. You're so strong that I'm surprised. I'm glad that you're just a warrior who's been reincarnated for only 14 months. If I gave you more time, I might not be able to do anything to you. However, you don't have a chance today, you don't have a chance at all. As Shen Meng roared, the storm saber soul behind him seemed to roar as well. The crazy tornado completely enveloped Shen Meng. The aura of the Yinyang realm's first level of hell gradually rose to its peak. The saber in his hand was no longer a saber but a killing weapon formed by the storm. As the storm swept over, the trees around Shen Meng were easily sliced into pieces that danced in the wind. If the storm saber energy cut a person's body, how destructive would it be? Ling Yuhua was shocked. The 18 bandits hiding in the dark were also terrified. This was a Yinyang realm expert from the county capital. It was too dangerous. Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao. He hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't force himself and would give him an order so that he could help. Although he wasn't as strong as Shen Meng, he was still in the Yinyang realm. If he wanted to, he could hold Shen Meng back. It wouldn't be difficult for the two of them to kill Shen Meng. Ling Yuhua, don't move. At this crucial moment, how could Ling Xiao allow Ling Yuhua to destroy his opportunity to break through his cultivation base? He used his soul to inform Ling Yuhua to maintain his current state. Although Shen Meng was strong, he was not strong enough to make Ling Xiao despair. Therefore, in the face of such an opponent, Ling Xiao really had nothing to fear. In the collision just now, he could already feel that a crack had opened up in the barrier of his cultivation. As long as he could do it again, he believed that he would definitely be able to break through. This was very important. Naturally, he did not want anyone to disturb him. After warning Ling Yuhua, the aura in Ling Zhao's body completely exploded. At the same time, he actually formed a seal with both hands. Before he entered the samsara, he was already able to fight with his left and right hands, using different moves at the same time. Now, it was even simpler. The first strike of the universe condensed in his left hand, and the shadow of third Prince Neza appeared behind him. This attack was clearly stronger than before. But this was definitely not Ling Zhao's real killing move. His right hand formed seals at the same time. It was a new attack in the Dharma Idol seal. The power was not weaker than the first strike of the universe. Furthermore, the penetrative power was even stronger. It was just that Ling Xiao had the aura of this attack in the first strike of the universe. Shen Meng did not discover it, and the others did not discover it either. Ha ha ha, looks like you're also at the end of your rope. The same attack, and you still want to survive under my all-out attack? Dream on. Shen Meng laughed loudly, brandishing that horrifying storm longblade and charging over. Everywhere he passed by, the ground split open, being sliced into pieces like tofu. Even those bandits hiding nearby were frightened until they hurriedly moved aside. In the process of dodging, another 4 people were killed by the sneak attack. Who would have thought that the companion standing beside him was actually Ling Zhao's demonic corpse? Now, there were only 14 of the 24 bandits left, while Ling Zhao's demonic corpses increased to 12. As long as he could defeat Shen Meng, this battle would become an even match. Don't forget that Ling Jiao and the rest had not returned yet. Once they returned, coupled with Ling Yuhua, the 14 bandits would not be a match for them at all. Hence, Ling Xiao did not need to consider too much. He only needed to deal with Shen Meng with all his strength. Everything would become simple once Shen Meng was eliminated. Kill. Ling Xiao stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack and even collapse. At the same time, his figure also flashed out. Facing Shen Meng's final attack, not only did he not retreat, but he also charged forward. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but when the battle really started, it happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that many people could not see the two figures clearly. They could only see dust and debris flying in the air. I'll tell you that under the Yin Yang realm, everything is an ant. Final strike of the storm. Shen Meng roared. The horrifying saber aura became even more violent, as if it was going to tear everything in front of him into pieces. I'll also tell you that in the eyes of a reincarnation realm martial artist, someone like you is simply a piece of trash. Universe strike. Ling Xiao blasted out his left hand. Third Prince Neza's shadow turned into a universe ring formed by immemorial hellfire and smashed out. When this attack landed on the terrifying Absolute Storm Strike, it only caused a small crack to appear on the Absolute Storm Strike. However, it did not stop the other party's attack. Shen Meng laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're done for. Really? But I don't think so. Aspect Seal, God of War Yang Jian, Howling Celestial Dog. Without any delay, Ling Zhao's right hand also blasted out an attack. At that moment, a huge divine dog formed by immemorial hellfire broke through the air. It opened its bloody mouth and passed through the crack of the final strike of the storm. Rumble, rumble, the terrifying collision exploded in the void. The scene was extremely chaotic. The cracked earth and rocks on the ground flew in the air, blocking everyone's sight. Ling Yuhua could not see the situation clearly. The 14 great bandits could not see the situation clearly either. Ling Yuhua swallowed his saliva nervously. He could not imagine that the attack just now was released from Ling Zhao's hands. It was not that he had never seen a reincarnation realm martial artist before. However, there was only one as powerful as Ling Xiao. This person seemed as if he had never weakened. It was too scary. However, Shen Meng's attack was also very powerful. Would something happen to Ling Xiao? At the same time, Ling Jiaojiao and the rest who were ordered to leave had also arrived. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. Ling Xiao! Ling Jiaojiao screamed hysterically. Tears flowed down her cheeks and could not be stopped. Her life had become rich and colorful because of Ling Xiao. She had become stronger. Why are you crying? Little fool, don't you have any confidence in your brother? The smoke had yet to disperse, and the dust was still flying. Ling Jiao's confident and mocking voice was heard. Ling Jiaojiao wiped her tears and looked ahead excitedly. Finally, a figure gradually appeared. Ling Xiao looked very miserable. Both his arms were broken, and his body was covered in blood. But he was definitely the winner. Because Shen Meng, who was under his feet, was on the verge of death. Not only did he lose his combat strength, but he also had difficulty breathing. It seemed that as long as nothing unexpected happened, Shen Meng would most likely die. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, you're fine. Ling Jiaojiao wiped her tears excitedly and pounced on him. Ling Yan, the elder on duty, Old He, and Ling Yuhua were all extremely shocked and happy. Ling Xiao actually did it. He blasted a Yinyang realm warrior to the brink of death. Ling Yuhua also wanted to go over, but when he thought of Ling Xiao's words, he instantly stopped. Ling Xiao told him not to move. Even if Shen Meng was killed, he was not to move. Although Ling Yuhua did not understand what this meant, he still did not move out of his trust in Ling Xiao. In the dense forest, 14 bandits jumped out and surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. However, they did not care about Ling Yuhua, who was chained to the tree. Why are there only 14 people? At this moment, the bandits felt that something was wrong. Their original plan was that if Shen Meng was really dead, they would kill the Ling family, snatch the health fruit, and leave. However, the current situation did not seem good. Haha, 10 people died for no reason, and none of you noticed. What a joke. Come out, my demon corpse soldiers. Ling Xiao sneered. 12 figures jumped out of the dense forest. They were the 12 people who were killed. 2 of them were Shen San and Shen Si. The other 10 were the 10 missing bandits. Demon corpse soldiers. Not only were the 14 great bandits dumbfounded by this scene, even the people from the Ling clan were dumbfounded. When did Ling Xiao learn such a secret technique to control corpses? How did he do it? Perhaps this was the strength of a reincarnated martial artist. Although samsara martial artists could basically retain their original martial arts, they would not be able to use them unless their cultivation level was restored to its original realm. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to follow this principle. Not only was he able to use the original martial arts, but he was also able to do it with ease. Damn it. Kid, there are 4 hell fruits in total. How about we split them evenly? If we fight now, although we will be at a disadvantage, you will definitely not be able to gain any advantage. One of the bandits gritted his teeth and said. It seemed like these people didn't take the death of their companions seriously at all. As long as they could obtain the health fruit, they didn't care if 10 people died. They didn't plan to take revenge. They only wanted the health fruit to reach the Yin-Yang realm. Hehe, what about now? Ling Xiao suddenly pressed a finger on Shen Meng's forehead. Then, a terrifying demonic aura blasted into Shen Meng's body. Shen Meng, who was completely stiff, stood up. His eyes were empty and lifeless, but he stared at the 14 great bandits. Jiao Jiao, don't worry about me. Cooperate with the demon corpse soldiers and eliminate the remaining 14 great bandits. Ling Xiao sat there and began to heal his wounds. He was heavily injured in the battle with Shen Meng, but he could feel that a breakthrough was imminent. However, his body that was riddled with scars would not be able to support a breakthrough. Therefore, he had to recover as soon as possible before breaking through. He still didn't let Ling Yuhua move, nor did he let Ling Jiaojiao and the others save him. The moment the health fruit matured, it might attract even more terrifying existences. He didn't want to waste all his previous efforts. He even had a feeling that someone was watching them. However, this person's cultivation level was much higher than his, and his concealment ability was very strong. He couldn't even see him with his Tai Chi eye. That was why he made such arrangements. It wasn't to deal with Shen Meng and the others, but to deal with unexpected situations. What Ling Jiaojiao and the others had done wasn't for nothing. With Shen Meng's powerful Yinyang Realm Demon Corps soldiers joining the battle, the 14 great bandits could only be killed. Although they weren't weak and had a large number of people, they were still killed one by one. In the end, they all lost their lives here. 24 great bandits. Each head is worth tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Put them all away. Ling Xiao, who was healing his wounds, called out to them. Ling Yan and the others took the heads of the 24 great bandits and put them in their storage rings. In any case, the storage rings were frozen with frost energy. The heads could be stored for a long time. Ling Xiao continued to focus on healing his wounds. Since he didn't need to control the Demon Corps soldiers, he could save a lot of energy and focus on his task. The Demon Corps soldiers were too drained. If he had any other choice, Ling Xiao wouldn't have used them today. Now that the enemies were eliminated, he took back the demon qi he had injected into the corpses. However, at that moment, a strange sneer sounded from the dense forest. Ling Xiao turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw a black shadow descend from the sky and grab Ling Jiaojiao like a black eagle. Kikik, what good luck. Originally, the higher-ups only ordered me to capture the Yuhua town's guardian. I didn't expect to see such a good show today. Oh, and so many hell fruits. If we take them back, we'll be rich. Demon Shadow Sect. The moment this person appeared, Ling Yan suddenly cried out in alarm. Before he reincarnated, he was from the Black Tortoise continent and had been active in the western regions. Therefore, he was very familiar with the Demon Shadow Sect. The Demon Shadow Sect belonged to the Mystic Snake Demon Sect. Although it couldn't compare to the Mystic Snake Demon Sect, it was above the 3 great families in the 8 Immortals County. Moreover, the Demon Shadow Sect was tyrannical and cruel. Before Ling Yan reincarnated, he didn't pay much attention to such a small sect. However, he had to be careful now. Such a sect wasn't something they could deal with now. The Demon Shadow Sect's martial artists had tattoos on their wrists. It was a door filled with strange patterns, which was why Ling Yan could recognize it at a glance. Tisk, TSK. I didn't expect there to be someone among you who knows what's good for you. You should be a martial artist who reincarnated, right? No wonder you know that I'm from the Demon Shadow Sect. That's right, I'm Emofengzi, an inner disciple of the Demon Shadow Sect. Emofengzi looked at Ling Yan and said with a smile. Looking at this person, Ling Zhao's mood became extremely tense. This Emofengzi was stronger than Shen Meng. Although he was still at the first level of the Yinyang realm, he was obviously at the peak of the first level. Shen Meng was only at the late stage of the first level. As for Ling Yuhua, he was only at the middle stage of the first level. The reason why Ling Xiao was nervous was because Emofengzi was stronger than Shen Meng. Of course, more importantly, Ling Xiao was seriously injured and needed time to heal. He couldn't release such a terrifying attack in a short period of time. As for the demonic corpse soldiers, he could indeed resurrect the demonic corpse soldiers, but they were still demonic corpses. It would be good if they could display 60 to 70% of their original strength. The key point was that they didn't have brains. Counting on the demonic corpse soldiers to deal with Emofengzi was simply a fool's dream. Although he was extremely nervous, Ling Zhao's face was as calm as ever. He was the backbone of these people. If he panicked, then the others would panic as well. Ling Yan, take Ling Xiao away. Ling Jiaojiao suddenly shouted. The moment she was held hostage, Ling Jiaojiao felt that the person holding her hostage was too strong, and wasn't someone they could deal with. Go? Why should we go? Ling Xiao looked at Emofengzi indifferently and said, the Devil Shadow Sect is indeed strong, but I, Ling Xiao, am not afraid of a single Emofengzi. He's just a little bit stronger than Shen Meng. He did this to make Emofengzi suspicious and think that he had a backup plan. Of course, he did have a backup plan. There was no doubt about that. Although he didn't know if Emofengzi would be affected by his words, Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Yan, and the rest instantly calmed down from their panic. Shen Meng was such a powerful existence, yet he was killed by Ling Xiao. So what if this Fengzi was stronger? They believed that although Ling Xiao was seriously injured, he definitely had other methods. Ling Xiao didn't speak anymore and just silently recovered. The sooner he healed his injuries, the greater his chances of winning. Fengzi laughed strangely and looked at Ling Xiao, saying, "Brat, your performance was really brilliant. Being able to kill Shen Meng was indeed beyond my expectations." One must know that Shen Meng was considered a pretty good expert even in the 8 immortal state. And the demonic corpse art you just displayed really opened my eyes. In the past, I vaguely heard of such a secret technique, but it seems to have happened on the White Tiger continent. Who were you before you reincarnated? Do you think I'll tell you? Ling Xiao replied indifferently, "I just want to tell you one thing. Let Jiao Jiao go and leave, and I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, you should know that I'm a reincarnation realm martial artist with a huge force behind me. You should know the consequences of offending me, right?" Stall for time, this was what Ling Xiao was doing now. "Hee, do you think I don't know that you are stalling for time? But it doesn't matter. I don't think you can do anything. Since you refuse to reveal your past identity, I can only capture you alive and interrogate you properly. To be honest, the secrets on your body really fascinate me." Fengzi wasn't frightened by Ling Xiao's words at all. The people of the Devil Shadow sect licked blood from their blades. Who had they not offended before? They really belonged to the type of people who were extremely daring. Furthermore, if he killed Ling Xiao and the others today, even if Ling Xiao had a huge force behind him, he wouldn't have to be afraid. "Capture me alive?" Ling Xiao revealed a disdainful smile. "You can try. Perhaps in the end, your death will be even more miserable than Shen Meng's." Fengzi's expression suddenly turned sinister as he stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, I really hate you. At such a young age, don't always pretend to be wise and confident, as if everything is under your control. The world is bigger than you think, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well." Yin Yang Realm's first layer of hell, peak cultivation. This should be your strongest cultivation, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "So what?" Fengzi frowned. "You have never left the western region in your life, right? No, perhaps you have never even left the Qin country." Ling Xiao continued. "That's right, so what?" Fengzi's voice turned cold. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had touched his sore spot. With his current cultivation, he didn't even dare to step out of the 8 immortal state, let alone the Qin country. "So what? I have been to the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, the White Tiger continent, and now the Black Tortoise continent. The people I've met and the world I've seen are much more extensive than you. Who is the real frog at the bottom of the well? Do I still need to say more?" Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. Fengzi's sore spot was poked, and his face turned extremely ugly. He suddenly pinched Ling Jiaojiao's mouth and said loudly, "Although this little girl is a little tender, her looks are not bad. Your grandpa likes this kind of girl the most, he. Do you want grandpa to show you what the adult world is like?" He seemed to be angry from embarrassment and wanted to use Ling Jiaojiao to threaten Ling Xiao. "If you dare to touch a single hair of hers, I promise to kill your whole family." Ling Xiao's voice was terrifyingly cold. That frightening gaze actually made Fengzi loosen his grip on Ling Jiaojiao's mouth. When Fengzi came back to his senses, he felt extremely humiliated. He was actually frightened by a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. This was simply an enormous humiliation. "Damn little thing, I reckon you should be a martial artist who has entered the reincarnation realm, right? Furthermore, you were a lofty big shot before you entered the reincarnation realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to have such a strong killing intent. But so what, a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. So what if you are a strong dragon? Today, you must bow your head in front of me." He once again pinched Ling Jiaojiao's mouth, and his dirty right hand released a disgusting black chi. "A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake? That's only because they are all fake dragons. In front of a true dragon, there is nothing to fear. Ling Jiaojiao, listen to me. I will definitely save you. Believe me, don't do anything stupid." Ling Xiao saw a trace of determination in Ling Jiaojiao's eyes. He knew that Ling Jiaojiao might choose to commit suicide for him. If a martial artist wanted to commit suicide or even self-destruct, Even Mo Fengzi would find it hard to stop them. However, Ling Xiao would never allow such a thing to happen. At most, he would just expose all of his secrets today. Ling Jiaojiao was loyal to him. If he couldn't even save a woman, then he would truly be regressing. Ha 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 ha, you still want to save her? You'd better think about yourselves first. All of you will die here today. Mo Fengzi laughed heartily. Oh, that's right. As for this little girl, I'll kill her after I'm tired of playing with her. Don't worry, she'll tell you her story on the road to the underworld. Ling Yuhua realized that he couldn't understand Ling Xiao at all. According to common sense, at this time, he would just choose to feign civility and lower his head. In any case, Mo Fengzi had his eyes on Ling Xiao's ability and wouldn't kill him. As for Ling Jiaojiao, she wasn't even his biological sister. Why should Ling Xiao risk his life to save her? Ling Yuhua seemed to be able to see the gap between himself and Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the end, he only cared about benefits. Although Ling Xiao also cared about benefits most of the time, there were times when he could give up everything, including his own life, for the sake of friendship. Such a hero would naturally be able to obtain the support of others. It was no wonder that Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yan were so easily subdued by Ling Xiao. It was no wonder that even he admired this little fellow to the point of prostrating himself before him. This wasn't because of strength, but because of the realm of a person. Forget it, if Ling Xiao really can't do it, then this old man will risk his life to accompany this gentleman. In any case, that Mo Fengzi won't let this old man off after killing Ling Xiao, Ling Yuhua made up his mind as his gaze became resolute. At this moment, Mo Fengzi didn't care about the imprisoned Ling Xiao, nor did he care about the heavily injured Ling Xiao. He pinched Ling Jiaojiao's chin and said with a smile, "Little girl, you're really pretty. I guess you still don't know what the most comfortable feeling in this world is. Don't worry, Big Brother will let you know in a while. At that time, you can follow Big Brother wholeheartedly. As for that brat, don't even think about it. In order to prevent you from missing him, I'll cripple him first and let you enjoy it in front of him." Hearing those words, Ling Jiaojiao's face turned deathly pale, and she almost wanted to bang her head against a tree. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Boom! Suddenly, an evil and powerful aura filled with anger soared into the sky. The surrounding trees and flowers suddenly withered. Mo Fengzi was startled and didn't dare to humiliate Ling Jiaojiao anymore. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the place where the terrifying aura came from. Ling Xiao, who was originally recuperating, was standing there with boundless demonic intent in his blood-red pupils. The demonic seed in his body was frantically growing. "Old dog, take your dirty hands away. Otherwise, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Mo Fengzi's heart trembled, but when he thought of the huge difference in cultivation between him and the other party, he became unhappy again. "You brat, are you really in a hurry to die? You dare to scold me? This daddy will skin you alive. So what if I scold you? I still want to chop you old dog into pieces." Inside Ling Xiao's body, demonic will was roaring. It was unknown when he would transform into the terrifying heavenly demon king. Although he really didn't want to do that. This was because not only would his identity be exposed, but it would also cause a great burden on his body, causing his cultivation speed to slow down. However, for Ling Jiaojiao, for himself, and for the people who were willing to believe in him, he had no choice but to do so. He would not allow the person he loved to be wronged in front of him, never. Boom! Mo Fengzi sent Ling Jiaojiao flying with a slap, and a black net-like object trapped Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Jiaojiao spat out mouthfuls of blood. Even though her cultivation wasn't weak, she could only survive against a martial artist at the peak of Yin Yang Realm Level 1. It was almost impossible to completely avoid being injured. Looking at the dark red blood that was spat out from Ling Jiaojiao's mouth, Ling Xiao's anger became even more intense. However, his aura gradually retracted. It was the calm before the storm. A terrifying disaster was brewing, but it was a pity that Mo Fengzi didn't know about it. "Mo Fengzi, I have already said that if you hurt a single hair on her, I will exterminate your entire family. I have always kept my word. Now, I will kill you first, then exterminate the Devil Shadow sect. Don't worry, you won't have any descendants left in this world." "Absolutely not." Although Ling Xiao's voice wasn't as impassioned as before, it became increasingly cold and terrifying, as if a devil was about to awaken in his body. Fengzi laughed loudly. Don't talk about hurting her, so what if you kill her? She's just a little girl from a remote place. Do you really think that anyone would care? You still want to exterminate the Devil Shadow sect. Today, I will exterminate you first and let you experience how terrifying a true Yin-Yang realm martial artist is. While speaking, Fengzi seemed to want to give Ling Xiao some pressure. In that instant, a terrifying aura completely erupted. This aura was indeed much stronger than Shen Meng's. Ling Xiao even felt that he wasn't facing a person, but a monster that could destroy the heavens and earth. The terrifying pressure made it hard for people to breathe. You are indeed too strong, much stronger than Shen Meng. However, I'm not bad either. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to shrink back. Ling Jiaojiao was still trapped by the sky, and those who believed in him were waiting for him to save her. If he were to shrink back, then disappointment would envelop them. It would be even more difficult to make these people believe in him. Furthermore, when would he, Ling Xiao, be afraid of such a martial artist? It wasn't like he couldn't see the depth of his opponent. Fengzi was only a Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the pinnacle of hell, and wasn't an unreachable existence. Ling Xiao felt that as long as he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, there was still a chance for him to fight. You are really strong, too strong. However, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for your terrifying pressure, my cultivation wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough so easily. As Fengzi's terrifying pressure assaulted him, the energy in Ling Xiao's body naturally wanted to resist. This power stimulated the potential in his body, and he finally broke through the barrier of breakthrough. Peak of Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, it was equivalent to an invincible existence in the Grotto Heaven Realm. This was only Ling Xiao's own strength. If he added the effects of the Hell Dragon Seal, the profound inner force in his body, and the terrifying amplification of a martial artist who had entered the reincarnation realm. If he were to meet Shen Meng now, he might win even more easily. At the very least, he wouldn't be as heavily injured as before. You actually made a breakthrough? Fengzi's pupils suddenly shrank as he was clearly shocked. However, his eyes immediately turned cold again. So what if you made a breakthrough? If you can't reach the Yin-Yang realm, you are just an ant. Ant? I don't know how many people have said that about me, but even ants can defy the heavens. Ling Xiao had already formed seals with his hands. The Universe Strike and the Howling Celestial Dog were formed at the same time. Previously, he had relied on the ability to form seals with his hands to defeat Shen Meng. That was genuine strength. He didn't believe that he couldn't injure Fengzi. Kill! Ling Xiao roared as he rushed out like a huge meteorite, wanting to kill Fengzi. You think that if this move can injure Shen Meng, it can injure me? Shen Meng, that idiot, didn't even display the strength of a Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Facing Ling Xiao's brazen attack, Fengzi's face was filled with disdain. He circulated his Yin-Yang Yuan force and lightly pointed his finger in the air. This finger didn't seem to be very powerful. However, when it flew in the air, it suddenly spun and madly absorbed the surrounding elemental energy like a black hole. Demonic Explosion Whirlpool Finger. Facing Fengzi's terrifying attack, Ling Xiao couldn't retreat. He had no way out. Furthermore, he believed in himself. Universe Strike. His left fist punched out, and the Universe Strike collided with the black whirlpool. Then, something strange happened. The energy of the Universe Strike was instantly swallowed by the whirlpool. At that moment, the whirlpool became bigger and stronger. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but the attack of his right fist didn't stop and also punched out. Howling Celestial Dog. The Divine Hound, burning with black and purple flames, broke through the air and directly swallowed the black whirlpool. Crack! However, in the next moment, the Howling Celestial Dog's body split open. The whirlpool actually tore the Howling Celestial Dog into pieces and swallowed it. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, stupid brat. You probably don't know that a martial artist with my cultivation is not only strong in cultivation, but also in martial techniques. The pure attack power of the magical explosion whirlpool finger might not be strong enough, but once released, it will continuously absorb the surrounding energy as well as the energy of the enemy's attack. It's fine if you don't attack, but the more you attack, the more powerful it becomes. Brat, go and die now. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, as if he was scared silly. Mo Fengzi didn't care if he was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. He waved his hand, and the magical explosion whirlpool, which had absorbed enough energy, flew towards Ling Xiao. Along the way, a terrifying scar was drawn on the ground, showing how powerful the magical explosion whirlpool finger was. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure and was prepared to risk everything to rescue him, something strange happened. Mo Fengzi suddenly hugged his head and held in pain. Idiot, do you think I don't know the principle of the magical explosion whirlpool finger? Ling Xiao retreated and sneered, not only do I know its principle, I also know its weakness, but you don't know anything about the attribute of my internal energy. Just this, you dare to swallow it? Don't you know that there are some energies in this world that you can't swallow? What did you do? My head hurts, it hurts. Mo Fengzi simply felt a splitting headache, and even started to hallucinate. In this hallucination, there would always be a huge hell devil dragon pouncing towards him, and the frightening flames burning his entire body, causing him to feel excruciating pain. I forgot to tell you. My internal energy is different from the internal energy of an ordinary warrior. My internal energy belongs to the profound internal energy. It contains my own will. Your magic explosion whirlpool finger swallowed it, giving my source spirit a chance to enter your soul realm. In terms of cultivation, I'm inferior to you, but in terms of soul power, you're inferior to me. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already given Ling Yuhua the order to make his move. Now, he had to face the devil explosion whirlpool finger, and couldn't free himself to attack Mo Fengzi. But Ling Yuhua could. Ling Yuhua had been waiting impatiently for a long time. At this moment, he clenched his fists and punched Mo Fengzi's back with all his might. Rumble, a huge explosion resounded as Mo Fengzi's body was pierced through, and his internal organs were smashed to the ground. Although Ling Yuhua and Mo Fengzi were both in the yin-yang realm, there was still a large gap between them. But Mo Fengzi was currently in no mood to fight due to Ling Xiao's soul power. How could he not die after being sneak attacked from behind by Ling Yuhua? After Mo Fengzi was killed, the technique he released became weak and powerless, and was easily neutralized by Ling Xiao. Everyone looked at the corpse lying on the ground in disbelief. A dignified warrior of the Devil Shadow sect was killed just like that. Everyone felt that it was a little unreal. Big Sister Jiao Jiao, are you alright? Seeing that Mo Fengzi was killed, Ling Xiao felt exhausted, but he still charged towards Ling Jiao Jiao, wanting to remove the black web-like object from her body. Ling Yuhua had used all his strength to attack, and in addition to being tortured for an entire night, he was currently lying on the ground, gasping for air. It's over. Everything is over. Now, as long as they collect the hell fruit, their Ling family would be the biggest winner this time. Ling Yan, Old He, and the elder on duty were also excited. After being busy for so long and worrying for so long, there were many times when they thought that there was no hope, and there were many times when they thought that it was over. But the ending was really good. They looked at each other and revealed a joyful expression. Ling Xiao, be careful. Suddenly, Ling Jiaojiao's frightened voice blew away everyone's joy. In that instant, Ling Xiao subconsciously condensed all his internal energy on his back and activated the light shadow battle armor with the strongest defense. This was the ultimate move of the first style of the light shadow profound, and it was also Ling Xiao's strongest defensive move. The profound world physique was different from this. The profound world physique was Ling Xiao's body. Regardless of whether he activated it or not, it would always exist, so it couldn't be considered a move. Boom, just as he finished doing all this, a terrifying force came from his back and sent him flying. Ling Xiao. Boss. At this moment, Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Yuhua, Ling Yan, and the rest all exclaimed. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Because no one would have thought that Mo Fengzi of the Devil Shadow sect wasn't dead, there was actually such a terrifying force that could sneak attack Ling Xiao. In that instant, the opponent's attack speed was too fast. No matter who it was, they didn't have enough time to rescue Ling Xiao. They could only watch as Ling Xiao was sent flying by that terrifying force. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out from Ling Xiao's mouth. Light shadow battle armor, profound world physique, elemental energy protection, the 3 layers of defense couldn't withstand this terrifying attack. Ling Xiao instantly felt that his entire body was about to fall apart. But fortunately, he didn't die. He didn't fall apart either. In the end, his defense was still effective, and the effect was very good. Ling Xiao struggled to face Mo Fengzi and discovered that what appeared behind him was actually the image of an undying monster. An undying monster was considered a different species in any world. Because this kind of existence was really hard to kill. It could even be said that it couldn't be killed. So that's how it is. Your martial soul is actually such a monster. I was careless. Ling Xiao was a little vexed. He only cared about saving Ling Jiaojiao and neglected the possibility that Mo Fengzi might have such a unique martial soul. That's right. My martial spirit is an immortal life martial spirit, although it doesn't have much use. Many big shots have been killed by me because of this martial soul. Because no one would have thought that I, who was already killed, could be resurrected. As Mo Fengzi spoke, he walked towards Ling Xiao. Ling Yuhua, Ling Yan, Old Black, and the elder on duty attacked him at the same time. In the end, they were all sent flying by a light wave of his hand. At this moment, Mo Fengzi seemed to be even stronger than before. The huge injuries on his body were recovering at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Arrogant brat, you're really ignorant. You think that I'll be afraid just because you're a reincarnation realm cultivator? Mo Fengzi looked at Ling Xiao in disdain and said, in my opinion, reincarnation realm cultivators are the most stupid idiots. Giving up such a huge advantage and choosing reincarnation, only to be killed by someone like me in the end. Aren't you very vexed? I've killed about 3 or 4 reincarnation realm cultivators. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Pitiful guy, if it were someone else, you would have already won. Unfortunately, you met me, and your fate is destined to be miserable. Die, you idiot. You should be proud to die by my hands. Mo Fengzi's speed suddenly increased. He no longer used the demonic explosion whirlpool finger, but clenched his hands into fists and smashed towards Ling Xiao in the simplest way. Although this action was simple, the power it contained was even more terrifying than the demonic explosion whirlpool finger. Ling Xiao, run. Don't worry about me. Ling Jiaojiao was naturally happy to see that Ling Xiao wasn't dead. However, she also knew what the outcome would be if Ling Xiao continued to stay here. She shouted loudly and actually broke free from the black web-like object, standing in front of Ling Xiao to shield him. Perhaps death wasn't that terrifying. Especially dying for your beloved. That kind of feeling was actually quite blissful. Ling Jiaojiao, who was facing death, didn't panic in the slightest. Looking at Mo Fengzi's terrifying attack, she actually smiled peacefully. Mo Fengzi didn't go around Ling Jiaojiao. His terrifying fist was still unstoppable. The power of this fist was incomparably powerful. Even with Ling Jiaojiao blocking it, he had enough confidence to kill Ling Xiao as well. He wanted to kill that brat, he must kill that brat, and no one could stop him, no one. Demonic explosion bloodthirsty fist. The moment his fists approached Ling Jiaojiao, they suddenly turned into huge blood-red fists. This power was enough to kill any cultivator below the Yin-Yang realm. It could even directly turn them into dregs, without leaving behind a complete corpse. Good granddaughter. Patriarch. Frightened voices came from Ling Yuhua and the rest. They could only helplessly watch as Ling Jiaojiao was enveloped by the blood-red light. At that moment, Ling Jiaojiao smiled brightly. Although she knew that Ling Xiao only treated her as an elder sister, she didn't care. Anyway, she wasn't related to Ling Xiao by blood. She liked Ling Xiao and was willing to die for Ling Xiao. Why can't you just play dead? That way, you might be lucky enough to keep your life today. Suddenly, a cold and gentle voice rang in Ling Jiaojiao's ears. She knew that those words weren't meant for her, but for Mo Fengzi. Moreover, this voice was so friendly and reassuring. Her body was caught by a pair of strong arms, and then she was thrown out. Ling Yuhua, take good care of her. The voice came from Ling Xiao, but the current Ling Xiao was not Ling Xiao. Ling Yuhua saw a side of Ling Xiao that no one knew about. What would that look like? His silver pupils shone with a demonic light. His silver white hair was filled with a tyrannical aura. His body was covered in pitch-black armor, but there were black wings on his back. His hand gently grabbed onto Mo Fengzi's hand, as though a young adult was grabbing onto a child's hand. What? Mo Fengzi looked at Ling Xiao in horror. This is impossible. How can you be so powerful? Yeah, there's nothing impossible in this world. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to their help. Ling Xiao pointed at Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Yan, the elder on duty, and Old Black. Ling Yan and the rest were confused. They didn't help much here, so how did they help? Have you forgotten the medicinal powder that I asked you to scatter in the 4 directions? Ling Xiao smiled and said, that's to attract the demonic beasts within a radius of 100 miles. When the demonic beasts step in, the myriad beast blood refining array that I have already arranged will be activated. The more demonic beasts enter, the more power I can use at this moment. Mo Fengzi, you're really powerful, but you're also very unlucky. If you continue to die, you might still be able to survive. But now, do you think you can fight against the power of thousands of demonic beasts? At this moment, Ling Xiao had entered the state of the Heavenly Devil King. But just based on this point, it was impossible for him to suppress Mo Fengzi so easily. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. But with the power of the demonic beasts brought by the myriad beast blood refining array, it was a different story. Suppressing Mo Fengzi was as easy as flipping his hand. What a cunning brat. Mo Fengzi, admit defeat. Since you can't kill me, why don't you let me go? I don't want anything. Mo Fengzi knew that he had lost his momentum. The current him was no match for Ling Xiao in this place. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he would have to leave this place. Without the help of the myriad beast blood refining array, Ling Xiao wouldn't be a threat to him. Do you think I'm an idiot? Let you go, and then let you find a chance to kill me? Ling Xiao smiled coldly as a terrifying demonic intent bloomed in his hand. Mo Fengzi's arms instantly shriveled up into skin and bones. No. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Devil Shadow Sect won't let you go. My master is an inner elder of the Devil Shadow Sect, one of the 10 great elders. He will definitely avenge me. Mo Fengzi roared in fear. You seem to have forgotten what I said before, right? I warned you that if you hurt Sister Jiao Jiao, I'll destroy your whole family. Do you really think I'm afraid of the Devil Shadow Sect? Don't worry, everyone from the Devil Shadow Sect will accompany you in the Yellow Springs. You won't be alone. After he finished speaking, Ling Zhao's demonic intent had already invaded Mo Fengzi's body. No, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. I have the life martial spirit. Even if I die, I can revive. As he spoke, as if to prove his words, his originally shriveled arms actually recovered. Your undying body originates from the life martial spirit. What if your life martial spirit is taken away? Ling Xiao revealed a sinister sneer, as if he was a terrifying demon. No. No. The mournful screams couldn't stop Ling Zhao's next move. He pulled out Mo Fengzi's life martial spirit and temporarily stored it in the mountain river world. Without the life martial spirit, you still won't die? Ling Xiao lightly scratched Mo Fengzi's face with his fingernail. Mo Fengzi let out a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered. I beg you, don't kill me, don't kill me. I can help you, I can help you. Mo Fengzi began to beg for mercy in fear. Looking at this scene, Ling Yuhua and the rest felt as if they were watching a fairy tale. In the eyes of the spectators, if someone told him that Ling Xiao could kill a Yinyang realm expert in the past, he would definitely think that person was a lunatic and wouldn't believe it. But today, Ling Xiao had already killed a Yinyang realm martial artist and held the life of another Yinyang realm martial artist in his hands. This was simply like a dream. Fortunately, this old man didn't offend Ling Xiao too much. Although I didn't give him much warmth, I didn't target him either. Otherwise, the Ling family would be in trouble. At this moment, Ling Yuhua was most thankful that he didn't completely offend Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would really be finished. The life and death illusion powder was considered good, and it was much better than Mo Fengzi dying. Right at this moment, the hell fruit suddenly released an astonishing fragrance that attracted many adventurers in the forest. Most of these people were Yuhua Town's cultivators, and some came from the outside world. They knew that a natural treasure was about to be born, and all of them rushed over crazily, hoping to get a share of the loot. However, the first batch of martial artists to arrive saw a scene that made them extremely terrified. Shen Meng was killed. 24 bandits were killed. The Devil Shadow Sect's cultivators were burned to ashes by black flames. And that person was actually Ling Xiao from the Ling family. Scram! Ling Xiao didn't waste any time and directly roared. At the same time, he withdrew his Heaven Demon King transformation. This transformation was too easy to expose his identity. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the first batch. There were only 4 of them, and they were all from Yuhua town. As long as he found them and fed them the life and death illusion powder, he would be able to control them. Ling Xiao was very benevolent, and under normal circumstances, he wasn't willing to kill. Unless someone was courting death. However, those courting death soon arrived. A large number of cultivators crowded into this narrow area, trying to fight for the health fruit that was beginning to ripen. Their eyes were filled with greed and desire, and they didn't intend to give up so easily. This health fruit belongs to our Ling family. Whoever dares to snatch it will be killed without mercy. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you're still here, die. Perhaps it was because he had Ling Xiao as his backer, Ling Yuhua's words became especially confident. The aura of a yin-yang realm cultivator was indeed quite intimidating. After all, among the warriors who wanted to fight for the health fruit, the strongest was only at the 10th grado heaven realm. There wasn't even a half-step yin-yang realm warrior. Not to mention yin-yang realm martial artists. Many people were scared and wanted to turn around and leave. Everyone, don't be afraid. He's alone. There are hundreds of us. So what if he's a yin-yang realm martial artist? It's useless. A voice suddenly came from the crowd, causing some of the cultivators who were about to turn and leave to stand still. You're from the Mu family? Ling Yuhua looked at this person coldly and asked. The Mu clan was one of the mid-tier clans in Ascension Town. It was much smaller than the Ling clan and the Chen clan, but it was still considered quite good. That's right. I am the grand elder of the My family. That person relied on the fact that there were many people around, so he was not afraid of Ling Yuhua at all. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the 10th grado heaven realm. He believed that even if he could not defeat Ling Yuhua, he could still escape. The Mu clan is really bold. You were on good terms with the Chen clan in the past. However, the Chen clan has already been destroyed. If you leave obediently today, I might be lenient and not find trouble with your Mu clan. Ling Yuhua frowned and said. Ha ha ha, Ling Yuhua, you idiot. Your Ling clan is finished. More than a dozen clans in Ascension Town have joined forces and attacked the Ling clan. Almost an hour has passed. I'm afraid the Ling clan has been reduced to ruins. Although I don't know why young hero Shen Meng spared you, it's impossible for your Ling clan to stay in Ascension Town. The grand elder of the My family laughed wildly. Is this the young Hiroshin you're talking about? Ling Xiao, who had already returned to his original appearance, kicked Shen Meng's corpse, which was hidden by weeds, away. The corpse landed at the feet of the crowd. Shen Meng. Although Shen Meng was already dead, his face could still be seen clearly. Impossible. How could you kill young Hiroshin? The grand elder of the My family suddenly panicked. His confidence stemmed from the fact that Shen Meng could kill Ling Yuhua. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could at least restrain Ling Yuhua. This way, the 12 clans would have a chance to rebel. However, when he saw Shen Meng's corpse, his heart turned cold. It wasn't the Ling clan that was finished. It was him. If Ling Yuhua was allowed to kill his way back, the 12 clans would most likely be wiped out. Everyone, listen up. Since our clans have already rebelled, if we don't kill Ling Yuhua here today, our clans will be finished. What do you think we should do? The grand elder of the My family suddenly shouted. Kill Ling Yuhua. Everyone shouted in unison. Good. Although he's strong, he's just one person. If we do our best, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Under the encouragement of the grand elder of the My family, the warriors belonging to the 12 clans all clamored. Of course, there were also some warriors who didn't want to get involved in this battle. They quietly chose to leave. However, these people were in the minority. There were still hundreds of people gathered there. Among them, there were even outsiders who came to join in the fun. The outsiders didn't know how powerful the Ling clan was. Seeing that there were so many people here, they naturally stood on this side. They might not make a move, but as long as the hell fruit matured, they would definitely go and harvest it. Ling Yuhua, I'll leave them to you. Is there a problem? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Ling Yuhua was burning with anxiety. He didn't know that Ling Xiao had already set up layers of arrays around the Ling clan's courtyard. He only wanted to get rid of these people as soon as possible and return to save the others. You guys go and help. Don't leave a single one of these people alive. Only by killing them will your battle strength increase. Ling Xiao ordered Ling Jiaojiao and the others before going to harvest the hell fruit alone. Kill. Deafening battle cries rang out. Both sides finally clashed. At this moment, the terror of a Yin Yang realm warrior was displayed. Ling Yuhua was indeed terrifying. With a single stab of his sword, more than a dozen people were killed. This was the absolute suppression of a Yin Yang realm warrior over a Grotto Heaven realm warrior. It was as easy as stepping on a dozen ants. Together with the support of Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Yan, and the others, this battle ended a little faster than expected. In the blink of an eye, only a few hundred warriors were left fighting for the hell fruit. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. You can use me as a hostage. That way, you can threaten them into not attacking the Ling family. In the end, the Grand Elder of the Mu family was captured by Ling Yuhua. As for the others, they were all killed without exception. Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yan both achieved breakthroughs in the battle. One reached the 9th Grotto Heaven realm, while the other reached the first cycle of the Grotto Heaven realm. This way, the Ling family's strength increased greatly. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already carefully plucked the infernal fruit and stored it in a jade bottle. He was preparing to use it to refine pills. One infernal fruit could only allow one martial artist to break through to the Yin Yang realm. However, one infernal fruit could refine 10 Yin Yang infernal pills. The effects of each pill were not inferior to the infernal fruit itself. This was the reason why most people wouldn't consume the natural treasures directly after obtaining them. It would be too wasteful to do so. With 4 infernal fruits, Ling Xiao could refine 40 Yin Yang infernal pills, which could help 40 people break through to the Yin Yang realm. Of course, he would keep 10 for himself. He would leave 10 for the 8 Immortals County to win over people's hearts. As for the final 20, he would give all of them to Ling Jiaojiao and let her distribute them. Whoever was loyal to him and had the talent to break through to the Yin Yang realm would get the pills first. However, this was a matter for the future. Right now, he had to deal with the Ling family being surrounded. When Ling Yuhua heard the Grand Elder of the Mu family, he was somewhat hesitant. He thought for a moment and agreed. If he had this fellow as a hostage, the Mu family would at least hesitate to attack. However, Ling Xiao suddenly walked over. A sword light shot out from his sword and killed the Grand Elder of the Mu family on the spot. We don't need any hostages. Those 12 families can't possibly break into the Ling family's courtyard. Ling Xiao said indifferently, let's go. You'll know the reason when we return. Although Ling Yuhua and the others were confused, they all nodded out of trust in Ling Xiao. They followed Ling Xiao back to Yuhua town. Yuhua town, outside the Ling family's residence. The ground was littered with corpses. However, these corpses did not belong to the Ling family, but were left behind by the 12 families that had besieged the Ling family. At a rough estimate, there were probably tens of thousands of corpses. Blood flowed everywhere, dyeing the streets red. No, this is different from what we agreed on. Who was it that set up such a terrifying array for the Ling clan, causing us to lose so many people? How hateful. One of the patriarchs roared in pain. I think we should retreat. If we continue fighting, all of us will die here. A clan leader suggested timidly. Retreat? There was no turning back. Since we've already chosen to destroy the Ling family, we can't let all our previous efforts go to waste. The Mu clan's patriarch stepped forward and coldly said, in any case, that old bastard Ling Yuhua is already dead. What do we have to fear? In this world, the most worthless thing is human life. No matter how strong the Ling family's array is, there will be a time when it will be broken. Also, I heard that blood can make the array lose its effectiveness. That's right, I've heard of this before. Let's just let our coolies do it. After all, those people were captured or bought from various places. Their lives aren't worth anything. Someone else said. That's a good idea. The lives of a bunch of slaves aren't worth anything. After we destroy the Ling family, we can just buy more people. Soon, the 12 clans came to an agreement. Some of them returned to their clans and gathered a large number of coolies and laborers. These people were usually treated like livestock. Now that they encountered such a dangerous situation, they were actually treated as cannon fodder. They didn't do anything wrong. If there was anything wrong, it was that they didn't have the strength and didn't meet a master who truly respected them. The 12 clans each had tens of thousands of coolies and laborers. A total of 120,000 coolies gathered in front of the Ling family's main gate. Ha ha ha, 120,000 people. We can flatten the Ling family's main gate. Patriarch Mu's idea is really good. Those who were already somewhat timid were now full of confidence. They believed that destroying the Ling family was just around the corner. Destroy the Ling family. The leather whips lashed out at the coolies, forcing them to move forward. But if it was just work, these people might be willing to do it without complaint. But now, they knew that they were courting death. How could they be willing? For a long time, they weren't willing to move. This made the angry supervisors draw their weapons and directly kill the coolies who were walking at the front but were unwilling to take a step forward. They wanted to kill the chickens to warn the monkeys. However, this kind of action made the laborers who had been oppressed angry expressions appear on their faces. They thought that they would be numb for the rest of their lives and that they wouldn't be able to resist anymore. But at this moment, when they thought of their own families and their own tragic fate. So what if they were obedient? In the end, they were still cannon fodder for others. They might as well rebel. Brothers, we worked hard for them without complaint. We didn't even have enough to eat, but we never thought of rebelling. But today, they want us to die. Are you willing? Are your families willing? If we die, your mothers, your wives, and your children will all be bullied to death by them. Are you willing? If there's anyone who can't accept this, then rebel with me. We can't continue to be such a coward. Suddenly, one of the coolies in the crowd shouted. He was about 17 or 18 years old. He had a tall and coarse appearance, and one could tell at a glance that he had once cultivated martial arts. Such coolies were not rare in Yuhua town. Their working ability was stronger, so they wouldn't be crippled. But most of them didn't have high cultivation. They were only in the martial vein realm and couldn't overturn the heavens. It's that Wuxing fellow again. The Mu family head coldly glanced at the youth, revealing a trace of coldness. Kill him. Wuxing clenched his teeth. Seeing the martial artist charging at him, he didn't retreat, but instead charged forward. He knew that if he didn't move, those coolies wouldn't move either. Chi. A sharp sword stabbed into Wuxing's abdomen. He'd deliberately taken this attack head-on. Although his cultivation was low, he was smart enough to use it. The Mu family martial artist was facing him. He had just stabbed with his sword and was enjoying the pleasure of killing someone, so he didn't have time to react. Wuxing suddenly picked up a sharp blade from the ground and stabbed it into the other party's throat. The other party was a transcendent realm cultivator, while he was only in the martial vein realm. The difference between them was huge, but in this case, the other party still couldn't escape death. Kill. Kill. When it came to rebellion, the most frightening thing was for someone to take the lead. Once someone took the lead, more people would step forward. 2 people, 3 people. Soon, it spread to the hundreds of thousands of laborers. In any case, they would die as cannon fodder, and they would die as well if they resisted. They might as well die with a bang. Rebellion. They're really rebelling. The Mi family patriarch slammed his fist into a nearby tree before leaping into the air, leaping over the countless laborers and flying towards Wuxing. He believed that as long as he killed Wuxing, the others wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Whoever dares to rebel will be killed without question. Attack. In the air, the Mi family patriarch roared as he charged towards Wuxing. The Mi family patriarch wasn't the transcendent realm cultivator from before. His cultivation had reached the 9th paradise realm. Even if he was ambushed by Wu Xing, he wouldn't be killed. He could rely on his Yuan Qi to resist. Therefore, if Wu Xing was targeted by him, he would definitely die. However, Wu Xing didn't seem to care. The moment he stepped forward, he knew that he might face the end of his life, and that was death. But he didn't care. Even if he died, thousands of Wu Xings would step forward. If the Mi family patriarch thought that killing him could stop this rebellion, he was too naive. Even if he could endure, if there was no way to survive, what was there to be afraid of? All of a sudden, Wu Xing saw a figure in the sky that looked like a giant eagle breaking through the air. Who was that? What was he doing here? He was very surprised. This was a battlefield. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't deliberately enter this chaotic place. Could it be someone from the Ling family? But did the Ling family have such a young master? In the minds of Wu Xing and most of the laborers, the Ling family only had one master, Ling Yuhua. As for such a young master, they had never heard of him. So what if he came? Could he change the situation? Suddenly, Wu Xing saw something being kicked over by the young man. Ahead, he froze for a moment. Meanwhile, the Mi family patriarch felt the terrifying aura closing in on him from behind. He knew very well that he might be able to kill Wu Xing, but he would definitely be hit by this terrifying aura. If that happened, he would also die. He absolutely couldn't be buried with a laborer. He quickly turned around and threw a punch at the thing that was flying towards him. That thing was smashed into pieces. But at the moment of impact, the patriarch of the Mi family clearly saw what it was. A human head. Furthermore, it was the head of one of the Mi family's prime elders. Before he could fully understand what was going on, the terrifying figure in the distance had already closed in. It was a teenager who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. The iron sword in the youth's hand was twined with resplendent starlight as it pierced towards him. Ling Xiao? Although the Mu family patriarch wasn't familiar with Ling Xiao, he still recognized him. When he saw that it was Ling Xiao, the Mi family patriarch revealed a sinister smile. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Brat, Ling Yuhua was killed. Do I need you to play the hero? Die. He had already forgotten about Wu Xing behind him. Instead, he blasted towards Ling Xiao with all his might. When the starlight sword energy collided with the fist, the Mi family patriarch's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He couldn't believe it. This nameless person, this Ling Xiao whom he'd never taken seriously, had actually managed to unleash such a powerful sword attack. It had easily destroyed his fist energy, and the terrifying sword energy had severed his right arm. Ah! The Mi family patriarch screamed miserably. This scream caused the massacre at the scene to stop instantly. Everyone looked over. Everyone turned to look at the young figure floating in the air. The remnants of the Chen family have been slain. The Mi family has rebelled. Their crimes are punishable by death. Ling Xiao's voice rang out in the clear sky, spreading far and wide. As he spoke, Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword again. This time, the Mi family patriarch didn't have time to resist. The sword energy surged wildly as the iron sword pierced into the Mi family patriarch's throat. In that instant, the Mi family patriarch felt fear, regret, unwillingness, anger, and many other complex emotions. But none of those emotions mattered now. He could only repent for his attack on the Ling family with his death. You. I understand now. In the moment before his death, the Mi family patriarch finally understood who the culprit behind the Chen family's destruction was. Unfortunately, it was too late. His life had ended in that moment. His life was marked with an exclamation mark of regret. After killing the Mi family patriarch, Ling Xiao glanced indifferently at Wu Xing. Not bad, kid. Wu Xing felt like he was talking to a god. He looked at this youth, who wasn't very tall, and felt an urge to kneel. Take this. It's a healing pill. It's very useful. Ling Xiao casually tossed a healing pill to Wu Xing. Then, he turned around and looked at the remaining leaders of the 11 clans. The reason he'd saved Wu Xing was purely because he had a good impression of Wu Xing. In the future, Yuhua town would provide him with large amounts of cultivation resources, so there would be no shortage of laborers. Wuxing had clearly become the leader of these laborers. If he could win over Wuxing, then he could make these laborers work for him. Of course, he wouldn't change the status of these laborers. After all, he wasn't their savior. However, he could improve the living conditions and survival conditions of these laborers. At the very least, they would be able to eat their fill, wear good clothes, and sleep well. They wouldn't have to work every day and cry. Everyone from the Ling family stood on top of the gate and courtyard walls, looking at Ling Xiao. They looked at this young man who'd saved them from the Chen family by himself. Perhaps they were still dissatisfied with this young man, but they had to admit it. This young man was truly the one and only savior of the Ling family. The patriarchs of the 11 clans looked at Ling Xiao with mixed feelings. What was a genius? This was a genius. With such a young body, he'd easily killed the My family patriarch. This was simply heaven-defying. Was there anyone in Yuhua town who could be his match? If they knew that Ling Xiao had killed 2 Yinyang realm martial artists in Yuhua mountain range, what would they think? Who can tell me who he is? I think he's called Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? Why haven't I heard of such a terrifying kid in the Ling family? Weren't Ling Jian and Ling Mayu killed by the Chen family? This kid has probably been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That's right. I suspect that the extermination of the Chen family has something to do with him. Yes, I was puzzled. The Chen family has so many young disciples, especially that Chen Pai. He's even more terrifying than us. How could he have died in the wilderness? Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yan were definitely not their match. I originally thought that it was Ling Yuhua, but now it seems that I was wrong. Now the answer is finally revealed. The 11 clan leaders gathered together and looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing proudly in the air in horror. Ling Xiao, you alone are not a match for the 11 of us. Ling Yuhua has already been killed by Shen Meng. You have no chance of turning the tables. Why don't you submit to us? The Ling family can be handed over to you, but you have to listen to us. Among the 11 family heads, one of them was second only to the Mi family head. His strength was on par with the Mi family head. Let's call him family head number 2 for now. Family head number 2 didn't seem to understand the situation and was still trying to persuade Ling Xiao to submit. He was really muddle-headed. Who did you say is dead? I am still alive and well. Ling Yuhua arrived late from where the voice came from. Ling Yuhua was extremely shocked. He was a Yinyang realm martial artist, but his speed couldn't keep up with Ling Xiao. He was left far behind by Ling Xiao and only arrived now. It was really embarrassing. How can you still be alive? Where is Shen Meng? Family head number 2 looked at Ling Yuhua in horror. If Ling Yuhua wasn't dead, it meant that Shen Meng's plan had failed. But why did it fail? Could it be that Ling Yuhua killed Shen Meng? Impossible. How could Ling Yuhua be so powerful? Shen Meng is already a dead dog. Are you still hoping that he can come and save you? Ling Yuhua looked at family head number 2 with disdain and said, actually, when the Chen family fell, I was wondering if I should wipe out the 12 families that were on good terms with the Chen family. But I was still too merciful. Back then, I felt that you didn't do anything wrong, so I didn't mention it to the family head. If it wasn't for the powerful array set up by the expert, our Ling family would be in ruins now. You all shouldn't be punished for what you did. When the family head returns, I will ask for an order to wipe you all out. The old man was really angry. He was rarely merciful in his life. This time, because he was saved by Ling Xiao, he developed a little benevolence. But he didn't expect that he would almost harm the entire Ling family. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's arrangements, he would really regret it. Grandfather, I am giving you this order. Leave none of the 12 families alive. Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Yan, the elder on duty, and Lao Hei were the last to arrive. Ling Jiaojiao's cold voice resounded in the air, announcing the death of the 12 clans. She was kind, but not naive. These 12 clans had actually taken advantage of their absence to besiege the Ling family. This was something that could not be allowed to happen. She wanted to use the extermination of these 12 clans to intimidate the other clans in Yuhua town. She wanted them to understand that going against the Ling clan was bringing disaster upon their own clans. Ninth Sword of the Falling Star Sword Technique, Universe Break. As Ling Jiaojiao's voice fell, Ling Zhao's sword chi bloomed. This sword strike directly exploded where the 11 patriarchs were. After that, the 11 clan leaders either died or were injured. Not a single one of them was in good condition. It was so powerful that everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao did not continue to attack. He opened the beast ring and released 20 terrifying demon wolves. Almost every one of these demon wolves had reached the 9th Grotto Heaven realm. Among them, the Wolf King's strength was even at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. These were all subdued by Ling Xiao using the 3-leaf demonic eyes on his way back. Next, he might leave this place. In that case, the Ling family still lacked combat power. However, with these 20 demon wolves holding the fort, even a Yin-Yang realm martial artist would not dare to provoke the Ling family. The demon wolves roared and charged out, starting a massacre among the 12 clans. Demon beasts had no humanity, let alone mercy. When they killed, they would not be merciful at all. Screams rose and fell one after another. Even the workers who were filled with righteous indignation earlier trembled in fear and knelt on the ground one by one. Under such terrifying power, they did not have any courage to resist. From now on, you will be the Ling family's workers. Don't worry, I, Ling Xiao, swear that I will let you live a carefree life. As long as you work hard, you can even own your own property. Your descendants will also have the chance to escape the labor status and become normal people. Ling Xiao looked at the workers who were trembling in fear and threw them a big candy. Then, he looked at Wu Xing and said, "From now on, you will be the leader of the Ling family's workers. Remember, you have to work hard for the Ling family. You will not be short of benefits. However, if you try to rebel like today, don't blame me for being merciless. Great God, don't worry. We will only rebel because we can't live anymore. Even if we have a full meal, even if we are beaten and scolded, we will accept it." Wu Xing looked at Ling Xiao and knelt on the ground as he spoke. Very good. From today onwards, you are considered a member of the Ling family. However, your strength is too weak. Cultivate well. You will also have the opportunity to enter the Ling family's martial arts hall like other martial artists. Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He would not create trouble for himself. Of course, he could not let all these workers go. Otherwise, all the mineral resources in Yuhua town would be wasted. Similarly, he would not go back on his words. He would give these workers the best working conditions within his capabilities. This was the only thing he could do. Things like changing the world, at least, he could not do it now. It was not the time yet. 20 demon wolves joined the battle. In addition, the clan heads of the 12 clans were either killed or injured. They did not have any combat strength at all. This caused the 12 clans to be completely wiped out within a few hours. On this day, Yuhua town was filled with the smell of blood. The killing intent shrouded the entire place, and the sky was dark. However, to the Ling family, this was a battle to establish their status. After the battle, the cleanup of the battlefield was done by Wu Xing and the workers. Of course, they did not do it for free. Ling Xiao promised that after the cleanup was completed, every worker would receive a reward corresponding to their efforts. As for what the reward was, he did not mention it. However, no matter if it was food, money, or anything else, they were all extremely attractive to these workers. Everything was ready. The Ling family held an internal meeting of the upper echelons. All the important figures were present. They sat there quietly and looked at Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the right side of Ling Jiaojiao. None of them dared to even breathe loudly. The shock that Ling Xiao gave them was simply too great. He could easily kill the clan head of the Chao clan and control 20 demon wolves. In the history of Yuhua town, no one had ever heard of such a thing. If there was really someone with such capabilities, then it would definitely be the saber-sword divine emperor. However, that was only a legend after all. Whether it was true or not was still unknown. However, Ling Xiao was a true legend. End of chapter 2156. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.